Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2806 to Chapter 2852. Adonis is so powerful that she's even more powerful than the previous guide. Olao hasn't shown himself for 10,000 years. The wise ruler only guessed that he was hibernating, but didn't suspect that something bad had happened to him, the Black Earl asked. The wise ruler replied, according to the contract, she wouldn't do anything to Olao. Contract, heh. The Black Earl snorted disdainfully. A contract from 10,000 years ago. If it hasn't been renewed, it's bound to have as many holes as a sieve. Moreover, even if there's a contract, if Olao doesn't show himself, won't you suspect that he's already dead? Or that he's under house arrest? The wise ruler looked at the Black Earl and calmly said, even if I think in this direction, what's the point? To the Black Earl, a true descendant of Noah, Adonis definitely wasn't someone who was protecting the legacy of her ancestors. Her current actions made her seem more like an enemy of the Noah clan. As for Olao, although he seemed to have tacitly approved of Adonis' actions, who knew if there was something wrong with him? If there really was a problem, then Olao's actions would be understandable. At the very least, in the Black Earl's eyes, Olao was perhaps closer to being the guardian of the ruins. However, the wise ruler and the Black Earl had different standpoints and thoughts. The wise ruler did have some old feelings for Olao, but this friendship had only lasted for a few short months. Adonis, on the other hand, had interacted with him for 10,000 years. Compared to Olao, the wise ruler clearly cared more about Adonis. Moreover, whether Olao's fate was death or house arrest, it didn't matter to the wise ruler. This was because his current value was far lower than Adonis. The serene slave sent by Adonis helped stabilize the tainted energy of the magic array. Adonis herself was an expert in magic arrays, and she was also the one who helped stabilize the situation when the stairs of Hanging Prison encountered the void storm. Thus, Olao didn't matter right now. Adonis was more important. Moreover, the wise ruler had analyzed and speculated many details, and he was basically certain that nothing had happened to Olao. He had indeed spent most of his time sleeping. In addition, Adonis definitely wouldn't have done anything to Olao. The wise ruler even suspected that the only reason Adonis had remained in the underground sewers was because of Olao. The wise sovereign didn't know whether the bond between them was kinship, friendship, or love. But Adonis had definitely taken Olao's feelings into consideration when she did this. Otherwise, with the wise ruler's understanding of Adonis' character, if she really made up her mind to deal with Noah's descendants, she would definitely not show mercy. Looking back, it could be said that Adonis had been rather merciful to the descendants of Noah. Even the descendants of Noah who had been swallowed by the nether slave were unharmed. Basically, as long as they were thrown into the empty mirror sea to erase their memories and make sure that they did not remember what happened in the underground sewer, they would be released alive. It sounded easy, but in reality, it was very difficult. This was because the empty mirror sea was very dangerous. Even the mirror creatures had to tread carefully. Every time, Adonis would go through so much trouble to erase the memories of Noah's descendants and then let them go. Wasn't it because she was considering Olao's emotions? It was the same this time. She only targeted Angor and did not say anything about Noah's descendants. Of course, this time, Noah's descendants were no different from before, so she did not care about them at all. Black Earl was not an idiot. As the wise ruler, he quickly understood what the wise ruler was trying to say. He did not blame the wise ruler for being too utilitarian. If it were him, he would also think about the practical problems first before talking about other things. But, if you already decided to side with Adonis, why are you helping us? This wasn't the first time they had asked the Black Count this question. Only, the Sovereign of Wisdom's answers had always been quite ambiguous. Since the wise ruler wanted to show his sincerity this time, would he have a new answer for the same question? The wise ruler pondered for a while before speaking. There are many internal reasons. Some are subjective thoughts, and some are driven by the subconscious mind. There are so many of them. If I had to list them one by one, I wouldn't be able to do it all myself. However, these reasons are all small and fragmented. They are a kind of internal driving force. When all of them are attributed to one core, it's just a word. The wise ruler paused for a moment and wrote down a character on the Book of Truth. Change. In the common language of the continent, the most basic definition of this character was to break the status quo. What the wise sovereign wanted to express just so happened to be the most basic of definitions. There were many benefits to maintaining the status quo. However, in the long run, one would only be content with the status quo and neglect to deal with changes. The wise ruler could maintain the status quo for 10,000 years. However, his lifespan would not allow him to maintain it for another 10,000 years. In fact, if he did not find a solution, 1,000 years would be a problem for him. The wise ruler did not care about his own lifespan. However, he cared more about whether he could see the glory of hell return. If he simply waited for hell's return like before, the wise ruler did not believe that he could see any hope in his limited lifespan. Therefore, he had been thinking about how to break the status quo. The wise overseer finally saw a glimmer of hope when he saw how well Angor and his companions behaved. Perhaps this was the variable he was waiting for. "Who are you trying to fool?" "I don't believe you," Dorcas muttered. The wise ruler looked at Dorcas without saying anything, but the question in his eyes was clear. "Isn't that what you want, Lord Ruler? But rather than waiting for external variables, why not create one ourselves?" "I don't believe that Lord Ruler will see us as a variable." The wise ruler's words made them infinitely more important. How could that be possible? It wasn't that Dorcas did not know how to appreciate the wise ruler's kindness. It was just that the wise ruler was praising them too much. Furthermore, the most important point was, if the wise ruler really wanted to break the 10,000-year balance of the underground waterway, why would he choose to do something like this? According to the wise ruler, the two spirits, Olau and Adonis, were not important enough to affect the future of the underground waterway. So, how could Dorcas believe the wise ruler's words when he was talking about the change of the underground waterway? "I know what you're thinking," the wise ruler said. "You're right. It's not easy to find a suitable variable in such a huge underground waterway even though it's in ruins. I know that some of you have powerful backgrounds. Just by relying on your background, you can turn the underground waterway upside down. But, while it's easy to destroy, it's hard to break. For me, what I need is to break out of this situation, not destroy it. I've never hoped to be able to break through so quickly." The wise ruler said in a low voice, "To me, the Clear Sky Poetry Room is a leverage point. As long as I can leverage it, many of the deadlocks will gradually loosen." What the wise ruler wanted was to leverage a point and consider the overall situation. As for why the Clear Sky Poetry Room was the starting point, the reason was very simple. In the entire underground waterway, only the Clear Sky Poetry Room was not controlled by the wise ruler. Only by completely controlling the underground waterway would the wise ruler be able to break through the status quo without any worries. "Your words are beautiful, but they're all just ideals," Dorcas said. "And ideals are very difficult to realize." Everyone actually agreed with Dorcas, but they didn't say anything. After a few seconds of silence, the Dark Earl asked, "Why do you think we're variables? What do you want us to do after going to the Clear Sky Poetry Room? To what extent do we have to do it? How can we leverage the breaking point?" The wise ruler said, "As long as you can smoothly reach the Clear Sky Poetry Room, you don't need to do anything after that. You just need to go with the flow and let the situation develop." "Eh?" Everyone looked at each other, not quite understanding what the sovereign of the wise was trying to do. Just a second ago, he said they were important variables. Why did it feel like they were abandoned in the next second? Don't be surprised. Fate isn't set in stone. Even prophets find it difficult to reach shore in time when the waves of fate come crashing down. Adapting to the situation at the right time and place is the only way to correct fate. Before you came in, I didn't have any plans. As the situation changes, I'll constantly revise my thinking. Now, although I don't think my thinking is absolutely correct, it's already matured. I'm willing to be impulsive for once." After the wise ruler finished speaking, perhaps because he saw the doubts in everyone's eyes, he used an even more straightforward tone. "Just like before, you didn't do anything, but didn't she already start acting strangely? I don't know why she's acting strangely, but I believe that your existence is a variable." When the variable entered the Clear Sky Poetry Room, the beginning of the breaking of the situation was already accumulating power. As the wise ruler said these words, the Book of Truth was constantly appearing. From this, it could be seen that the wise ruler had indeed analyzed his own inner thoughts. Only, it was hard to say whether this was a sincere analysis or a selective analysis. However, at least everyone could understand what he was saying, and the Book of Truth was telling them that the wise ruler was speaking the truth. Since the wise ruler had already said this, the Black Earl didn't pursue this topic. Instead, he asked, apart from this, regarding the ruins and the clear sky poetry room, does the wise ruler have anything else to add? Up until now, the wise ruler had talked about many things of the past, as well as the past situation of the clear sky poetry room. However, this was all on the surface. As for the current situation of the clear sky poetry room, as well as the deeper content, he didn't talk about it at all. I don't know much about the current situation of the clear sky poetry room. However, I've already called over someone who knows the inside story. Who? The wise ruler said, you've already met him. He'll meet you soon. The wise ruler paused for a moment, then continued, you can take this opportunity to ask a few other questions. Or should I say, you don't have any more questions? After the wise ruler finished speaking, Dorcas eagerly raised his hand and said, me. The wise ruler looked at Dorcas and said softly, for now, it's limited to the underground waterways. Dorcas immediately withered, and he put down his raised hand with a dispirited expression. At this moment, Wai timidly raised his hand. Can I ask a question? The wise ruler nodded, indicating for Wai to speak. Why did Adonis drag Olio into the mirror demon god's role? Also, did the mirror demon god really not exist? What was the final destination of those believers? Everyone was more concerned about Wai's first question, but the second one was meaningless. At least, it wasn't of much value to the current situation. After all, this was something from 10,000 years ago. As for why Olio also played a role in the mirror demon god's plan, I don't know. After the fall of Nether City, the wise ruler had only seen Olao once. The theft of treasures by the demon god's followers was something that happened later on. From then on, he had been unable to contact Olao. But according to the information I gathered from the believers, I'm pretty sure Olio didn't participate in the mirror demon god's plan at all. Maybe Adonis dragged him into the mirror demon god's plan to show that everything she did was approved by Olio. And Olio took back Augustine and Margaret's items, so no one can question it. Angor agreed with the wise ruler's explanation, but he quickly added, from the perspective of the design, the rune actually represents two sides of a mirror. Since there's an inside and outside of a mirror, there should also be a difference between the two sides of the mirror. In other words, the existence of the mirror god and the existence of the mirror god in the seal is more consistent with the meaning of the seal itself. You have a point, Angor. The Sovereign of Wisdom looked at Ye. You can choose which theory to believe. Or you can choose to believe both theories. They nodded. Both theories were reasonable, and they didn't conflict with each other. He could believe either one. Personally, he felt that he could believe both of them. As for your second question, the wise ruler continued. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a mirror demon god in the abyss. It's just that it doesn't exist in the plane of barrenness. You know what the plane of barrenness is, right? Angor and Count Black nodded, while the others looked around in confusion. The wise ruler sighed and briefly explained the abyss plane, which corresponded to the plane of barrenness in the southern wizarding region. The two apprentices didn't know what to say. They only went to the outermost layer of the abyss plane, near their stronghold cities. They had no idea what was deeper in the abyss plane, and they also didn't expect that the abyss plane they saw was only one of its ordinary planes. The plane of barrenness was already extremely large. They couldn't imagine that there were more planes in the abyss plane. As for the other phase planes, there were also demon gods that they had never heard of. You're surprised? The general plane is huge, and there are plenty of worlds bigger than the southern wizarding region. You'll get used to it as soon as you start traveling, Dorcas said in a serious tone as if he was an experienced wizard. Kale accepted the advice with an open mind. They, on the other hand, sneered, you haven't heard of the plane of barrenness either, so stop pretending. Dorcas said, you just don't have a source of information, they replied. Why not? Freedom. Freedom is so precious. It's called freedom, but to put it bluntly, it's just finding a beautiful shell to cover up your ignorance. Vey's words hit Dorcas right in the heart. It was true that he didn't know about the plane of barrenness. Dorcas had his own sources of information in the southern wizarding region. But when it came to the bigger world outside the wizarding region, he was completely clueless. As a wizard, he couldn't stay in the southern wizarding region forever. One day, he had to go out. But if he didn't have a source of information, he would probably get lost in the endless void. After a moment of silence, Dorcas snorted. It's normal that you don't have information now. But you'll have it in the future. Dorcas spoke in a low voice, but everyone heard him and understood what he meant. He was planning to repay Angor's kindness with his own body. Vey humped but didn't say anything. He was actually happy about his friend's choice. Angor, on the other hand, only chuckled. He was already thinking about how to use Dorcas' abilities, especially that unique ability of intuition. End of chapter. The wise ruler coughed twice, pulling everyone back from their thoughts, and continued to answer Yi's question. Also, the matter you mentioned about those demon god believers, they should still be around. The wise overseer's expression turned serious. Now that Adonis has tasted the sweetness of pretending to be a demon god, do you think she'll stop now? The wise overseer didn't give him a chance to answer. No, she won't. Most of the demon believers are dead, but as Adonis grows stronger, she has already broken through the shackles of the underground sewers. Through the mirror domain, she can now connect to the outside world. As long as there's a mirror in the outside world, she can keep pretending to be a demon god to deceive, instigate, and train more believers. Even if the first batch of demon believers doesn't trust Adonis so much because their memories were erased by the empty mirror sea, they still won't trust Adonis. However, after years of subtle influence and brainwashing, there will always be devout believers. Where are they? I don't know. What does Adonis want to do with them? I can guess a little, but I'm not sure. I'll need you to give me the real answer, the wise overseer said. The wise overseer couldn't ask Adonis, and Adonis might not give him an answer. Therefore, Angor's group became the wise overseer's only hope. Currently, Angor's group was not on the same side as Adonis. As long as they remained enemies, Adonis would summon her followers to stop them even without asking. This was why the wise overseer said he would need them to give him an answer. After listening to the wise overseer's answer, everyone had to re-evaluate Vai's question. Before, they didn't think it was important since it happened 10,000 years ago. But since the wise overseer clearly said that Adonis was still trying to build up her own forces, Vai's question was no longer useless. They needed to pay more attention to it. Still, they didn't need to worry too much about it. If Adonis continued to pretend to be a demon god to deceive her believers, they could report this to the Supreme Cult. Based on the Supreme Cult style, as long as the so-called demon gods believers showed even the slightest trace, they would definitely launch a full-scale attack at lightning speed until they could no longer turn the tide. Do you still have questions? The wise ruler suddenly paused. If you want to ask questions, you might have to stop for a moment. The person I spoke of who knows the inside story of the Clear Sky Poetry Room has already arrived. After the wise sovereign finished speaking, he patted his clothes and sat up straight. His lazy expression also turned serious. When the wise ruler was refreshed, a young and immature voice rang out in the room. Lord Ruler, I'm here. He called out Lord Ruler twice in a row. The first time he called out, it felt like the voice was still far away, but the second time he called out, it felt like the voice was very close to them. Even though there was no other information in this voice, everyone could hear a hint of coquettishness in it. It was like the attachment of a junior to an elder. What's the fuss about? How many times have I told you not to rashly barge in? You have to learn how to knock on the door before entering. Also, learn how to speak like your two brothers. Don't be so flustered all the time. When the wise ruler said this, he had a stern face and put on airs. It was completely different from his lazy and listless appearance from before. It could be seen that when facing this intruder, the wise ruler was playing the role of an elder, or even a strict father. However, the intruder didn't take the wise ruler's words seriously at all. He continued to make a ruckus. Why are they here? Lord Ruler, they are the group of outsiders I mentioned before. They are not outsiders from the traveling merchant organization. The wise ruler. I know. You don't have to repeat yourself. But, no buts. Shut up first. I'll explain to you later. Or, you can ask your second brother or eldest brother later. The wise ruler put on a stern expression, and the intruder shut up. Everyone was watching this scene. They didn't talk about the contents of their conversation for now, but they could guess the identity and appearance of the intruder. In a sealed room, the intruder didn't knock on the door and directly entered. Moreover, although he spoke, he didn't reveal his appearance. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice with confusion. The place where the voice had last appeared was actually very close to them. It could be said that it was very close, because it was on the table in front of him. The place where the food had been placed on the table had completely disappeared, along with the plates. All that was left was a lonely cup. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the cup, and the water inside was also full. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that something was wrong. The cup was originally about half a foot tall, and one could see the bottom of the cup with a single glance. But now, the depths of the cup were pitch black, as if it had become a bottomless abyss. And the place where the voice had disappeared was precisely this cup. This smell is from the One-Eyed Clan, the Black Count said softly. The intruder was from the One-Eyed Clan? Everyone thought for a moment and immediately guessed the intruder's identity. The One-Eyed Clan only had Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao. If they had to count, they could count Youthful Slave as well. They had already met Dabao, Erbao, and Youthful Slave. So this time, the intruder must be One-Eyed Xiaobao, the only one they hadn't really met yet. As the black girl's voice fell, a face appeared on the rippling surface of the cup. The face wasn't realistic. A large eye took up half of the space, while the rest of the face was made up of a small mouth, ears, and nose. Especially the nose, which was so small that it only had a small black hole. It looked a bit like Tong Hua. It wasn't scary at all. In fact, it was kind of cute. Oi oi, outsiders. Speak your purpose, or I'll have my big brother eat you. Since One-Eyed Xiaobao was defeated by the wise lord, it decided to target Angwar's group directly. However, it chose the wrong target. Its single eye slanted, and the target it was staring at was the black girl. Before One-Eyed Xiaobao could say anything, the Black Count had already classified it as a naughty child. The Black Count didn't even bother to look at the naughty child's arrogant question. The Black Count didn't answer, but Dorcas was very interested in One-Eyed Xiaobao. You're One-Eyed Xiaobao? Dorcas moved to the table with a smile and asked. One-Eyed Xiaobao looked at Dorcas cautiously and didn't answer. Instead, it asked, Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter to you, right? Dorcas asked. One-Eyed Xiaobao thought about it. This human was right. These people weren't important to it at all, so why should it care about them? Instead of caring about them, it was better to think about how to complain when his mother came back and let her understand his firm will. With this in mind, the awe-inspiring manner of questioning the Black Count instantly disappeared. The rippling surface of the water also returned to normal. Everyone was speechless at this scene. As expected, this was just a child, changing his attitude at the drop of a hat. Dorcas was still smiling. But we aren't important. You are. You agree, right? One-Eyed Xiaobao snorted and said proudly, Of course. So, you should loudly announce your name to everyone here. One-Eyed Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then said, Okay. Are you One-Eyed Xiaobao? One-Eyed Xiaobao shouted this time, Yes, One-Eyed Xiaobao is me. Are you Netherslave's favorite One-Eyed Xiaobao? One-Eyed Xiaobao's voice became even louder. Of course, Mother loves me the most. Are you the One-Eyed Xiaobao who gave the wise ruler the pen name Blue Fatty? One-Eyed Xiaobao didn't doubt him and continued to shout, Yes. I am the One-Eyed Blue Fatty who gave the Lord Ruler the pen name. Halfway through, One-Eyed Xiaobao suddenly realized something and its voice became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. When One-Eyed Xiaobao's voice disappeared, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. The surroundings were so quiet that one could almost hear everyone's breathing. One-Eyed Xiaobao stealthily glanced in the direction of the wise ruler. Seeing the wise ruler coldly staring at it, One-Eyed Xiaobao couldn't help but say, Lord. Lord Ruler, it wasn't me, it was. One-eyed Xiaobao's nostrils flared, as if it had been wronged. The wise ruler said, shut up. I'll deal with you later. Also, you're not allowed to cry or run. You can only leave when I tell you to. After saying this, the wise ruler raised his head and looked at Dorcas. Without question, Dorcas had purposely mentioned this matter. Previously, Dorcas had felt that the wise ruler cared a lot about his pen name and had explained it to them, intentionally or otherwise. Now that Dorcas had once again opened up this scar, the wise ruler was naturally somewhat annoyed. However, Dorcas still had a calm expression on his face. Faced with the wise ruler's cold expression, he only used an exaggerated tone to mumble to himself, so the Lord Ruler's pen name really was given by One-Eyed Xiaobao. When the wise ruler heard Dorcas's words, he had only been a bit annoyed at first, but now, it had turned into anger. The wise ruler had inadvertently explained this many times before, but hadn't he just wanted to tell them that the pen name Blue Fatty wasn't given by him, but rather by One-Eyed Xiaobao? However, the wise ruler knew that words alone were useless, and so he could only pretend that he didn't care. Now, Dorcas's words could be seen as vindicating the wise ruler's name from a different perspective. Only, why was it that the wise ruler didn't feel happy, but instead felt even angrier? The reason lay in Dorcas's attitude. Dorcas clearly believed what the wise sovereign had said, but he still had to rub it in and purposefully bring it up in front of Xiaobao. He called it vindicating, but in reality, he had intentionally brought it up. The wise ruler couldn't get angry, because although Dorcas's motives were obvious, the result was that he had vindicated his name. He could only suppress his anger. In addition, the wise ruler had been acting as if he didn't care at all. If he showed that he cared now, wouldn't he be exposed? The wise ruler closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. When he opened them again, he had already regained his calm, as if the previous episode hadn't happened at all. One-Eyed Xiaobao is very doted on by Hidden Slave. As a result, Hidden Slave has never avoided any questions he raises. The wise ruler said calmly, as for Hidden Slave, as I said before, he is favored by the goddess and often visits her through the mirror. Although his main body has never entered the Clear Sky Poetry Room, he has seen the situation inside through the mirror. In the past, Xiaobao asked Hidden Slave about the Clear Sky Poetry Room out of curiosity. Hidden Slave didn't hide anything and told him everything. Thus, if you have any questions, you can ask him. The Dark Count said, then why not ask you directly? The wise ruler said, I have an agreement with her that I won't ask about the Clear Sky Poetry Room, not even from Xiaobao. Thus, I don't know what Xiaobao learned from Hidden Slave. The wise ruler paused for a moment and continued, so, when you ask Xiaobao, I will avoid it as well. When the questioning is over, I won't ask you about what Xiaobao told you. Of course, if you have any questions, don't ask me. The wise ruler had an agreement with Adonis, but Angor and the others weren't. Thus, they could ask Xiaobao, but the wise ruler couldn't. This was why the sovereign of Wisdom had specially invited Xiaobao over. The wise ruler looked at Xiaobao again and said, later, these people will ask you questions about the Clear Sky Poetry Room. I hope you can answer them honestly. If they ask anything beyond the Clear Sky Poetry Room, you can ask Bao. If Bao agrees, you can also answer them. Bao? Everyone heard the wise ruler's words and wondered, One-Eyed Bao is here too? The wise ruler shook his head. Bao isn't here. However, Xiaobao has his own way of contacting Bao. This was one of Xiaobao's special abilities. It could contact Big Bao and Bao in real time. Because of this ability, Xiaobao loved to harass his two older brothers. Big Bao loved Xiaobao very much. Basically, he spoiled him. Whenever Xiaobao tried to contact him, he would always get a reply. Xiaobao also liked to stick with Big Bao. When Angor and the others first saw the dog hole on the wall, it was actually formed by Big Bao and Xiaobao, not just Big Bao. Two-Eyed Bao loved Xiaobao as well, but it was more like the love of a strict father. Two-Eyed Bao didn't fall for this at all. The most it did to Xiaobao was to educate him again and again. Faced with Xiaobao's harassment, Two-Eyed Bao would also choose to respond rationally. Because of this, Xiaobao often went to Hidden Slave to complain about Two-Eyed Bao. There was only one reason for it, Bao ignored it, Bao scolded it, Bao didn't want to play with it, and so on. Before the wise ruler brought Xiaobao into the hall, Xiaobao was still complaining. After the wise sovereign finished explaining things to Xiaobao, he went to a corner of the room and took out a picture frame from a pile of miscellaneous items. The wise ruler glanced at everyone. I'm going to take a rest inside. Tell Xiaobao to wake me up when you're done. Before anyone understood what he meant, the wise ruler's body slowly shrank and walked into the picture frame. As the wise ruler disappeared, a portrait appeared in the blank picture frame. It was a one-eyed young man who was sitting on a mahogany rocking chair, enjoying the sunlight outside the window and taking a nap. In human aesthetics, symmetry was the most harmonious form of beauty, while one-eyed people could hardly be considered beautiful. However, in this picture, the light used in Rembrandt's style gave the one-eyed young man a beautiful, quiet, and beautiful face. Is he really asleep? Dorcas looked at the sleeping young man in the picture and muttered. Of course the sovereign is asleep. This painting is a sweet dream. In the painting, a short period of rest is enough too. Little Treasure, who was sitting in the cup of water, was in the middle of his explanation when he suddenly stopped. Dorcas looked at Little Treasure in confusion. Go on. Little Treasure hummed. Brother Airbao doesn't want me to talk about sweet dreams effect. I'll listen to him. Sweet dream? Is it an alchemy item? It was Angor who asked the question. Somehow, he felt that Xiaobao was talking about a special item instead of an ability. But if it was an alchemy item? Angor was confused. He could clearly see the material of the picture frame with alchemy eye. It was wood that Angor already knew, and it was not a supernatural material. If it was not a supernatural item, why did it sound like Little Treasure was talking about some kind of alchemy item? Little Treasure hummed again. It's not a question about Moonlight Chamber. I'm not answering. Dorcas' question had nothing to do with Moonlight Chamber either. Angor complained in his mind, but he still tried to be patient. Why don't you ask Airbao? Maybe Airbao will agree? Little Treasure did not answer. Instead, it closed its eyes and began to think. A few seconds later, Xiaobao opened his cartoon-like big eyes on the surface of the water. Brother agreed to let me explain sweet dreams to you, but I can't tell you the effects of sweet dreams. After he finished speaking, Little Treasure muttered to himself, how do I explain this? I have to talk about sweet dreams again, and I can't even talk about the effects. How annoying. How about I ask you a question? We don't have any book of truth here. You can choose to answer or remain silent. When the Sovereign of Wise had left, he had taken the Book of Mantra with him. No one had any objections to this. Xiaobao himself was not bound by the Book of Truth, so it was meaningless even if he was enveloped by the Book of Truth. At most, the effect of answering all questions would still be effective. However, Xiaobao could completely ignore the question or simply lie. Also, Little Treasure's situation was very special. If he lied, everyone could tell. Therefore, there was no need for the Book of Truth to bind him. Alright, hurry up. The sooner you finish asking, the sooner I can go to my mother to complain. Complain? Are you going to tell on us? If you bully me, I'll tell on you. But not now. I'm going to tell on Brother Airbao later. How dare he ignore me? Everyone listened to Little Treasure's rambling and did not know what to say. Airbao had just finished talking to Little Treasure, and now Little Treasure was going to tell on Airbao? What kind of brotherly love was this? Anyway, hurry up. Little Treasure yelled at Angor after mumbling for a while. Yeah, I already asked the first question. Is sweet dreams an alchemy item? No, Little Treasure replied. Then what is it? An ability? A talent? Xiaobao thought for a moment. Neither. In the words of you humans, sweet dreams should be considered a mysterious object. A mystery item? Everyone was wondering why Little Treasure kept asking about sweet dreams. But now, everyone's eyes brightened up. It was a mystery item, however, they soon remembered Little Treasure's words. They could only tell that sweet dreams did not have any effects. Everyone was going crazy again. They knew there was a mystery item in front of them, but they did not know what it could do. It was an unbearable feeling. Sweet dreams is a mystery item. Angor narrowed his eyes. So its true form is this picture frame? Xiaobao, of course not. Sweet dreams has no true form. It's just a dream. Perhaps because he saw that everyone didn't understand, Xiaobao thought for a moment and continued, Lord Ruler once said that the predecessor of Sweet Dream was a fragment of a blank dream floating in the empty mirror sea. By chance, it absorbed a large amount of sweet dreams, and under the push of the right time and place, it transformed into a mysterious item. Mysterious dream. It has no true form. The Lord Ruler took it in because of a white-haired big sister with strange pupils. Now, it is stored in a special mirror world. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Lord Ruler entered through this picture frame. Actually, the picture frame isn't important. The Lord Ruler can enter through any mirror. The others might not understand it yet, but Angkor did. This was actually a mysterious object in an abstract sense. Angkor saw many similar mystery items in Quolo's records. For example, Germinal was an out-of-order item, which was also an abstract mystery item. To enter Germinal, one did not need to find the item's true form. No one could find the item's true form. All one needed to do was to read the corresponding runes and enter Germinal's out-of-order rhythm. There was also the lonely clown's heartbeat, which would make all creatures who heard the heartbeat dance. At first glance, it seemed that the heart was a mystery item, but that was not the case. The heartbeat was the core of the item. As for a mystery item like the heartbeat, it was also an abstract mystery item. Other than that, Nurturing Ray, Old Dream, and Echo could all be classified as such. Angkor was not surprised to hear that Sweet Dreams was a mystery item without a true form. Compared to its form, he was more interested in the process of its birth as described by Xiaobao. Was the birth process that the wise sovereign had described real, or was it something he had randomly made up in order to fool Xiaobao? If it was real, would he be able to find the key to the creation of mystery items from it? How did the wise ruler know about Sweet Dream's creation? Did he witness it with his own eyes? Angkor decided to ask. If the Lord Ruler said so, then so be it. Why do you have a problem with that? Little Treasure did not understand Angkor's question. As far as it could remember, the wise ruler never lied. If the wise ruler said so, then it had to be the truth. On the other hand, it was Angkor and the others who were being overly suspicious that made the one-eyed demon a little uncomfortable. Angkor also noticed the disdain in Little Treasure's tone. He considered and added, I'm just wondering why I'm not lucky enough to witness the creation of sweet dreams like the wise ruler did. Little Treasure quickly hid its displeasure when it heard Angkor's words. The Lord Ruler is a great man. You can't compare to him. Angkor nodded with a smile as if he agreed with the idea. After making sure Little Treasure was happy again, Angkor asked, Does Sweet Dreams have something to do with dreaming? Little Treasure was about to answer when he suddenly realized something. Humph. I'm not telling you. I understand why you don't want to tell me. But can I guess how it works? Whatever. I'm not going to tell you anything. Sweet dreams can make people fall asleep? Little Treasure did not answer. But Angkor could tell from Little Treasure's expression that he did not think much of it. If this happened in another situation, Angkor's guess would be wrong. But here, it did not mean anything. This was because the wise ruler had entered the frame right in front of them and appeared to be in a sleeping posture. This was basically telling them that the sweet dream would make them fall asleep. It was normal for Little Treasure to not think much of it. Angkor knew that he only asked this question to let Little Treasure relax so that he could better sense Little Treasure's mood later. When you fall asleep, sweet dreams will work as a mystery item, Angkor said. Maybe you'll gain some positive benefits when you're dreaming? Little Treasure's mood fluctuated a little. But it was mostly because of confusion. Little Treasure's confusion started when Angkor mentioned positive benefits. Angkor was also curious about Xiaobao's reaction. Did he say something wrong? What do you mean by positive income? Xiaobao asked. Angkor did not know what to say. He was trying to figure out what Little Treasure was thinking and whether he said something wrong. However, Little Treasure did not understand what Angkor meant at all. Positive benefits are positive effects, Angkor said. Xiaobao, isn't that obvious? Would the Lord Ruler allow himself to have negative effects even when sleeping? Fine. I got it. I'll stop. The first sentence was meant for Angkor, while the second one was for Bao. Obviously, Xiaobao was talking to Airbao. Airbao probably told Little Treasure not to continue. Of course, he wasn't going to waste his time. Mystery items might not necessarily give him anything in return. No matter if it was good or bad. Its effect was actually more of a violation of the rules, which was an effect that could not be distinguished by logic. For example, the lonely clown's heartbeat allowed one to dance along with the heartbeat. Was that a positive or negative effect? Neither. It just made one want to dance uncontrollably. Mortals and legends alike would sing and dance to the sound of a heartbeat. Once a person entered the rhythm of a heartbeat, there was no way to deal with it without help from other people. Xiaobao's understanding of mystery items was clearly incomplete, so according to what he said, the Lord Ruler couldn't have given him any negative effects. This made sense. Little Treasure did not think it provided any useful information, but it was actually quite useful. It was a mystery item that could give its user a positive effect, which was extremely rare among mystery items. Not all mystery items have positive effects, Angor said. Usually, mystery items have some negative effects. Angor was trying to lure Baby Treasure into asking questions, but Baby Treasure did not fall for it. It just kept mumbling and refusing to speak. Angor had no choice but to keep talking to himself. For example, I once heard of a mystery item. It's a small wooden house. As long as you live in this wooden hut, you will be immortal. Little Treasure did not feel anything when talking about immortality. For a child, the word was not very attractive. However, the others all looked at Angor. Is there really such a thing? You're not lying, are you? Dorcas asked. Yes, there is. Then can I really live forever? Dorcas's eyes lit up as he asked. Angor nodded again. Dorcas's eyes shone even brighter, but just as he was about to ask for more information about the wooden house, his heart suddenly quivered. You just said that mystery items usually have negative effects. What is the negative effect of this wooden house? Angor did not hide anything. You can't leave. As long as you stay in this wooden hut, you will never grow old, and you will never die. But once you leave the wooden hut, you will die instantly. Dorcas. I think only Wai can endure this kind of immortality. Otaku Wai grumbled, it's not like I can't go out forever. How am I supposed to go to your stupid bar if I don't go out? Well, there is a way to get rid of the negative effect of the mystery item. As for how to do that, it's in the name of this wooden house. Angor's way of explaining and keeping them in suspense attracted everyone's attention. Even Little Treasure's big eyes were filled with curiosity. The name of this house is the Lonely Log House. A lonely, wooden house? Kale muttered in a low voice. A lonely, wooden house? It's not a living thing. How can it be lonely? Kale's muttering seemed to remind everyone of something. Dorcas said, could it be that the cabin is very lonely and needs someone to accompany it, so the person accompanying it can live forever? Angor looked at Dorcas with a smile and asked him to continue. Dorcas said, and once the person who accompanied the wooden house leaves, the wooden house becomes lonely again, so it punishes the traitor and kills him immediately? You said the way to get rid of sudden death is in the name of the house. The most obvious name of the house is lonely. So if the house is no longer lonely, can it get rid of sudden death? Dorcas continued, so, as long as there's another person to accompany the lonely log house, it won't be lonely anymore, and it won't die suddenly? Angor clapped his hands and gave Dorcas a thumbs up. Nice explanation, and the answer is just as you said. As long as there's someone to replace the person inside the house, the person inside the house will leave unharmed. But the lonely log house won't stay in one place forever. Its appearance will change according to where it goes. So, the first person who enters the house will usually do so by accident. So, how does he get someone to replace him? Deception. Deceiving passers-by with words, and deceiving friends with mana QQ. So, if one of you receives a message from a friend asking you to go to a certain place, and that place is a wooden house, you should be careful. You might get tricked. Angor changed the topic as everyone pondered. Speaking of which, I'm just saying that it's normal for mystery items to have negative effects. But most of them have ways to get rid of them. Sweet dream isn't always a positive thing. Maybe it has negative effects too. Angor looked at Xiaobao. Judging from the name of the mystery item, Sweet Dream must be a beautiful dream, and it's easy to get lost in it and not want to wake up. Maybe the negative effect of Sweet Dream is that once you fall into it, you can't wake up on your own? End of chapter. As soon as Angor spoke, the water in the cup rippled a little. After the ripple subsided, Xiaobao snorted and said, "No matter how you guess, I won't say anything. Also, Brother Air Bao, don't keep asking irrelevant questions." Little Treasure's voice was no different from before. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. However, Angor sensed that Xiaobao was not calm at all. Instead, Xiaobao's emotions were mixed with shock, uncertainty, and doubt. And all of these happened after Angor told Little Treasure about his theory. Judging from Little Treasure's reaction, Angor's guess was probably correct. Sweet dreams could not be awakened on their own. They had to be awakened by someone else. Angor thought about this because the wise man told Little Treasure to wake him up when they were done here. This sentence had already revealed a bit of information. Back then, Angor didn't know what the wise man's action meant, so he didn't think about it. After learning about the existence of sweet dreams, he naturally came to this conclusion. "Why do I feel like you're interested in sweet dreams?" Dorcas whispered into Angor's ear. Dorcas said it in a whisper, but everyone present could hear him. "Like you're not interested." Why couldn't help but retort. "Of course I am. But why don't we ask the wise man about Little Treasure?" Dorcas replied. The wise man was the owner of Sweet Dreams, and Little Treasure didn't answer under Air Bao's order. Angor wouldn't get anything out of Little Treasure anyway. Dorcas wasn't wrong. What he didn't know was that Angor was very interested in Sweet Dreams. This was the first time Angor saw a mystery item related to dreams apart from the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast. Angor also saw a mystery item called Old Dream in Quolo's records, which also seemed to be related to dreams. However, Quolo was very vague about the item. He didn't mention anything about it, nor did he mention anything about it. But the item's Huppa coefficient was as high as 91, this was one of the highest Huppa coefficients in Quolo's records. Generally speaking, if the Huppa coefficient was higher than 70, it was basically out of order. The Huppert coefficient of the growth ray, which allowed Gruz Howard to grow extraordinary organs, was 70. The Prophet Temple's Samsara city, which involved the reincarnation of time, had a Huppert coefficient of 75. As for those with a Huppert coefficient over 75, they were basically unsolvable and out of order. Old Dream's Huppa coefficient was as high as 91. Quolo's remark on the old dream was, "Let the dream of the old days be buried in the body of the old days." Hopefully, it would never happen again. He couldn't figure out the effect of Old Dream with the information he had. But judging from Quolo's remarks, Angor knew that Quolo was afraid of Old Dream. Even if the mystery item was related to dreams, he would not pay too much attention to it. Sweet Dreams, however, was different. The Sovereign of the Wise had clearly used it many times, and the side effects didn't sound too great. This was the second mystery item he encountered that was related to dreams. Both the Dream Whelk and the Dream Whelk were mystery items related to the Dream Branch. Since they shared the same origin, could the Dream Whelk enter the Dream Wasteland? Angor did many experiments before, and his conclusion was that mystery items couldn't enter the Dream Wasteland, not even those with mystery energy. However, none of the mysterious items used at that time were related to dreams. So his conclusion wasn't too strict. Now that he saw the Sweet Dreams, he was tempted. Even if the Sweet Dreams couldn't enter the Dream Wasteland in the end, they could at least improve his careless conclusion. "You're right. Let's wait for the Sovereign of the Wise to come out and ask him." Angor held back his thoughts and asked Baby Angor, "How much do you know about Firsky Poetry Room?" Baby Angor looked at Angor as if he had been waiting for this question. "I've never been there, but my mother told me a lot about it." "What do you want to know?" "Just ask." Angor glanced at Black Earl. He believed it was better for Black Earl to ask about Firsky Poetry Room. Black Earl didn't refuse. "We don't know how to ask about Firsky Poetry Room anyway. Just tell us what you know. We'll ask when we have more questions." Baby Angor grumbled, "Then I'll have to talk for a long time." "Isn't it good to let the Sovereign of the Wise rest for a while?" Dorcas suggested. Baby Angor considered and agreed. "All right, I'll tell you whatever I want to know." According to my mother, the most important thing about Fairsky Poetry Room is that it's dark. Everything is dark, and you can't see anything. Only where the goddess is, there's light shining down from the sky, bathing her in holy light. Little Treasure's tone was filled with longing as he slowly told him what he had heard from Hidden Slave. As baby Angor spoke, the puzzle of the Fairsky Poetry Room was slowly coming together. The structure of Fairsky Poetry Room was similar to the map given by the Sovereign of the Wise. However, baby Angor was better than the Sovereign of the Wise since he could describe the layout of each room in detail. Apart from that, there were two other things worth paying attention to. The Fairsky Poetry Room was dark, but there were many mirrors inside. There were even liquid mirrors that looked like mercury. As far as Netherworld Slave knew, there were more than 100 mirror spaces corresponding to Fairsky Poetry Room. Netherworld Slave had been to many of them. However, there were also some hidden spaces that Netherworld Slave saw Adonis going to, but he was not allowed to go there. Although Netherworld Slave knew the location of these hidden mirror spaces, she couldn't tell baby Angor the details. Since they didn't dare to enter the mirror spaces right now, they didn't know where these hidden spaces were and what they were hiding. Baby Angor also mentioned a very important clue. This was something that directly contradicted what the Sovereign of the Wise told them. There were other creatures in the Fairsky Poetry Room. By creatures, Angor was not referring to Alao, the hidden spirit. Instead, he was referring to other creatures apart from Adonis and Alao. Netherworld Slave once saw a group of luminous furballs running around the room. These furballs clearly had intelligence. Under Adonis' command, they quickly hid their light and hid in the darkness. In addition, Netherworld Slave also saw a black panther with a shiny green body. There was a prism-shaped gem between the panther's eyebrows. Netherworld Slave didn't see the black panther before, but he assumed that it was a mirror creature. As for how strong the black panther was, Netherworld Slave didn't mention it. In other words, when Netherworld Slave told baby Angor stories about the Fairsky Poetry Room, he never used the creature's strength as a benchmark. However, as far as they knew, the black panther should be quite strong since it was always with Adonis. The black panther and the luminous furball were only the tip of the iceberg. They couldn't easily search for treasures in the Fairsky Poetry Room. They might have to face the encirclement of these unknown creatures. And the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't know about these intelligent creatures at all. If he did, he would have told them earlier. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't lie to them. He had never entered the Fairsky Poetry Room for so many years. Time flew. When baby Angor disappeared from the glass and the Sovereign of Wisdom walked out of the painting, it was already half an hour later. The wise ruler, I slept. Well. Sweet dreams, the chief Sovereign of Wisdom shook his head as he walked over, a hint of a sigh in his voice. It's easy to wake up from a sweet dream, Angor muttered. The Sovereign of Wisdom glanced at Angor and chuckled. The better the dream, the easier it is to get lost in it. But that doesn't mean it's easy to wake up from a sweet dream. The Sovereign of Wisdom stretched out his arms and slumped on the soft sofa. Xiaobao wasn't here either, so the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't care about his image. He was just as lazy as before. Just as you guessed, if no one wakes you up from a sweet dream, you'll never wake up. The Sovereign of Wisdom waved his hand again and summoned a Book of Truth. The mutual trust between them was based on the contract of the Book of Truth. Therefore, the Book of Truth couldn't be left out. So I guessed right? Angor wasn't surprised that the Sovereign of Wisdom knew about his guess. When baby Angor went to the Sovereign of Wisdom, he would definitely tell the Sovereign something that didn't involve the Fairsky Poetry Room. Shouldn't you have known? The Sovereign of Wisdom smiled at Angor. Baby Angor can't beat you. I couldn't find anything with Airbao around. Airbao's presence can indeed calm baby Angor down a bit. But Airbao doesn't know that some people's abilities can be so unreasonable. The Sovereign of Wisdom was implying that Angor had a way to read baby Angor's mind. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't say what it was, but Angor was sure that it had something to do with emotions. Old fox, I guess. Angor cursed in his mind while maintaining his smile. You're exaggerating a bit, Sovereign of Wisdom. The Sovereign of Wisdom only smiled. Angor quickly tried to change the topic. About what Xiaobao said about the cloudless poetry room. The Sovereign of Wisdom cleared his throat. You don't need to tell me. Like I said, don't ask me if you have any questions. Let's go back to the topic. You seem interested in the sweet dream? Not just me. Everyone is interested in it. After all, there are very few mystery items in the southern wizarding region that can directly provide positive benefits. I'm sure many people are interested in it. But you? I think you're interested in something different, right? When the wise ruler said this, Cal and Wei both had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Dorcas didn't show any emotion, but he was also looking at Angor. Perhaps the Sovereign of Wisdom was only trying to test Angor's reaction, but for those who knew Angor well, it was true. Who was Angor? The youngest member of the research department, the youngest wizard in the southern wizarding region, and the alchemist closest to becoming a mystery alchemist. With all these achievements, Angor would never lack mystery items to study. As far as they were concerned, Angor could easily find a mystery item as long as he wanted to. Even if they were wrong, Angor wouldn't be as greedy for a mystery item as they were. Angor was an alchemist who once crafted a semi-mythic item. How could he be the same as everyone else, anyway? Dorcas didn't believe it. I'm just interested in how Sweet Dream turned into a mystery item from Xiaobao. As an alchemist, I don't think anyone wouldn't be curious about how a mystery item was created. Dorcas was still doubting Angor's words a second ago, but after hearing Angor's explanation, he was relieved. If someone else said something like this, Dorcas would probably roll his eyes and tell them to stop daydreaming. But Angor was right. Angor used to be infinitely close to becoming a mystery alchemist. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Angor wouldn't give up so easily. If Dorcas were in Angor's shoes, he would do everything he could to recreate the process of creating a mystery item and reach that level as well. Therefore, Angor's logic was self-consistent, and his reasoning was convincing enough to convince the crowd. However, the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't know Angor's story, so he didn't believe Angor's words. After all, not every alchemist had such a great ambition. In other words, not everyone was qualified to have such a great ambition. Angor saw the Sovereign of Wisdom's doubt, so he decided to write down what he said in the Book of Truth. At the end of the sentence, Angor added his wish to study Sweet Dream. Angor didn't want to take Sweet Dream for himself. He only wanted to study how Sweet Dream came into being and whether it could be compatible with the Dream Wasteland. The Chief Sovereign of Wisdom stared at the words on the Book of Mantra, and the suspicions in his heart slowly disappeared. However, he was still curious about Angor's desire to study a mystery item. Such ambition at such a young age. You're better than most alchemists. The Sovereign of Wisdom sighed. Angor didn't say anything. Instead, it was Dark Earl who spoke up. Angor was one step away from creating a mystery item. Unfortunately, someone ruined the last step. The Sovereign of Wisdom almost couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. He was just about to put on a good boy, you should dream big look, and maybe you can reach that tiny dream if you work hard look. However, Dark Earl just told him that Angor wasn't only close to achieving his dream, but also very close to achieving it. In an instant, the clown became himself. As an alchemist, the Sovereign of Wisdom wanted to create a mystery item as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find out how Sweet Dream came into being. However, the Sovereign of Wisdom never found a way to reach the mystery level. To the Sovereign of Wisdom, reaching the mystery level was a tiny dream. Angor, on the other hand, had already reached a level that the Sovereign of Wisdom couldn't reach. Now, he was moving toward a bigger dream. Considering his age, it was quite possible for him to achieve his dream in the future. The Sovereign of Wisdom couldn't help but feel conflicted. However, no matter how much he couldn't control his emotions, the Sovereign of Wisdom couldn't show it. Angor might be able to tell that the Sovereign of Wisdom was losing control of his emotions, but he didn't care. Just like how Angor didn't want the Sovereign of Wisdom to talk about his perception ability, Angor wouldn't go out of his way to reveal other people's emotions. The Sovereign of Wisdom took a deep breath and forced a smile. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Angor could sense the Sovereign of Wisdom's uncontrollable emotion, but he didn't show it on his face. By now, the wise overseer was convinced that Angor wanted to study how Sweet Dream came to be. He considered for a moment and said, "Maybe we can talk about how Sweet Dream came into being later." Angor quickly thanked the Sovereign of Wisdom. The Sovereign of Wisdom waved a hand. Such knowledge was only useful to certain people. Apart from Angor, no one else was interested in it. They were only interested in the value of Sweet Dream, while Angor was interested in the additional value that came with it. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't mind sharing his knowledge with Angor. Considering Angor's momentum, it was worth it to gain such a favor. End of chapter. Xiaobao had already explained most of what happened inside the Chamber of Poetry. For the rest of the time, the Ruler of Wisdom mainly talked about how to deal with the aftermath. In other words, he talked about what might happen after they left the Chamber of Poetry and how to deal with it. When the wise sovereign was discussing this issue, he was rather concise and only divided the situation into two types. The first was to leave the Chamber of Poetry peacefully. Of course, if they could leave peacefully, they would be free to do whatever they wanted. The second was, of course, the opposite of the first, which was not a peaceful exit. Faced with this sort of situation, the chief sovereign of the wise had only two important solutions. As long as you can leave the Chamber of Poetry, even if it's just stepping out of the door, I can provide you with some help. The so-called help meant that the Ruler of Wisdom would forcibly take over the magic array around the Chamber of Poetry and restrict Adonis's ability to travel to the material world. Angor and the others could use their spatial abilities to quickly leave or open a plain passageway. This was not really necessary. Angor believed that the Chamber of Poetry would not prohibit the use of spatial abilities. If they really wanted to open a plain passageway, they could do it in the Chamber of Poetry. However, if something went wrong, the Ruler of Wisdom could still help them by restricting Adonis's ability to travel through space. However, the Ruler of Wisdom could only restrict Adonis's movement in the material world. If Adonis chose to use the mirror tunnel, there was nothing the ruler could do. Apart from that, the Ruler of Wisdom also provided a shelter plan. As long as Angor and the others could reach the Hall of Wisdom, the Ruler of Wisdom would be able to protect them and let them leave safely. This plan was the continuation of the first one. The first one was a bit too weak. With this plan, it could be considered a complete aftermath. However, Angor still believed that they should not rely too much on the Ruler of Wisdom. Instead, they should rely on themselves. For example, when they were in the Chamber of Poetry, they should be ready to open a plain passageway and escape at any time. It was not that they did not trust the Ruler of Wisdom. But by the time they escaped from the Chamber of Poetry, it might be too late. All the wizards here knew that something could happen at any time, and they only had one chance. Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. Therefore, escaping from the Clear Sky Poetry Room was the most ideal clear sky. The aftermath mentioned by the wise ruler all referred to after everyone left the Clear Sky Poetry Room. However, the reality was that they might not have the time to leave the Clear Sky Poetry Room. Therefore, the wise ruler's plan was only to be listened to. Even the wise sovereign himself had only briefly explained it, and this was enough to see. No one blamed the wise ruler. With his position, it was indeed difficult for him to extend his hand into the Clear Sky Poetry Room. Therefore, the only thing he could mention was what happened after everyone left the Clear Sky Poetry Room. And in the Clear Sky Poetry Room, if they met with an accident, they could only pray for good luck. After dealing with the aftermath, the wise ruler looked at everyone. Do you have any other questions regarding the Clear Sky Poetry Room? After a moment of silence, Angor spoke again. There shouldn't be any more challenges on the way from the Sage Hall to the Chamber of Poetry, right? The man named Alao told him that he might be stopped by otherworldly infant spirits after leaving the Hall of Wise Men. However, he still asked this question because he wanted to know if the wise man knew anything about the infant spirits from otherworldly worlds. I don't know. If I take over the magic array outside the Chamber of Poetry Room right now, Adonis will only be alerted. That won't do you any good. Based on what we've seen so far, there won't be any challenges for the rest of the journey, the wise ruler said, because the biggest challenge is outside the Chamber of Poetry Room. Not everyone can go in. You have to remember this. Also, think about it again. Do you really want everyone to go in? The wise ruler emphasized again. We know. We'll think about it carefully. Angor nodded. Angor had asked everyone whether they should go in together, and they all agreed. However, after hearing Xiaobao's explanation, they had a better understanding of the Chamber of Poetry Room. Whether they would change their minds or not would require further discussion. However, the discussion of this matter could be put off for later. Based on the wise ruler's answer, Angor was sure that the wise ruler didn't know about the infant spirits from another world. Should he tell the wise ruler about the infant spirits from another world? Olio didn't want Angor to tell the wise ruler about it. Besides, Olio sounded very cautious about the wise ruler. Angor thought about it and decided not to tell the wise ruler about the infant spirits. At least, he didn't sense any kindness from Olao, not malice. As for the wise ruler, ever since he realized that Angor could sense emotions, he had been hiding his emotions very well. In this case, Angor was more inclined to trust the wise ruler. Besides, Angor couldn't explain how he learned about the infant spirits from another world. Therefore, it was best to keep it a secret for now. Next, the wise ruler asked everyone if they had any more questions. This time, no one spoke. Since no one has any more questions, the wise ruler said, "We'll stop here. I wish you all the best." He paused for a moment and continued, "Now, let's talk in private." With that, the wise ruler's body suddenly blurred. When he regained his vision, he saw two identical one-eyed young men sitting on the sofa. One of them was looking at Angor, while the other was looking at Black Earl. Without a doubt, they were talking to Angor and Black Earl respectively. However, Dorcas wasn't happy about this. "What about me? My sunlight sanctuary is still in the arena. Didn't you say you're going to compensate me?" The two wise rulers looked at Dorcas at the same time. Dorcas, who had been hooting, instantly lowered his voice and posture. One wise ruler was already intimidating enough. Two wise rulers were even scarier. I can, wait, Dorcas stuttered. The wise ruler stared at Dorcas for several seconds. Then, the two wise rulers' bodies blurred again. Dorcas' eyes brightened up. Was the wise ruler going to create a third clone for him? Several seconds later, the wise ruler's body became clear again. The wise ruler had indeed created a third clone, but it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. It was a palm-sized person. He sat on the edge of the table and swung his legs in the air while looking at Dorcas. He. Dorcas pointed at the palm-sized young man and couldn't find the right words to say. "I hate it when people point at me." The young man humphed. Despite his small size, his aura was no weaker than the wise ruler's. Dorcas quickly pulled back his finger. "You, come with me." The young man jumped down from the table and walked toward the door. He saw Dorcas standing there, so he turned back and asked, "You want the treasure, right? Or are you interested in something in this room?" Dorcas hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. There were many books in the room, and knowledge was valuable. However, when Angor was talking to Xiaobao earlier, Dorcas sneaked a peek at the books in the room. Half of them were magazines, while the rest were books with covers Dorcas couldn't understand. There were also notes written by the wise ruler, but Dorcas didn't dare to look through them. Of course, the wise ruler's notes were the most valuable. However, there were also many travel books next to the notes, most of which were written by fine worder. Dorcas couldn't figure out what the wise ruler was going to write about. For now, he wouldn't use these as his treasures. After Dorcas left with the young man, the wise ruler opened two more doors in the room, each leading to a different room. Angor and Black Earl each took their own room. The wise ruler didn't forget about Kale and Wai, who were still in the study. "I told Xiaobao to come here. You can choose from the books in the study, but please ask for Xiaobao's opinion." The wise ruler was being very sincere. He didn't limit the number of books Kale and Wai could read. This meant that the faster they read, the more knowledge they would gain. Leaving Kale and Wai's excitement aside, Angor had already arrived at a dark room. There were no objects on the floor. Instead, there were several oil lamps on the wall that were giving off dim light. They weren't meant to illuminate the room. Instead, they were meant to illuminate the murals on the wall. There was nothing else in the room, but there were many murals on the walls. The murals were brightly colored, as if they were freshly painted. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that some of the murals were darker, while others were lighter. It was as if someone had painted the murals layer by layer to keep them fresh. As for the content of the murals, this is the Nether City from 10,000 years ago. It was prosperous, wasn't it? The wise ruler's voice came from behind. Angor nodded. It's quite a unique place. I know, the wise ruler said, compared to the supernatural cities we see now, it's much more mundane. However, this is the most prosperous city in my memory. This city carries everything that I am. My knowledge, my understanding, my fate, my past, and my future. Everything about me is in this city. It's as if they've become part of my blood, flowing inside my body, and they can't be separated. So, when I'm bored, I come here to add new colors to the murals. Over and over again, so that I won't forget about the prosperous past. I thought the wise ruler wouldn't dwell on the past. I'm not a human, the wise ruler said. So you're saying that humans are more forgetful? The wise ruler shook his head. No. Humans are better at letting go. Angor chuckled and didn't comment on that. If Dorcas was here, he would probably start arguing right away. There were billions of humans, and many of them had great obsessions. Otherwise, why would so many people die because of their obsessions and become undead? As for the outcome of the argument, well, it wouldn't. Even if Dorcas backed down, it was only because the wise ruler was too powerful. When it came to reasoning, or arguing, Dorcas always believed that he was the winner. This is me when I first came to Nether City. The wise ruler suddenly pointed at a corner of the murals. Angor looked at it and saw a trembling three-eyed blue demon. Even from the murals, Angor could tell that the three-eyed blue demon was scared and didn't know what to do. As for the reason, Angor could tell by looking at the murals. There were many humans standing around the three-eyed blue devil. Without exception, all of them were sorcerers. They were wearing luxurious sorcerer robes as they floated in midair. Their spiritual tentacles were connected to each other, forming a huge net. The net surrounded Nether City, which had been shrunk down in an exaggerated way. It meant that the entire city was under the protection of these wizards. Angor's eyes narrowed when he saw a wizard wearing a necklace that looked like a heartguard plate. The wizards didn't have many facial features, but they all had unique items on them to show who they were. The heartguard plate necklace was the wizard's symbol. Angor wasn't looking at the necklace. Instead, he was looking at the familiar golden bird emblem on the heartguard plate. He saw a lot of similar emblems in the warden's room in Nether City. Back then, Angor assumed that the golden bird emblem belonged to the warden's family. Could the wizard in the murals have something to do with the warden? The wise overseer also noticed Angor's gaze and looked in the same direction. When the wise overseer saw the wizard wearing the heartguard plate necklace, he raised an eyebrow and spoke to Angor in a meaningful tone. That's Warden Franklin, the ruler of Stairs of Hanging Prison. I didn't think you'd recognize him at first sight. Angor looked at the wise overseer's inquisitive gaze and said, I don't know him. It's this emblem. The wise overseer smiled and didn't say anything. It didn't matter whether Angor believed Angor or not. Angor still had so many mysteries about him. Angor's identity didn't seem to have anything to do with the sewers. However, his behavior and Adani's attitude toward him suggested that he had something to do with the sewers. If Angor hadn't signed the Book of Commandments, the wise overseer might have tried to find out more. But now, well, he didn't want to waste any more time. Are these wizards the rulers of Nether City? Angor pointed at the mural. The wise sovereign, some of them were, and some of them are. There are also some like Xianxia, who are experts stationed in Nether City. Angor noticed that the wise overseer said, some used to be. Did that mean they weren't? Did they betray Nether City, or were they already dead? The wise overseer saw through Angor's confusion and chuckled. No. Most of them left. And most of them left before the great change happened. Wizards can't stay in the same place forever if they want to pursue the truth. Besides, without them, I wouldn't have become a ruler so soon. Angor nodded and looked at the highest part of the mural. It was an interesting mural. At the bottom of the mural was a trembling three-eyed blue devil, in the middle was a group of wizards, and at the very top was a human. The human only had a vague outline, and behind him was a giant golden sun. His long hair spread out and blocked the golden sun. Angor couldn't see the human's face, but the aura alone was enough to make him feel like a god descending to the mortal world. Angor looked at the wise overseer. The wise overseer stared at the figure under the golden sun with a nostalgic look. It was as if he could see through the figure and see the human who was as bright as the sun. After a long moment, the wise overseer said, He's Nether City. End of chapter. Hell. Angor repeated the name in a low voice. This city is named after him? The wise overseer nodded. What a narcissist. Angor cursed in his mind. So, you deified him? Angor looked at the hell in the murals. He no longer looked like a human being. Instead, he looked more like one of those gods created by primitive people. Deified? Why can't hell be a god? The wise overseer asked. God? Angor didn't deny it. I've heard that there are gods in many worlds. Which one is hell from? Angor's question sounded normal, but anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that he was being sarcastic. When he was young, John taught him science. When he grew up, Sunders taught him the truth. During this process, no one had ever taught him to believe in gods. John didn't believe it, while Sunders didn't care. For the humans in this world, there were gods in literature. There were also gods in the mortal world who spread the teachings of truth, kindness, and beauty. However, these gods were just tools used by the upper class to control the lower class. In the wizarding world, there were also gods. However, most of them were derogatory. Demon gods, foreign gods, evil fire gods, wild gods, and so on. There was no doubt that these were all powerful existences that needed to be addressed with the word he. However, even though it was a form of respect, just look at the names that the Magi gave them and you would know that there were no good words for them. What the sorcerers respected was their strength, not their authority as a god. From the Magi's point of view, the so-called gods were just a type of supernatural life form. As long as they were strong enough, they could be dissected and experimented on by wizards and turned into thick piles of records. When the wise overseer mentioned that hell was a god, Angor didn't show it on his face. Instead, he simply assumed that hell was an otherworldly visitor. For ordinary adepts, it was fine to turn a blind eye to otherworldly visitors. However, to the supreme cult and the will of this world, these visitors were nothing more than useless insects. Hell was born in the southern region. You don't have to be so extreme. My so-called gods are beings who have reached the pinnacle of a certain aspect, the wise overseer explained. Oh. According to the wise alchemist's explanation, gods could be considered gods, but they were different from the gods depicted in the murals. The wise god sighed in his mind when he saw Angor's reaction. Everyone had their own opinions about Nether, so there was no need to correct Angor's opinion. He simply said, when a certain aspect reaches the pinnacle, humans have a phrase that can be used to describe it. That is, a miracle. Angor almost lost his composure when he heard the word. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the wise sovereign. A miracle? Hell has created a miracle? The wise sovereign shook his head. If there really was a miracle, how could Nether City have suffered such a mishap? However, in my opinion, Nero is the most qualified person to touch a miracle. Did Nero reach the legendary level by then? The wise sovereign shook his head. He's still one step away from becoming a legend. Angor did not know what to say. A wizard who had not even reached the legendary level was dreaming of miracles. Saying that he was a laughingstock was already praising him. One had to know that there were countless thresholds between legendary and miraculous. Not to mention that Nero wasn't even a legend yet. The wise sovereign saw Angor's expression and chuckled. I'm a good judge of character. As long as you don't die, you have a great chance of becoming a legend. So, Nero was fooled by you just like that? The wise sovereign chuckled. I don't have the ability to fool Nero. When you reach that level, you'll understand what a miracle is. Speaking of which, aren't you from Brood Cavern? You can ask the 3 ancestor souls in your organization. They've seen many legends before, so they should know something about it. Also, if you ask the 3 ancestor souls seriously, I'm sure they'll come to the same conclusion. You have a great chance of becoming a legend. Have you ever heard of a psychological effect, wise sovereign? When you feel that something is going to go wrong, no matter how small that possibility is, it will always appear. So, let's leave the matter of probability in the cloud called probability. The wise overseer gave Angor a surprised look. That's quite interesting. Now that we've talked about so much, shouldn't we get to the point now? The wise ruler, aren't we talking about the main topic? I thought you'd be interested in these murals. The wise overseer walked to another wall and pointed at a mural on it. Angor frowned when he saw what the sage was pointing at. The murals depicted a man bathed in light with 4 pairs of feathered wings on his back. Below this figure, there was a group of people who also had crow-feathered wings. However, these people had either 2 or 1 pair of wings. Judging from the murals, it looked like a group of raven-winged people worshipping the strongest in their tribe. But there was a flag fluttering beside the man with 4 pairs of feathered wings. When he took a closer look at the flag, he saw a familiar emblem. Snake entangling awl, it was a pitch-black snake with a golden awl wrapped around it. The color of the awl was slightly different from the one Angor saw before, but apart from that, everything else was the same. Is that snake awl? Angor looked at the wise sovereign and waited for an explanation. You asked me what kind of experiment Nether City is conducting? The wise sovereign didn't answer Angor's question directly. Instead, he changed the topic. The murals depict the results of some experiments. The subjects of the experiments are a group of people who want to become stronger. You mean these people with feathered wings? Are they mortals? Angor frowned. The wise sovereign said, it's not necessarily ordinary people. There are also quite a few extraordinary individuals who desire to become stronger. The wise sovereign didn't deny that there were mortals among them, which made Angor feel a little uncomfortable. Wizards should solve their own problems and try not to involve mortals. This was the unspoken rule in the wizarding world. Using mortals for experiments was considered taboo in the wizarding world. I know what you're thinking. Some things are taboo, but there are always exceptions. When they are in despair, regardless of whether they are normal people or superhumans, they all yearn for a rope that they can grasp and pull them out of the abyss of death. Every single one of these people has experienced despair and thirsted for transformation. People who want to become stronger? In Angor's opinion, they were also people who were obsessed with something. But sometimes, the only thing that could support a person in the face of despair was their obsession. So the result of the experiment is to give wings to these people who want to evolve? Wings are only a sign of supernaturals. The real change came from their bodies and spirits. So the experiment was a success? Sort of. But all of the successful ones are on these murals. The wise sovereign pointed at the raven-winged people in the murals. Not a lot, but not a lot either. So most of them were given hope, only to be pushed to the brink of despair again? The wise sovereign noticed the sarcasm in Angor's tone, but he didn't mind. Reality is always cruel. The wise sovereign simply brushed it off. Angor felt a little frustrated, but he couldn't say anything. He was speaking on behalf of these people from 10,000 years ago because he thought he had the moral high ground. But he also knew that he couldn't understand the current situation if he wasn't in the present. Angor took a deep breath to calm himself down. What does this have to do with Serpent's Coil? The Sovereign of Wisdom said calmly, do you know what the serpent coiling all represents? Angor considered. I've heard of it before. It's called the emblem of Eternal Serpent. Also, it has something to do with the Bayuan people. The wise sovereign, everything you've just said can only be considered half-baked. Serpent's Coil is one of the Bayuan people. Just like the Carabits, the Shi, the Hogs, they all have so-called pure-blooded groups. Serpent's Coil is a group formed by the purest Bayuan bloodline. Let me ask you something else. You're a knowledgeable person, right? Angor nodded. In terms of classification, he was a human. But in terms of people, he was a knowledgeable person. Speaking of which, compared to the example I just gave, you knowledgeable people are the ones who don't care about pure-blooded people the least, the wise sovereign said. A knowledgeable person doesn't have anything special about them. Why should I care about them if they don't have anything special about them? Angor replied casually. You're right. That's why knowledgeable people became mainstream in the wizarding world in just 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, knowledgeable people were the same as other people. But now, more than half of the people in the southern wizarding region are knowledgeable people. Let's get back to Serpent's Coil. Serpent's Coil is a group of Bayuan people. As for their name, I don't know. Pure-blooded Bayuan people are quite xenophobic. They're great partners for cooperation, but it's very difficult to get close to them. Also, I don't think the Bayuan people want to be completely open. They just want to be recognized as humans, but they also want to keep their identity a secret. It's very contradictory. Only a handful of people in Nether City know the true name of Serpent's Quail. I belong to the category that doesn't know. As for the Bayuan people with the Serpent's Quail symbol, they call themselves the medical team, but Nether City assigned them to be the experimental team. Now you know why there's a flag on this mural, right? The Lord of Wisdom explained, because they're the ones who did the experiment. The Lord of Wisdom led Angor to the next mural and pointed at a mural in the corner. There was no one in this mural, only a giant tree with blood-red fruits on it. There was also a symbol of Serpent's Coil on the trunk of the tree. This is one of the experiments of the experimental team. They're trying to extend one's life. It worked quite well. But during the cataclysm 10,000 years ago, the tree was uprooted. We don't know where it is now. The wise sovereign then pointed to the other side of the mural. The mural depicted a garden floating in midair. The magic plants in this garden are also the work of the experimental team. But you can't see the Serpent's Coil symbol here, just like how you can't see the magic plants in the garden. The Lord of Wisdom spent the rest of the time explaining the details of the mural to Angor. These details were either directly related to the experimental team or indirectly related to the Bayuan people. Angor finally understood why the Lord of Wisdom said that the mural was the main topic. Everything he asked, including the Serpent's Coil symbol, and the Bayuan people, could be found in the mural. This is an experiment with 100 hands, and the results are not good. This is an illusion separation experiment, which is mainly used to study the brain. I heard the results were good, but I don't have any records of them. Otherwise, I'd think they'd be useful to you. Also, this is... The Sovereign of the Wise had been explaining, but in the next moment, his voice suddenly came to a halt. Angor looked at the Lord of Wisdom and saw that the Lord of Wisdom was staring at a mural. There was a familiar figure in the mural. Judging from the drifting hair and the halo in the background, it was Nether City. In the mural, Nether City's back was facing them, while there was a horizontal crack in front of him. It looked like a spatial crack, but there was something different about it. Something dark was coming out of it. The crack was thin at both ends, but the center was bloated. It looked like an eye. At the center of the mural, above the crack, was the familiar symbol of the Serpent's Coil symbol. Is this the experiment of the experimental team too? Angor asked. Lord Nether City participated in it? The Lord of Wisdom chuckled. Yes. This is related to the experimental team. But I can't tell you the details of the experiment. It's a secret. When they signed the Book of Truth, the Lord of Wisdom mentioned that he would not tell Angor about some of the experiments, so Angor was prepared for this. Still, Angor was curious to know what Nether City's experiment was about. He carefully studied the painting and memorized all the details in his mind. The Lord of Wisdom didn't want to talk about it, but as long as there was a clue, he could find the answer. And if he couldn't, he still had Dodoro. End of chapter. While Angor was thinking about the murals, the sage had already arrived at the center of the room. He sat down on the floor. That's enough about the murals. Now, let's talk about the eternal serpent emblem you mentioned, as well as the origin worshippers. He planned to create an illusion chair to sit on, but the wise man always sat on the ground. Angor didn't want to sit on such a high position. Therefore, he had no choice but to sit on the floor like the sage. Let's talk about the eternal serpent emblem first. Before that, I want to ask you something. Why do you think the eternal serpent emblem is a snake wrapped around a cone? Have you heard of the Crocex? Angor asked. The wise sovereign pondered for a moment, then hesitantly said, You mean the lesser humans? Dwarfs? Angor frowned. In a way, the Crocex were dwarfs. They were only as big as a human's palm. However, was their scientific name really the hominid race? The sage noticed Angor's confusion and explained, in the southern wizarding region, apart from humans, anyone who can be accepted by wizards and learn supernatural knowledge has to be close relatives of humans. Among them, there are the giant race, the humanoid race, the dwarf race, and the little human race. In this series of human relatives, most people would think that dwarves might be the closest to humans because there are many humans who are not taller than dwarves. Dwarfs only look a little like dwarfs, but other than that, they look just like humans. But in fact, dwarfs aren't that close to humans. They're only a little bit closer than humanoids. Dwarfs are the ones who are closest to humans. Those palm-sized dwarfs. Rumor has it that the lesser humans were actually created by some powerful extraordinary sorcerers when they were searching for the miracle path using their own bloodline. Dwarfs are basically the same as humans. Because of this, dwarfs aren't usually stopped from joining wizard organizations. However, humanoids, giants, and dwarfs aren't always accepted by wizard organizations. Angor already knew the general idea of what the sage was talking about, but this was the first time he heard such detailed information. The Sovereign of Wise's words were the same as reality. When the Crocox entered Brute Cavern, no one stopped them. The wizards were more than happy to be their teachers. Crocox? Dwarfs? Angor sighed. I thought you never heard of them, wise lord. I've seen plenty of dwarves, but I've never seen a Crocox before. However, I've read plenty of travel books about the Crocox, and I've seen plenty of them. If I remember correctly, the Crocox are protected by Dark Castle. Yes. Angor nodded. Some of the Crocox were still under Dark Castle's protection, while the others were under Angor's protection. You mentioned the Crocox? Are they related to the Eternal Snake Emblem? Sort of. A Crocox priest told me about the emblem of Eternal Serpent, but I don't think so. That priest told me that the symbol of the snake wrapped around the awl is called the Eternal Snake Emblem, and the circular awl is called the Eternal Awl. The wise sovereign raised an eyebrow. The Awl of Eternal Life? That's the first time I've heard of it. Did the descendants of the Origin worshippers give it that name? And how did the Crocox know about it? I don't know if they gave it to the Origin worshippers or not. However, the Crocox lived in Fairy World and witnessed the fall of the Serpent Nation, so they know a thing or two about the Serpent Nation. The Serpent Kingdom? The wise sovereign pondered for a moment. I've heard of it before, but I didn't know it had something to do with the Eternal Snake Emblem. As far as I know, the Serpent Kingdom is a mortal country with a flourishing medical art. Everyone who practices medicine in the Serpent Kingdom has to swear an oath before the emblem of the Serpent Kingdom. An oath? The wise sovereign frowned. Something to do with the Serpent Emblem? Angor shook his head. The oath is about how a doctor should behave. There's no mention of the Serpent Emblem. I see. The wise sovereign rubbed his chin. Based on what you said and my own theory, the Serpent Kingdom might have something to do with the descendants of the Origin worshippers. The Serpent Emblem is one of the Origin worshippers who specializes in medicine, so the Serpent Kingdom must have something to do with the Origin worshippers. That's what I thought as well. I saw a sentient black snake in the ruins of Serpent Nation. It lived for more than 1,000 years, so I thought it's the same one on the Serpent Cone. Angor pondered for a moment before he pointed at the black snake on the Serpent Cone. But now, I think I misunderstood. Angor thought the emblem of the Serpent Emblem was Eternal Snake. The snake on the emblem was a Kiso. The Serpent Emblem was Eternal Snake. But now, the wise sovereign was telling him that he had never heard of Eternal Snake before. The wise sovereign didn't say that the Serpent Emblem was Eternal Snake Emblem, but Angor was sure that the Serpent Emblem and the Serpent Emblem were not the same. In other words, Angor's previous knowledge was probably all wrong. However, the wise sovereign continued, times have changed. What I know may not be correct. Take the Eternal Snake as an example. Since the Serpent Emblem is a well-known name, it means the descendants of the Origin worshippers also recognized it. What I know is something that happened 10,000 years ago. That's enough time to turn forests into deserts and plains into ridges. So, you don't need to worry about my answer. Just use your own judgment. My answer is only a reference. While sighing, the wise sovereign spoke of the answer regarding the Eternal Snake Emblem from 10,000 years ago. The Serpent Emblem and the Serpent Emblem were not the same as Angor thought. However, the Serpent Emblem was not completely unrelated to the Serpent Emblem. As an internal organization of the Origin worshippers, the Serpent Emblem specialized in medicine and research. In wizarding terms, they were more like academies. Academies, on the other hand, focused on medical research. The most basic goal was to cure chronic diseases, while the more advanced ones were to study the source of disease. The more advanced ones were to study the microscopic and macroscopic worlds. The ultimate goal of medical research was to study eternal life. Academies in the wizarding world were like this, and so were the scholars from Earth. The pursuit of eternal life was probably the highest command center of the human body, the brain. It was a steel seal that was engraved in the minds of humans. It was not only for the sake of humanity, but also for the continuation of the brain. This was a bit of an exaggeration. However, many experiments had shown that the brain could deceive even its own thoughts. For example, the famous brainsplitter experiment. In order to deceive you, the left and right brains would make up many ridiculous reasons that other people would think were ridiculous, and you would not find anything wrong with them. Similarly, the pursuit of eternal life was also the goal of the serpent emblem. They believed that the origin worshippers were a race blessed by fate. They were the true favorites of the world's consciousness. Shouldn't they be immortal? Therefore, there were also origin worshippers who pursued eternal life. These people were the serpent emblem. The ultimate goal of the serpent emblem was eternal life. The symbol of eternal life was the so-called eternal serpent emblem. Angor believed the wise man's explanation. This had nothing to do with the core interests of Nether City, and the origin worshippers were not the only ones who were researching eternal life. Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, the wise man's explanation made sense. However, there was one thing that Angor didn't understand. Why snake and emblem? First of all, why snake as the symbol of eternal life? Also, why was eternal life just an emblem, or was Angor mistaken? Was the serpent emblem not an emblem, but a symbol? Why can't immortality be a symbol? The wise overseer didn't answer his question directly. Why can't immortality be a symbol? The wise man continued, to the origin worshippers, the continuation of their civilization can be seen as a burning flame inside an altar in an unknown dimension. So why can't eternal life be an emblem inside an altar in an unknown dimension? Angor began to understand what the sage was trying to say. An emblem inside an altar, the eternal serpent emblem. Angor muttered, what the origin worshippers are trying to do is truly against the will of the world. The wise man was pleased with Angor's quick answer. So now you know that the reason for the origin worshippers' extinction is not as simple as it seems. Xianxia couldn't figure it out even after so many years because she only saw what was in front of her. Angor did not respond. He agreed with the wise man's words. The serpent emblem's ambition was even more terrifying than he thought. Whenever the origin worshippers closed their eyes, they would see an altar burning with raging flames. This was the origin flame altar. Outsiders did not know where the altar was, but to the origin worshippers, the altar was a spiritual connection they shared. The origin flame was the source of their spirit. If the serpent emblem wanted to add an eternal serpent emblem to the origin flame altar, it meant that all origin worshippers would gain eternal life under the illumination of the eternal serpent emblem. It meant that an entire race would be upgraded into a new life form. Other people only studied immortality for themselves. But the serpent emblem's research was about improving the entire race. Even Angor was shocked by such a magnificent feat. If this was not against the will of the world, then what was? The will of the world was not against the world's consciousness or laws. It was against the will of mankind. The will of mankind. No wonder the origin worshippers slowly disappeared from the southern wizarding region. People said that the origin flame was being hunted. But this was probably just an excuse. The real reason was probably because of a small group of extremists among the origin worshippers. Among the origin worshippers, Serpent Emblem was only in charge of medicine and research. It was not hard to imagine that the other factions among the origin worshippers would also have some extreme ideas. It could only be said that success was due to the altar, and failure was also due to the altar. The altar that the origin worshippers saw when they closed their eyes shared everything about the origin worshippers. It allowed the origin worshippers to walk on a unique path, but it also pushed them into a difficult situation. Furthermore, the altars of the origin worshippers were shared. Therefore, when they encountered a predicament, all of the origin worshippers would suffer together. Did they do it? Angor asked. The wise ruler shrugged. Who knows? The snake entangling all isn't researching the eternal snake emblem in Nether City. I don't know how far they have researched the eternal snake emblem, how far they have progressed, or if they have succeeded. Aren't you curious at all, wise ruler? Angor asked. Of course I am. But if you have something more important to do, you'll put it aside. The wise ruler's tone carried a deeper meaning. Something more important to do? The wise sovereign, that's right. There are many things I need to do in Nether City. For example, there are some important experiments. The wise ruler purposely paused and looked at Angor. Angor knew what the wise ruler was trying to do. The wise ruler was trying to entice Angor into asking about the experiments. Oh, I see. What kind of important experiment is it? Angor followed the wise ruler's lead. According to the rules, I can't tell you that. Then what do you mean by that? The wise ruler continued, but if you're willing to become a participant, I can tell you the truth. Participant? The chief wise sovereign means to say that these experiments are still going on? The wise ruler shook his head. No. All the experiments have been stopped. Then the chief sovereign of the wise wishes for me to restart these experiments? No. I don't agree with the wise ruler. It's just that other sovereigns or Nether City need them. Since they're already stopped, let them continue. By participant, I mean the relationship between Serpent Emblem and Nether City. What's the relationship between Serpent Emblem and Nether City? Cooperation. Angor quickly understood. Basically, it was just an alliance. It was similar to the friendship between Phantom Island and Dark Castle. However, he knew what he was capable of. Iron Granny was the reason why he was so confident and dared to talk back to anyone. Without that, Angor would have to keep his head down. Even if he was talented in alchemy, he couldn't do it alone. Besides, the wise ruler was also an alchemist. It was just that his research was in a different direction. Alchemy, on the other hand, was different, but it still led to the same goal. Angor didn't think the wise ruler was interested in him. The wise ruler was more interested in the organization behind Angor and Brute Cavern. Angor could accept the proposal in his own name. But if he accepted it on behalf of Phantom Island or Brute Cavern, he would be overstepping his authority. Also, what was cooperation? It wasn't a one-sided effort. It was a community of mutual benefits. Only when both sides had something to gain from it could they reach an agreement. What could the underground sewers possibly offer to cooperate with Brute Cavern? What could possibly be worth Brute Cavern's sacrifice? So far, the answer was no. There was no way Angor would agree to it. End of chapter. The Lord of Wisdom felt a little disappointed at Angor's refusal, but he also understood why Angor refused. Indeed, Angor and the Lord of Wisdom couldn't reach a balance. Besides, Brute Cavern was a giant organization, and Angor wasn't the only one who could control it. The Lord of Wisdom planned to deal with Angor first, then leave the rest to him so that he could slowly convince the organization behind Brute Cavern. But since Angor refused, the Lord of Wisdom had to give up. The Lord of Wisdom was a little disappointed, but he didn't mind it too much. After all, Angor wasn't his real target. His real target was Dark Earl, who was talking with the Lord of Wisdom in another room. Work together? Dark Earl looked at the young man in front of him and spoke in a disdainful tone. What's so valuable about this broken Nether City that I'm willing to work with you? The Lord of Wisdom sat on the ground with his legs crossed and his head lowered. He was looking at the curvy patterns on the ground. As Dark Earl wondered what was going on, the ground suddenly glowed. The Dark Earl did not react to the glimmer on the ground because he did not sense any malicious intent or killing intent. 2 seconds later, the light gathered and formed a picture on the ground. If Angor was here, he would see that the picture was actually a mural in the room they were in. The mural depicted a panoramic view of Nether City. Although it was called a panoramic view, the mural only depicted the landmarks of the city. It wasn't anything special because it was a map of Nether City's surface. As long as one was willing to look for it, they could easily find it. The only difficult part was the map of the underground sewers. Dark Earl looked at the map and didn't know what it meant. The Lord of Wisdom pointed at a tall building with a white spire. Do you know where this is? The Black Earl said indifferently, the wise ruler wants to say that the Noah clan once belonged to Nether City, so the current Noah clan must cooperate with Nether City? Naturally, the Black Earl recognized this white steeple building. In the Noah family's vault, there were more detailed records of this building. Because this building used to belong to the Noah clan. What will you say if I say yes? Black Earl, not enough. Hearing the Black Earl's reply, the wise sovereign smiled. The Black Earl did not reject him directly. Instead, he said, "It's not enough." This meant that the Black Earl did not reject the fact that the Noah clan had once belonged to Nether City. Moreover, this was also another form of bargaining. It wasn't impossible for them to work together. But just relying on what happened 10,000 years ago was not enough. The wise sovereign gave the Black Earl a look, and then he slowly moved his finger, moving it to a seemingly simple but rather large domed palace next to the white spire. The Black Count thought that the wise sovereign was going to continue asking him about the palace, but he didn't. The wise ruler, "I won't ask you about this building. I believe that even if you knew, you wouldn't know everything." The Black Earl snorted and didn't say anything, waiting for the wise ruler to speak. "This building is known as the Pura Library." "Pura Library?" the Black Earl repeated. He seemed to be confused by the name. "Weird name, right?" The wise sovereign, "This is the name given by the city lord. The reason why it is named Puru is because before I became a sovereign, I gave the city lord the name Puru." The Black Earl was stunned. "This is the wise sovereign's true name?" The wise sovereign shook his head. "When I first met Nether City, I was a bit wary, so I gave him a random name. But Nether City." Sigh, he knew that it wasn't my true name, but he still used Puru as the name of this library. The Black Earl, "Is there a deeper meaning behind the wise sovereign's words?" The wise sovereign, "There's no deeper meaning. I just want to tell you that the Pura Library is actually my territory. Before I moved to the stairs of Hanging Prison, I lived in the Pura Library. The area around the Pura Library is also under my jurisdiction. This includes your Noah clan's territory. The fate between me and your Noah clan isn't just because of Augustine. I know many of your Noah clan's people, and I've also witnessed their growth." The Black Earl, "Is the wise sovereign planning to continue playing the emotional card? If that's the case, my answer is still not enough." As a descendant of the Noah family, Black Earl was definitely respectful to his ancestors. However, 10,000 years was too long, so long that his impression of his ancestors was only a row of names on a piece of paper. Strange and cold. The wise sovereign, "You're even more impatient than Angor. Young man, why don't you listen to me first?" The Black Earl was taken aback. He remained silent for a moment and said, "Forgive me for my rudeness." The wise ruler smiled and said carelessly, "The reason why I said that is because I am not indifferent to your Noah family." The wise sovereign paused and continued, "I have a secret that even Adonis doesn't know about. It's about your Noah clan. Do you want to hear it?" Black Earl, "This is also part of the deal? Or is it a part of our cooperation?" The Sovereign of Wisdom shook his head. "Neither. Just treat it as me giving you a secret for free." Since it was a free gift, the Black Earl naturally wouldn't refuse. The wise sovereign, "This secret of mine involves the ancestors of your Noah clan. However, it's not Augustine or your old friends from 10,000 years ago. It's about the people who are considered missing by the Noah clan." The Black Earl immediately understood. "You mean the Noah clan members who were thrown into the Sea of Mirrors by Adonis and had their memories erased?" The wise sovereign nodded. "Correct. The Hollow people who were exiled. Due to my contract with Adonis, I can't help them directly. However, I'm the one who arranged everything after they left the Mirror Domain. Originally, the Sea of Mirrors and the rest of the arrangement should be left to Hidden Slave. However, I convinced Hidden Slave to let Big Treasure and Little Treasure take care of him. I made them understand the principles of life again, establish new values, and teach them how to regain their past abilities. These were all done by my people." The wise sovereign looked at the Black Earl and slowly said, "Every one of them." At this point, the Black Earl was truly shocked. Regardless of whether the wise sovereign was taking care of these people because he had a good impression of the Noah clan, or if the wise sovereign had other plans, none of this was important. Because the wise sovereign's words indicated that he knew where all the Hollow people were and had a complete grasp of their current situation. In fact, these emptiness hearts felt gratitude towards the Sovereign of Wisdom. After all, it was the wise sovereign who taught them how to return to society. The Black Earl could ignore the Noah ancestors from 10,000 years ago and ignore the Noah clan members who left the southern region. However, he couldn't ignore these Hollow people. Ever since he learned of the existence of this group of people, even though the black girl didn't show any attitude on the surface and didn't make any comments, he had never let it go in his heart. The black girl had even decided to ask Adonis about this matter when he went to the Clear Sky Poetry Room. As for the reason, it was very simple. Everything was for the Noah bloodline. The Noah bloodline was a transcendent bloodline and had a special talent. This was also the pride of the Noah clan. This was because they didn't even need to fuse with other bloodlines to refine, polish, and cleanse their own bloodline. Even though it couldn't compare to the bloodlines of some demons or higher life forms, it was already very good. Moreover, if it couldn't compare to the demon bloodline, then it was fine to make up for it. It wasn't like they couldn't fuse with a new bloodline. Hence, the Noah bloodline was a foundation with a lot of potential. It could increase one's own strength and wouldn't be rejected by other bloodlines. However, while the Noah bloodline had its strengths, it naturally also had its weaknesses. However, its weakness wasn't that there was a problem with the bloodline, but that it was a crime to possess a treasure. The bloodlines that sorcerers fused with were usually non-human transcendent life forms. It wasn't that they couldn't fuse with human bloodlines, but human bloodlines were usually nothing special. However, the Noah bloodline was different. It was naturally extraordinary and belonged to humans. After fusing with it, there was almost no rejection. It was a bloodline for low-level apprentices. Bloodline sorcerers who walked the path of transformation would have no problem fusing with the Noah bloodline. This could be considered as broadening their range of abilities. However, because the Noah clan had the protection of the Black Earl, and basically all the descendants had the Black Earl's organ clones following them, no sorcerers would take such a huge risk to deal with the Noah clan's descendants. Therefore, the phenomenon of the Noah bloodline being forcibly seized was very rare. Now, a group of hollow people had appeared. They didn't have the memories of the Noah clan, but they had the Noah bloodline. If they were discovered, the Noah bloodline would most likely be snatched away. Moreover, many hollow people had been missing for many years. After all these years, those hollow people would have descendants. If there were talented people among the descendants, the Noah bloodline would be activated, and there would be a risk of it being snatched away. From the Black Girl's point of view, this was a huge problem. The uniqueness of the Noah bloodline had allowed the Noah clan to reach their current peak. However, if someone also possessed the Noah bloodline and clearly knew the strengths and weaknesses of the Noah bloodline, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the Noah clan? Also, if someone with the Noah bloodline were to be obtained by a sorcerer who specialized in curses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, for the Black Earl, the most important thing was the bloodline. However, at the same time, he also hoped to find the hollow people and the Noah clan members who were still alive. This was an emotional tie that belonged solely to the Noah clan. Hence, when the wise ruler mentioned the aftermath of the hollow people, the Black Girl really couldn't sit still. "Where are they now?" the Black Girl asked casually. There was no sense of urgency in his voice. The wise ruler replied, "Which one are you asking about?" The Black Girl was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about which ancestors of the Noah clan had gone missing. However, before the Black Girl could think of anything, the wise ruler waved his hand, "Forget it. Even if you say their names, I won't know who they are." After their memories were washed away, they had new names and new identities. Everything in the past has already vanished into thin air, including their original names. "Then how many of them are still alive?" the Black Girl asked. "Quite a few. They're all supernaturals, after all. It's not hard to ask for them to live." The wise ruler answered every question, but he didn't give any useful clues. Even if he did give some clues, such as many hollow people are still alive, Black Earl would only see it as a bargaining chip for the wise ruler. The Black Earl closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. A long time later, after a long time, another Sovereign of Wisdom walked in from outside, merging with the Sovereign of Wisdom in front of the Black Count. This meant that the wise ruler was done talking. Now, the Black Earl was the only one left. Only then did the Black Earl slowly open his mouth and say, "I can represent the Noah family to cooperate with you, but there are 3 conditions." The wise sovereign said, "Speak." "The cooperation is limited to what I can do without harming the Noah clan's interests. If you want hell to return to its former glory, I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Rebuilding hell wasn't something that could be done in a day. Besides, there was no profit to be gained from it. In fact, it was highly likely that hell would suffer the same fate as before. Hell was being targeted not only because of outsiders, but also because of the city's own style of doing things. Therefore, hell had many enemies. If the Black Earl helped the wise ruler to rebuild hell, the Noah clan would have to face these unwarranted hostility as well. The wise ruler said, "Fine. The cooperation I'm talking about is similar to what traveling merchants do in the outside world. However, they don't know the truth about the underground sewers, nor do they know about my existence. It's an unintentional cooperation. What I need is a clear target. I also won't put the burden of rebuilding Nether City on the Noah clan. Also, the glory that we hope to regain is not just this hell's ruins that are empty in appearance." The Black Earl snorted. He knew what the wise ruler meant. The wise ruler was talking about hell's ruins in a material sense and hell's ruins in a spiritual sense. Hell's ruins in a material sense meant rebuilding hell's ruins, while hell's ruins in a spiritual sense meant gaining the approval of the southern wizarding region. Neither was easy, but the latter was especially difficult. The Black Earl said, "There's also a second point. I need to know all the information about the underground sewers." The wise ruler said, "I can only say that the degree of cooperation depends on the degree of information I'll give. I want all the information, unless our goals are completely the same. Are you willing?" If their goals were completely the same, it meant that the Black Earl had taken the wise ruler's baton, and the burden of rebuilding hell's ruins fell on his shoulders. This was something the Black Earl was absolutely unwilling to do. Cooperation was cooperation, and it could only be cooperation. If you're unwilling to give me all the information, then in this short cooperation, I want to maintain absolute independence. If I'm willing to do it, I'll agree. If I'm not willing to do it, don't force it." The wise ruler said, "Fine. However, this is a good condition for you. If you don't agree to anything, then there's no point in our cooperation. Therefore, we need some time to do some preliminary cooperation to determine the bottom line of both sides." The Black Earl nodded, agreeing to the wise ruler's suggestion. Then, the Black Earl raised the last point: "I need all the information about those hollow men you speak of, including their current situation, their current location, and information about their descendants." The wise ruler chuckled, even though the Black Earl had brought up the matter of the hollow men at the very end. However, he knew that the Black Earl was most concerned about this group of clansmen who had been left behind. "Fine. However, what I want to say is that I can provide you with all the information about those who are still in the southern region. However, some of them have joined the various major organizations, and the information I can provide is limited. Little Treasure's subordinates have no way of entering these organizations to obtain information. Also, a portion of them have left the southern region. I don't know much about these people, so what I can say is limited." The wise ruler thought for a moment, then nodded, agreeing with the wise ruler's words. The wise ruler couldn't control those who had left the southern region, and neither could the Black Earl. However, the Black Earl, as one of the most powerful adepts in the southern region, had ways of coming into contact with those who had joined the various major organizations. As long as he could come into contact with them, it wouldn't be hard for him to obtain more information about them. After both sides came to an agreement, the wise ruler and the Black Earl only confirmed the verbal agreement. Neither side mentioned the next step of the contract. Since the Black Earl was only a clone, if they wanted to sign a more formal contract, the Black Earl's main body would have to come in person. Due to the contract, the Black Earl couldn't contact his main body right now. The real contract would have to wait until after the exploration. It was already an hour later when everyone gathered in the Sage Hall. Dorcas's expression was one of joy, and the corners of his mouth curved up from time to time. However, every time he did so, he was afraid that someone would notice, so he immediately adopted a serious attitude. From this, it could be seen that the treasure which Dorcas had acquired from the Sovereign of the Wise should have been quite satisfactory. On the other hand, Y and Kale couldn't hide their joy at all. They had read a lot of books in the study, many of which could not be found in the outside world. Or rather, they couldn't access them at their current level. This was all extremely valuable knowledge. Even though they only had an hour to read it, the wise sovereign didn't forbid them from using image recording stones or reading techniques to cheat. Therefore, their harvest was solid. Even if they didn't get anything from the clear sky poetry room, their trip was definitely worth it. Black Earl and Angor, on the other hand, remained calm and did not show any emotion. But for the others, it was better to talk to the Sage Hall alone. That's all I can do and say. If you have nothing else to ask, let's move on. Of course, if you want to rest, you can stay here for a while longer. But the longer you stay here, the more time the goddess will have to prepare. I'll leave it to you to decide what to do. The Sage Hall waved a hand, and the door on the other side of the hall opened. Looking into the depths of the hall, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Only gusts of cold wind could be felt blowing in. Everyone discussed in the spirit bond for a while and finally decided to move on. Before leaving the hall, Angor patiently asked Y and Kale if they wanted to keep going. Angor believed that both Kale and Y could stay in the Sage Hall. At least they would be safe here. But the road ahead was always unpredictable. No one could guarantee their safety. Angor might have some trump cards, but Kale and Y were just apprentices. If they ran into danger, Angor couldn't guarantee their safety. I won't give up, Kale answered without hesitation. Even though Laplace had told Kale that this was not where he belonged. But Kale still wanted to continue. He wanted to prove that his passion for historical ruins wasn't just because he was influenced by the remnant soul, but also because he truly loved it. In the eyes of others, Kal-El's choice was a form of stubbornness. But as outsiders, they couldn't say much. Furthermore, Kale was using the excuse of proving the truth in his heart as an excuse to continue forward, so they couldn't stop him. Perhaps this was a barrier in Kale's heart, or a demonic barrier. If he didn't cross it himself, it was very likely that he would disappear forever. Thus, no matter how dangerous the path ahead was, Karel wouldn't give up. Y's answer was the same as Kal-El's. He intended to continue. Y was a descendant of the Noah clan. If he didn't dare to go to the place of his ancestors, then he probably wouldn't have the courage to walk his own path in the future. Wanting to catch up to Dorcas was even more impossible. However, Y was very decisive when he made the decision, but after he made it, he began to worry. In the next second, Y's actions opened everyone's eyes. Y walked to Dorcas's side and pulled on his sleeve, asking seriously, "Do you feel sorrow and pain in your heart right now? Do you feel as if the sky is falling down?" Dorcas was a bit confused. He didn't know what Y meant, but he still answered honestly, "No." Y let out a sigh of relief when he heard Dorcas's answer, "That's good. I should be safe." Hearing Y's words, everyone realized that Y was using Dorcas as a danger detector. Dorcas's perception was very strong. Since Dorcas didn't feel sorrow, Y felt that he would be fine. Dorcas was stunned for a moment before he realized what Y meant. He couldn't help but say, "What makes you think I'll feel sorrow? Let me tell you, even if you die here, I won't feel sad at all. Using me as your tester won't work." Dorcas's words expressed that he didn't care about Y's safety at all. However, Y pretended not to hear. Y knew Dorcas all too well. The man was a man of integrity. When they were adventuring together, Dorcas once thought that Y was dead and became depressed for half a year. That was why Dorcas was such a person. What's more, Y had saved Dorcas' life many times, and he had truly saved Dorcas' life. Knowing Dorcas's personality, Y's death before he could repay Y's kindness would definitely become a thorn in Dorcas's heart. Therefore, Y didn't care about Dorcas's solemn words at all. He simply ignored them. After choosing to continue onwards, they didn't waste any more time. They bade farewell to the wise sovereign and headed towards the next tunnel. The wise ruler didn't say anything to stir up the crowd. He simply watched them disappear into the depths of the passage. He had said what needed to be said, and he would do what needed to be done in the future. Now, it was up to them to find a way to get out. Count Black could come out without a doubt. Even if his clone died, his main body would still come. However, working with Count Black was only the wise ruler's last resort. The wise ruler still cared about Angor, who was an unpredictable chess piece. Perhaps Angor was the only one who could stir up new waves in this stagnant chess game. Lord Ruler, I just received word from my mother that Lady Goddess might have set up a trap ahead, a voice suddenly reached Count Black's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a dark hole in the wall. It's Airbao. Airbao asked, should we inform them, Lord Ruler? The wise ruler shook his head. No need. Lady Goddess will do everything she can to stop them. They knew this as well. Therefore, they were prepared for the dangers ahead. It doesn't matter if you inform them or not. Besides, I have an agreement with Lady Goddess. I won't control the magic array around Fairsky Poetry Room unless it's absolutely necessary. If you go there, Lady Goddess will suspect that I've broken the agreement. It's not the right time yet. As for when the right time would come? When Angor's group successfully left Fairsky Poetry Room, the wise ruler would take the initiative to intervene. The wise ruler didn't want to interfere right now, but he still walked to the deeper part of the hall, the place he referred to as his bedroom. Technically speaking, this place was the wise ruler's bedroom when he was in his original form. However, it wasn't just a bedroom. There was also a secret chamber hidden inside, which was a core node of the underground water channel magic array. There wasn't a core node here before. However, after the incident in Hell, the remaining sovereigns worked together and moved the core node to the wise ruler's hall. This was because the wise ruler had the longest lifespan, and he would be the only sovereign who remained conscious in the future. After that, the other sovereigns all fell into slumber, waiting for the day when Hell's glory would return. The wise ruler, on the other hand, had been guarding the core node for 10,000 years. The wise ruler couldn't control the core node to help Angor right now. However, their auras were recorded in the Book of Truth. The wise ruler could use their auras and the magic array to sense their approximate location. If Angor's group was seriously injured before they reached the Chamber of Poetry, the wise overseer would still come to their aid. Whether it was Angor or Black Earl, helping them was much more beneficial than leaving them in the lurch. Angor's group walked out of the wise ruler's hall and returned to the dark tunnel. 1 second ago, they were still in the warm and comfortable wise ruler's hall, and the next second, they found themselves in a long, cold tunnel with no end in sight. For a moment, they felt as if time had changed. Good. It's a bit dark here, but at least there's no stench, Dorcas muttered. Everyone agreed. Previously, on their way to the Sage Hall, they could smell a faint stench, especially when they reached the fork in the road. One of the forks in the road was so stinky that it almost reached the sky. If they didn't run fast enough, they would have fainted on the spot. The tunnel they were in now was also dark, but there was no stench, which meant they didn't need to go to the sewer. This was a very good experience for them, especially for the Black Earl. Dorcas's words could be considered to have broken the silence. The atmosphere didn't continue to turn cold because of the unknown path ahead, but instead became warm again. Dorcas looked around and fixed his gaze on Angor. What did you talk about with the wise ruler? Did he give you anything good? Angor glanced at Dorcas without saying anything. Earlier in the hall, Angor already noticed that Dorcas was curious about him and Black Earl, as if he was certain that they got something good. He always wanted to ask about it, but he never got the chance. Now, as soon as they left the hall, Dorcas couldn't wait any longer. He didn't dare to ask Black Earl, but he still dared to provoke Angor. Just tell me. It's nothing shameful. Dorcas wanted to put an arm around Angor's shoulder like they were good friends, but Angor simply moved faster and dodged Dorcas' hand. Since it's a private conversation, it's something I can't tell anyone, Angor said in a plain tone. Dorcas wasn't discouraged and continued to pester, if you can't say it, then don't say it. Why don't you pick and choose what you can? Angor wanted to say that there was nothing he couldn't tell, but he knew Dorcas wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Let's not talk about me first. What about you? What did you get from the wise ruler? Nothing. What can I get? Anyway, it's just some useless stuff. Dorcas began to evade the topic when it came to his gains. The Sunlight Shrine belongs to me, and I'm not the only one. In other words, what you got is, how is that the same? Dorcas quickly cut him off. I'm yours now, aren't I? Get straight to the point. Angor moved away from Dorcas in disdain. Dorcas didn't mind at all. Let's not talk about anything else. I gave up my most precious freedom, so it should be mine. Angor gave Dorcas a meaningful look. The guy was still talking about his freedom, but now he was willing to throw it away for some petty profit. Still, this was a formal declaration that Dorcas was willing to work for Angor and Phantom Island. I'm just talking to the sage about Sweet Dream, he said in a plain tone, and that's all. After talking about the origin worshippers, his experiment, and the snake entangling all, Angor decided to talk about Sweet Dream. Sweet Dream? You want to trade it with the wise ruler? Dorcas asked in surprise. The others also looked at him. Angor and the wise ruler must have talked about more than that, but they couldn't force Angor to tell them anything else. Angor's words alone were enough to make them curious. You think the wise ruler will give up a mystery item with positive buffs? Angor asked in an annoyed tone. Unless Angor could really help the wise ruler rebuild the glory of hell, he didn't think the wise ruler would give him Sweet Dream. So you're talking about it for research? Dorcas asked. Dorcas was right. Angor was planning to research Sweet Dream. However, the others thought that Angor was studying Sweet Dream to make a mystery item for himself. He only wanted to see if he could use Sweet Dream to pull it into the dream wasteland. Since they were both mystery items related to dreams, he didn't know how to do it. What did the wise lord say? Dorcas asked curiously when Angor nodded. Nothing much. We'll talk about it after I get out of the Chamber of Poetry in one piece. Although Angor said so, the wise overseer actually agreed to his request. Borrowing Sweet Dream wasn't a big deal for the wise ruler. However, the wise ruler also asked Angor to tell him more about what happened in the Chamber of Poetry. Angor was right. If he wanted to study Sweet Dream, he had to get out of the Chamber of Poetry first. Apart from that, did you talk about anything else? If you don't want to talk about it in public, you can talk to me in private. We'll work together in the future. That's all I can say. Oh, I remember now. The wise ruler invited me to work with him. Work with him? What does he think? How do I know what he's thinking? Angor rolled his eyes. Did you agree? Angor was going to yell at Dorcas for his endless questions, but this time, he heard a different voice. It sounded like the Dark Earl's voice. He turned around and saw Count Black's nostrils pointing at him. Fine, it wasn't like. It was the Dark Earl who asked. Angor didn't dare to lose his temper. No. I'm not just representing myself. I have Phantom Island and Brute Cavern behind me. I won't agree. As for the Sovereign of the Wise, he didn't say anything more. Angor looked at the Dark Earl. Do you care about this, Mr. Dark? Angor already knew why the Dark Earl asked this question, but he didn't want to say it out loud. The Black Earl said, because he also proposed the same thing to me. And I agreed. Angor did not have the right to represent Brute Cavern and work with the Wise Lord. Even if he did, he would be careful. Nether City, the Nether Incident, and the experiments done by Nether Snake all pointed to the fact that there was more to this place than meets the eye. Brute Cavern had to face threats from both the Evernight City and the Land of Sinners, as well as deal with the arrival of Mahogany Theater. Even Mr. Rain would reject the Wise Lord's offer. Nether City had secrets and benefits. However, it had been 10,000 years since Nether City rose again. Whatever benefits it had, they were nothing more than remnants of its former glory. Brute Cavern, on the other hand, was in danger, but there were also benefits that could be seen. Angor already knew what to do. If the Wise Lord could not work with him, the Wise Lord would probably ask Dark Earl for help. However, Angor did not expect Dark Earl to agree. Did Dark Earl not see how dangerous Nether City was, or did Dark Earl still care about their relationship from 10,000 years ago? Angor looked at Dark Earl in confusion. Dark Earl seemed to know what Angor wanted to ask. He gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. What did he mean by an offer he couldn't refuse? Everyone thought for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what the wise sovereign had offered that made the Black Earl unable to refuse. Count Dark didn't plan to tell Angor about his condition. It has nothing to do with the Chamber of Solitude or this operation. Dark Earl meant that Angor did not need to worry about it. He did not intend to make any secret deal with the Wise Lord, and it would not affect their exploration. However, Angor did not care about the secret deal. He only wanted to know why Dark Earl chose to work with the wise lord. Unfortunately, Dark Earl did not seem to want to tell them. Dark Earl's sudden words caught everyone's attention. But when he suddenly shut up, everyone was curious but did not want to ask further. As a result, the air was once again filled with a tacit silence. But soon, someone broke the silence. But this time, the one who broke the silence was not Dorcas, but the Dark Earl. "I think I smell something strange," Dark Earl spoke in a hesitant tone. "Something strange?" Hearing the Black Earl's words, everyone took deep breaths, but no one smelled anything. Dorcas even used the sandworm scent-seeking technique, but he couldn't smell anything. The sandworm scent-seeking technique was actually similar to the pig's nose technique and the dog's nose technique. Its main purpose was to achieve a sharp sense of smell by transplanting supernatural organs. Most of the sandworm's eyes were fake, and they relied on smell to find food. Therefore, transplanted sandworm's sense of smell was not inferior to the pig's nose or dog's nose, and might even be better. He did know some cantrips, but he couldn't really use them. So, he summoned speed and asked the spirit to sense the smell through the air. However, Su Ling did not notice anything out of the ordinary. No one smelled anything, but no one thought that the Black Earl was lying. It could only be said that the smell was very far away from them. Only the Black Earl's nose was too sensitive to smell it. "Don't tell me you jinxed it, and there's actually a sewer up ahead?" They turned to look at Dorcas. Dorcas just said that he was lucky there was no smell, and the Black Earl said that he smelled something. What else could it be? Before Dorcas could think of a way to refute, the Black Earl shook his head. "According to my classification of smells, this isn't a bad smell. To some witches, it can even be considered a fragrance. Smells were just like the taste of food. They varied from person to person. However, wizards had a very sensitive sense of smell. Generally speaking, something that mortals found fragrant might not be perceived by wizards. Besides, fragrances often came from dirty or strange things, which made wizards more sensitive to smells. Generally speaking, the fragrances that wizards considered fragrances were created by alchemists. All the impurities were removed, leaving behind a unique aroma mixed with pheromone. The Black Earl's sense of smell was definitely sharper than that of ordinary witches. Even he believed that this was a fragrance. Then, the possibility of this happening was very small. "That woman didn't come herself, did she?" Dorcas lowered his voice. Without a doubt, the woman Dorcas spoke of was Adonis. According to the wise lord began to study fragrances in recent years. For example, that beautiful witch's eye, test subject 6163, was one of the subjects he used to experiment on. The wise lord researched fragrances for two reasons. First, it was a supplement to alchemy, and second, it was something Adonis needed. Since some time ago, Adonis had developed a passion for fragrances, which was why the wise lord provided her with all kinds of fragrances. Therefore, when Dorcas heard that it was a fragrance that the Black Earl had approved, he immediately thought of perfume, and perfume naturally corresponded to Adonis. "I don't think so," Angor hesitated. According to what he learned from the wise lord, Adonis had a clear weakness in the real world. If Adonis really wanted to deal with them, she wouldn't come to the real world. The wise lord told Angor that Adonis was most likely setting up a trap to lure them into the mirror world without them noticing. This might be troublesome for other people, but for someone like Angor who knew the difference between the mirror world and the real world, he wouldn't fall into such a trap. But now, Dorcas assumed that Adonis would come to deal with them herself. Angor didn't think it was likely. But the Dark Earl's scent couldn't be faked, which made Angor hesitate a little. "It's different from all the fragrances I've smelled before." Dark Earl considered for a moment. "Let's keep moving. It won't take long for you to smell it." However, Dark Earl still overestimated everyone's sense of smell. Or rather, he underestimated how strong his own sense of smell was. They walked for another 5 minutes, but they still couldn't smell anything. On the other hand, the Black Earl's frown grew tighter and tighter. To him, the smell was already extremely clear. But the clearer the smell, the more confused Dark Earl became. As a clone of his nose, he could identify all kinds of scents. Almost all the scents he came in contact with could be recorded in his smell library. In the Black Earl's scent database, there were very few fragrances that he could identify. Most of them were fragrances created by magi. The other scents were either strange or stinky. But this time, his sense of smell told him that it was a fragrance. But it was different from ordinary fragrances. It was more like a natural scent. It wasn't as if the Black Earl didn't have any natural scents. Some extraordinary plants would emit pure and clean scents, and these scents were fragrant even to the Black Earl. Is there some kind of supernatural plant nearby? Or some kind of special incense mine? While Dark Earl pondered, the others began chatting through their spirit bond. They weren't talking about the smell. Instead, they were trying to guess what kind of otherworldly monster they were going to run into. Angor told them 2 pieces of information. The first was that her real name was Adonis, and the second was that they would run into powerful otherworldly monsters on their way to the ruins after leaving the Hall of Wise Men. Back then, Angor claimed that he didn't know whether the 2 pieces of information were true or not, so he wanted to find out more. Now that the first piece of information was confirmed by the wise man, the second piece of information was likely to be true as well. Otherworldly creatures? Speaking of which, the ones who invaded the southern wizardry region the most in recent years are the barbarians from the barbarian world. According to the information, it's a powerful otherworldly creature. Could it be a fanatic of a barbarian god? Or a barbarian priest? Dorcas shook his head. Thanks to the floating city, there have been fewer barbarians invading the southern wizardry region recently. Also, the supreme cult can easily detect powerful barbarians entering the southern wizardry region, unless they set up a complicated ritual here. A ritual that can hide the presence of powerful barbarians would cost a lot. Would Adonis be willing to pay such a price? Not necessarily. Unless they used a sacrificial ritual. But a sacrificial ritual requires a lot of people to die. There's a traveling merchant organization watching over the area. They'll definitely notice if a large number of people die. So, it can't be from the barbarian world. Personally, I think such an otherworldly creature must have the following characteristics. It must have a way to enter the southern wizardry region, which means it must have the ability to travel through space or something related to space. Also, a pure energy creature won't attract too much attention from the world's consciousness. It must have a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, it won't listen to the summoner at all. Also, it must have a purpose for entering the southern wizardry region. That's about it. I guessed the last one, but the first 2 shouldn't be wrong. Although Dorcas refuted Wai's guess, Wai thought about it carefully and felt that Dorcas's words were not without reason, so he didn't argue with Dorcas like he usually did. Instead, he asked, "What kind of otherworld creature do you think it is?" Angor also looked at Dorcas curiously. Angor already knew what kind of monster it was. It was a baby spirit. As far as Angor could remember, a baby spirit was a low-level undead creature. But since the baby spirit was a powerful one from another world, it meant that the baby spirit might have some special abilities. Or maybe, the baby spirit was just a disguise. From Angor's point of view, Dorcas probably couldn't guess that it was a baby spirit. But Dorcas had a strong sense of perception. He might be able to guess where the baby spirit came from. Angor didn't know where the baby spirit came from. If Dorcas could give them a general idea, they might be able to gain some advantages against the baby spirit. Dorcas rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. As far as I know, there are quite a few monsters that fit the first 2 conditions. But those with a large number of powerful creatures either have energy levels similar to the southern wizardry region, or higher. The monsters from the abyss are the first to bear the brunt. There are many kinds of monsters in the abyss. Many of them can travel through the void. Some demons can even use a small support point to directly arrive at the southern wizardry region. Dorcas's first guess was also in line with Angor's idea. There were too many kinds of monsters in the abyss. It wasn't uncommon for some powerful monsters to die at birth and give birth to strange baby spirits. Besides, some demons could also come to the southern wizardry region by paying a small price. For example, a demon god could track the location of a follower and give the coordinates to his demon subordinates, which would then allow him to travel through the void and arrive at the southern wizardry region. There were also sacrificial rituals that could allow demons to come to the southern wizardry region. For example, Azaz, who was now training under Greya, had a demon behind him called Sebastian Milolis. No. Ever since Azaz and Azaz exchanged their names, Azaz was now called Sebastian Basil, while Azaz's name was changed to Milolis. Anyway, Angor thought that the baby spirit from the abyss was reasonable. Well nodded as well. There must be a reason why Adonis changed her name to Mirror Lord, right? The name Mirror Lord immediately reminds people of the abyss. It's possible that she's a guest from the abyss. It was rare for Dorcas to agree with Whale. He looked proud as he said, apart from the abyss, Loft World is also a possibility. There are many minions of evil gods in Loft World who can survive in the void for a long time. Besides, the energy level of Loft World is higher than the southern wizardry region, and there are many powerful monsters there. The only problem is that the powerful creatures in Loft World are all crazy. Even if they have intelligence, they won't listen to anyone's orders. There are also psychics from Haunt World, Evil Flame from Xianxia World, Fish Shoals from the Abyss Plane. Dorcas mentioned 4 more worlds in a row. Loft World had a higher energy level than the southern wizardry region, perhaps even comparable to the energy level of an origin world. Therefore, Loft World was singled out. As for the other worlds, there were quite a few psychics from the Haunt World lurking in the southern region. Some of them were working with some wizard organizations, so it wasn't strange at all. Evil Flame from Xianxia World was violent, but as an energy creature, the world's consciousness treated it more kindly. The same went for the Fish Shoals from the Abyss Plane. Fish Shoals sounded like material creatures, but they were actually water elemental creatures. Generally speaking, all of these fit Dorcas requirements. But I'm only talking about ordinary worlds. There are also some special ones, such as Khazadar World. Khazadar World was also the spirit plane, which made sense to Angor. Baby spirits were undead creatures. And where were the most undead creatures? Khazadar World. It was easy for undead creatures to enter Khazadar World, but it was difficult for them to leave. But this was not something Angor needed to worry about. That's about it. Dorcas had other answers in his mind, such as the Panic World. But it was too far away. So he did not mention any of these worlds. Everyone followed Dorcas's train of thought. Could it really be one of these worlds? Suddenly, Dark Earl's voice came through the spirit bond. Did you forget? There's also the Mirror Realm. Mirror Domain. Dorcas was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came back to his senses. That's right, how could he have forgotten about the Mirror Domain? The Mirror Domain was a special world, and there must be a lot of powerful creatures inside. Laplace, for example, was one of them. Adonis used her ability to travel between reality and the Mirror Domain to subdue Youthful Slave, which meant she could also subdue more monsters. There must be a lot of powerful ones among them. It made sense that Adonis would send someone from the Mirror Domain to deal with them. Now that he thought about it, the Loft World, the Abyss, and so on had to be put aside. The Mirror Realm was definitely the most likely. If it's a monster from the Mirror Domain, we need to pay attention to all the reflective surfaces around us, Wade said as he looked around for any reflective surfaces. The entrance to the Mirror Domain could be any mirror surface. As long as it could show images, even if it was water or a slightly greasy wall, Adonis could use it as an entrance to the Mirror Domain. Dorcas didn't look around like Wade. Instead, he looked at Angor. Now that I think about it, the Mirror Domain is the most likely target for Adonis to send otherworldly creatures to stop us. Speaking of which, it's been so long. Didn't you get any new information? Everyone looked at Angor. They knew that Angor had his own sources of information. Even when they were exploring the Mirror Domain together, Angor already received some useful information. For example, Angor never heard of the name Adonis before. But Angor got this information halfway through their journey. This meant that Angor's source of information was not simple. I have some information, but it's useless, Angor said. It's not as useful as your analysis. You have information? Dorcas' eyes brightened up. Whether it's useful or not, tell us first so we can analyze it. Angor didn't speak right away. Instead, he looked at Count Black. Do you have something to say, sir? Angor already sensed that Count Black was about to say something, but he didn't say anything in the middle of their conversation. Now that Dorcas had asked Angor, Angor had no choice but to ask Count Black first. Count Black remained silent for 2 seconds. "I'll tell you after you tell me what you know." Angor glanced at Count Black in confusion. Count Black's mood was definitely not something trivial. Why did he suddenly stop talking? Angor was still confused, but he didn't think too much about it. "According to my information, that otherworldly creature is a baby spirit." "Baby spirit?" everyone exclaimed in unison. "Dorcas, baby spirit? The kind that looks cute from a distance and up close? The kind of baby spirit that likes to crawl and even likes to crawl on people and plant strawberries on your neck?" Dorcas was probably the only one who would call an infant spirit cutie. "Yes, they look like black weasels from afar, but look really scary up close." "Tch," a disdainful voice came from Dorcas's mouth. "I thought it was some terrifying monster, but it's just a baby." The others didn't say anything, but they all had the same thought. What was so scary about a baby spirit? Even Count Black was surprised. He did consider the possibility that the supreme cult or the world's consciousness would notice the otherworldly monster's arrival, which meant the monster couldn't just sneak into the southern wizarding region without being noticed. Now that he knew the monster was a baby spirit, Count Black understood everything. No matter how strong a baby spirit was, there was still a limit. And as souls, the world's consciousness would not reject them. No matter which world they were in, they would eventually be pulled into Khazadar world by the soul tide. Maybe there are too many baby spirits? So many that we can't handle them? Dorcas grumbled, if there are that many baby spirits, the aura of the undead would have already reached the sky. Do you think the wise lord will just sit still? Then maybe it's the baby spirit of a powerful creature? Wei asked. Dorcas considered. That's possible. But it depends on where it's born. If it's from a powerful world like Loft World or the Abyss Plane, it's possible. Dorcas looked at Angor, hoping to get an answer from him. Angor shrugged. I don't know where the baby spirit came from. I had the same reaction as you when I heard about it. But since it's a powerful baby spirit, let's get ready. They all agreed with Angor's explanation. There were many stories in the wizarding world where people died because they underestimated their enemies. No matter how strong or weak a baby spirit was, they had to be careful. Fighting a baby spirit was like fighting an undead creature. Apprentices didn't know how to deal with undead creatures. Wizards, on the other hand, had their own ways of dealing with undead creatures. With that in mind, everyone began to prepare for the upcoming battle. Angor looked at Count Black again. The Black Earl understood and said, "What I want to say is related to the smell just now." The Black Earl paused and said with a doubtful tone, "That smell suddenly disappeared." Disappeared? The owner of that smell left? Angor asked. That's what I thought at first. But when I thought about it carefully, I realized something was wrong. At first, the smell that the Black Earl smelled was a faint fragrance. As they moved forward, although the others could not smell it, the Dark Earl could clearly sense that the fragrance was getting stronger. Based on the starting point of the smell, the distance they had traveled, and the degree to which the aroma gradually increased, the Dark Earl was sure that the source of the aroma had always been in a constant state. After coming to this conclusion, the Black Earl tried to estimate the approximate range of the source of the fragrance and estimated the linear distance between them and the source of the fragrance. However, when he was calculating, he suddenly noticed that the smell was gone. Count Black had been paying attention to the smell all this time, so he could clearly sense that the source of the smell was still in the same place. It was as if something was blocking him from sensing the smell. Something blocked the spread of the smell? Angor frowned. It didn't sound like a big deal, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that something was wrong. The tunnel wasn't a straight path. There were partitions in the middle, as well as twists and turns, which explained why they couldn't detect the smell. These partitions made it harder for the smell to spread. As for the Black Earl's sense of smell, although it was also affected by the partition, the Black Earl's sense of smell was too sharp, so it wasn't affected much. But now, even the partition did not block the Black Earl's sense of smell, and the fragrance had suddenly disappeared. This meant that an even stronger partition had appeared. And what was this even more powerful partition? Some special material? A special item? Angor didn't think that was the answer. According to the wise ruler, Adonis would never fight them in the real world. It was very likely that she set up a trap to lure them into the mirror domain. Then, was it possible that this stronger partition was a trap set up by Adonis? For example, a mirror that contained the power of space. With Adonis's ability, it was not difficult for her to set up a mirror to separate the space. If that was the case, Count Black must have found this clue from the smell. And it was an important clue. He told them about his theory, but they did not give him any positive feedback. Most importantly, Angor's speculation was too idealistic. So far, Angor's theory was just empty talk. He didn't have any evidence to prove that the smell was a trap set up by Adonis. Of course, this didn't convince the crowd. "You're right, sir." Why, who had been studying Angor's words for a long time, spoke up, "You're right, sir. Didn't we assume that the smell came from Adonis at first? Isn't it connected? Adonis set up a trap, so the fragrance on her body is covered." Everyone looked at each other. What Wai said seemed to make sense. This could be considered as evidence, right? However, there was something suspicious about this. If the aroma really came from Adonis, why did she stand there without moving? Perhaps it could be explained that Adonis was casting a spell to set up a trap, but this explanation was just them trying to deduce the result of their actions. Logically speaking, there were still a lot of suspicious points. Count Black spoke up, "There's no need to argue. What Angor said is possible. When facing an unknown situation, we need to be prepared, even if it's just a possibility." Everyone agreed. They had to be careful when dealing with the infant spirits anyway. Angor's theory only encouraged them to be more careful and observe their surroundings. It didn't add too much pressure, and there was no need to argue about it. This topic was skipped for the time being. Everyone continued to chat in the spirit bond as they continued to move forward. Angor and Count Black didn't say anything during this time. Angor felt that something was wrong. He knew that he was overthinking, but he couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. If this was really a trap set up by Adonis, they had to be careful. They could still struggle in the real world, but it was hard to say what would happen in the mirror domain. And that smell? Angor was also curious about it. If he guessed correctly, that fragrance could be Adonis's perfume, just as Vale had said. But Count Black mentioned that the smell was different from the ones he smelled before. Count Black didn't say anything about it, but Angor wondered if Count Black believed that. The smell wasn't perfume. Too bad, he didn't smell it. Angor considered for a moment and asked Count Black to use the spirit bond. Count Black didn't refuse and accepted the request. "What? Did you find something?" Count Black asked. Angor shook his head. "No. I'm still curious about the smell." "Sir, are you sure it's perfume?" "I'm not sure. It doesn't smell like something I've smelled before. However, I don't have a deep understanding of perfumes. Who knows, maybe I've already progressed to a deeper level in perfumery." "Do you have a way to simulate the smell, sir?" He sounded a little hesitant when he spoke. He could use illusions to simulate the smell, but he didn't know if other schools could do the same. If Count Black could, he would have done it already. Did that mean Count Black couldn't do it? Wasn't it a little rude to bring it up now? "I have a way, but I don't think you'll agree." Count Black had two options. The first was to temporarily switch with Angor's nose so that Count Black could simulate the smell. It wasn't difficult, but it meant that Count Black's body was directly connected to Angor's. Angor's secrets would be hard to hide from Count Black. As for the second option, Angor didn't need to worry about his own secrets. Instead, Wai would have to worry. Count Black could return to Wai's body, and Angor could use his spirit feelers to temporarily take over Wai's body. This way, Count Black could also simulate the smell. Angor was sure he could accept the second option, but it was hard to say whether Wai would accept it or not. Besides, Wai had Noah's bloodline. If Angor took over Wai's body, he would be able to find out more about Noah's bloodline, which might cause a rift between him and Count Black. So, Angor decided not to do it for now. While talking to Count Black, they reached a fork in the road. It was the first one they encountered after leaving the Sage Hall. Although it was called a fork in the road, there was actually only one choice. This was because the wall of one of the forked paths had already collapsed, blocking the path ahead. Even the magic array had started to crumble. This path was as good as scrapped. Dorcas looked at the blocked road and muttered, "Will Adonis do something at the fork in the road? Like this one, we just need to put up a mirror and we'll be able to switch sides. If we don't pay attention, we might end up in the mirror." "Anywhere, not just a fork in the road," said Y. "I'll give you an example." Dorcas and Y kept arguing as they walked toward the only path. Angor looked at Dorcas back with a thoughtful expression. Was this Dorcas' idea? End of chapter. Soon, they reached another fork in the road. Compared to the previous one, this one had more cracks on it. Fallen rocks blocked most of the path. Judging from the cracks on the walls, they could only tell that this was a fork in the road. The left path was still passable, but the right path was completely destroyed. Seeing this, V, who had been arguing with Dorcas all the way, suddenly felt his heart drop. Why is it another fork in the road? Y thought to himself. Could it be that Dorcas was right? The magic array at the fork had collapsed, and rocks were rolling down. The energy was very complicated, so there were many variables here. It was very possible that Adonis had set the trap there. V thought about Dorcas' powerful intuition and began to doubt himself. However, after their careful inspection, they did not find anything wrong with this fork in the road. Still confused, they kept moving forward. They didn't run into any more forks in the road. Just as V was about to relax, a weak voice came from their spirit bond. "Me, mister, look at this." It was Kal-El. Kal-El hadn't said anything since they left the Hall of Wise Men. Instead, he was holding a photo stone in his hand. At first, Kal-El was reading a book in the Hall of Wise Men. The others didn't bother him since he was so absorbed in reading. Besides, he also sent Valurium to protect Kal-El, so he wasn't in any danger. However, Kal-El didn't seem to be reading the book anymore. Instead, he was recording their journey with a photo stone. These recordings were invaluable first-hand information for an adept like Kale who loved to explore ruins. Everyone looked at Kale, and Dorcas asked, "What's wrong?" Kale took out an image recording stone and played the recording in front of everyone. The shadow recording stone recorded the scene when they were inspecting the fork in the road. They didn't find anything wrong with it. From the image recording stone, there didn't seem to be any problems either. "What's wrong with this?" Dorcas only looked at it briefly before asking Kal-El. He didn't think Kal-El could find anything. "At first, I didn't think there was a problem either, but my lord, look here." Kale continued to play the image from the photo stone. They left the fork in the road, and not long after, the image started to change 360 degrees. The reason for this was because Kale wanted to record every detail along the way, from the top to the ceiling, down to the ground, and so on. That was why the image kept changing. Even though he would feel a little dizzy if he was used to watching it, Kale would freeze every image and analyze it one by one. This way, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable, and he wouldn't have to worry about missing any details. Not long after the image on the photo stone played, Kale clicked pause. Then, as they continued to move forward, Kale would pause every once in a while. He paused 3 times in a row. And during the 3 pauses, the perspective was the same, facing the fork in the road. From the image, it was facing the fork in the road. But if they were brought into the environment at that time, their backs were actually facing the fork in the road. Because of this, they didn't see any changes after they left the fork. To be more precise, the fork in the road itself didn't change. What changed was that the perspective was different, so the content was different. And the content here was the cracks on the wall. Moreover, the cracks didn't just affect one wall, but 3. In other words, the 3 walls at the fork in the road. They were perpendicular to each other, forming an angle. When they were close up, they saw the cracks on different walls. At first glance, there wasn't anything strange about it. However, when Kale placed the vision in front of them, the cracks on the 3 walls connected together as if they were flat surfaces, forming a picture. Kale noticed this pattern, so he took the initiative to speak. "This pattern doesn't seem natural. But I can't tell what it is, so I wanted to ask my lord." Kale said. This so-called pattern was indeed a little confusing at first glance. It looked like a teardrop, with a long point at the top and an oval at the bottom. But the point at the top was a little too curved. Or rather, it was enchanting. Looking at it from the other side, it looked like a tadpole. They couldn't tell what the pattern was yet, but judging from the smoothness of the lines, it was definitely not natural. Kale, who discovered the pattern, did it by accident. But judging from the result, no one else noticed it. Kale deserved the credit for discovering it. Dorcas praised, "Not bad. You're still not as good as me, but you're much better than the other apprentices here." There were only 2 apprentices here. Dorcas was praising one while stomping on the other. Kale didn't know how to respond. He could only smile awkwardly. Dale didn't want to argue with Dorcas. He looked at Angor. "Mister, do you know what this is?" Since Angor and Black Earl had been observing the pattern, Dale didn't dare to ask Mr. Kale. Angor hesitated for a moment before pointing a finger in the air. The pattern on the shadow stone floated in front of everyone. The pattern on the shadow stone was fixed. They could see some abnormalities, but they weren't as clear as Angor's illusion. Angor fiddled with the illusion several times and adjusted it to a special angle. The top was a semicircle, while the bottom was a long, enchanting curve. Next, Angor reached out his hand and pointed at the semicircle. At this moment, when the crowd looked at the pattern again, they saw something. "Is this a creature with a tail?" Dale asked. The top half of the circle was the head, while the bottom half was the body and tail. Angor pointed at the center of the circle as if adding the finishing touch, which made the pattern look more like a creature. "Yes, it does look like a creature with a tail. But there shouldn't be any eyes on the wall, right?" Dorcas looked at Angor. "There isn't, but," before he could finish, Angor thought of something. "Let's go check it out." "What's wrong?" The others were confused, but they still followed him. Angor explained while walking, "If I'm not mistaken, the eye of this pattern is a broken magic array energy node." "You mean the eye is an energy node? But if you're sure, you don't have to go back and check it again, do you?" Dorcas asked. Angor frowned. "I read about some cases in books. When a magic array is damaged, if there is still energy left in the damaged part, it will accumulate at the energy node and crystallize." "Crystallize? You mean energy crystals? Magic crystals?" Dorcas was somewhat puzzled. "You want to run back just for these magic crystals? Why are you stingier than me?" Angor didn't bother to answer. Dale helped him. "You're the one who only cares about money. You only think about magic crystals as money. You never thought that magic crystals are crystals too." "Crystals?" Dorcas was surprised. He quickly realized what Vale meant. A crystal meant a facet. As long as the facet was smooth, it could reflect light and show images. It was a special mirror. In other words, they probably passed by a hidden mirror. Now Dorcas understood why Angor came back so suddenly. If it really was a mirror, they had to solve the problem first. They retreated very quickly, and soon they saw the fork in the road. Looking from afar, it was indeed the same as the image recorded by the Kale image stone. The patterns on the 3 walls formed a strange pattern due to the 3-dimensional angle. When they saw the pattern, a strange feeling suddenly pervaded their surroundings. "Be careful," the Dark Earl reminded him through the spirit bond. At the same time, he returned to Yi's body. This was also a form of protection for him. Naturally, no one dared to be careless. They secretly prepared defensive spells while searching for any signs of abnormalities in their surroundings. However, they didn't find anything. All the strange feeling, including the strange feeling, came from the cracks on the 3 walls. "What a sneaky place." Dorcas looked at the cracks and cursed. "Are you sure there's an energy crystal inside, Angor?" "Basically." Angor still didn't give him a clear answer. But right now, uncertainty was no longer important. The strange atmosphere around them was enough to tell them that something was wrong. They didn't notice the problem before because they didn't know what it was. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the cracks on the 3 walls. Naturally, a problem arose. "What should we do?" Dorcas asked. "Break the wall and take the crystal out," Angor said. Dorcas was going to say "leave it to me," but before he could, Angor spoke, "I'll do it. The magic array here is broken, but there's still danger lurking inside. If we don't handle it properly, we'll be attacked by the energy around us. Dorcas swallowed the words he was about to say. Angor walked to the wall and followed the direction of the cracks to locate the energy source. Be careful. I feel like, before Angor could finish, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Good observation skills. But this is as far as we can go. Clownfish, you promised that you wouldn't be discovered. Now I see it's just a joke. The voice was cold and indifferent. It sounded like it was coming from all directions. And they knew who it was. Adonis. Angor called her name. Humph. So that old bastard agreed to work with you. However, he should have told you that I hate this name. After Adonis finished speaking, she raised her voice and said, Clownfish, what are you waiting for? As soon as she spoke, the walls around them began to ripple. They were supposed to be broken, but now, they were showing the appearance of a mirror. Everyone quickly reacted. According to the sage's advice, they couldn't stay in the mirror area. Now was not the time to think about resistance. They had to leave the area as soon as possible. They only had two choices. One was the path they had taken before retreating, and the other was the path they had come from, which was the direction of the Sage Hall. After weighing the options, they chose to go to the Sage Hall without hesitation. They still hadn't reached the place where Black Girl cut off the scent. If Angor was right, Adonis must have set up another trap ahead. Therefore, a strategic retreat was the best choice at the moment. However, when they wanted to retreat, they found a transparent water wall that was hard to see with the naked eye blocking their path. Standing behind the wall was Adonis, who was glaring at them coldly. They didn't see the wall when they came here, which meant Adonis must have set it up after they left. The water wall completely blocked their path. If it was just an ordinary water wall, they could just find a way to destroy it. But Adonis had appeared behind the water wall, which meant that the water wall was a mirror medium. No matter how hard they tried, they would only fall into the mirror without causing any damage. The sage mentioned that Angor could go through the mirror with his bare hands, so he might be able to destroy the passage between the mirror and the outside world. However, the sage didn't know how to do that. Also, the stronger the caster of the mirror medium, the harder it would be to destroy it. Behind this wall of water stood Adonis, an existence that even the wise sovereigns of the mirror realm had to avoid. Without a doubt, they couldn't destroy the wall. Since the water wall couldn't be destroyed, their only choice now was to continue moving forward along the path they had taken before. When they changed their path, Adonis didn't say anything or stop them. If they kept moving forward, there would be more surprises waiting for them. They knew there was something wrong with this path, but they had no other choice. While running, Angor kept looking at Dorcas. Don't tell me, I know. I've already prepared a plain passageway. Tell me and I'll use it. Dorcas now knew Angor well enough to run away from a plain passageway. He was going to be Angor's follower from now on anyway, and he believed Angor would reimburse him for the materials. Angor opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He did want to tell Dorcas to prepare for the final step so that they wouldn't fall into a trap. But now, Dorcas was already answering him, which made him feel a little frustrated. Just as they were moving forward quickly, a voice suddenly rang out in the surrounding space, and this voice even had its own echo. I told you not to call me a clownfish. I'm the mermaid princess. If you keep calling me that, I'm going to call you something else too. It was an extremely charming voice, almost to the point of being pretentious. Especially when she said that she was the mermaid princess, her pronunciation of the word was so tactful that it gave everyone goosebumps. No mermaid princess can separate her eyes like that. Adonis snorted. You. If you want to come out, then cut the crap and do it. The clownfish who called herself mermaid princess spoke in an annoyed but still seductive voice, I've already done it. They can't run away. By the time she finished speaking, the group had already run several hundred meters, which was already more than they could have done before. At this moment, they saw another fork in the road. This one led to the top and bottom of the road. The upward path was blocked, while the downward path was unobstructed. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with the path, and it was normal for the path to collapse. Going up meant reaching the surface, and when Nether City fell, the place closest to the surface would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Therefore, no one doubted that the path was unobstructed. but Angor was sure that there was no fork in the road. Or rather, this place was originally an upward slope, and it was definitely not normal for there to be a fork in the road. Back in the nightmare realm, the place where Angor woke up was only one path away from the Fersky poetry room. Now, Angor could see the entrance of a cave, which led to the surface of Nether City. In other words, the Fersky poetry room was already very close to the surface of Nether City. There was definitely something wrong with this downward path. With this in mind, Angor quickly told everyone to stop. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Angor quickly explained, "There's no downward path to the Fersky poetry room. It's very close to the surface." To make it sound more convincing, Angor even asked the wise ruler to speak for him. They didn't care if the wise ruler said something like this at this critical moment. They only believed in Angor. If that's the case, let's go to the upward path. While speaking, Dorcas rotated his arms, and the muscles on his arms began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Dorcas' arms swelled to the size of a giant's arms. Dorcas didn't hesitate. He leapt into the air and fiercely smashed into the collapsed rocks of the path upwards. He didn't try to stop Dorcas at first. However, when Dorcas flew into the air and smashed the rock at an extreme speed, Angor's eyes widened. It was because he saw the energy nodes on the path leading up. They were still dilapidated magic arrays and abandoned energy nodes. They were still crystallized by the accumulation of energy. Using the crystal as his eye, he saw the cracks forming a familiar pattern. An enchanting tail, a round head, and crystal eyes. It was exactly the same as the strange pattern in the fork. In other words, it was the other half of the pattern, only the combination of the two halves would reveal the truth of the pattern. Not good. Stop him. His words were meant for Elmi's ears. With his current speed, there was no way he could catch up to Dorcas' crazy attack. And even if he did, the powerful bloodline attack was not something he could easily block. He had no choice but to send Elmi to stop Dorcas. However, Elmi did not become a meat shield. Someone was faster than Elmi. A huge earth wall appeared out of thin air in front of Dorcas, and Dorcas' crazy attack smashed into the earth wall. Large cracks appeared on the wall. 1 second later, it crumbled and turned into dust. Although the earth wall had collapsed, it had successfully blocked Dorcas's attack. And the one who cast the wall was Ye. Of course, Ye couldn't stop it by himself, but the Black Earl was now attached to Ye's body. The Black Earl's power combined with Ye's casting successfully stopped Dorcas's attack. Dorcas landed on the ground and looked at Angor in confusion. What's going on? The others also looked at Angor, including Black Earl. Dark Earl used Wail to stop Dorcas, but that was only because he trusted Angor's judgment. It did not mean that he found anything wrong. Angor didn't hide anything and pointed out the location of the crystal. Everyone looked at the cracks around the crystal and quickly understood what was going on. When everyone looked at the location of the crystal, the coquettish voice that carried its own echoes echoed in everyone's ears once again. Huh? You saw through it? That's amazing. As his voice fell, everyone saw the rubble on the collapsed road slowly dissipate. What appeared in front of them was a huge mirror. Inside the mirror was a mermaid. Calling it a mermaid was a bit of an overstatement. It looked more like the ancestor of the Dugons, which Angor once saw in the Purification Garden. The Dugons were toad-skin monsters, which were very unsightly. Their ancestors, the Dugons, were slightly better looking than toad-skin monsters, but they still had the strange appearance of a fish with a human face. They were completely different from mermaids, who had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. If the human face of a Duan was not ugly, it would only look scary. If it was slightly uglier, it would not only be scary, but also a little disgusting. The mermaid in the mirror only showed the side of its body, which was half of its body, but they could already see some of the style of a Duan. However, it seemed to be the face of a beautiful woman, so it only looked scary. However, when it spoke, that seductive and enchanting tone, coupled with its terrifying appearance, really made him feel a little nauseous. What the hell is this? It's so ugly. Dorcas was very close to the mirror, so he immediately saw the giant face, which gave him a fright. Dorcas' words seemed to have angered the clownfish. It narrowed its eyes and spoke in a slightly cold but still charming voice, "Ugly human, Take back your nonsense. Nonsense? Of course not. Ugly is ugly. Don't tell me you really think you're a mermaid? Dorcas wasn't someone who would stop talking. The more he was asked to behave, the more he would react. The clownfish said, "Don't just talk big. Come in if you dare. Show me what you can do." Dorcas said, "Why should I go in? Come out if you dare." The clownfish sneered. "Fine, I'll come out right away." Dorcas was stunned for a moment. According to the normal way of quarreling, wouldn't the clownfish go back and forth and not come out? What? Did the plot change? While Dorcas was still in shock, a fish the size of a forearm slowly swam out of the mirror. Dorcas saw this and laughed out loud. That's it? Just as Dorcas was about to say something harsh, countless small fishes swam out of the mirror. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with corpse fish. They had different faces and tails, but they all had one thing in common: the scales on their bodies were all mirrors. As the fish kept spreading, more and more mirrors appeared around them. The others were still cautious, but Angor already sensed something wrong. The mirror domain has been opened, and it's spreading with them. The corpse fish did not attack them, but their existence alone was enough to make the mirror domain spread out. "What do we do now?" the black girl asked. "We can't stay here. Retreat first." "But behind us," Dorcas said. "Let's go. I'll think of something." Angor quickly came up with a plan in his mind. Looking at the corpse fish that were constantly closing in on them, everyone was helpless because they couldn't attack at all. Once they attacked, they would be pulled into the mirror space. This was the result of Black Girl's experiment with a human-shaped earth golem. When the human-shaped earth golem attacked the corpse fish, it couldn't hit their bodies at all. Instead, it was pulled into the mirror space through the mirror-like scales on their bodies. It was basically certain that these corpse fish did not have any offensive power. They might not even be considered living creatures. They were moving mirror channels. They knew too little about the strange abilities of the mirror world. They had no idea how to deal with these moving mirrors. They could only follow Angor's plan and retreat. But that was not the way out. After retreating 4 dozens of meters, they saw more corpse fish behind them. Again, there were so many of them that they blotted out the sky. They were almost surrounded. There was less than 30 meters left where they could move. "Didn't you tell me to come out? I'm here. Why are you running away?" A giggle echoed in everyone's ears. "But you can't run away. I'll let all of you in here with me." The clownfish's voice seemed to have countless echoes. Even in the deepest corner, one could hear it clearly. Dorcas no longer wanted to argue with the clownfish. He looked at Angor. "Do you have a plan?" Dorcas asked anxiously. "I'll try." Angor did not say anything. He looked into the distance and suddenly appeared in front of a group of corpse fish. "Mr. Superdimensional. Be careful." Why, he shouted in panic when he saw this. The others were also surprised. They did not know why Angor suddenly approached the corpse fish. "Dorcas, get ready to retreat," Angor ordered through the spirit bond. At the same time, he swung his right hand at one of the corpse fish. Before this, all of his attacks had been useless against the corpse fish. Instead, he was directly pulled into the mirror. But this time, Angor's hand was pulled into the mirror as well. However, he quickly pulled his hand out of the mirror again. At the same time, a group of corpse fish nearby was crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. He succeeded? Everyone looked at the corpse fish that had been shattered for the first time in disbelief. Angor did not say anything. He moved several times and reached his hand into the mirror each time. Every time he pulled his hand out, a group of corpse fish around him would be destroyed. It looked like he was doing something. However, Angor noticed that he could not destroy the corpse fish as fast as they were spreading. Before this, they still had 30 meters of space to move. But now, they only had 20 meters left. He did not need to calculate to know that as long as there were enough corpse fish, he would not be able to stop them all by himself. And judging from the current situation, the number of corpse fish was simply endless. Angor could not teach others how to destroy the corpse fish either. His method was rather crude. He had to reach his hand into the mirror and break the connection between the mirror and the tunnel. This required mastery of the power of space, as well as controlling how much one's body was pulled into the mirror. Others might have mastered the power of space, but they would be sucked into the mirror as soon as they touched it. Angor was the only one who could do this. He could not do it alone. Angor killed another 1,000 corpsefish. However, the corpsefish did not stop spreading. They had less than 20 meters of space left. Why did you kill my cute babies? Why are humans so cruel? The clownfish was still giggling. But now, its voice was filled with sadness. However, it did not mean that the clownfish had lost. If this went on, they would still lose. Angor sighed. I'll attack the space nodes of the magic array next. Dorcas, get ready to open the plane passageway. The sage believed that if Angor and the others were in danger, he would be the one to save them. After all, he was the only one who could remove the space seal around the chamber of poetry. What he did not know was that Angor could also attack the space nodes of the magic array directly to create ripples in the array and break the space seal. However, this was the same as forcibly opening a plane passageway, which could lead to accidents due to the instability of the space. However, the accidents caused by spatial instability could be reduced. As long as a large amount of main consumables were used, the damage could be reduced. In other words, if they opened an illusionary tunnel, they could use more illusionary gems. Similarly, if they opened an iridescent gate, they could use rainbow hearthstones. If they opened a shadow tunnel, they could use iridescent crystals. They could not guarantee that there would be no accidents, but it was still worth it to minimize them. After Angor made his decision, everyone knew that there was no other way out. Because of a moment of carelessness, they were surrounded by the clownfish. Because of this, their path of exploration had to end here. It was a pity that they had to retreat. However, they were already prepared to face all possible consequences, including death. It was already a good result to be able to retreat. However, they were just a little unwilling. End of chapter. Everyone was ready to evacuate, and Dorcas was ready to activate the plane passageway at any time. After making sure everything was fine through the spirit bond, Angor killed the last batch of corpsefish and quickly retreated. While running, he took out an external array disc from his bracelet. Before leaving, he already found the location of a node in the magic array that could greatly affect the stability of space. Without hesitation, he tossed the disc toward the node. The square disc drew a parabola in the air and attracted everyone's attention, including the corpsefish in the air. The corpsefish seemed to be very interested in moving objects. The nearby schools of corpsefish all chased after the disc array. It looked like a comet streaking across the sky with a long, glowing tail behind it. The corpsefish chased after the disc, but everyone trusted Angor's judgment. Since he dared to throw the disc, he was confident that it would not be intercepted. Dorcas also kept an eye on the disc. Once the disc landed on the ground, the runes on it would light up, and he would activate the plane passageway. As everyone's attention was drawn to the disc, a voice they had never heard before suddenly appeared in their ears. Hey, little mermaid, why are you still playing outside? Time to go home. It was a pleasant male voice. It had the texture of a subwoofer, the laziness of a yuppie, and a little bit of doting. It was a voice that many women would scream for. However, Angor and the others were all men. They could not appreciate such a deliberate voice. Yes, deliberate. How could a normal person speak in such a complicated way? Not only did the voice sound unreasonable, but it also contained a hint of doting. Who could do that? Everyone could do it, but they had to lower their voices to speak, just like actors who were holding a script and acting in a play. So, if this was not deliberate, what was? Everyone could tell that the voice was deliberately suppressed, but they had to admit that it was quite effective. All the corpsefish in the area stopped moving as if time had stopped. Oh, Rao, why have you come? The one who spoke was the clownfish. Originally, the clownfish's voice was coquettish and enchanting. If one didn't look at its appearance, it would be like a peerless beauty gently opening her red lips. But at this moment, this peerless beauty seemed to have a big tongue. When she spoke, she couldn't speak straight at all. Olaf? It's the man from the mirror demon god. Wai exclaimed through the spirit bond. Previously, the wise sovereign had said that the man and woman within the mirror demon god were Olio and Adonis. Ever since the wise sovereign had met Olao 10,000 years ago, there had been no news of him. The only person who had ever contacted him was Adonis. Why would Olao appear now? We know who Olaf is. You don't have to tell us. Should we activate the plane passageway now? Dorcas asked, should we activate the plane passageway now? Whether they should retreat or not was the most important question right now. Angor glanced at the array plate on the ground. The runes engraved on it were already glowing. Angor could activate it with a single thought and cause the space nodes in this area to go out of control. Should he activate it? Angor considered for a moment and decided not to do it right now. It was the same voice that spoke to him in the arena. But it sounded natural back then. Now, it sounded a bit awkward. But Angor was sure that it was the same person. If the person who came was really Olao, then according to the goodwill he had shown, perhaps they would be able to avoid this calamity. Angor didn't want to activate the array plate right away, but he didn't let his guard down either. I don't know if he's friendly or not. But since we've stalled the corpse fish, we still have time. Let's observe for now and be ready to activate it, Angor said. The others didn't doubt his words. They didn't want to leave just like that, especially the two from Noah clan. They were so close to the moonlight chamber left by their ancestors. It would be a shame if they just gave up like this. As for Kale, he didn't want to give up. He wanted to prove that he was different from the remnant souls, and he didn't want to stop here. The only one who didn't mind was Dorcas. He already got what he wanted, so he didn't mind going to Moonlight Chamber or not. But since Angor already made up his mind, Dorcas wouldn't object. When they were about to observe further, Olaf's voice came again. You're a little mermaid. How can you do such a thing in the real world? Just come back like a good girl. Although Olao was condemning the clownfish, he kept calling the clownfish Little Mermaid, which made the clownfish so embarrassed that it became dizzy. It stuttered even more. But sir, that woman said that sir would be happy like this. No, I won't, Olaf said, listen to me, Little Mermaid. That woman? Clownfish? You mean me? Adonis also joined the conversation. But just like Olaf, they couldn't tell where the real clownfish was. I'm not a clownfish. I'm a mermaid, no, I mean, a little mermaid. Humph. You wicked woman. You lied to me. You said Mr. Olaf would be happy if I did this? I'll never believe you again. As the clownfish spoke, it began to quickly withdraw the corpse fish it had released. That man just provoked you. What? You're going to let him go? And he killed so many of your young fish. Aren't you going to punish him? Of course, the two men Adonis was talking about were Dorcas and Angor. It was an obvious provocation, but it worked very well on Clownfish. Clownfish began to withdraw the corpse fish slowly, which meant it was hesitating. Little Mermaid, I once told you that you need to be kind and tolerant in order to become an elegant mermaid princess. Of course, you also need to treat your enemies with extreme anger. But think about it. Did you become their enemy first, or did they become your enemy first? Olio's voice was still clipped. The clownfish seemed to love clipped sounds. After hearing Olio's words, it said without hesitation, yes, it's all my fault. I need to be tolerant. I can't do such unscrupulous things anymore. With that, Clownfish suddenly shifted its target to Adonis. But it's my fault for listening to your lies. You're the worst woman ever. Little Mermaid, I told you to be tolerant and kind. You can even let go of these humans. Why are you fussing over a small mistake made by an old friend? Olaf spoke again, but this time, he was siding with Adonis. Adonis didn't say anything. Clownfish said listlessly, I know I'm wrong. You're a good mermaid if you know you're wrong. Go back and rest for a while, Olaf said gently. Clownfish made a yes sound in an especially obedient manner. Then, all the corpse fish waved their tails and disappeared into the mirrors on both sides of the path. The cracks on the wall disappeared together with the corpse fish, which was the pattern of Clownfish. This meant that Clownfish had left and returned to the mirror domain. When everyone saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. The Clownfish didn't seem to be very strong, but their abilities were a little unfathomable to them. It was a good thing that it left. However, they had some doubts in their hearts. Why would Olaf appear and help them? Did Olaf want them to keep going? But if that was the case, Olaf also spoke on Adani's side. Were they on the same side or against each other? While everyone was still confused, Adonis finally spoke. You really did come. Adonis's first sentence confused everyone. What did she mean by "so I came"? Was this a trap for Olaf? Did she want him to show up? You took them away. If I didn't come, they would have all been thrown into the sea of mirrors. Olaf finally stopped clipping his voice and returned to his normal tone. This was the same tone Angor was familiar with. Once again, he was sure that it was Olaf who spoke to him on the stage. There were two important points in Olaf's words. You took it all away. The "it" here was undoubtedly referring to the clownfish. Judging from the words before and after, the clownfish seemed to have a very important meaning, or rather, it was very powerful. Even Olario had to treat it seriously. This could be seen from how Olaf tried to coax the clownfish with his clipped voice. After that, Olaf said that Adonis would throw them into the sea of empty mirrors, which clearly showed Adonis' hostility towards them. At the same time, Olaf also vaguely expressed his attitude. He did not seem to want to see them thrown into the sea of empty mirrors. Tell me the reason, Olaf. Why did you stop me this time? Adonis asked, is it because of him? No one knew who the he Adonis was referring to, because they didn't even know where Adonis was. Olaf, I can't be sure right now. I need to wait for them to enter the clear sky poetry room before I can make a final decision. When they come in, I'll tell you the reason. Adonis snorted. They won't come, and you won't see them. Even if you can stop the clownfish this time, are you sure you can stop the next baby spirit in your current state? Olaf was silent for a moment. If they can come in, it'll be evidence for a certain thought in my heart. If they can't come in, then so be it. It's probably not time yet. Adonis snorted. Let's wait and see. Adonis' voice became softer and softer, and the walls of water on both sides were removed. It seemed that she had left. The surroundings fell into a long silence. At this time, the Black Girl said through the spirit bond, I smell that smell again. The Black Girl's words indirectly proved that Adonis had left. Previously, it was because Adonis had erected the mirror-like walls of water that blocked the spread of the fragrance. Now that she had removed the walls of water, the fragrance naturally drifted over again. But, only the Black Girl could smell it. The other sense of smell was still on standby. Dorcas said, they should have all left, right? I thought we would have to try our luck and force a retreat this time. I didn't expect the tables to turn so easily. Dorcas had just finished asking if they had all left when Olaf's voice sounded in their ears again. Let's go. The baby spirit holding the flower is your test, and also a test of my judgment this time. I hope you, especially you, don't disappoint me. I've waited for too long, please come. Olaf's voice slowly faded away. Dorcas saw this and immediately shouted, Hey, speak clearly, what's the baby spirit holding the flower? But Dorcas didn't call Olaf back. Only silence answered him. Dorcas couldn't help but curse. Do these two come and go as they please? Ye. What else? Dorcas turned to look at Ye. We haven't even gone to the clear sky poetry room, and you're already speaking for the spirit left behind by your ancestor? Ye, no. I don't like that woman, and that man. I don't like him either. Dorcas was a little annoyed by the incomplete information he received. But Ye's words piqued his curiosity. I can understand why you don't like Adonis. But Olaf seemed friendly to you. Why don't you like him too? Ye considered. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Olaf looked friendly, but he gave me the feeling that he's being looked down on. Really? Dorcas muttered. I don't feel anything. Maybe it's because you're not a Noah? Angor chimed in. Dorcas quickly changed the topic and came to Angor's side. He gave Angor a suspicious look. Olaf said, especially you. Was he referring to you? Angor put on a serious face. Yes, it was me. What? Olaf was really talking about you? You. What's your relationship with Olaf? Why does he care about you so much? Dorcas stared at Angor in disbelief. Angor ignored Dorcas and walked past him to pick up the array plate on the ground. When he was done, Angor stood up and looked back at Dorcas. You really believed me? Didn't you say so yourself? Angor spoke lazily. You believe me just because I said so? Think about it. I'm not a Noah. Why would Olaf care about me? It's really not you? Dorcas was still doubtful. No, it's fake. Dorcas was surprised. He looked up and saw Angor looking at him with a teasing look. That gaze made Dorcas feel like he was looking at the diners in his own bar who used words to flirt with the female bartender. But now, Dorcas was the waitress being flirted with, while Angor was the customer with a wicked smile. While Dorcas was confused by Angor's words, Dark Earl saw everything clearly. Angor was teasing Dorcas, but he only meant one thing: it has nothing to do with me. At first, Dark Earl also thought that Olaf was interested in Angor. After all, Olaf's especially you was too obvious. Besides, Dark Earl didn't think that he and Y could attract Olaf's attention. Y was only an apprentice. Even if he came from the Noah clan, there were still plenty of them who came here. Dark Earl himself was only a clone of his nose. Even the wise overseer couldn't tell who he was. Even if Olaf did notice him, he would only think that he was a wizard who was close to becoming a truth-finder at best. And such a wizard wouldn't attract Olaf's attention even if he came from the Noah clan. Apart from Y, Dark Earl believed Angor was the most likely candidate. Angor had too many secrets. Also, he seemed to have an inexplicable connection with this place. It made sense that Olaf would pay attention to Angor. But now, Angor denied it. Also, Dark Earl could tell that Angor wasn't guilty at all. Most likely, Angor really believed that Olaf's words had nothing to do with him. Then who did Olaf pay attention to? There must be someone here who caught Olaf's attention. Otherwise, how could the old geezer who had been hiding for tens of thousands of years show up so easily and help them out? Who could it be? After being fooled by Angor, Dorcas didn't want to find out who Olau was talking about. It wasn't Dorcas or Kale, anyway. Dorcas didn't bother to think about which of the remaining 3 people Angor was talking about. But his instinct told him that Angor was the most likely suspect. Even though Angor denied it, Dorcas still didn't dismiss him as a suspect. Oh right, Olau and Adonis mentioned something about a baby spirit, Dorcas said, so Angor's information was correct. Also, I think this baby spirit is a bit difficult to deal with, just like Angor said. Wai also nodded. Also, before Olau left, he said that it was an infant spirit holding a flower? Dorcas said, hold, flowers? Flowers usually have a smell, right? Nonsense. If a flower doesn't have a smell, it's not called a flower. Why didn't intend to be polite at first. But halfway through, Why realized something. You're saying that Sir Earl smelled something like a flower? Dorcas nodded. Everyone thought about it and found it reasonable. They all looked at Count Black, hoping to get an answer from him. Count Black had been thinking about this since Olau mentioned flower holding. But he still couldn't figure it out. I can't tell for now. But it's a reasonable guess. If the flower-holding baby spirit is the source of the smell, then we need to be careful. As for what to be careful of, Count Black didn't need to mention it. Baby spirits were the undead spirits of chaos. They wouldn't hold flowers for no reason. Since Olau used flower holding as a prefix, it was very likely that the flower held by the baby spirit was the most important thing. There was no lack of plant-type monsters in the wizarding world. The Winterfarmer Principality, which was known as the Fairy Nation by wizards, had many plant-type monsters. Renaya, who lived in Nocturnal Forest, had many flower monsters that were kept in Nocturnal Forest. Flower monsters were known for their poison and vines. Generally speaking, the poison referred to the smell of the flowers. And the smell of flowers in the air was most likely one of the baby spirit's means of attack. Count Black didn't feel anything when he smelled the scent, but who knew if it was a bait? Once he entered a combat state, perhaps the fragrance would immediately transform into an offensive weapon. With that in mind, Count Dark and the others all looked at Angor. While controlling the moving illusions, he also created a purification field, which proved to be very useful in this situation. Angor knew what they were thinking. He summoned Elmi and used it as the core to construct a moving illusion. He could use the purification field directly, but he decided against it. Instead, he built a moving illusion together with the purification field. Infant spirits were also undead creatures, and some illusions that mainly isolated energy could work on undead creatures. So, maybe the moving illusion would also work on the baby spirits. When everyone was immersed in the moving illusion again, the one with the most positive expression was the Black Earl. Even though there wasn't any stench along the way. However, the smell of dampness was not pleasant either. With the purification force field shielding them, the air was immediately refreshed. "Don't push yourself too hard if there's a problem," Count Dark said. The problem that Black Earl mentioned was not the moving illusion or the purifying force field. It was Elmi. Count Dark didn't know the details of Elmi's condition, but he still heard Laplace's words. Also, his attitude toward Elmi had changed a little bit compared to before. "I understand." Angor nodded. Elmi was acting strangely, but it was still manageable. Angor also felt that Elmi was getting closer to him, which was why he didn't want to get too close to Elmi. But at least for now, they didn't have to worry about Elmi's condition. After setting up the moving illusion, the group didn't waste any more time and continued their journey. Soon, they arrived at the forked path. At this time, the downward fork had disappeared, leaving only an upward slope. Moreover, this slope did not show any signs of collapse. However, at a glance, it was pitch black and there was no end in sight. "Let's keep going. According to Alau and Adonis, they won't show up before we reach the Chamber of Poetry." "We only have one last test left," Angor said. Everyone nodded. At least they didn't have to worry about accidentally entering the mirror. Looking from the bottom, the dark path seemed endless. But when they stepped into it, they realized that the path wasn't as straight as they thought. Instead, it was filled with twists and turns. It was like walking on a steep mountain path. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, sometimes it was wide, and sometimes it was narrow. Along the way, they also saw many collapses. However, it seemed that someone had done some cleaning. Even if there were signs of collapses, there was always a passageway left. After experiencing such countless twists and turns, everyone finally understood why they hadn't smelled the scent that the Black Earl had mentioned. The path to get the scent was longer and more difficult than they thought. If Black Earl could smell it, it meant that Black Earl wasn't at the same level as them. Finally, they came out of a side path that was slightly bigger than the dog hole. The path ahead was no longer slanted. Instead, it was a normal broad path. After going through the narrow and oppressive path, they felt much better when they saw the broad path again. However, Angor and Black Earl didn't look so optimistic. He saw a familiar path and knew that he was very close to the wall. He felt a little uneasy and a little strange at the same time. Black Earl had a different concern. He had been using the purification field all this time, but he was still very concerned about the scent. He had been calculating the distance between them and the scent. Now, Black Earl was sure that the source of the scent was about 100 meters away from them. Maybe they could find the source when they turned the next corner. If the scent really came from the flower-holding infant spirit, they were already very close to it. Black Earl thought for a moment and told everyone what he had discovered. "Normally speaking, if it's really strong, it might have noticed us already. But we've been here for a while, and it still hasn't shown up." "That means Angor's illusion is working on the infant spirit," Black Earl said. "It probably hasn't noticed us yet. But if we keep moving forward and get within 100 meters of it, it'll be hard to say." Of course, it was also possible that the scent didn't come from the flower in the infant spirit's hand, which was why it didn't show up. But that was highly unlikely. Angor knew that they were not far from the wall, which was the door of Moonlight Chamber. If there really was an infant spirit blocking their way, it should be nearby. This was almost the same as what Black Earl said about the source of the scent. "If Mr. Black Earl is right," Dorcas said, "we should be able to smell it now, right?" After Dorcas finished speaking, an eager expression appeared on his face. "The problem now isn't the smell, but how to deal with this baby spirit." Wai snapped. "Besides, we've been trying to figure out which kind of creature's infant spirit is strong and holding a flower, but we still can't figure it out." We'll be in big trouble if we don't know its true form. Dorcas wasn't as worried as why. Undead creatures can be affected by their previous abilities, but not by much. At most, their soul energy will be stronger. Undead creatures only have a few abilities. Guard your soul space well, and don't let your spirit tentacles reach out of your body. You and Kale stay in Angor's illusion. I promise you'll be fine. Dorcas blinked. Even if that doesn't work, I can still use a plain passageway. Dorcas wouldn't have been so relaxed when talking about a plain passageway before. But now that he had decided to follow Angor, he had to learn from the boy's example. For example, the materials needed to build a plain passageway were expensive. Damn it. Why didn't care why Dorcas suddenly became so generous? He was more worried about the infant spirit. If the infant spirit was just an enhanced version of an undead creature like Dorcas said, then there was nothing to worry about. But was it really going to be that easy? Adani set up the obstacle herself, and she told them that they couldn't defeat the infant spirit. Things had already come to this point, but in the end, a large undead was sent out. Why still believed that the infant spirit was different this time? It should be known that the undead didn't have any spiritual intelligence. This was even more true for the infant spirits, which were the lowest among the undead. But this time, the infant spirit obeyed Adani's order and came to kill them. Y told Dorcas his thoughts, but Dorcas still didn't care. He already got a good reward from the wise ruler, and he also had a plain passageway as a backup. He didn't care how strong the infant spirit was, but he still had to act recklessly. If he couldn't act recklessly, he would just run away. The poetry room had nothing to do with him anyway. Kale, on the other hand, began to consider Y's words. Mr. Red Sword is right, and Y has a point. It's true that it's unlikely for a baby spirit to be that strong, but Olio and Adani's attitude towards her is also somewhat abnormal. I'm wondering if there's such a possibility. Kale paused for a moment before softly uttering a word. Parasitism. You're saying the infant spirit isn't important, but the flower? Y asked. Kale nodded. Y followed Kale's train of thought. What if the infant spirit is infected by the flower? Does that mean we need to pay more attention to the flower? Flowers are highly intelligent creatures, so it's understandable that the infant spirit obeyed Adani's order. Y felt more confident as he spoke. Maybe Kale was right after all. Mr. Superdimensional didn't mean the infant spirit either. It's a flower. And there are quite a lot of powerful flower-type monsters. Now that we know the flower can infect infant spirits, which means it feeds on undead energy. Plus, the flower itself is strong, and it came from another world. Now that I think about it, the range of possibilities has narrowed down a lot. Y glanced at the other wizards in the room. He could make some assumptions, but he couldn't tell what kind of flower it was. There were too many flowers in this world, and Y wasn't a flower lover. Y first looked at Dorcas, but Dorcas' response was simple and direct. He shrugged and spread his hands, as if he didn't know either. Next, Y looked at Angor and Black Earl. He then noticed that Angor and Mr. were talking to each other through spirit bond and didn't seem to be paying attention to their conversation at all. Y felt a little frustrated. He thought his theory was useful, but it didn't seem to be taken seriously. Y didn't dare to make a fuss and waited for Angor and Black Earl to finish their discussion. About half a minute later, Angor and Black Earl finally disconnected from the spirit bond. Angor looked back and immediately sensed Y's gloomy mood. He was talking to Black Earl, but he also heard what the others were saying. It didn't take long for him to understand why Y was so upset. I agree with Y. Maybe the infant spirit isn't important, but the flower is. But I can't tell what kind of flower it is with my limited knowledge. Y was a little surprised by Angor's answer, but he soon realized that Angor was agreeing with his theory. Maybe it's some kind of flower from the Abyss Plane? Will's disappointment was gone. Maybe it's some kind of flower from the Abyss Plane? I heard there are many powerful ones in the Abyss Plane. I don't know. But I just talked with Mr. Black. Since the flower hasn't shown up yet, maybe we can wait for a while and do some research. Of course, they needed to study the aroma outside the purification field first. First, they would study the composition of the aroma to see if they could determine its origin. Of course, Angor would do most of the research. As an alchemist, Angor wasn't familiar with aromatherapy. However, the basic study of aromatherapy was potioneering. Potioneering was the study of magic plants, ingredients, and energy. By deconstructing the aroma, Angor could study its basic composition and energy. Perhaps he could figure out where the aroma came from. After determining which world it came from, it would further narrow down the range. This way, it would be easier to determine its true origin. This was one of the topics Angor discussed with Black Earl earlier. End of chapter. Normally speaking, research experiments like this required a lot of meticulous work. In other words, it required sophisticated instruments, a relevant laboratory, and a lot of time. None of these conditions could be met at the moment. So, Angor decided to use a slightly tricky method. He prepared an active ore and used fire fusion to modify the outer structure of the ore so that it appeared like a vortex net. Next, he asked Speed Spirit to create a small wind eye that would not last for too long. With this, a simple active ore was ready to absorb the air. With that done, Angor asked Elmi to place the active ore outside the mobile illusion. Now, he only needed to wait for the ore to absorb the aroma outside. Everyone understood what Angor was doing, but they did not know why he used an active ore. Active ores could be used to make unnatural demon blood ores. They were not very expensive in the market, but they were still enough to make Dorcas' heart ache. Using an active ore to store aroma was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If he wanted to capture the aroma outside, he could just use a gas cylinder. Gas cylinders were used for experiments. Not only were they cheap, but they also did not have to worry about leakage. Angor did not answer their questions. He was going to use a supernatural extractor, which he found in Quolo's secret room. There was no such thing in the southern wizardry region. It was not a big deal to tell them the reason, but it would be troublesome to explain. Since Angor did not want to talk, the others did not ask. After all, the experiment was a private matter, and it was normal that Angor did not want to talk about it. About 2 minutes later, Angor asked Elmi to retrieve the active ore. The ore did not look any different, but the small wind eye that Speed Spirit set up was gone, which meant that the aroma inside the ore had been fully absorbed. The vortex net on the ore's surface kept the aroma inside, so there was no need to worry about it leaking out. After making sure nothing was wrong with the ore, Angor took out the supernatural extractor. The extractor was useful, but it had a major drawback: it could only extract the supernatural energy inside crystals or ores. This was why Angor chose to use an active ore to absorb the aroma instead of using a gas cylinder. Angor put the ore inside the extractor and began to observe it. The others watched in bewilderment as Angor operated the machine and took out a pen and paper to record some strange data. At first, Angor's reaction was normal. But when he wrote down a series of question marks on the paper, his whole body began to change. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he relaxed, sometimes he was deep in thought. This was not an analysis of the data, but rather an analysis of the results. As people wondered if Angor had already found the answer, Angor took out the half-completed active ores from the strange device. Next, Angor's behavior became even more confusing. He poked a hole in the active ore, then brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. When he was done, his eyes began to blur again as if he was about to fall into deep thought again. But this time, before he could get into character, he was interrupted by Dorcas. "Tell us what you're thinking, and we can help you. You're making us itchy, Dorcas saw Angor looking at him with narrowed eyes and felt a sense of danger. He swallowed his words and spat out a single word: bad. The word bad also reminded Angor of Clownfish's alluring charm. Y rolled his eyes and put his hand on his chest as if he was going to vomit. Angor was angry at Dorcas for interrupting his train of thought. But Dorcas' antics quickly calmed him down. He did not express his emotions directly like Y did, but he still took a few steps back and pretended that he did not know Dorcas at all. It was a little embarrassing, but Dorcas' antics successfully pulled Angor out of his personal world. Count Black also took the chance to ask, "You got something?" Angor could refuse to answer other people's questions, but since it was Count Black, he could only sigh and nod. "Sort of," Angor said. "When we first arrived at the underground waterway, I told you that we might run into some monsters." Count Black nodded. "I remember. Witches' eyes, skulls, and glutton flowers. Witches' eyes already showed up, and in large numbers. The only ones that did not show up were skulls and glutton flowers. Count Black looked at Angor's helpless expression and realized something. You're saying that the aroma came from glutton flowers? Angor nodded. He was a little surprised when he came to this conclusion. If it was just an ordinary glutton flower, he would accept it calmly because he already told Count Black that they might run into one. But this time it was not an ordinary glutton flower. It was a glutton flower with a trace of nightmare aura. Since the aroma of the flower was diluted in the air, the nightmare aura was not obvious, and Count Black did not notice it. However, when Angor used his supernatural extractor to analyze the aroma more precisely, he found a trace of nightmare aura in the aroma. This was why Angor was so surprised. The presence of nightmare aura meant that this glutton flower was most likely from the nightmare realm. Could the powerful otherworldly monster Olau mentioned be this glutton flower from the nightmare realm? If so, could it be that the glutton flower from the nightmare realm came from the tunnel in Nether City? Was it a branch of the glutton flower king? Or was it the glutton flower king? If all these were true, would the glutton flower recognize him? Also, the aroma in the air was so diluted that Count Black could not detect the nightmare aura. But if he really faced the glutton flower directly, the aura would not escape Count Black's notice. Along the way, Angor had released the nightmare aura many times. Even his moving illusions contained the aura of the nightmare realm. Would Count Black get suspicious because of this? What did the glutton flower have to do with him? How should he explain himself when the time came? That was why he had been thinking about this question for a long time. Moreover, these were not all of the problems. Angor did not think that Olau was paying attention to him. Olau was not a member of Noah clan, and he only came to the ruin or the Chamber of Solitude to observe the situation. His real goal was not the Chamber of Solitude in the real world, but the one in the nightmare realm. Now, there was a high chance that a glutton flower from the nightmare realm had shown up in front of him. Olau was the one who told him about this. Did Olau notice that he was related to the glutton flower from the nightmare realm, so he paid attention to him? Angor felt a headache coming on. He sensed a trace of nightmare aura inside the extraordinary extractor, and his mind was filled with questions, guesses, and all kinds of conspiracy theories. Angor rubbed his swollen temples and suddenly felt that it was a good idea to stop Dorcas from interrupting his train of thought. Now that he thought about it, nothing had happened yet, so there was no point in thinking too much. He was not a wise man who needed to know everything. Besides, even a wise man could make mistakes sometimes. There was no lack of variables in this world. Thinking too much would only trouble himself. With that in mind, Angor shook his head to get rid of these complicated thoughts. But before he could do that, Count Black asked another question. So your information is correct. There are glutton flowers, Count Black said in a plain tone, but is this glutton flower an otherworldly monster mentioned by Olau? If that's the case, then the scope of your information is not small. Angor sighed in his mind. He understood Count Black's feelings. If he was in Count Black's shoes, he would also have these questions. After all, even if he got the information from a dream, could he dream about another world? Angor understood Count Black's feelings, but he would never admit it. Angor kept a straight face. Are you interested in my information again, Mr. Count Black? Angor deliberately emphasized the word again. He wanted to remind Count Black that they already agreed not to ask about the source of the information. I'm just curious. I don't mind if you don't want to tell me. Angor smiled without saying anything. His meaning was clear. As long as it was about the source of the information, he would not reveal it. Are you sure this is the smell of a glutton flower? Count Dark asked curiously without asking further. Are you sure this is the smell of a glutton flower? Angor nodded. I'm sure. That's strange. Count Black muttered. What's wrong? Angor was confused. Count Black shook his head. Nothing. It's just a little different from the other glutton flowers I've smelled before. Glutton flowers were a rare magical plant in the southern wizardry region. Especially in recent centuries, they were almost extinct. However, there were quite a few glutton flowers in other worlds, especially Manda Plain. Count Black went to Manda Plain a long time ago and smelled glutton flowers there. However, they were not as conspicuous as this. Because of this difference, Count Black did not recognize it immediately. However, when Angor told him that it was a glutton flower, Count Black realized that it was indeed similar to one. Although the smell was similar in general, the lingering effect was still different from what he remembered. Maybe it was a mutated glutton flower? Or did he remember it wrong? Count Black considered and did not think too much about it. Since Angor, an alchemist, already confirmed that it was a glutton flower, Count Black did not need to argue. If it's just the smell of a glutton flower, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Count Black pondered. Glutton flowers don't attack by smell. Their smell is more like a bait. Their attack method is more like a man-eating flower. Glutton flowers used their smell to lure their prey, then tied them up with vines or devoured them directly. Glutton flowers had mouths, and those mouths were very large. A mature glutton flower could devour pythons and other small or medium prey. As for humans, it was more than enough. Generally speaking, devil plants with strong bodies had a lower chance of being poisonous, while devil plants with high toxicity had a weaker body. This was the difference between a melee fighter and a ranged fighter. Glutton flowers, on the other hand, were extremely powerful carnivorous magical plants. Since Count Black chose melee as his evolution branch, he did not need to worry too much about the smell. But just in case, we should turn on the purification field, Count Black said. Angor nodded. He did not plan to turn off the purification field. If the glutton flower they encountered this time was an acquaintance, no, a cooked flower, at least the purification field could block the nightmare aura of the glutton flower for a while, giving him more time to think and come up with an explanation. Since they did not need to worry about the smell, they began to think about how to deal with the glutton flower. However, this was something for Angor, Dorcas, and Count Black to think about. Besides, they all had experience dealing with similar monsters, so they did not need to think about it. They only needed to communicate with each other to avoid getting in each other's way. Angor did not speak much during the conversation. He only talked about how to protect the two apprentices. Dorcas and Count Black did not mind. Angor was an expert in illusions. With his mastery of illusions, he would not get in their way in a fight. Dorcas said, "If it's just a glutton flower, even a wizard level 1, I can handle it. But I have a question. Do glutton flowers have the ability to infect undead creatures?" No one answered, not even Count Black. He was one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region, but he was not omniscient. However, judging from the glutton flower's fighting and carnivorous nature, it did not look like a parasitic monster. Among the parasitic monsters, spore fungi were the most common. From the parasitic characteristics of their spores, it could be seen that their bodies were weak, so they hoped to obtain the ability to protect their core through parasitism. Glutton flowers were already very strong. It was strange that they could infect other creatures. But it was not entirely true that glutton flowers did not have parasitic abilities. Just like sorcerers, there were also sorcerers who practiced cross-discipline cultivation, and there were also magical creatures who developed from multiple branches. But they were still a minority. Dorcas looked at everyone's silent expressions and sighed. "I'm not sure now. Are we going to deal with a glutton flower or an infant spirit?" Ugh. Earlier, they believed that the main body was the flower, and the infant spirit was infected, so they only needed to deal with the main body. But now that they learned that the flower was actually a glutton flower, they were not so sure about this. Count Black said, "Let's keep moving. When we see the glutton flower with our own eyes, we will know the answer." End of chapter. Grand Hall of Wise Men. The wise ruler was currently standing next to the magic array's core node, frowning as he looked at the node that was constantly flickering. Not long ago, the wise ruler had sensed a large hole in the magic array's feedback. The so-called void was a type of spatial property that was completely different from the current spatial property. It meant that the stable space was disrupted by another type of space energy, resulting in an uncontrollable area. Under normal circumstances, if such a large hole appeared, the magic array would suffer a backlash, and it might even collapse. However, the magic array was still operating without any abnormalities. This meant that the hole was recognized by the magic array. The wise ruler knew very well that there was only one spatial hole in that area that would be recognized by the magic array, the mirror domain tunnel. Adonis controlled the magic array near the clear sky poetry room. With her knowledge of magic arrays, it was not difficult for her to make the magic array admit that the mirror domain had invaded the real world. Judging from the size and speed of the hole, the wise man knew that Adonis had made her move. The wise man couldn't see Angor's situation, but he could tell that Adonis was ruthless and precise. Adonis had surrounded Angor's group from both sides. The hole covered 2 areas, which meant that Angor's group was trapped in a path with no branching paths. They couldn't move forward, nor could they retreat. Seeing this, the wise sovereign let out a deep sigh. He was already prepared to take action. He already considered his options and decided that Angor and Black Earl couldn't die here. Or rather, they couldn't die in front of his eyes. With the background of these 2 people, it was very likely that they would bring even greater danger to the already shattered Nether City. Thus, the wise sovereign chose to cooperate with them and decided to lend them a helping hand when they were in trouble. However, the wise ruler didn't expect that the variable he had his eyes on would be surrounded and annihilated by Adonis before even reaching the clear sky poetry room. Perhaps luck truly isn't on my side, nor is it on my side. After sighing to himself, the sovereign of wisdom prepared to find an opportunity to lend a helping hand. The wise man wanted to save Angor's group, but he couldn't do it now. In order to let Angor and the others know how much he saved them, it was best to lend them a helping hand when they were at their most desperate. Thus, the wise sovereign was still waiting. He was waiting for the 2 holes to close, waiting for them to have nowhere else to run to. Only then would he act. However, what the wise sovereign hadn't expected was that before the 2 holes had even closed, the situation had changed. He sensed an aura that he had not seen for a long time suddenly descending into the cave. As he descended, the surrounding void began to slowly fade away. In less than 2 minutes, the empty area returned to normal. Before the wise overlord could do anything, Angor's group was already out of danger. The wise god didn't care about Angor's condition. He didn't care as long as they were safe. What he cared about was that that person had actually descended. For the sake of Angor and his friends, the man who had not been seen for 10,000 years finally showed up. Alio. The sovereign of wisdom softly called out his name. Alio's appearance was completely out of the wise ruler's expectation. He believed that Angor's group would find other ways to escape without his help. However, he didn't expect Alio to show up and save them when they were in danger. The wise ruler wondered if Alio had something to do with Angor's group, but the Tome of Truth proved otherwise. The wise overseer believed that the Book of Truth was right. Angor's group had nothing to do with Alio. But what was going on here? Why did Alio show up? If Alio was here for the Noah clan, why did Alio ignore the Noah clan's arrival, who in this group was the key to Alio's appearance? The wise ruler couldn't help but think of a certain person. It was Angor. He had a feeling that this variable was not only observed by himself, but also noticed by Alio. Meanwhile, inside a dark room inside the clear sky poetry room, after a few minutes of darkness, the candles on both sides of the room suddenly lit up with a ding sound. The candles only illuminated the walls on both sides of the room. The center of the room was still completely dark. However, the candles on both sides of the room revealed 2 oil paintings that were facing each other. Each painting depicted a person. On one side was a man wearing a high-horned felt hat, while on the other side was a blonde woman sitting elegantly on a chair. At first glance, the 2 paintings really looked like oil paintings. Until, the people in the paintings suddenly opened their mouths. "You still won't tell us, Alio?" The blonde woman raised an eyebrow and looked at the man in the painting through the dark wall. The man in the painting was none other than Alio, who showed up earlier to save Angor's group. He was in a reserved pose in the oil painting, but when he heard Adonis's question, his shoulders drooped dejectedly. He leaned his head against the painting frame and said weakly, "Didn't I say that if they can come, I will definitely tell them? If they can't, there's no point in telling them." The blonde woman, who was Adonis, spoke in a flat tone. "They can't come. If they can't, then we'll pretend this never happened." Adonis asked, "What about the explanation I want?" "They can't come, and you still want an explanation? Don't look at me like that. I'm your senior, after all." Adonis raised an eyebrow. A faint red glow appeared in her eyes. Seeing the glowing red eyes, Olao immediately admitted defeat. Okay. If they can't come, I'll give you an explanation. Adonis lowered her eyebrows in satisfaction. After receiving Alio's promise, the room fell into silence. The two people in the painting once again looked at each other without saying anything. After several minutes of silence, Alio poked half of his body out of the painting frame. Adonis asked, "Where are you going?" "Why do you care where I'm going?" Alio grumbled. "I didn't care when you went out last time, did I?" "That's because you don't have the ability to care." Alio was speechless. Indeed, he didn't have the ability to care about Adonis. Or rather, he couldn't care about Adonis. All of his abilities had dissipated in that accident. In the early years, Alio had been in desperate situations many times. It was Adonis, the junior he had personally taught, who gave him energy to support him. In recent years, Alio had eased a little, but compared to Adonis, he was still far behind. Moreover, the clear sky poetry room was his ability's fetter. Once he left, his ability would only continue to decline. Therefore, not to mention controlling Adonis, just leaving the clear sky poetry room would consume most of his energy. "I'm just going to wait at the door. Maybe they'll have a chance to come?" Alio hesitated for a moment before speaking truthfully. Adonis also poked her body out of the painting. With a light leap, she landed lightly on the ground. Flipping her hair behind her ear, Adonis looked up and said, "Your expectations for them exceed all the Noah tribe members in the past." "Alio, don't try to trick me. I said that if they don't come, I'll explain it to you." "Now, I don't want to say it." "Adonis, you don't want to say it now because you think that once you say it, I'll definitely stop them?" Alio shook his head. "No, I know your personality. You won't do that. Even if it's a Noah clan member who failed the trial, you've never taken their lives. Adonis, you're indirectly admitting that once you tell the secret, I might stop them." This time, Adonis changed her words. She didn't say definitely but possibly. Alio sighed and said helplessly, "Even if I don't say it, didn't you still stop them?" Moreover, Nian also used that otherworldly infant spirit. You know how terrifying it is. Sigh, forget it. If the infant spirit is released, then it's released. This is also a test. Not only is it a test for them, but it's also a test for you and me. If they can really pass the infant spirit, I hope you won't stop them, and don't stop me. Adonis was silent for a moment and didn't give an answer. Alio shook his head and said angrily, "You even released the otherworldly infant spirit, and you still don't want to let them go? Think about it from another perspective. If they can even deal with the otherworldly infant spirit, you can't do anything to them. Adonis, they can't possibly deal with that infant spirit." "Alio, then it's settled. The infant spirit is an uncrowned trump card. If they can still come after this trump card is revealed, then it's fate." Adonis still didn't say anything this time. She just stared at Alio quietly. After a while, she asked softly, "If they come, what will you do?" "What will you do?" Alio was stunned for a moment and then teased, "What's wrong? You don't have confidence in that otherworldly infant spirit of unknown origin?" Adonis flipped her hair behind her ear and then elegantly rolled her eyes at Alio. Alio smiled and his eyebrows were steady. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If they really come, then I will stand on their side." Adonis, then what? Stand on their side? Then what? Alio, I don't know. You don't know? Adonis frowned. If you don't know, then why are you so determined? Alio shrugged. I really don't know. But I believe that fate will arrange it. Fate? Adonis sneered and didn't say anything else. Alio didn't care and just said with a smile, "After so many years, this is the first time I've been so excited, the first time I have such expectations. Even if I don't think the chances are high, are you willing to let my expectations go down the drain?" Adonis snorted. "Why wouldn't I be willing?" Alio's face fell and he said in distress, "Sigh, you were so cute when you were just a little kid. Why are you becoming more rebellious the older you get? Ayaya, if Lord Augustine comes back and sees you like this, he'll definitely think that I didn't teach you well." Adonis, he won't come back. Alio, regardless of whether Lord Augustine comes back or not, what I want to say is that you have to be more obedient. With that, Alio tried to reach out and rub Adonis's hair like he used to do when she was young. But Adonis took a step back and avoided him. Olau retracted his hand awkwardly. As he reminisced about the past Adonis, he turned around and walked out of the room. Adonis looked at Olau's back, and for the first time, there was confusion in her sharp eyes. The problems that she didn't want to touch, the future that she didn't want to think about, and the possibilities that she didn't want to face suddenly surged into her mind. Adonis wanted to throw these troublesome thoughts aside, but when she diverted her attention, she felt as if there was a voice in her ears again. After so many years, this is the first time I've been so excited. Are you willing to let my expectations go down the drain? She asked herself. Was she willing to let that happen? Adonis already had the answer in her heart, but she didn't want to show it. Did I really go overboard? Just as he reflected on it, his obsession followed closely behind. No. Everything I did was right. It was for the sake of Moonlight Poetry Room and for Alio. She didn't want to see Alio's disappointed expression, but she also didn't want to change the current situation, and she didn't want to be separated from Alio. Adonis closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, the hesitation in her eyes had disappeared, and she had regained her indifference. But it didn't last long before it was replaced by shock. She abruptly turned her head, and her gaze was directed towards the entrance of the Clear Sky Poetry Room. After confirming that the smell came from glutton flowers, Angor's group kept moving forward. Perhaps because they knew they were about to face a big battle, everyone remained silent. Dorcas was the only one who seemed eager. But even Dorcas didn't break the silence. When they turned around a corner and saw a small collapsed square, he stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Dark Earl looked at Angor with his nostrils. Angor shook his head. Nothing. Let's keep going. Angor didn't explain. Instead, he caught up with the others and walked toward the southeast of the plaza. There was only one passage in this direction. Angor observed the plaza as they walked. When they passed by the center of the plaza, Angor looked up. The ceiling was full of bumps and hollows, which were caused by the collapse of the plaza. Angor looked at the uneven ceiling and sighed in his mind. He was revisiting an old place, but it looked completely different. When he first came to the Nightmare Realm, this was the first place he came to when he was just an ordinary talent. At that time, he was surrounded by the undamaged corridor rest area. He looked up and saw the sewers that led to the dark sky outside. 2 skulls floated beside him. There was a path of red flowers in the distance. Back then, the Nightmare Realm was filled with strange auras, and Angor felt uneasy. But at least he saw the lively side of this place. Now, everything felt familiar yet strange. There was no passage. Only ruins. There was no sign of life, only a heavy lethargy. Even though Angor didn't experience it himself, he still felt like he was in a different place. Something's bothering you? Count Black's voice reached his ears. The others also looked at Angor in confusion. Angor chuckled. I'm just thinking. According to the information I got, the flying skull demons appeared before the glutton flowers, which means there should be a flying skull demon around here. But I think my information was wrong. It's normal for our information to be wrong. Besides, I don't think the flying skull demon is here. The underground waterway is huge, and the flying skull demon is a fast-flying monster. It's normal for it to wander around. Angor nodded. You're right. Hovering skulls aren't glutton flowers. Glutton flowers can stay still for a long time, but hovering skulls, they won't stay put forever even if they want to survive. I'm the one who thought wrongly. Angor looked at the small alley at the edge of the square. Let's go. The flying skull demon isn't here, but the information about the glutton flowers must be correct. Let's go meet the glutton flowers. With that, Angor took the lead and walked toward the alley. His troubled expression was gone. The others felt that Angor's behavior was a bit strange, but now was not the time to ask about it. They all looked at each other in silence and followed him into the dark alley. As soon as they entered the alleyway, they stopped after taking a few steps. It wasn't because they wanted to stop. It was because Angor stopped walking in front of them, so they simply followed him. Why was about to ask Angor why, but before he could, Dorcas interrupted him. Dorcas placed a finger on his lips to make a gesture to stop Y from talking. Then, he signaled Kal-El to come over and help Y out of the alley. Don't come in here for a while. Don't worry. I'll take you away as soon as I open the plain passageway. Dorcas promised through the spirit bond. Y and Kal-El didn't know what was going on. But when they saw Dorcas' serious expression, they realized something. Is the infant spirit here? Y asked in a small voice. Dorcas nodded solemnly. Y opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he felt that it would be too long and tedious to say anything at this point in time. He also felt that it would be too emotional. In the end, Y only whispered, "Be careful." Dorcas nodded but did not say anything else. Instead, he quickly returned to Black Earl and Angor. No matter how powerful this infant spirit was, as a bloodline magus, Dorcas could not back down. In particular, he couldn't let an illusionary sorcerer take the lead. Dorcas quickened his pace and tried to overtake Angor. At the same time, the string of mockery in his throat was ready to attack at any time. However, Dorcas was stopped by Angor's hand when he tried to walk past Angor. Dorcas looked at Angor in confusion, but Angor only gave him a look, telling him to calm down. Dorcas had a lot of questions in his head, but they already believed in Angor's plan. Even if Angor did not give them an explanation, Dorcas still stopped. However, Dorcas stubbornly refused to back off. He stood on the same row as Angor. After standing still, Dorcas looked ahead. There was a small figure in front of him. He did catch a glimpse of it before, but he was too worried about Y and Kale. Now that he looked closer, he couldn't help but frown. That small figure that appeared and disappeared from time to time should be the infant spirit. He couldn't see what it looked like, so it wasn't the infant spirit that caused Kale to frown, but something else. The alley in front of them was covered with solidified blood-red wax. It was not arranged neatly, and it looked like a wall of candles had a big hole burned in it. However, the solidified wax was not the main problem. More importantly, there were layers of white webs in front of them. These webs looked no different from spider webs, except they were larger and denser, and they were stuck to the walls of the path. And there wasn't only one side of the webs. Through the holes in the webs, they could see that there were more webs inside. There were layers and layers, and they couldn't see the end of them. They couldn't see the infant spirit's appearance because it wasn't on the outermost layer of the webs. It was hiding behind countless layers of webs. Through the shadows, they could see that the infant spirit was acting strangely. It would climb walls, hang ceilings, or go crazy. Since they couldn't see the infant spirit for now, they decided to put it aside for now. The priority now was to deal with the layers of dense white webs. Do they look like they're made of silk? Through the reflection of the webs and the softness of the swaying edges, Dokes determined that these webs weren't as thin and sticky as spider webs. Instead, they were more like a net-like structure laid out by silk. Angor's eyes glowed. Dorcas knew that this was the result of using Narda's vision. A moment later, Angor closed his eyes, and the light faded away. They're made of silk, Angor said when he opened his eyes again. Is it really silk? Dorcas was surprised. There's dripping wax, and silk. Why do I feel like I'm in Elysium? The Black Earl glanced at Dorcas coldly, and Dorcas immediately pretended to cough to stop his colorful reverie. I mean, since it's made of silk, we can burn it with fire, right? Just as well, we can melt the wax on the ground as well. Otherwise, it'll be annoying. It's silk, but it's not ordinary. As for the wax on the ground, I don't see anything strange about it. But since it's here, it's not ordinary either. Not ordinary? Dorcas was confused. What's so special about it? Can't you sense it yourself? Angor asked. Releasing spirit energy whenever we run into an undead creature is suicide, Dorcas said in a serious tone. Angor didn't know what to say. You're talking to two apprentices. What's a wizard like you worrying about? The Dark Earl said indifferently. Baby spirits are the same as undead spirits. As long as they smell the scent of living humans, they can't wait to rush forward and hunt them down. But now, the infant spirit is still moving about in the depths of these webs. There are only two possibilities. First, Angor's illusion is blocking its senses. It still hasn't noticed us. Second, it's not an unintelligent undead creature like we thought. It won't charge at us recklessly. I'm more inclined to believe the second one. As for the reason, it was easy to see the dense and artistic webs in front of him. It didn't look like something an unintelligent creature could do. Of course, Count Black didn't think the infant spirit was intelligent. He still believed that the glutton flower might be controlling the infant spirit. After all, they couldn't see where the glutton flower was. Maybe it was on the infant spirit whose face couldn't be seen clearly. After a pause, the Black Girl continued, it's also possible that it's both of them. Anyway, no matter which one it is, you won't be attacked if you use your spirit energy now. When Count Black said use your spirit energy, he didn't mean to reach the infant spirit. Instead, he kept his spirit energy inside Angwar's illusion. This way, even if the infant spirit launched a surprise attack, it would have time to withdraw its spirit energy. Dorcas thought about it and found it reasonable. He carefully extended his spirit feelers outside his body. When he used his spirit feelers to observe the object, he finally understood why Angwar said silk, but not ordinary silk. In his spirit vision, the silk was glowing with a faint red light. It was like blood that was about to dry up, struggling for the last time before it completely turned black. The red light was even more ominous and unsettling than the blood-red light. Most importantly, Dorcas did not sense the existence of any energy within the crimson light. It was as if the silk was glowing on its own. Silk, on the other hand, was nothing special in the view of spiritual power. If it wasn't for the ominous light, even Dorcas wouldn't think there was anything special about it. You see it, right? Angwar whispered, the webs look ordinary, but there's something special about them. But I can't sense anything unusual about them. The red wax on the ground also looks ordinary. Who can say it doesn't have a different side to it? That's true, Dorcas said, but if we can't touch them just by looking at the surface, we'd be too timid. Both Angwar and Count Black looked at Dorcas. They didn't say anything, but Dorcas knew what they meant. If you say so, do it. Dorcas's lips trembled. He really wanted to say, fine, I'll do it. But for some reason, the sight of the red wax and the webs made him nervous. He didn't mind arguing for a bit, but he didn't want to do it for real. Seeing how hesitant Dorcas was, Angwar and Dark Earl exchanged a glance. They both knew the answer. Of course, they didn't really want Dorcas to do it. They just wanted to see what inspiration Dorcas had for the silk and red wax. Judging from the current situation, Dorcas's inspiration was giving him a crazy warning. Considering Dorcas's personality as a bloodline wizard, and how he wanted to be a meat shield just now, it was obvious that he had a sense of responsibility to protect his bloodline. This sense of responsibility wasn't given to him by anyone else. It was purely Dorcas' own desire to do this, and it came from his heart. A bloodline wizard who wanted to be a meat shield suddenly hesitated and backed off. If it were anyone else, their faith would have collapsed. But Dorcas. Inspiration was his faith. When his inspiration gave him a warning, it meant that his faith needed to be adjusted. Just like now. Even when Angwar and Count Black urged him to do it with their eyes, Dorcas still refused. This was the faith represented by responsibility. It was a slight adjustment. It might seem cowardly, but Angwar actually appreciated such a change. If Dorcas was a reckless person who insisted on walking on the edge of a knife's edge and experiencing life and death, Angwar would not want to recruit him. It wasn't that such people who experienced life and death situations weren't bad, but they needed certain prerequisites. For example, a protagonist who was favored by fate. Since Dorcas was still hesitating, Angwar and Count Black stopped urging him. Instead, they began to discuss a plan. The silk and red wax in front of them must be extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Dorcas wouldn't have stopped here. But even so, they had to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, they couldn't keep going. Can we use a magic array? Dorcas asked. If they could use a magic array to suppress Hidden Slave, could they do the same here? Angwar shook his head. The only thing I can do is to shake the stability of the space and create a crack for you to use a plain passageway. Angwar also noticed that the magic array here was obviously different from the one outside. It was more stable and tricky. Even he would have to spend more effort to shake the space node. He might even need to use extremely precious consumables, which couldn't be solved by an external array disk. But Angor didn't want to talk about this. If they really needed to escape, they still had to use the precious consumables. They didn't need to save other people's lives. They needed to save their own. What should we do then? Why don't you use my method and try burning it with fire? At this time, Yi's voice came from the spirit bond. Are you stupid? Burning it is the same as directly exposing our existence. Dorcas turned around and looked at Vale, who was poking his head out of the alley. He said in annoyance, "Can't you learn from Kale and obediently stay at the edge of the illusion? Don't get involved. Your suggestion sucks." I can't help it. My master said that the infant spirit might be intelligent, but it doesn't mean it can find us. I trust Mr. Superdimensional Illusions more. Even if it can't find us, we can't just stay in the illusion forever, can we? We can sneak through the illusion if the silk and red wax aren't there. But we can't do that now. We have to face the infant spirit no matter what. Angor interrupted Y before he could say anything. I don't agree with your argument. However, I personally think that Dorcas' last sentence is correct. No matter what, we have to face the baby spirit directly this time. Angor considered for a moment and made a difficult decision. How about this? I'll try to test the infant spirit first. How do you plan to do that? Count Dark asked. Illusion. Angor considered for a moment before he said, illusion. Illusions? Count Black frowned but didn't comment further. Personally, he didn't think illusions were a good idea. The concealment and changeable nature of illusions could indeed be used as a scout. However, they were much more effective against creatures from the material world than against creatures made of energy. Also, illusions were much more effective against intelligent creatures than against unintelligent creatures. So far, Count Black believed that infant spirits were intelligent creatures. However, this was only a guess. Infant spirits were undead creatures in their most primitive form. They were souls with chaotic minds and only evil thoughts. In other words, infant spirits were creatures made of energy, but they were also creatures without intelligence. Under such circumstances, illusions could only be used in a limited range of probing. Therefore, from the Dark Earl's point of view, illusions were an alternative but definitely not the best choice. I think illusions should be used on the edge of a knife, Dorcas spoke up. As for probing, leave it to me. What Dorcas meant by blade was actually to protect the two acolytes. It wasn't that he didn't like Angor's illusions. He just knew that illusions were the best way to protect the two apprentices at the moment. If Angor distracted himself while using illusions, he might make a mistake in the moving illusion. Even if he succeeded, the infant spirits might attack him directly, which would make the moving illusion a target as well. Dorcas didn't want anything to happen to Kale and Y, especially Y. After considering the pros and cons, Dorcas decided that it would be better for him to do it himself. You were hesitant before. What now? Angor raised an eyebrow at Dorcas. Dorcas shrugged. It's not the same. I'm not going to do it myself. If it's just a test, it won't be a problem. I've done this kind of thing too many times, blurg. Dorcas didn't seem to mind the first half of his sentence. But when he reached the end of his sentence, his expression suddenly twisted. Under everyone's gaze, Dorcas vomited out a chubby, sticky worm. Angor knew that the palm-sized worm was a baby of a sandworm. But even so, he still felt sick when he saw Dorcas spitting it out with water droplets on its body. In the end, he managed to hold back his stomach. However, Yi, who was peeking behind the crowd, couldn't help but cover his mouth and retch. After a long while, Yi finally calmed down. You're always like this. When will you get used to it, my old friend? Dorcas looked over with concern. Yi wiped the saliva from his mouth as he retched and glared at Dorcas fiercely. Instead of answering Dorcas' question, he turned to Angor and complained, Dorcas didn't used to take the larvae like this a long time ago. In the past, Dorcas would simply flip his hand and the larvae would appear on his palm. The larvae came out directly from the skin. Although it still looked a little uncomfortable, Dorcas's action of flipping his hand covered the process of the larvae coming out, so overall, it looked very normal. But once, when they were on an adventure, they encountered a crisis. Dorcas' entire body was placed into a coffin-like torture device made of iron. Only his head was exposed. In order to save himself, Dorcas used his mouth as a medium for the first time and spat out the larvae covered in saliva. It was also at that time that the young and ignorant Yi vomited when he saw this scene. Dorcas seemed to find watching Yi throwing up very interesting. Since then, every time he summoned the larvae in front of Yi, he would do it with his mouth. After complaining to Angor, Yi's expression was still sullen. Angor looked at the mocking Dorcas, then at Yi, and couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Since when did he become an arbiter? Why did he have to comment on such a trivial matter? Angor really didn't want to talk, but Yi's intense gaze forced him to give a half-hearted answer. It's really bad behavior. The boy didn't say anything else, but V was already satisfied with the result. He had finally gotten rid of his grudge. Since Dorcas would be following Angor from now on, Yi had to listen to Angor's words no matter what. Dorcas gave him an innocent look. Bad? I think it's normal. Angor snickered. If you spit out my little gold, I'll sew your throat shut right now. I have a lot of experience in making clothes. Trust me, I'll make sure it's tight. Dorcas immediately shut up. When Angor called him a bad person, he really did consider spitting out little gold right in front of Angor's face. Seeing how Dorcas kept quiet out of fear, Yi cheered in his mind and looked at Angor with even more admiration. After the little interlude, the dark Earl looked at Dorcas again. You're going to use this sandworm to test it? Dorcas nodded. It's a normal sandworm, but I can sense everything it senses through my bloodline power. Even if it's discovered and killed, it won't affect us too much. Suddenly, Dorcas took out a small bottle from his pocket with a mysterious look on his face. Do you know what's in this? Heh, I secretly collected some smelly gutters and put them in here. This way, when the sandworms crawl inside, they can disguise themselves as bugs from the gutters. It'll be better hidden. You've prepared a lot, the Dark Earl commented. Dorcas chuckled proudly. Of course. It's not easy to come to the sewers. It'll be a waste if I don't take anything with me. That sounded reasonable. However, the fact that Dorcas wanted to take away the smelly gutters really made everyone speechless. Even the Dark Earl didn't know what to say anymore. Praise? Praise? Scold? None of those were good. Forget it. Angor asked, Are you sure the otherworldly infant spirits can smell the gutters? Dorcas replied, It doesn't matter if he knows or not. We're just testing him. Angor didn't know what to say. Dorcas happily opened the bottle and threw the larvae inside to be pickled. Angor wasn't interested in worms, but he still looked away when he saw the larvae struggling in the bottle. It wasn't pity. He just thought that Dorcas was a bit perverted. He was now a little doubtful. Was it a good choice to recruit Nadex? When Dorcas took the larvae out again, it was already covered in the gutter's foul odor. Still, it wasn't pickled for too long, so the smell wasn't too bad. Compared to the gutters, it was much more normal. Even the Dark Earl didn't try to avoid it, which meant the smell wasn't as strong as before. Dorcas was quite optimistic about this. It'll be too much if it's too pungent. This is just right. Dorcas looked at Angor. I've already come this far. It's my turn to test it, right? Dorcas already pickled the larvae, so it would be inappropriate for Angor to refuse now. Angor nodded. I'll let you do it then. All right. Don't worry, I'll bring you the best information. Dorcas placed the larva on the ground. Relying on the characteristics of the moving illusion, his voice wouldn't reach the outside world, so he shouted loudly, Attack, little bug. Angor was speechless. He already has a name. Angor watched as the larvae slowly crawled into the ground. If it's still alive, will you take it back? Before Dorcas could say anything, they quickly answered, Of course. Dorcas loves his larvae very much. Don't think he's happy now. It's just a facade. He's probably crying inside. Dorcas was confused. He had plenty of larvae. Losing a few wouldn't hurt him at all. They knew that Dorcas didn't mind losing some ordinary larvae. However, as long as they spoke first, he could prove that Dorcas loved his larvae so much, and Dorcas wouldn't refuse. Dorcas' love for his larvae is sincere. This also means that he's a very righteous man. Even if it's just a larvae, he'll still cherish them. Let alone communicating with them. Isn't that right, Dorcas? Dorcas nodded in a daze. I think so. They grinned. So, if the larvae isn't dead, I'm sure Dorcas will take it back. Also, Dorcas will take it back the same way he came. Vey's last words revealed his true intention. He wanted Dorcas to take the larvae back the same way he came. You like to act like a spitting larvae, right? Later, you'd better swallow it again for me. Dorcas looked at Wai with a face full of shock. At this moment, he understood what Wai meant. They wanted him to swallow a larvae that stained the gutter? You're so mean, Vey feigned ignorance. Huh? What are you talking about? You don't love your larvae anymore? Then you can't be trusted. If you don't even love your larvae, how can you love someone else? Vey's words were meant for Angwar's ears. If Dorcas didn't love his larvae, he was a traitor. If Dorcas loved his larvae, and would take it back the way he came. Dorcas didn't know what to say. He couldn't really say that he didn't love his larvae. If he didn't, he wouldn't have taken the larvae as his main bloodline. But if he said he loved his larvae, he would fall into Vey's trap. So mean. Dorcas looked at Angwar again. He believed that Angwar could see through Vey's scheme and give him justice. But Dorcas had the wrong person. Of course Angwar saw through Vey's trap. After all, Dorcas was the one who started it. Angwar was planning to set up his own trap. He didn't expect Vey to see through it so quickly. Not only that, they even put Dorcas on a pedestal by saying he was a man of virtue, only to bring him down again. This was even worse than Angwar's plan. This was great. Vey's right. Dorcas stared at Angwar in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. Vey took advantage of the situation. You're right too, sir. Dorcas felt the world spinning around him. It was as if he was standing in a boundless ice field. A bone-chilling wind was blowing from his skin to his bones. Even his blood was about to freeze. Let's talk later. Your larvae are about to touch the web, Dark Earl said. Dorcas quickly returned to the real world and began to observe the movement of the sandworms while ignoring Wei and Angwar's banter. Angwar and Vey didn't interrupt them either. It was fine to lighten the mood occasionally, but when it came to serious business, they couldn't afford to let it go. Dorcas' fleshy larvae had already left the moving illusion. Even so, it didn't attract the attention of the infant spirit. This further confirmed Dark Earl's suspicion that the infant spirit was being controlled. Or rather, the infant spirit had intelligence. Otherwise, with the infant spirit's sensitivity to the aura of living things, it would have been impossible for it not to smell the sandworms. Was the infant spirit planning to wait for them to enter the web, and it was relying on these webs and red wax? They didn't know for now. But they could use the larvae to test the effects of the red wax and the web. The red wax covered the ground, but they could still climb up the walls or the ceiling to avoid it. However, the web was a different story. The web was tightly packed and sealed all the cracks on the walls. Now, it was up to Dorcas to decide. Should he go to the ground and touch the red wax first? Or should he go around the red wax and touch the web? Dorcas rubbed his chin and decided to go around the red wax first. If the larvae could go around the red wax, so could they. However, that was not the case for web weaving. They had to face web weaving, so the most important thing right now was to see what kind of effects the web weaving would have. With that decided, the larvae began to climb up the wall. No one tried to stop them. When they reached the ceiling, the larvae began to move again. Soon, the larvae entered the red wax's range. However, since they were on the ceiling, they didn't touch the wax. When everyone thought the larvae had successfully gone around the red wax, Dorcas suddenly frowned. I think my control over the larvae is getting weaker. Weaker? Angwar was puzzled. Dorcas remained silent for a moment. Maybe it's just my imagination. Everyone looked at Dorcas in confusion. Dorcas didn't know how to explain it either. He did feel that his control over the larvae was getting weaker, but now it seemed to be back. That was why he said it was just his imagination. But soon, Dorcas felt his control over the larvae getting weaker again. Before he could explain, his control over the larvae came back again. In the next few meters, Dorcas felt as if his control over the sandworm was on a roller coaster, sometimes high and sometimes low. Dorcas didn't tell them about it yet. His control over the larvae was strange, but they didn't change their target. They were still climbing toward the web. Dorcas wanted to wait until the larvae were caught by the web and see what happened. When the sandworm reached the net, as expected, it was entangled by the net and unable to move. Everyone waited for a while to see if the sandworm would change or if the infant spirit would come. Time ticked by, and after a few minutes, everyone looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. The infant spirit didn't come, and the sandworm didn't seem to be affected by the web at all. It was still alive and didn't show any signs of dying. So, the web was just like a spider's web, which was used to catch prey. But in the world of energy, what was the crimson light emitted by the web? It couldn't be just a decoration, could it? Everyone looked at Dorcas, wanting to get an explanation from him. Dorcas had a strange look on his face. He narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking or sensing something. After a while, Dorcas said, "The effect of weaving a net might be to absorb energy." As for why Dorcas said so, "The tiny bit of energy I left in the little bug's body was sucked away," Angor said. "If that's the case, why is it still alive?" Life energy was also a kind of energy. Wizards in the southern wizarding region and other areas had already discovered that many monsters fed on life energy. For example, Gamito, or the heart-eater in folklore, also fed on life energy. However, its absorption and conversion efficiency were not high enough, which was why it would eat flesh and skin. Magical creatures that were even more powerful than Gamito, such as the goatmen of the abyss and the chupacabras of the void, didn't need to consume the flesh they hunted. They could absorb the life energy in a single breath. Meanwhile, the prey whose life energy was sucked away would wither and die in agony due to the lack of energy in their organs. Life energy was the most basic energy of all living creatures. Even mortals had it. It was just a matter of how much. But the sandworm was still alive. Even its chubby body didn't change at all. It was impossible to say that its life energy was sucked away. Even Grea's body, which was made of flesh, would turn into a bag of bones if her life energy was sucked away. So, how could the sandworm still be so chubby after its life energy was sucked away? Dorcas was also a little hesitant. After a long time, he finally said, "Perhaps the web won't absorb life energy?" Dorcas didn't quite believe it himself. This was because he had left his mana and mental power in the sandworm's body, and the sandworm had also absorbed those. If the net was only meant to absorb mana, then why didn't the net absorb any of the primal mana in the surrounding space? Or could it be that the web only absorbs pure magic power that has been refined? What about spirit energy? The baby sandworm was weak, but it still had a certain amount of spirit energy. Yet the web didn't absorb its spirit energy. This could be seen with the naked eye. Once a sandworm lost its spirit energy, it would become weak and fall unconscious, which was no different from death. But now, the sandworm was still struggling, and its vitality was still there. It was just that it couldn't move, and it didn't look like its mental power had been absorbed. The black girl said, "Then let's tentatively decide that one of the effects of the web is to absorb energy that isn't the main body." Dorcas thought for a moment and felt that this was barely right. But he still didn't believe that the web was only used to expel foreign energy. If what Dark Girl said was true, then the web wasn't a trap at all. Instead, it was a special buff. It could expel foreign energy from one's body. For many magi, this was a very good outcome. For example, if a wizard was cursed or invaded by foreign energy and couldn't get rid of it, wouldn't the web solve the problem perfectly? That made the web look good. But did the web really have no other negative effects apart from confinement? Dorcas didn't believe it, and neither did the others. But this was the conclusion they came to. They had to put their doubts aside for now. "You have other sandworms, right? Why don't you try the red wax on the ground?" Dark Girl looked at Dorcas. Although the red wax could be bypassed by climbing the wall, the black girl had a hunch that the appearance of the red wax could not be so simple. If it could really be bypassed, then what was the point of the baby spirit making these red wax? Even if the red wax could be avoided, Dark Girl still hoped to find out the general effect of the red wax. "I have some guesses about the red wax's effect," Dorcas said. Black Girl, "Oh? Dorcas gave a simple explanation of the fluctuating control he had over the sandworm. Even though the little bug didn't touch the red wax, it was still able to control the sandworm in great detail. But as soon as it entered the range of the red wax, it began to lose control. I think it's because of the red wax. You're saying the red wax can affect your control over the sandworm? In other words, it can affect your spirit power? Dorcas nodded, then shook his head. It can affect my control over the little bug. But I don't just rely on my spirit power to control it. I also rely on my bloodline power. The little bug's bloodline is closely related to mine. You can even say that it's being nourished by my bloodline to survive. That's why I can control all of the little bug's actions through my bloodline power. I can even replace it when it loses its sense of self. Personally, I don't think the red wax's effect is to weaken or deprive my control over the sandworm. Instead, it affects the sandworm's spirit power. But it doesn't mean that the sandworm's spirit power will disappear. Instead, it will become chaotic or unbalanced. It's like mental illness, Angor finished the sentence. Dorcas nodded. Yes. It's like a crazy person suffering from mental illness. But it didn't destroy its spirit power. But that's just your guess, Black Earl said. It's a guess, but... Dorcas was going to say that his inspiration was the same. But on second thought, he didn't want to use his inspiration as evidence. Even if his inspiration was rarely wrong, it still couldn't be used as evidence. Fine, I'll try again. This time, I'll touch the red wax on the ground directly. This time, Dorcas didn't spit out the sandworm from his mouth. Instead, he stomped on the ground, and a small bump appeared on the ground. The bump on the ground broke open, and a small, white sandworm crawled out. Seeing the sandworm, V spoke up in anger. I didn't wrong you, did I? I said you did it on purpose, so you did it on purpose. Dorcas pretended that he didn't hear anything. Unwilling to be left out, V shouted at the sandworm, let's go, little bug. Hearing V's shout, Dorcas turned around and said, I don't want it to be contaminated by the gutter smell, so it's not called little bug. It's called, Dorcas considered. Hurananzalolo Bardev, how about that? Angor was expecting to hear more creative names from Dorcas. But when he heard the long list of names, his head was filled with question marks. He couldn't keep up with Dorcas's thought process. How did Dorcas's mind jump from little bug to such a long list of names, including a middle name? He's seriously trying to come up with a name. Compared to Angor's surprise, V didn't feel anything at all. He had already gotten used to Dorcas's ridiculous behavior. If Dorcas chose something like little bug, or little bug, V would be more surprised. That's not a good name, V rejected. He didn't bother to find an excuse. What was the point of not being a good name? Let's call it little bug. As for the reason, when you stomp your foot, it comes out. Think about it, where it comes from. It's fine to call it little bug, Dorcas said. Do you know the punishment for slandering a wizard? Dorcas asked. I'm slandering you? If you swallow this little bug back into your mouth, I'll apologize to you. So you only need to apologize for slandering me? Dorcas grumbled. Angor sighed in his mind as he watched the two bickering addicts. Alright, let's stop here. We have more important things to do. Don't let trivial matters get in the way. Or do you really think the infant spirits are easy to bully? Since Angor already spoke, V didn't dare to continue. Dorcas wasn't afraid of Angor, but he still felt that he was being too casual. Putting away his relaxed expression, Dorcas spoke in a serious tone, Bardev, let's go. Angor didn't know what to say. Still, they couldn't avoid the name. The white, chubby little bug wriggled forward. This time, it didn't climb the wall. Instead, it touched the red wax directly. It didn't take long for it to reach the red wax. Without any hesitation, it climbed onto the red wax. However, not long after the sandworm crawled onto the red wax, an unforeseen event occurred. The wax was supposed to be solid, but when the sandworm touched it, the wax began to melt. However, the melting was only limited to the sandworm's lower body. In the blink of an eye, the red wax dragged the little sandworm into its body and trapped it. The red wax wasn't transparent, so Dorcas could only see the shadow of the little sandworm. Dorcas frowned. I can't control Bardev anymore. I can't sense it at all. It's like it was wiped out from my bloodline connection. Before, the little bug still had some life energy, so he didn't completely lose contact with it. But now, Dorcas couldn't sense Bardev's existence at all. Besides, Bardev fell into the red wax so fast that Dorcas didn't even have time to see what happened. After hearing Dorcas's words, everyone's brows furrowed. They already guessed that the red wax might have some kind of special effect, and now it seemed that it was true. But judging from its appearance and energy, the red wax was just an ordinary red wax. They didn't even know what went wrong, let alone how to solve it. The baby spirit hasn't shown up yet. How about I try again with a sandworm? Should I use an apprentice-level sandworm this time? Dorcas suggested. The dark Earl shook his head. In the beginning, the Black Earl agreed to the probing mainly because he wanted to test web weaving and red wax. Now that they were sure that the red wax and the web really did have special effects, it was pointless for Dorcas to keep trying. They didn't know whether the red wax and the web were created by the baby spirit or Adonis, but they were sure that the apprentice-level sandworms alone couldn't get more information. If they wanted to get more useful information, they would have to try it themselves. And this was probably the baby spirit's goal. If the baby spirit really wanted them to try it themselves, they were sure that the red wax and the web would definitely affect them. It was an obvious trap. What should we do then? Dorcas considered and realized that the apprentice-level sandworms wouldn't work. How about I do it myself? Are you going to give it away for free? Dorcas, then, why don't we let it try? Dorcas pointed at the alchemy puppet beside Vi. The alchemy puppet was controlled by Soren, who was sent by Angor to protect Kale as well as Vi. No. Delenn is Mr. Angor's elemental creature. We can't just treat it as a consumable. Dorcas grumbled, you're really worried about Angor's elemental creature. I said I'll go, and now you're saying I'm giving it away for free? Vi humped and looked away. I'm saying you're giving it away for free because I don't want you to go. I didn't say Velen would do it. Let the alchemy puppet do it. Dorcas looked at Angor and asked, what do you think? Angor shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't do as Dorcas said. He didn't really care about the alchemy puppet, but he had other plans. However, before Angor could finish his words, someone interrupted him. Behind you! Kale shouted. Before he could react, he heard two loud bangs as if something had hit the ground. When he looked back, he realized that there were two square stone cells on the ground. He was familiar with the mana used to create these cells. It must be the work of the Dark Earl. However, he was surprised to see what was inside the cells. Inside the two small stone cells were the two sandworms from earlier. They didn't look any different. However, if Angor used his energy vision to observe them, he would see that their bodies were covered in a dark red light. The crimson and unfortunate light seemed to be corrupting the two little sandworms. Dorcas, my little bug, and Baldev. What's going on? The Black Earl said, they'd been released. Can you sense them now? Dorcas tried to sense the little sandworms in the stone prison, but as soon as he used his bloodline power to sense them, he felt a flood of negative emotions enter his mind through his bloodline power. Without hesitation, Dorcas cut off his bloodline power. He did it successfully, but he was still affected by a lot of negative emotions. At the same time, the bloodline power's backlash began to surge inside his body. Dorcas coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and collapsed on the ground. The bloodline power's backlash wasn't that serious. However, Dorcas, who always had a positive attitude, couldn't hold on any longer. Dispirited, depressed, self-pitying. Dorcas was surrounded by a gloomy aura. Just as Dorcas felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of emotions, he suddenly heard a sigh. Immediately after, a familiar illusory power entered his forehead. Dorcas tried to resist, but he gave up. His depression made him feel that nothing mattered anymore. Since Dorcas didn't resist, the illusion spell successfully entered his body. Next, the tiny figure hiding in the corner of Dorcas' mind felt something warm on his back. When he looked back, he saw the golden sunlight. The warmth of the sun dispelled all the gloominess in his mind. All the good memories of his past appeared in front of his eyes. In just a few seconds, the gloomy aura around Dorcas disappeared. Dorcas stood up again with a complicated expression on his face. It took him a while to regain his composure. He nodded to Angor. Thank you. He knew very well that the golden sunlight and the good memories were brought by Angor's illusion. It awakened Dorcas' forgotten memories, and at the same time, dispelled a large part of his negative emotions. Dorcas could find a way to adjust himself, but he didn't know how long it would take for him to get rid of all the negative emotions. Angor's illusion was like a needle that instantly pulled him out of his depression. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. While it was nothing to Angor, others might not be able to do the same. This included the Black Earl as well. However, they didn't care about Angor's powerful emotional control right now. They were more concerned about what Dorcas went through. Dorcas remained silent for a while before he spoke in a low voice. They went crazy. End of chapter. Wai was stunned. Crazy? What do you mean? Dorcas replied, literally. Their minds are in complete chaos and are filled with negative emotions. Even if I can sense the power of my bloodline, I can't communicate with them. Dorcas glanced at Angor and said, Angor's choice of words is very appropriate. Mental illness. Like they're suffering from mental illness. A hint of pity appeared in Dorcas's eyes as he looked at the sandworms struggling in the stone prison. When he used the sandworms to test the waters, he was already prepared for them to be sacrificed. However, that didn't mean they were dead. As long as the bloodline returned to the mother, new worms would be born. But now, they had completely gone mad and even showed signs of rebelling against their masters. Even if their bloodline was returned to the mother's body, this madness might be like an invading virus, eroding the pure mother's body. In the end, the mother would also fall into the abyss of insanity. Therefore, Dorcas couldn't take their bloodlines back. This meant that the worms were already dead. Furthermore, it was a complete and utter death. Even if they're crazy, you should be able to get some useful information from their words, right? Wade asked. Besides, they went straight through Mr. Hyperdimension's illusion. Does that mean? Wade didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he was trying to say. If the crazed sandworms were created by the baby spirit, and the crazed sandworms were able to break through the illusionary realm and follow the original path to attack, did that mean that the baby spirit had already discovered them? I don't know if there's anything special about it, Dorcas said. Dorcas, but now that I think about it, there is indeed something worth mentioning about the crazy talk you mentioned. Crazy was just a way of describing it. The baby sandworm's mouth parts were more like sucking mouth parts, which fed on blood or other energy-containing liquids. They didn't have the ability to make sounds yet. Only when they evolved into adult worms would their mouth parts start to crack, and they would develop vocal organs. The crazy words referred to here mostly referred to the various negative emotions that Dorcas had sensed from the sandworms. Sweep away all obstacles, Dorcas said. That's what I interpreted from the negative emotions they transmitted. That's it? Wade muttered. Is there nothing else? Getting rid of all obstacles sounds very normal. As soon as Wai finished speaking, the Dark Earl said, Does it sound normal? Why do I feel that it's not normal at all? Wai definitely did not dare to refute his master, but he really could not tell what was wrong. If the sandworms were controlled by the baby spirit, it was tantamount to expressing the baby spirit's thoughts. The baby spirit wanted to eliminate all obstacles. Wasn't this the same as eliminating everyone present? They were in a hostile state. Wasn't it normal for them to want to eliminate each other once and for all? The Black Earl asked. The only way to remove all obstacles was to instigate 2 sandworms? Pausing for a moment, the Dark Earl said softly, The infant spirits must have discovered us. This is not surprising. What's really noteworthy is that it hasn't shown itself yet. Wasn't it a contradiction to be hiding at the back of the group, even though they were shouting, Sweep away all obstacles, as for the red wax and the web? This was, at most, a means of hindering their progress. If they gave up at this time, the red wax and the web would not work, not to mention that the baby spirits wanted to remove obstacles. Inviting the enemy into a trap or setting up a trap to wait for the prey to come. These were all good means. However, these were also defensive and counterattacking means. They were outsmarting the enemy. The red wax and the web were overt schemes. Since they were strategies, they still belonged to the category of outsmarting the enemy. As for the phrase sweep away all obstacles, it meant taking the initiative to attack. Take the initiative to sweep away obstacles, kill those who should be killed, and clear up all the obstacles in their eyes. One was strategy, and the other was courage. These were two completely opposite choices. Was this normal? Of course not. Of course, there were also means of courage and strategy in this world, but at least this was not the case now. The baby spirits were guarding the rear and only relying on overt schemes to resist the enemy. How could that be considered courage? Courage on the surface was self-praise. Yes, they clearly discovered us, but they didn't do anything. Why is that? Wai was puzzled. Were they really waiting for them to take the bait? If so, didn't that mean that they had no means and had to rely on external forces to fill in the gaps? Thinking so much is actually just guessing. No one knows what the truth is. Dorcas said, anyway, we know that they already found us. Let's just do it. These webs and red wax are traps. We can't touch them, but we can destroy them. Dorcas rubbed his hands together and looked like he was about to go all out. Come, let Dankros out. Spit a small flame at them and show them how powerful Dankros is, Dorcas said to Angor. It's bathing in the bracelet. It won't come out, Angor said casually. By bathing, he meant the quenching liquid. Dankros claimed that ordinary quenching liquid was as tasteless as plain water. However, if there was a real quenching liquid in front of it, it would still embrace it obediently. It's really enjoying it, Dorcas muttered. Dorcas muttered, then I'll set it on fire. I already said that fire would definitely be useful against this kind of web and red wax. We don't know if it will, Wai said. I don't believe that the webs and wax are immune to fire. With that, Dorcas stepped forward and prepared to cast a fire spell. However, Angor stopped him halfway. Let me do it. You go take care of your two little worms. They've gone crazy. They're completely. Before Dorcas could finish, he noticed that the two worms had curled up into a ball and were sleeping. What happened to them? Angor said, just like you, I tried to expel the negative emotions inside them. But I couldn't get rid of them, so I can only try to cover up the negative emotions. It should work. They're sleeping now, so you need to take care of them. Dorcas stared at Angor for a long time before he lowered his head and muttered, why waste mana? They're not that important anyway. Angor said, I'm not wasting mana. I agree with Wai's suggestion. I also want to see the scene of you swallowing the two of them. Angor smiled at Dorcas. Dorcas, on the other hand, froze. Angor's smile was even more terrifying than the smile of a demon. Are you a demon? Dorcas couldn't help but ask. Of course not, Angor replied with a serious look. Wai also spoke up excitedly, Mr. Superdimensional's wish is also my wish. This is not a demon. This is mercy for living things. Dorcas felt his eyelids twitching. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Angor said, go take care of him. I saw the look in your eyes. You don't want them to die like this, right? This time, Dorcas was truly stunned. Angor saved the worms to laugh at him? Or could it be that he had actually seen through his heart? Was it a joke? Or was it the warmth hidden under the joke? Dorcas didn't understand Angor at all. This young man was just a young man to Dorcas, was complicated, unpredictable, and mysterious. Dorcas didn't feel the need to stay away from such a mysterious person. Instead, he wanted to know more about him. Maybe following Angor wasn't such a bad choice after all. While Dorcas remained silent, Angor turned around and slowly walked to the edge of the illusion. Ever since he heard Dorcas say that the sandworms would experience mental disorder when they entered the red wax region, a suspicion had already formed in his heart. Now that the worms had returned, Angor's inspection confirmed his suspicion. This was definitely something done by a nightmare creature. He didn't know what caused the worms to go crazy. Maybe it was a parasite or some other kind of ability. But he was sure that the faint nightmare aura inside the worms couldn't be wrong. As long as there were nightmare creatures around, there would always be madness. Whether it was Midnight Sovereign, Evernight City, or the Heart of Sorrow, as long as there were nightmare creatures nearby, there would be no lack of madness. Now that Angor was sure it was a nightmare creature, he had to change his strategy. If he didn't change his strategy, There was only one way to go if they wanted to continue: fight. Breaking through with brute force was the best option. But if they failed, they would be forced to run away. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. However, when Angor confirmed that the worms were from the nightmare realm, he had another idea. It was the same trick he used in the Heart of Sorrow. He could use the identity of Shava to get food and drink for free. It would be best if he could get through this as well. Of course, the worms had to admit that they were Shava first. If they didn't, then they would have to go back to the original choice: fight or give up. This was their choice anyway. Angor had to find another way. If this alternative failed, it wouldn't affect their original plan. Therefore, Angor stopped Dorcas' fire attack and decided to try it himself. "What are you going to do?" Dark Earl flew to Angor and asked. Same answer as before. Illusion. Dark Earl didn't know why Angor insisted on using illusions to test the worms, but he had no other choice but to break through with brute force. It wouldn't hurt to let Angor try. Under Dark Earl's gaze, Angor reached out his right index finger and slowly poked through the illusion barrier. In an instant, a white, snake-shaped mist gushed out from Angor's fingertip. The mist looked like a real snake. With its head held high and its vertical pupils glowing in green, it flicked its forked tongue and dashed toward the nearest web. Everyone jumped in fright when they saw the scene. Illusions meant that Angor was secretly releasing illusion nodes to confuse the infant souls or to lure the infant souls out of him. But Angor's illusion was a direct attack? Dorcas also saw what Angor was doing and felt that it was ridiculous. What was the difference between this and his fire attack? He thought Angor had some kind of plan, but he didn't expect Angor to use brute force like him. Dorcas didn't feel good at all. Dark Earl was the only one who didn't feel anything. No matter what Angor did, he still had to face the infant spirits. Angor's direct attack was a good thing since it meant he was going to fight. Just like everyone else, Count Black believed that Angor was calling for a fight. But that wasn't the case. When the smoke snake came to the first side of the net, it opened its mouth wide, as if it was roaring. Waves of air appeared in the surrounding air. In the next second, a hole was broken in the middle of the net, and the smoke snake rushed in. In everyone's eyes, the mist snake was trying to destroy the web, and it worked. Everyone was a little surprised by Angor's sudden confrontation, but they were also glad to see the net break and the effect was effective. If the web could be destroyed, it wouldn't be hard to face the infant spirits. They didn't need to worry about the web anymore. Instead, they needed to figure out how to deal with the infant spirits. As for the red wax, they could definitely lure the infant spirits out by destroying the web. After all, the infant spirits were protected by the web, which made it difficult for them to attack. If the web was destroyed, the infant spirits would have to stay put and become targets. Therefore, the red wax wouldn't be a problem if the infant spirits were lured out. While everyone was still excited, the mist snake had reached the second web. Just as everyone was anticipating that the second layer of the web would be broken, what happened next was beyond their comprehension. Before the mist snake could do anything, the second web split open from the middle and let the mist snake pass through. What was that? They had never seen anything like that before. Was the mist snake so intimidated that it split open on its own, or could it be that this was another case of inviting him into a trap? Did it let the snake in on purpose because there was a bigger trap inside? While everyone was still confused, the mist snake kept going deeper into the web. Every time it encountered a web, the web would split open on its own and make way for the mist snake. The mist snake's raised head no longer looked ferocious. Instead, it looked like a king who was about to conquer his territory. The green glow in its eyes grew stronger, as if it was trying to intimidate all enemies around it. The web was destroyed one after another, but the mist snake didn't weaken. Instead, it grew thicker. At the same time, the mist snake was getting closer and closer to the infant spirits. The infant spirits, which couldn't be seen because of the dense web, finally showed themselves. End of chapter. It was a skinless baby with a blood-red body. At this moment, it was hanging upside down to weave a web. A silk-like bandage was wrapped around its forehead. Below its forehead, there was still no flesh or blood. His eyes were black and bulging, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was so wide that it reached his ears, revealing his dark mouth. The muscles on its limbs were constantly melting and regenerating, while its nails were black and sharp. Judging from the infant spirit itself, it was already very strange. What was even stranger was that a green vine covered with thorns had pierced deep into the top of the baby spirit's head. The exposed part of the vine had a bright red flower in it. The flower swayed in the wind, and a large amount of red liquid gushed out from its stamen. The liquid fell to the ground and turned into solidified red wax. When they saw the infant spirit and the flower, other than feeling strange, they also understood a little more. They wondered if the web and the red wax had nothing to do with the baby spirit, but were actually a trap set by Adonis. But now, they were sure that it was the baby spirit's doing. The web came from the bandage on the baby spirit's head. The red wax was formed by the liquid dripping from the red flower. This was the first time they saw such a strange combination of flower and baby spirit. Besides, judging from the strange smile on the baby spirit's face, they couldn't tell whether it was the baby spirit controlling the flower, or the flower possessing the baby spirit. Or maybe they were simply complementing each other. Are you going to attack them directly, Angor? When the mist snake broke through the last layer of the web, Dorcas asked the question in his heart. Angor did not answer. He did not need to ask. The answer was already shown to him. He didn't attack the baby spirit. The giant snake formed by the white mist stopped right in front of the baby spirit. With its head held high and its ghostly green eyes, it looked down at the bizarre baby spirit that had climbed to the center of the web. It didn't look like the baby spirit was threatening the mist snake at all. Instead, it looked like the mist snake was in the dominant position, suppressing the tiny baby spirit like a god overlooking all living beings. Of course, this was only their imagination. They knew that this wasn't the real situation. Since the baby spirit dared to be released by Adonis to stop them, and Adonis even clearly said that with it here, you will never reach the clear sky poetry room, it meant that the baby spirit was very powerful. At the very least, an illusion couldn't do anything to it. However, they didn't understand why Angor controlled the mist snake to stop and look at the baby spirit. They could understand if Angor told the snake to attack. But now, it seemed that the snake was only pretending to be arrogant and didn't do anything else. Was it trying to intimidate the baby spirit? But the baby spirit didn't look scared. What was even stranger was that the baby spirit didn't attack the mist snake. Instead, it swayed the red flower on its head as if it was greeting the mist snake. What are you doing? Is the baby spirit treating your mist snake as a toy? You're not coaxing a baby, are you? Dorcas guessed. Let's try, Angor said casually. You can really communicate? Dorcas asked in surprise. How do I know if I can communicate with them? What do you mean trying to communicate then? Angor spoke in a serious tone through their spirit bond, trying to communicate. You should focus on trying, not communicating. Dorcas said unhappily, you make it sound so mysterious. Then, did your experiment have any results? Not yet, said Angor. But it didn't attack my illusion either. Is this a prelude for communication? Dorcas didn't believe Angor's words at all. Black Earl, on the other hand, carefully observed Angor's expression and seemed to have noticed something. However, he didn't say anything. He just stayed beside Angor and watched. Angor wasn't lying to Dorcas. He was trying to communicate with the baby spirit, but it didn't seem to be working so far. At least, the baby spirit and the flower didn't show any hostility or attack the mist snake. It looked more like he was ignoring the mist snakes. Perhaps it was because the illusion created by the nightmare illusion alone was not enough to convince them. Angor froze the snake on the spot for several minutes, and the baby spirit still didn't show any intention of talking to it. But it was worth mentioning that the baby spirit had never moved, let alone attacked the mist snake. This was actually very eye-catching because the mist snake was looking down from above. Any creature with the ability to resist would probably be unwilling to accept such a situation. But the baby spirit didn't care about the snake's attitude at all. It even lowered its head as if to show its submission. But, it still didn't talk. Angor watched the scene and hesitated. They couldn't just stay here and waste time with the baby spirit. They had to do something. However, should he do that? Angor pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He took a deep breath and spoke through the spirit bond. I'm going to talk to the baby spirit and see what's going on. Sir, isn't that a bit rash? Val asked worriedly. Dorcas, on the other hand, supported Angwar's decision. The web is broken. We should have done it long ago. I'll go with you. Angwar considered for a moment and decided to go with Dorcas. At least he would have a meat shield in case of conflict. But before Angwar could agree, Dark Earl spoke up again. I'll go with you. Dorcas, stay here and take care of the two apprentices, Dark Earl said in a plain tone. Why? I want to go too. Dorcas was a little dissatisfied. Dorcas didn't want to go before. But now that the baby spirit didn't dare to attack the snake, he had a better idea. The flower on the baby spirit's body must be a glutton flower. It looked nice. If he could get it, it would be a great deal. It's simple, Dark Earl said. If you go with Angor, you and Angor will both die. But if I go with Angor, I'm sure Angor will survive regardless of whether this clone of mine dies or not. The situation wasn't so clear yet. The snake wasn't attacked, but it didn't mean the baby spirit wouldn't attack them either. The snake wasn't a living being, so the baby spirit didn't need to attack it. And if they went with Angor, the baby spirit might do something. Between the baby spirit and the flower, it didn't matter which was the main body. Dorcas could act as a meat shield, but he couldn't guarantee that both of them would survive. As for Dark Earl, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice this clone of his. But if it could save Angor's life, he would do it without hesitation. Leaving aside his relationship with Sunders and Rain, Angor's personal value alone was enough to make Sunders do such a thing. Dark Earl's words were simple and straightforward, and they struck Dorcas right in the heart. If he and Angor went with Dark Earl, they might both die or survive. But if Dark Earl and Angor went with Dark Earl, they would definitely survive. Even if Dark Earl's clone was killed, it would only be a clone. With this in mind, Dorcas believed Angor had a 50-50 chance of surviving. His aura wasn't dangerous, but he wouldn't trust it completely. After some serious consideration, Dorcas agreed with Dark Earl's opinion. He decided to stay and protect the two apprentices. Dark Earl looked at Angor. Let's go. I'll go with you. Angor already decided to take a look, but it didn't mean he would leave right away. There was one more thing he needed to do, which was to transfer the illusion nodes on Elmi's body to the external array board. This way, the moving illusion would be fixed in place. This way, Elmi would be able to go with them. Even though Dark Earl said he would keep Elmi alive, Angor still needed to be careful just in case. With the illusion fixed, Angor exchanged a look with Dark Earl, nodded, and slowly walked out of the illusion. As soon as they stepped out of the illusion, Dark Earl suddenly stopped. His nostrils flared as if he was trying to catch a whiff of the outside world. Angor knew Dark Earl was going to get even more suspicious. As expected, Dark Earl looked back at Angor and spoke in a meaningful tone, I smell something familiar in the air. Earlier, Dark Earl couldn't smell anything because of the purification field in Angor's moving illusion. But now, when he came out of the illusion himself, the smell immediately rushed into his nose. Although it was called a taste, it was actually not a real smell, but a kind of feeling. Or rather, a feeling that went beyond the five senses. It was almost the same feeling Angor felt when using illusions. That was why the Black Earl was puzzled. I smell something familiar as well, Angor said calmly. The Black Earl said, then we should be smelling the same thing. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. Instead, he led the way. Angor didn't intend to explain. Although the Black Earl had doubts in his heart, he was not in the mood to think about these things because they had entered the red wax area. Of course, they couldn't touch the red wax directly. Instead, they floated in the air. However, even in midair, the Dark Earl could feel the influence of the red wax. Earlier, Dorcas mentioned that there was a special force field in the red wax area that affected one's mind to a certain extent, which caused him to lose control over the sandworms. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it. Although the sandworms were a little strange in the red wax area, it was the webs that caused them to go crazy. But when they arrived at the red wax area, Dark Earl realized how terrifying the effect of the red wax was. Or rather, it wasn't terrifying. It should be called horrifying. The Dark Earl was still pondering over the familiar feeling in his surroundings, but after entering the red wax region, his thoughts were thrown into chaos without any warning. A second ago, he might be thinking about normal things, but the next second, the strange clown would appear in his mind. He would remove the clown from his mind and continue thinking. However, the pig fat factory that was making soap appeared in his mind again, and the painful sound of pigs being slaughtered. In this way, Dark Earl entered a very strange state. 1 second, he was thinking about something normal. The next second, he was thinking about strange things. Although his thoughts were intermittent and could barely be carried out normally, the scenes that inexplicably surged into his mind were all extremely strange. Clowns, pigs being slaughtered, carrion eating, discoloration, mutation, decapitation. Strange scenes constantly overlapped with each other. Sometimes, Dark Earl felt that he had experienced those scenes before. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem like it was him. But in the next second, he felt that such things had happened before. It was just that the scenes he was seeing now were metaphors and exaggerations. They seemed unrelated, but they were actually connected. This made Dark Earl feel a sense of dread. It was as if his memories were being replaced. Those crazy memories were his normal thoughts. Those thoughts that he thought were normal were actually self-righteous. It wasn't that Dark Earl had never been affected mentally before. However, this was the first time he was affected in such a strange way. Dark Earl deeply suspected that if he continued to stay here, even if it was just for a minute, he might become another him. And that him might think that he was the real him. The past him was just a figment of his imagination. This horrifying knowledge made the Black Earl feel fear for the first time. He couldn't help but look back at Angor. Should he leave with Angor first? As for Angor, he was affected as well. However, the scenes that appeared in Angor's mind were different from Dark Earl's. Every time, Angor saw an endless sea of flowers. Every beautiful flower in the sea of flowers had a big mouth, and these flowers' mouths were constantly saying something. Angor couldn't hear them clearly because of the noise. After several similar scenes, Angor listened carefully and finally realized that the flowers with mouths were praising him. Praise Moonlight. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. Apart from these, the flowers were also praising something else that Angor had never heard of before. Praise Saya. As far as Angor could remember, there were only 4 types of people who were praised by the nightmare creatures so far: Moonlight, the Queen, Shava, and various ministers. Was Saya a new type of person? Who was Saya? Angor didn't know that there was no one named Saya in Gru Town. Maybe Saya was another powerful figure in the nightmare realm. Regardless of who Saya was, Angor still felt a little annoyed when these praises kept popping up in his mind. Angor was one of the people they were praising, and he did not feel anything wrong with his mind. However, he really did not want to hear so much noise around his ears. What could he do to block it? Angor considered for a moment and tried to activate the green tattoos on his right eye. When the illusionary mask appeared around his right eye, a force field created by countless jumping green tattoos quickly surrounded Angor. Ever since Angor developed this ability, he had made great contributions in many areas that were affected by the nightmare realm. For example, when Quolo stole the light of nightmare from the nightmare realm, he couldn't find a way to deal with it, so he used a magic array to keep the light inside a secret room in the ruin. Even Quolo found it difficult to deal with the nightmare light, but Angor's force field could easily keep it away. Also, the force field could isolate the dome of Evernight City from all the crazy voices. Therefore, when Angor felt that he might be affected by the nightmare realm's consciousness, he chose to use the force field immediately. As expected, as soon as the force field appeared, the strange images in Angor's mind quickly disappeared. These images only had a limited effect on Angor, but they were still there, so Angor felt much better now that he could control them. Angor's relaxed expression was seen by Dark Earl. The Earl wanted to discuss with Angor whether they should retreat first. If they kept going, he was afraid that his personality would change drastically. But when he saw Angor's relaxed expression, Dark Earl only felt that it was ridiculous. He and Angor were on the same stage, but they seemed to have different roles. Dark Earl was a supporting character who had to suffer, while Angor was just a casual bystander. Wasn't this ridiculous? Was Angor really unaffected by the spell? Or was Angor's relaxed look already the result of being affected by the demon's influence? Dark Earl forced himself to suppress the images of the Bone Palace in his mind and tried to speak in a calm tone. Is your mind affected? Should we retreat for now? Dark Earl tried his best to look calm, but in Angor's eyes, Dark Earl's expression kept changing between anger and nervousness, which was very strange. Due to Dark Earl's strange behavior, Angor couldn't help but try to sense Dark Earl's emotions. At this moment, the Dark Earl no longer had the ability to conceal his inner emotions. Therefore, he easily sensed Count Black's emotions. Self-doubt, rebuilding confidence, self-loathing, recovering calmness, madness and calmness, absurdity and confusion. All sorts of emotions arose, and most of them were opposing emotions. Angor realized that something must have happened to Dark Count. The Black Earl asked if his mind was affected. Did that mean that the Black Earl's mind was affected? But what could affect the Black Earl's mind? Could it be the scene that appeared in the red wax region? But those images didn't seem to have any stimulating content. He didn't know the exact reason, but he believed it had something to do with the red wax. Since that was the case, the solution was simple. Angor quickly expanded his force field to cover Count Black. As the domain surrounded the Black Earl, a cool aura seemed to rush into his mind. The strange and bizarre images from before were washed away by this cool aura and immediately disappeared. The madness was gone, and his thoughts were stable again. Dark Earl sensed his mind and made sure there were no further problems. He looked at Angor again. How did you do it? Then he thought of something and added, it's fine if you don't want to answer. It's a special illusionary force field that can interfere with the intrusion of external emotions. Angor tried to explain. It's a special illusionary force field that can interfere with external emotions. Would Dark Earl believe Angor's explanation? Of course. Angor's explanation was so vague that it was as good as not explaining at all. But at least Angor gave him a general explanation. There was something wrong with the red wax area, and his force field was enough to prevent it from happening. As for how it worked, Angor wouldn't tell Count Black how it worked. Even though the Black Earl was curious, he didn't ask about it at that moment. They were about to face the infant spirits, and it was likely to be a fierce battle. It would be unwise to question his teammate now. Furthermore, the closer they were to the clear sky poetry room, the more the Black Earl felt. This goal that no one in the Noah clan had ever accomplished, would it end in his hands? These thoughts had already surpassed his doubts about Angor's safety. He wouldn't ask about it now. He could always ask later when he had the chance. Of course, he had to trust Angor first. Rain valued Angor, and Angor was Sunder's student. These two factors alone made Dark Earl willing to trust Angor. As long as Angor didn't betray him, Dark Earl would trust him and even sacrifice his clone to protect Angor. Dark Earl wouldn't be so kind if it were someone else. Dark Earl didn't ask about the details of the force field. He also forgot about the terrifying red wax region for now. Now, they had to deal with the infant spirits who were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Dark Earl felt like tigers watching their prey. However, the skinless, ugly baby spirit gave him a familiar feeling. He was sure that he had never seen the infant spirit before. Perhaps the familiar feeling did not come from the infant spirit itself, but from the swaying red flower inside its skull. Glutton flower. Was it the flower he saw in the alley? Angor wondered as he went through the first net. The net had already been torn apart, so they were not affected at all and easily passed through it. However, when he was passing through the net, the Black Earl controlled the power of the earth and turned it into a square box. He wanted to cut off a section of the net and bring it back for research. However, as soon as the power of earth wrapped around the net, the square box turned into a cloud of dust and fell to the ground. Dark Earl frowned as he watched the dust fall. The square box he created with the power of earth was already complete, and the energy inside was very stable. However, when it came into contact with the net, the solid energy immediately disintegrated into the most primitive energy and dissipated into the ground. This scene didn't seem to be a big deal, but it contained another kind of terror. Dark Earl was a powerful wizard. As one of the most powerful earth wizards in the southern wizardry region, his understanding of the power of earth wouldn't be lowered just because he had a clone. There would be no difference between the box's avatar created with the power of the earth and the box's main body created. But even so, the web was able to directly dissipate the energy. That was extremely shocking. In other words, even if Dark Earl himself came here and tried to use his energy to deal with the net, he would still be defeated. If this wasn't scary, then what was? Dark Earl already knew that the red wax would affect spirit power. Even he would go crazy if he stayed in the area for too long. The net, on the other hand, would disintegrate energy of a very high level. What was certain was that none of the magi present would be able to withstand the disintegration of the energy of the web. Therefore, it could be concluded that whether it was the red wax or the woven web, they were all traps that they could not resist. Either one of them could stop them from moving forward. But now, not only did they break through the net, but they also ignored the effect of the red wax. It was all thanks to Angor. Dark Earl couldn't help but wonder if Angor had already predicted this, which was why he was so well prepared. But what kind of prediction did Angor need to be able to predict Adonis's method and what kind of infant spirit she would summon? At least, Dark Earl was sure that even Maya's prophecy couldn't be so accurate. Dark Earl didn't ask Angor about it, but he already had an idea. Perhaps Angor really did have some kind of connection with the ruin. And this connection was the reason why Angor was able to break through the barrier so easily. Dark Earl didn't care what the connection was for now. In fact, he was grateful for it. Otherwise, they would have come here for nothing. The red wax and the net trap would definitely stop them. Even if the Dark Earl's true body was here, he might not have absolute confidence in breaking through them. Therefore, Dark Earl wouldn't ask about Angor's secret. At least for now, he was more grateful than doubtful. After passing through several more nets, Dark Earl chose not to touch them again. Instead, he focused all his attention on the infant spirit. The infant spirit kept looking at them, but strangely, it didn't do anything. The mist snake was still looking down at the infant spirit with its head held high, and the infant spirit ignored it. Angor and Dark Earl quickly approached the infant spirit, but the infant spirit didn't move at all. If it wasn't for the pair of terrifying eyes that would occasionally move and the glutton flower that swayed from time to time, the Dark Earl might have even suspected that it was a statue. Finally, they flew to the net that was closest to the infant spirit. They were now only 10 meters away from the infant spirit. Looking at the infant spirit from such a close distance, Angor could clearly see how disgusting its appearance was, as well as the strange aura it was giving off. The strange atmosphere was similar to what he felt when he used his illusions. Both Dark Earl and Angor stopped at the same time. Instead of attacking, Count Dark secretly attached an energy tether to Angor's body. At first, Angor didn't pay much attention to it because Dark Earl had done something similar before. It was an encrypted version of the spirit bond, which was used for private conversations. But this time, as soon as the energy tether connected with his body, Angor immediately felt something different. Don't worry. It's just a trace of Noah's bloodline contract on the surface. When you feel that you can't resist it or suffer a fatal injury, you'll automatically activate Homeworld Thunder, which will allow you to break through all space restrictions below Legendary and leave this place. In other words, it was an ability similar to a plane passageway. Compared to forcefully opening a plane passageway, Homeworld Thunder was much more convenient. It also didn't seem to have any side effects, and it didn't have to worry about the instability of space. However, the materials used to create plane passageways were extremely expensive. Angor didn't believe that Dark Earl could use such an ability without any worries. Dark Earl noticed Angor's confusion, so he explained, "The thunderstorm consumed the essence of my bloodline from my main body." Since Dark Earl's main body wasn't here, it meant, it consumes your main body? Angor asked. Dark Earl didn't deny it. Correct. But the death of my clone doesn't affect my main body. You don't have to worry too much about it. Well, if you really care, I hope you can find a way to bring Vei out after using this ability. Of course, it's fine if you can't. Angor frowned. Homeworld Thunder is supposed to be used on Vei, isn't it? Nothing is set in stone, Dark Earl said. It's up to me to decide who I want to use it on. Still, Angor believed that the Dark Earl's ability was meant for Wei. Angor didn't know what to feel. He was quite touched by Dark Earl's arrangement. However, it was an unbearable burden for him. This was because there was a great deal of kindness involved. Angor wasn't afraid of owing someone a favor, but he didn't know what to do with it. As he was considering whether he should reject the offer and how he should phrase it, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of emotion. Angor looked at the unmoving infant spirit in front of him and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he did not reject the Black Earl's arrangement. It was a huge favor, but if he didn't use Homeworld Thunder at all, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Dark Earl's kindness was still a favor, but it wasn't as important as the worst-case scenario. The reason why Angor didn't think he needed Homeworld Thunder was because of the emotion he sensed earlier. The emotion was actively transmitted to Angor. He quickly sensed it and found that it came from the infant spirit. To be precise, it came from the glutton flower on the infant spirit's head. The glutton flower didn't know that Angor could sense its emotions. It was just expressing its excitement as usual. Angor was very familiar with this emotion. It was joy, respect, and praise. Almost all the nightmare creatures he met had the same emotion. But puppeteer Yorkshire wasn't one of them. Yorkshire also treated Angor with respect, but it seemed that he was more loyal to the queen than Shava. Other nightmare creatures didn't mind seeing Shava hanging around with humans. But Yorkshire dared to question whether Shava betrayed the queen. The difference between Yorkshire and other nightmare creatures could be seen from this. Apart from Yorkshire, according to Minister Nuka, Minister Tim's philosophy was different from Shava's. Perhaps Minister Tim didn't respect Shava too much, but Minister Dim's favorite weapon, Spotted Dog, was quite friendly with Angor. In order to keep in touch with Angor, Spotted Dog even recruited a void traveler. The only pity was that even though the Dalmatian was good, it liked to play dumb. Angor didn't want to look into Minister Dim right now. Angor had seen Minister Dim in the real world, but not in the nightmare realm. Based on the emotion he sensed from the glutton flower, Angor was sure that it came from Nether City in the nightmare realm. As long as the glutton flower still recognized Shava as its identity, Angor could negotiate with it. This way, they wouldn't be in any danger, and they wouldn't need Black Earl's Homeworld Thunder. Angor thanked Count Black in a small voice. Even if he didn't need to use thunder, he still needed to thank the Count for his kindness. What are you going to do next? Fight? Or something else? If it was a fight, Black Count would help Angor and lead it together. As for something else, Angor would lead it. Black Count would not interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. I'm going to negotiate with the infant spirit. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell the Count about his plan. Without a doubt, Angor's idea was classified as something else by Black Count. Sure. Black Count didn't ask how Angor was going to negotiate. He only reminded Angor, most infant spirits have the instinct to disguise themselves. Don't be fooled by their appearance. Angor nodded. I understand. Infant spirits were a type of undead. They didn't have intelligence, but they were born with the instinct to disguise themselves. In the wild, they would pretend to be abandoned babies to lure humans closer so that they could kill them. This bait behavior was an instinct, but it could also be considered as compensation. After all, infant spirits were much weaker than most undead creatures. However, Angor wasn't worried about being tricked by the infant spirit. He knew that it was likely not the infant spirit who would negotiate with him this time, but the glutton flower. After agreeing to Angor's plan, Black Count didn't do anything else. He didn't even say a word. Angor moved forward another 3 meters. The reason why he only moved forward 3 meters had nothing to do with caution. It was because he needed to consider the range of his gravitational field. If he went any further, Black Count would no longer be within the range of his gravitational field, and he would definitely be affected by the red wax. However, even if it was only 3 meters, it was enough. Angor was already very close to the infant spirit, so close that he could see all the details of the glutton flower. He didn't see anything wrong with Angor's approach. However, the onlookers who didn't know what was going on felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. They were afraid that Angor would be in danger in the next second. Dorcas and the others were worried about Angor's safety. But at this moment, there was another person who was looking at everything in front of him with a shocked expression. This person was Adonis. Adonis was very confident that this group of people would never be able to break through the flower-holding baby spirit's defensive line. This was because she knew how terrifying this otherworldly infant spirit was. Back then, when the otherworldly infant spirits suddenly descended, if not for Adonis luring them into the mirror domain, the clear sky poetry room would probably have ceased to exist. In the mirror domain, Adonis had also tested the strength of the infant spirits. Without exception, Adonis ended up dead every time. Even though Adonis was only using a mirror image in the mirror domain, through the projection of a physical mirror, her strength was almost the same as Adonis. But even so, facing an infant spirit from another world was still a dead end. However, many of them died. Adonis also gradually learned some of the baby spirit's secrets. This was an intelligent and cunning infant spirit. It had a natural premonition of danger, so after coming to the mirror domain, it didn't break out of the mirror space it was imprisoned in, even though it could do so. This was because it knew that once it broke out of the mirror space, it would only fall into the deepest part of the mirror domain, which was the empty mirror sea. The empty mirror sea was also an extremely dangerous place for a powerful infant spirit. Therefore, Adonis mastered the first method to deal with infant spirits, banishing the empty mirror sea. In addition, Adonis had met the infant spirit hundreds of times before. In addition to the corresponding hundreds of deaths, she had also obtained another piece of information through indirect means. The otherworldly infant spirit did not descend to the real world for the underground maze. It seemed to have another purpose, and this purpose made it eager to leave and regain its freedom. After confirming the otherworldly infant spirit's purpose and grasping its weakness, Adonis began to persuade the infant spirit to surrender. She was very eager to gain the loyalty of the otherworldly infant spirit so that she could use it for her own purposes. As long as she could control the otherworldly infant spirit, Adonis would even have a way to break through the shackles of the clear sky poetry room and completely break the contract Augustine had made. However, after dying 993 times, Adonis realized something. She could not gain the loyalty of the otherworldly infant spirit. Even when she threatened it with the empty mirror sea, it did not yield at all. From the spirit ripples she occasionally sensed, Adonis learned that the otherworldly infant spirit had another master, who it called Queen. After knowing that she could not use the otherworldly infant spirit, Adonis set a number for herself. Once she died 1,000 times, she would banish the infant spirit to the empty mirror sea. Since she could not use it, it would not be useful no matter how strong it was. However, before Adonis could die for the 1,000th time, Angor's group had already arrived. Therefore, after meeting the infant spirit for the 994th time, Adonis made a deal with it. She would stop all living beings who came to the strolling corridor, kill them, and turn them into ashes. Then, she would set it free. It was not a verbal agreement. After all, no one could guarantee that the infant spirit would not attack her after releasing it from the mirror domain. Adonis also had to consider the safety of herself and Olau. Therefore, there was a contract between them. With the mirror domain as a witness, if the baby spirit did not fulfill its promise, or if it attacked Adonis and Olio, then the mirror domain would pull it back into the mirror domain from the real world, and it would fall into the empty mirror sea. Because of this, Adonis was confident that Angor's group would not be able to break through the infant spirit's defense line. In Adonis' mind, Angor's group could not even break through the red wax and the weave. Adonis had personally experienced the power of the red wax and the weave, and she died hundreds of times in each of them. So far, she still could not find a way to break through the red wax and the weave. Fire? The weave was not afraid of fire. The red wax could be burned into oil, but wherever the oil flowed, it would become a place of madness. When the red wax solidified, it would only affect the area where the red wax was. However, when it was turned into oil, it would expand the area without any blind spots. So for now, there was no effective way to break through the red wax and the weave. Adonis was confident that Angor's group would die without a doubt. She even prepared to have a talk with Olau. However, what happened next was beyond her imagination. The red wax and the weave she thought were unbreakable were all broken. How could an illusion tear through the weave? Adonis did not believe it. Through the magic array, she saw that apart from the first layer of the weave that was affected by the illusion, the rest of the weave broke on their own. It was as if the weave was a welcoming ceremony. The red wax did not affect Angor's group at all. Their eyes were clear, and they did not look like they had lost their minds. This was also beyond Adonis' expectation. Why, the only thing Adonis could think of was that the infant spirit went easy on them. However, she had signed a contract with the infant spirit. If the infant spirit did not kill the intruders and turn them into ashes, it would be dragged into the empty mirror sea and die for good. What was the infant spirit thinking? Did it have another plan? Or did it just not want to kill Angor? Adonis clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She kept telling herself that it was not over yet. The infant spirit was only trying to lure them in. If she kept watching, the infant spirit would never let Angor go because it feared the empty mirror sea. Absolutely not. Adonis and the others all looked at Angor. Angor did not feel like he was the center of attention. He simply watched the infant spirit quietly. The infant spirit was also looking at Angor. There was no anger in its dark eye sockets, but there was no malice either. Everyone was waiting for Angor and the infant spirit's next move. They did not know what was going to happen, so they could only hold their breaths and watch. Black Earl knew that Angor was going to communicate with the infant spirit. However, he did not know how to do so or how to establish a communication channel. He needed to keep watching. To everyone's disappointment, Angor and the infant spirit just looked at each other without saying anything. It seemed they were in a stalemate. And the stalemate was still going on. Several minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of it stopping. While everyone was worrying about Angor's condition, Angor had successfully established a connection with the infant spirit. This connection could not be sensed by outsiders. Even the Dark Earl and Adonis could not sense it. Because it did not exist in the real world at all. When he approached the infant spirit, he immediately sensed a familiar and joyful emotion coming from it. This sense of familiarity was exactly the same as when he was in the Red Wax region. However, the emotion did not reach Angor's mind. It was blocked by his force field. Angor considered for a moment and opened up a small gap in the force field. As soon as the gap was opened, Angor sensed the familiar emotion. At the same time, an image appeared in Angor's mind. It was still the same sea of red flowers, where the glutton flowers were still expressing their respect and praise to Angor. However, they did not express their joy directly. Instead, they restrained themselves a lot. As for why the glutton flowers suddenly became so quiet, it was because there was now a flower in the image that did not exist before. As for the glutton flower, it was floating in the air. This was a completely different gluttonous flower. Its color wasn't as red as fire, but instead, it was pitch black. Its petals were dark and gloomy, but they were shining brightly like stars, which made the flower look like a starry sky in midsummer. Even the big mouth and the stamen, which was the most unsightly part of a glutton flower, did not look strange at all. Instead, it highlighted the flower's mysteriousness. He looked at the floating glutton flower and tried to express his thoughts through his emotions. "It's you?" When Angor first came to Nether City, he was frightened by the flying skull demon and fainted. Later, a black glutton flower woke him up with its saliva. This black glutton flower was called the Glutton Flower King by Sunders. The floating glutton flower looked exactly the same as the one he saw in Nether City. Even the starry sky hidden in its petals was the same. Angor did not know if this black glutton flower belonged to someone he met in Nether City. No, it was an old flower. Therefore, he decided to use a very tricky way to ask the question. As he asked, the black flower slowly floated to him. As the bird moved closer, Angor could clearly sense its excitement and joy. "Wonderful. You remember me, Your Majesty. You remember me. Praise Moonlight. Praise Shava." The glutton flower circled around Angor as if it was dancing. The familiar scent brought Angor back to the time when he first came to the wizarding world. Angor already had a general idea when he sensed the flower's joyful mood. It should be the glutton flower that he had encountered in Nether City. However, judging from the current situation, it was slightly different from the other glutton flower. "Heh." Angor chuckled and lowered his voice. "You're much smarter than before." By different, he meant that Angor was much smarter than before. Back then, the glutton flower could communicate with Angor, but it only used simple words. Apart from like and respect, Angor could not get anything else from it. In fact, the glutton flower did not even know Angor back then. It only tried to get close to Angor because Angor had the aura of a queen. But now, at least the glutton flower knew how to express itself fully. Angor could even tell the difference between Shava and queen. Yes, Shay is smarter than before. Shay even got a name. "My name is Shay, Your Majesty." Got it. Angor nodded. Of course, Angor remembered the name after repeating it so many times. Speaking of which, Angor was wondering who the glutton flowers in the sea of flowers were praising Shay and why he did not find anyone in Gru town. Shay was the glutton flower he once met. A name? Didn't you name it yourself? Angor wanted to ask if Shay was given the name by Queen. But when he thought of Queen, he felt an itch on his back. Back at Twilight Auction, he kept trying to find the Queen's face and name, which caused a huge mess in the auction house. The Queen almost came to the wizarding world from her interplanar world. If Queen of Stitches came to the wizarding world, she would definitely bring about an apocalyptic disaster. Angor was about to say something, but he quickly swallowed the word back. As Sunders once said, it was best to avoid mentioning such unfathomable powerful beings by their names as much as possible. No, Light gave it to me. Light? Xianxia seemed to trust Angor enough to answer every question Angor asked without missing a single detail. However, although Xianxia's intelligence had increased, he was still unable to express complex words. Even though Xianxia answered all of Angor's questions in great detail, Angor still had to make some guesses to figure out what light was. The story began when Angor left Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. Angor met Sunders at the top of the stairs of Hanging Prison. After receiving Singularity Dispersive Meditation, they were ready to leave the Nightmare Realm. However, as soon as they returned to the real world, the Queen showed up. The Queen caused a huge commotion when she arrived. Her aura alone destroyed the stairs of Hanging Prison and almost grabbed Angor's ankle. Still, Angor was lucky enough to escape from the Queen's clutches. The incident ended with Angor's safe return, but it still left a lasting impact. For example, Angor rarely went to the Nightmare Realm because the Queen seemed to be able to track his aura. Since the Queen might show up at any time, even Sunders did not recommend Angor to go to the Nightmare Realm. But this was only the effect in the real world. The Queen's patrol also caused a great impact in the Nightmare Realm. Her aura directly destroyed the stairs of Hanging Prison and caused the underground sewer of Nether City to tremble and collapse. The wall that was full of mysteries also cracked because of the earthquake in the underground sewer. The appearance of this crack caused something to spill out. And this thing was what Xianxia called light. Xianxia's description of light was very contradictory. First, he said it was a shiny light. Then, he said it gave itself a name. Angor could not tell whether light was a living being or just a ray of light. But he was sure that when the light leaked out from the wall and shone on the glutton flowers, all of them gained intelligence. All of the glutton flowers had their intelligence increased to a certain extent. Among them, Xianxia's improvement was the greatest. It was a qualitative change. Also, when the light shone on Xianxia, Xianxia received a revelation. And this revelation included a new name, Xianxia. That was the end of Xianxia's explanation. As for what happened to the light, Xianxia did not know. Because after Xianxia received the revelation, it fell into a coma. When it woke up, the light was already gone, and the gap on the wall had closed up as if there was no gap at all. Xianxia was not curious about this, so it did not know what happened next. However, Xianxia's coma when he received the revelation was not a simple coma. According to Xianxia, when it woke up, the area it could reach became larger, and it could capture more information from the air. In Angor's words, Xianxia's evolution not only increased its intelligence and strength, but it also gained some new abilities. Angor asked Xianxia what abilities it gained, but Xianxia could not explain them clearly. Xianxia only said that it became stronger. Angor wanted to ask about Xianxia's previous abilities, but he decided against it in the end. Xianxia's explanation of the light alone already took a long time. Xianxia had to break up every word in order to understand what she meant. Who knew how long it would take for Xianxia to explain in detail? Now, everyone thought that they were in a tense standoff. Angor was also curious about this light, but he did not have time to ask for more details. He decided to deal with the most important matter first. First, he needed to ask about the glutton flowers and the baby spirits. For the first time, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Alright, I'll tell them now and have them make way for you, Your Majesty. Several seconds later, Xianxia looked at Angor and said, I've told them everything. They won't dare to stop you, Your Majesty. Under normal circumstances, Angor could have left by now. However, he was curious about Xianxia's mere half a second of contemplation. Since Xianxia was thinking in front of him, it should be something important, right? Also, Angor did not know anything about the glutton flowers and the baby spirits, so he decided to ask more questions. Maybe it was because he was asking about glutton flowers, Xianxia's answers were not too complicated. It didn't take long for Angor to get a general idea of the situation. The bright red glutton flower outside was actually Xianxia. To be more precise, it was a clone that carried Xianxia's will and came to this world. From Xianxia's explanation, Angor could tell that this clone was both similar and different from Black Earl's clone. The similarity was that Xianxia's will was not connected to its body. When the glutton flowers outside died, Xianxia's will would return to the nightmare realm and merge with its body. Similarly, Black Earl did not know what his clone was doing. When the clone died, Black Earl's body would receive the memories brought back by the clone. The only difference was that Black Earl's clone came from Black Earl's body. It was created by separating Black Earl's organs and flesh. However, Xianxia's clone did not use its own body. Instead, it used other glutton flowers and attached its will to them. Besides, the glutton flowers in the outside world also had their own consciousness. This was why Xianxia told the brood souls and the glutton flowers first when he asked them to move away. The glutton flowers in the outside world also had their own consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the glutton flowers outside would act according to their own will, while Xianxia would go into hibernation. Xianxia would only appear under special circumstances. Now, Shava's appearance was a special situation in Xianxia's eyes, and it needed to deal with it personally. As for the baby spirits, they did come from the nightmare realm. However, they were tamed by Xianxia and became symbiotic with Xianxia's clone. Xianxia chose this baby spirit because it had a special ability that allowed it to weave an unlimited number of webs using the silk bandage on its forehead. The webs would absorb the energy of all living beings that touched them and provide them to the baby spirit. Of course, not all energy could be absorbed. Life energy would be excluded. The baby spirit was an undead creature, so it naturally disliked life energy. In addition, the baby spirit would not absorb light energy for the same reason. Because of this, Xianxia chose to let Xianxia's clone live with it. In this state, the baby spirit could provide the glutton flowers with endless nightmare energy and other types of energy to prevent the flowers from weakening. In a way, the baby spirit was Xianxia's clone's energy relay station. Or, in the words of the holographic tablet, it was a special power bank. After learning more about the baby spirit and the glutton flowers, Angor had another question. Why did you send your clone to this world? And why do you listen to that woman in the mirror? Why did Xianxia come to the wizarding world when she was doing well in the nightmare realm? Nightmare creatures did not like to stay in a world without nightmare energy. Once they left the world, their power would plummet. As for the Evernight Kingdom and the land of Xianxia, those were tasks given by the higher-ups. They had spent a lot of effort to modify their demiplanes so that nightmare energy could flow into the wizarding world. However, this was only enough to maintain their strength. Once they left the dome, they would also become weaker. They were still much stronger than most wizards, but no one wanted to stay weak. Minister Mana, who's in charge of internal affairs, sent out a notice asking us to support the construction of the land of Xianxia. Xianxia's answer surprised Angor a little. Minister Mana? A notice? This was not the first time Angor heard about Mana. The Toyal mentioned that the minister was in charge of overseeing the development of the land of Xianxia. However, he didn't know Mana's exact location. From Xianxia's words, Angor learned that Mana was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This was similar to Mana in the real world. Before Mana entered the Dream Wasteland, she was already the head maid of Pat Matter. She was also in charge of internal affairs. Now that he knew Mana was the Minister of Interior, the only one he didn't know was Minister Guyland's specific position. Speaking of which, why did Mana send a notice asking Xianxia to support the construction of the land of Xianxia? Also, did she mean the baby spirits and glutton flowers? Or were there more nightmare creatures coming to this world? Angor considered his words carefully. I've been to the land of Xianxia. Minister Nuka did a good job there. Also, with the help of Myrtle, Seething Gentleman, and the others, it should be more than enough. So, Minister Mana doesn't trust Nuka's ability and still sent a notice? I don't know. Xianxia continued, but since Mr. Majesty said that the land of Xianxia is doing well, then I'm relieved. Otherwise, I will definitely be punished by Minister Mana when I return if there are any problems with the construction of the land of Xianxia after such a long delay. Who else did Minister Mana send a notice to? Xianxia considered it for a moment and said, it would appear that those who are connected to this world have received the omen. However, I do not know who came. But I don't think there will be too many. The aura of this world is really uncomfortable. Even Xianxia himself didn't descend with his true body. Instead, he sent an avatar and an infant spirit to deal with the situation. Therefore, Xianxia didn't think too many people would be willing to receive the notice. Unless Minister Mana went to supervise the situation herself. Xianxia was an insignificant person in the nightmare realm. It only received the notice and didn't see Minister Mana, which was why it dared to send a clone here. However, it only dared to tell this to Mr. Shava. For one thing, it helped Mr. Shava before, so Mr. Shava wouldn't be angry about it. For another thing, Xianxia could tell that Mr. Shava wasn't happy about Minister Mana's warning. Angor didn't think too much about Xianxia's little scheme. He was thinking about something else. What did connected to this world mean? Angor didn't ask Xianxia. As Shava, Xianxia should know the answer. But Angor assumed that the connection referred to the projections of the southern region in the nightmare realm, as well as the powerful beings living there. After all, the southern region wasn't the only projection in the nightmare realm. The nightmare realm was a special world that contained projections of many different worlds. The southern region was just one of them. Yes, I'm aware of that. But you still haven't answered my question. Why do you obey that woman in the mirror? Xianxia didn't try to hide anything and explained the situation in full detail. Angor couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect the reason to be so simple. As soon as Xianxia's avatar arrived, it had fallen into Adani's trap because it was new and unfamiliar. It had been tricked into entering the mirror domain and was at her mercy. Now that it finally showed up and signed a contract, it had to kill all living beings that passed through the corridor. Otherwise, it would fall into the sea of mirrors and disappear forever. Since you've already signed a contract with her, won't the glutton flower and the infant spirit outside be devoured by the contract as well? Xianxia's consciousness could return to the nightmare realm, so Angor didn't need to worry about it. However, he still felt bad about sacrificing the glutton flower and the infant spirit outside. It's the infant spirit who signed the contract, not my clone. It's the infant spirit who will be devoured by the contract, not me. Xianxia also acted as if he could discard the infant spirit at any time. He didn't care about the life or death of the infant spirit at all. But my clone and the infant spirit are now connected. If they're exiled, their bodies will follow them. However, their minds are bound to mine, so they can leave their bodies and return to the nightmare realm with me. In other words, the infant soul was basically dead. As for the glutton flowers, both the bright red ones outside and the Xianxia in front of Angor's eyes, they had only lost a shell. Their minds or souls could easily return to the nightmare realm. He wanted to ask if there was a way to save the baby spirit, but he didn't think it would be useful anyway, so he didn't ask. Alright, I'll do as you say. With that, Angor prepared to leave using his force field. However, Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Sir, Xianxia has a request. Angor raised an eyebrow. What is it? My clone's mind can return to the nightmare realm with mine. However, without the infant spirit's energy, it will quickly wither due to lack of nutrients. So you want me to find a place where it can stay? Xianxia's black petals drifted up and down, expressing its desire. Angor considered. Yes, but only temporarily. The glutton flower king saved his life twice. First, it saved him from the flying skull demon, and the second time, it was the spirit attack from the wall. Therefore, Angor could help Xianxia. It was easy to find a place to put the infant spirit inside his nightmare domain. Since he could keep supplying nightmare aura, the glutton flower shouldn't wither. However, it was only temporary. There were some nightmare creatures in his nightmare domain, but they were all mindless creatures that acted on instinct. The glutton flower, on the other hand, had a certain level of intelligence. If Xianxia stayed in the nightmare realm for too long, it might realize that Angor was an idiot. To avoid being exposed, Angor could keep the glutton flower for a while. However, if he kept the glutton flower for too long, he would have to do what Xianxia did to the infant spirit. In the eyes of others, Angor and the infant spirit had been staring at each other for 5 minutes. Nothing happened during that time. They were just staring at each other, as if they were trying to see who was better. In the end, Angor was the first to look away. You lost? Count Black's voice came from their spirit bond. Or did you find a solution? Do I look like I'm the loser? Count Dark glanced at the infant spirit who was still glaring at Angor. At least you're not as good as me when it comes to eye contact. Angor was speechless. What staring contest? Who did I do that with? I was talking to Xianxia in my mind. There was no staring contest. Angor glanced at the infant spirit out of the corner of his eye. When he first saw the infant spirit's round eyes, Angor subconsciously moved away. Because of this, when he looked back at the Count, he only saw a mocking expression on the old man's face. If Count Black was here in person, he would probably look at Angor with a mocking expression. Angor sighed. It would be hard to explain that he didn't do anything to the infant spirit at all. Since he couldn't explain it with words, he had to do it with his actions. We'll see if I'm weaker or not when I'm closer. With that, Angor took a step forward. Count Black had to follow Angor's lead since the range of his force field was limited. Are you going to fight? Or do you have another plan? Count Black asked as he began to gather energy around him. The energy released a faint golden glow as if it was turning Count Black's nose into a golden statue. Count Black looked serious, but Angor didn't seem to mind it at all. He spoke to Count Black in a meaningful tone. It's not up to me whether we fight or not. But I think the infant spirit hasn't attacked us yet. Maybe it doesn't want to stop us anymore. Count Black didn't say anything about Angor's words. They would soon find out whether Angor was being arrogant, narcissistic, or just overconfident. Everyone began to worry when they saw Angor and Count Black moving forward again. Just like Count Black, they wondered if they were going to engage in a battle soon. How would Count Black and Angor deal with this strange otherworldly infant spirit? Meanwhile, Adonis was also paying attention to Angor's actions. She still didn't believe that the baby spirit would dare to disobey the contract. The infant spirit was so cunning. Perhaps it was all part of its scheme. Was it a scheme? Was it a trap to lure him into the trap? When they reached the infant spirit, the answer was revealed. The infant spirit didn't attack. It even flinched a little. Angor slowly reached his hand toward the infant soul. The entire process was not slow, but in the eyes of the Black Earl and the others, it was as if the entire process had been played in slow motion. They all saw how Angor reached out his hand without hesitation and how the infant spirit trembled. Why was the infant spirit trembling? Was the infant soul afraid of Angor? Did this mean that Angor was trying to kill the infant spirits? Only infant spirits would be afraid. The actions that were played in slow motion by the crowd also gave them endless doubts. However, these doubts were quickly answered. Angor's hand stopped in midair. At the same time, the red glutton flower above the infant spirit's head swayed its petals up and down happily like a fluttering butterfly. Then, the butterfly shyly rubbed itself against Angor's palm. Angor wasn't surprised at all. He reached out his other hand and gently stroked the flower as if it was a pet. The glutton flower became even more embarrassed. It even closed the big mouth in its stamen to prevent its sharp teeth from scratching Angor. Earlier, the flower only looked like a pet. But now, it was acting like a cat or a dog. Even from afar, everyone could feel the glutton flower's tail wagging as it tried to curry favor with Linley. So, Angor tamed the glutton flower? Didn't that mean that they would be able to pass this trial easily? Huh? Why again? Black Earl and the others watched Angor and the glutton flower's interaction with each other with complicated feelings. However, they weren't too surprised. Angor's actions along the way had already made them numb. As long as Angor was there, they could find a solution to any unsolvable problem. Unlike the others, Adonis, who was secretly observing the situation, felt like she was struck by lightning when she saw the glutton flower trying to please Angor. Why him again? Who the hell is he? Where did he come from? Why did Olao change the rules that had been established for 10,000 years because of him? Why was he able to tame even the infant spirits that had descended from another world? Adonis couldn't express her feelings in words. But one thing was certain, her hatred for Angor had already surpassed her hatred for the Noah clan. While everyone was watching, Angor gently pushed the glutton flower away. Alright, that's enough. The glutton flower didn't show any signs of annoyance after being pushed away. It just stayed there obediently. Everyone began to imagine what would happen next. Angor would order the glutton flower to move aside so that they could enter the chamber without any obstacles. However, the next second, he did something that made everyone's jaws drop. Angor reached out a hand and touched the stamen of the glutton flower. Following the powerful impact, a hole was punched through the stamen of the glutton flower. The glutton flower, which was still alive, died instantly. Its fiery red petals and swaying body withered at a visible speed. They fell limply on the infant spirit's head, and in the end, they turned into dust and disappeared. All of this meant that the glutton flower was dead for good. There was no chance for it to come back to life. Everyone was already used to seeing the glutton flower being so friendly to Angor. But now, they were all shocked when they saw Angor turning his back on the flower. A second ago, he was caressing the glutton flower as if it was a soft kitten. But the next second, he said, "Let's stop here." Then he changed his expression and began destroying the flower. Anyone who saw Angor's sudden change would be shocked. It was very likely that Angor had turned into a psychopath in his mind. In everyone's mind, such a psychopath was a gentle and elegant man. An honest man turned into a flower destroyer. Everyone shuddered just thinking about it. The infant soul was frightened as well. It quickly climbed up the net and looked at Angor with a frightened expression. Angor looked at the infant spirit's reaction and muttered in his mind. Did Xianxia not tell the infant spirit what happened? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether Xianxia told it or not. The important thing now was, hey, I won't stop you if you want to go outside. But don't forget that these nets haven't been untied yet. Angor spoke to the infant spirit with a gentle smile on his face. Angor wasn't pretending to be gentle. He really felt that it was a pity that the infant spirit was exiled to the Sea of Mirrors for nothing. However, he had no other way to save the infant spirit. The only thing he could do now was to be gentler to the infant spirit before it went on its way. However, Angor's gentleness was more of a psychopath in the eyes of others. Angor was stabbing the infant spirit while using a gentle tone to ask the infant spirit to open a path for him. This was simply psychopathic. Angor's behavior was being interpreted in a more and more strange way, and no one was going to ask about it. Perhaps Angor had been suppressing himself for too long, which led to his sudden change. There were plenty of such cases in the wizarding world. Even the Dark Earl himself was a psychopath most of the time. So, respect. Everyone remained silent. Angor kept talking to the infant spirit in a gentle tone as if he was talking to a real baby. Several seconds later, the infant spirit timidly poked its head out and released the nets under Angor's encouraging smile. From then on, all the nets were broken from the middle. There was nothing to stop them. It was enough for them to safely reach the destination of this trip, the Clear Sky Poetry Room. Angor gave the infant spirit a thumbs up and turned to the Dark Earl. See? I told you it won't stop us now. Looking at Angor's smile, the Dark Earl was speechless. The Dark Earl was getting more and more confused, but he knew that Angor wouldn't answer him. Since that was the case, he would just keep quiet and not answer. Angor didn't mind the Dark Earl's silence. He was happy that he got through the last obstacle so easily. His goal this time was the Moonlight Chamber. Now that all obstacles in front of the chamber were removed, he would have a smooth journey ahead. How could he not be happy? He took the glutton flower's consciousness into his nightmare domain. Even if it was only temporary, it was still a pleasant surprise. Perhaps he could learn something about the wall from this glutton flower. In particular, there was one thing that he had wanted to ask in detail before, but due to the current situation, he did not ask. Light. What was that light? What was it? What was it? But he had to wait for the glutton flower's consciousness to take shape again. Considering the characteristics of nightmare creatures, they should recover quickly when they return to a space with a strong nightmare aura. With that in mind, Angor reached out his right hand and looked at the nightmare domain hidden under the flickering green patterns. Angor wanted to see if the glutton flower's consciousness had taken shape. But when he looked closer, he was stunned. The blood-red glutton flower had taken root inside the nightmare domain. It occupied the stage where the piano was placed, turning the several-meter-square area into a sea of glutton flowers. Angor already saw such a scene before, so he wasn't surprised. But, why was Xianxia in there? Yes, it was the black glutton flower floating in the air. It seemed to be very satisfied with the nightmare domain. Right now, it was dancing in the air along with a teacup band. Xianxia kept dancing until it floated above the red glutton flower, where its vines intertwined with each other and its leaves shone brightly. Angor suddenly remembered that Xianxia mentioned that its consciousness was bound to the glutton flower in the outside world. So, bringing the red glutton flower's consciousness into the nightmare domain was like giving Xianxia an entry permit. Xianxia didn't mention this at all, so Angor didn't think about it. As a result, the glutton flower, which was originally only temporarily accommodating one, had now snuck in on its own. This was basically smuggling goods. He even wanted to open his nightmare domain and drag Xianxia out of there right away. But it wasn't the right time to do that. Angor had no choice but to look away from the nightmare domain. Should we? Let's move on. But he suddenly thought of something. Wait, let's get Dorcas and the others here first. The web was broken, but the red wax on the ground didn't vanish. Without the protection of the nightmare domain, the others couldn't come here, so Angor had to go back first. What's wrong? Count Dark was a little confused when he saw Angor stuttering. What's wrong? Angor couldn't see Count Black's face, but he could tell that the man was really worried about him. Angor sighed. Nothing. I just feel like we shouldn't have destroyed the glutton flower so quickly. Why? Angor considered. Well, it looks pretty good on the infant spirit's head. Since Angor didn't mention it himself, Count Black didn't want to miss this chance. If you think the glutton flower is a good match for the infant spirit, why did you destroy it? An unintentional mistake or a helpless action? Choose one of the two. Which one do you think it is, Count Black? The latter, Count Black said. Before this, Count Black might have thought that Angor had a sudden change in his mind. But now that Angor gave him a choice, there was no doubt that it was the latter. There was no way Count Black would make an unintentional mistake. Count Dark had been keeping an eye on Angor's every move, and he would never blindly do anything. Angor killing a glutton flower seemed ridiculous, but he might be able to understand it if there was a reason behind it. Angor only smiled. Black Earl, since it's a helpless act, can I assume that although the glutton flower is dead, it's actually alive in another way? Count Black didn't believe that a glutton flower would seek its own death. Angor shrugged. Maybe. Angor didn't say anything else. However, he already revealed enough information for Count Black to fill in the blanks. End of chapter. Inside the Chamber of Poetry. Adonis watched as Angor destroyed the glutton flowers, scared the infant spirit, and used a strange defensive spell to bring the humans away from the red wax area. By the time everyone got past the red wax and the web, Adonis finally understood what happened. The infant spirit violated the contract. She didn't know what kind of power made the infant spirit lose the courage to attack Angor, but it was pointless to scold the infant spirit now. Soon, the infant spirit would be locked by the mirror domain and fall into the sea of mirrors. It didn't matter if the infant spirit was smart or stupid. Once it reached the sea of mirrors, it would be torn apart by the surging tides and vanish. Adonis no longer paid attention to the infant spirit. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on Angor. No. Don't let him in. Adonis muttered in a low voice with a determined look. If the infant spirit couldn't stop Angor, she would do it herself. As a matter of fact, Adonis was already a bit afraid of Angor's strange appearance. However, she was already prepared to face the same fate as the infant spirit. Besides, she didn't believe that Olau would let her get hurt. If Olau decided to help Angor, would he? She wouldn't let Olau side with Angor even if it meant making Olau hate her. She wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, even if she had to pay the price for it. Seeing Angor and the others heading toward the Chamber of Poetry, Adonis knew that she had to act now. She reached out her hand and tapped lightly, and a mirror was erected in the dark air. The corridor outside the Chamber of Poetry had a lot of reflective surfaces. Adonis could go through them with just a thought. Without hesitation, Adonis slowly walked down from the floating mirror. Every step she took left a ripple in the air. Along with the crisp sound of the soles of her shoes touching the ground, in the reflection of the mirror, one could already see her white toes half exposed, as well as her wooden high heels that were wrapped in vines. Out of instinct, Adonis reached out her foot and tried to step into the mirror. However, she didn't expect her foot to hit the mirror directly. With a series of clang and hua-hua sounds, the mirror shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Adonis was stunned for a moment before she bent down and picked up a fragment from the ground. When Adonis saw that the fragment was pitch black and lusterless, and had nothing to do with the surface of the mirror, she suddenly understood. This was definitely done by Olao. The only person who could seal her mirror passage in the clear sky poetry room was Olao. Adonis's eyes turned cold. She stared at the broken lens with a gloomy gaze, as if she was looking through the broken lens at the man she loved and hated. She was clearly doing this for Olaf, so that he wouldn't become a captive of others, so that he wouldn't be shackled by this small space, but why was Olaf stopping her? Adonis clenched her fists and took deep breaths. He could see the deep depression in her neck, which showed how angry she was. I don't believe that you have sealed all the mirrors. Adonis roared angrily and flew up. Wherever her skirt brushed, wherever her finger pointed, wherever her gaze landed, a large number of mirrors would appear. Squares, circles, triangles, and other irregular shapes, prisms, water mirrors, glass mirrors, metal mirrors, countless mirrors appeared around Adonis. When these mirrors appeared, Adonis summoned a bright and dazzling ball of light from her palm. The ball of light was like a miniature sun, slowly rising and illuminating the space filled with mirrors. However, what made Adonis angry was that no matter how bright the light was, it could not shine into these mirrors. These mirrors seemed to have all become pitch-black holes that absorbed light. They no longer reflected light, only endless darkness and a faint fog. This fog was the source of disaster that sealed the mirrors. This was a special ability that could close the mirror passage. Adonis also had this ability, but she couldn't get rid of the fog on the mirrors. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but in this clear sky poetry room, Olao was the one who was recognized as the representative. His authority in the clear sky poetry room was much higher than Adonis. When Olao banned the mirror passage of the clear sky poetry room, no one could expel the fog. Even if Adonis was much stronger than Olao, she still couldn't do it. This was the rule of the poetry room, and Olao's authority as the representative. Adonis clenched her fists, and all the mirrors around her disappeared. Since the mirror passages were blocked, she couldn't break Olao's seal no matter how hard she tried. However, Adonis was not completely helpless. The management of the clear sky poetry room was indeed in Olao's hands, but the management of the mana array outside the clear sky poetry room was in her hands. She got it from the wise overlord. At first, Adonis asked to control the magic array around the poetry room because she didn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. By outsiders, she meant the wise overlord, or even the Cyclops family. But now, she could use the magic array to deliver the final judgment to them. I didn't want to use the magic array, but you forced me. Adonis exhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and sent her spirit power into the magic array. At this moment, Olao, who was waiting at the entrance of the clear sky poetry room, turned around and looked in the direction of Adonis's room. He sighed softly. Obsession, wishful thinking. Olaf put away his usual carefree tone and softly murmured, I told you to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Let her see you before you leave. Why can't you wait? Olao's eyes became misty as if he saw the night 10,000 years ago. He was sitting inside the picture frame, imitating a gentleman. That person was sitting beside a long table, looking at him. I don't understand, the gentleman in the picture frame, Olao, spoke. The handsome wizard chuckled lazily. Of course you don't. Look at how old you are. If you already know about love, I'll have to wonder if I added something I shouldn't have when I created you. But you really don't want to wait. I can already see the light in the mirror. It's going to give birth to its own consciousness at any time, Olao said. You're here, aren't you? The wizard still looked indifferent. Besides, if you want me to wait, it'll take years, decades, or even centuries. I can't wait, and neither can Marguerite. Olaf, so, it's all for love? Of course. The wizard smiled. With that, the sorcerer closed his eyes and recited a love poem in an intoxicated manner. He wrote the poem himself. As for its quality, Olau didn't have the face to comment. After reciting the poem, the wizard stood up with his back to Olau. For love, for my Margaret. Thank you for your hard work, Olau. Trust me, I'll be back soon. At that time, I'll bring your brother with me. Maybe the consciousness in the other mirror hasn't been born yet. What if it's already born? Olau asked. The wizard walked out of the clear sky poetry room while replying, if it's born, then it's born. The door of the room was pushed open, and the light from outside shone in. The wizard suddenly paused and turned his head to look at Olau. Right, if it's really born, it'll be called Adonis. The wizard smiled, and his smile was very beautiful. Let me tell you a secret. This is the name of the heroine in the love story Margaret wrote when she was still a child. Guess, what's the name of the hero in that love story? I don't want to guess. I just want you to come back soon. So boring. Forget it, I'm leaving. Olau also needs to grow. I hope to see a different you when I come back. With that, the wizard walked out of the shining door. His back view disappeared in the backlight. At this moment, the backlight froze in the depths of Olau's memories. From that moment on, Olau had been waiting for his return. But for 10,000 years, he hadn't appeared. For love, I still don't understand, Olau muttered to himself, shaking his head. Olau stopped thinking about the man and looked at Adonis instead. Look at Adonis. Is this the result you want? If you come back and my brother comes back, he'll be unhappy to see Adonis like this. Was I wrong? Was it because I didn't keep her in check that led to today's result? Olau suddenly didn't know if he had been too decadent and lazy in the past. Was it too late to educate her again? This thought only flashed in Olau's mind for a moment before disappearing like a shooting star. Because whether or not he had the time to restrain Adonis was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was, could those people outside find a way to get past Adonis' magic array? Olau could stop Adonis from using the mirror tunnel, but he couldn't stop her from controlling the magic array outside. Olau suddenly regretted his decision. If he knew Adonis was such a sore loser, he wouldn't have warned Angor and the others to watch out for the wise lord. With the wise lord's help, they wouldn't have to worry about the magic array. Olio sighed. Could it be that he was going to ask the Sovereign of Wisdom for help? Ugh. Let's go. Olau didn't care about anything else now. Since Angor and the others had passed the test, it meant that Olau's test was over. Maybe he really was the one he was waiting for. Olau didn't expect Adonis to suddenly add a magic array test, so he had to stop it no matter what. The only way Olau could think of was to ask the wise lord for help. Only the ruler of the wise had the control core of the underground water path magic array. He had a way to stop Adonis' crazy actions. However, when Olau was about to move, he heard a voice. A cry of surprise entered his ears. Impossible. Why? Why? The one who exclaimed was Adonis. Olau stopped in his tracks and looked at the corridor with a puzzled expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. Adonis's most intimidating ability was inherited from Margaret's magic array. Even though Adonis wasn't as good as Margaret at changing a magic array so effortlessly, her mastery of magic arrays was definitely top-notch. Even the wise lord, who had the core of the magic array, had to ask Adonis for help when the array was damaged by outside forces. This was one of Adonis' greatest tools to keep the wise lord in check. But now, the young man outside who caught Olau's attention was holding an array disc in each hand and easily fending off all of Adonis's attacks. Olau was about to call for reinforcements, but when he saw this scene, his heart was filled with joy. He even had a way to deal with Adonis's magic array. There was no doubt that the person who had arrived was the destined one. It has to be. Olau's worried expression disappeared. He stood by the door of the chamber and waited for the group to arrive. But at this moment, Adonis rushed out from the inner room. She saw Olau standing by the door but ignored him. Instead, she tried to break through the door and leave. But before Adonis could rush out of the door, she was stopped by Olau. Get out of the way. Adonis suppressed her anger and said to Olau in a suppressed voice. You won't be able to defeat them in the material world, Olau said. Adonis turned around and stared into Olau's eyes. Then let go of the mirror tunnel. Olaf, do you believe in fate? Adonis was already prepared to have a big fight with Olaf, but she didn't expect Olaf to suddenly change the topic and say something that made no sense. I don't believe in fate. Olaf, then do you trust me? Adonis remained silent for a moment. I can trust you. But if you try to talk to me about fate, I'll just scoff. Olaf, fate is a beautiful packaging, a concept that is whitewashed. Hidden beneath fate is the truth of countless undercurrents. The truth is always the truth. It is unshakable. Fate is just a layer of dreamy color on top of the truth. Adonis asked, what are you trying to say? Olaf said, what I want to say is, if you really believe me, and it's for my own good, then show me the truth. Do you think I want to wait forever? No, I don't want to. I don't want to bear the burden left behind by Augustine. I want to see the outside world and find my brother who has been separated from me for 10,000 years. But I can't let go of this burden now. I can help you, as long as I've given you 10,000 years. I've allowed you to do whatever you want, but as you can see, my situation hasn't changed at all, Olaf said. As long as the contract is still here, I can't leave this place. I can think of a way to destroy Nether City. In the name of the Mirror Demon, I can summon those believers back. Olaf shook his head. Destroying it won't help. It will only cause the hidden danger to erupt. Why do you think the wizard organizations that attacked Nether City chose not to destroy it in the end and left a shell here? Because they found out that there is a huge hidden danger left behind by Nether City. What kind of person is Nether City? Let's not talk about whether what he did was right or wrong. Just his existence alone is enough to threaten half of the wizard world. You can imagine how much trouble it will cause if the mines he left behind are detonated. I didn't make this up. You can ask the wise ruler. You know that I don't have much interaction with that three-eyed blue demon. I'm afraid of its intelligence and ambition. You might think that my words are alarmist, but are you willing to believe his words? Your so-called destruction will only cause the hidden danger to erupt. Even if I hide in the mirror domain, I will still be affected. Moreover, my contract makes it impossible for me to avoid this danger. So, I want to get an answer from these people. At the same time, I want to see my escape route. And your future. Olaus usually spoke carelessly, so it was rare for him to have such a sincere and earnest conversation with Olaus. Adonis would often mock Olaus for not being serious and not being human. But when Olaus spoke to her seriously, Adonis felt that the always laughing Olaus, who seemed to have no worries, was more suitable for her. Adonis said, then tell me, what secret is he hiding on his body? Why are you so sure that he has the answer you are looking for? Olaus said, they are almost here. When they come, I will naturally tell you the answer. Adonis waved her hand lightly, and a high chair beside the long table in the distance flew over. Adonis sat on the chair and naturally crossed her legs. All right, I will listen to you this time. Adonis raised her eyebrows, but, are you sure he has a way to enter the clear sky poetry room? Olaus was about to answer when Adonis interrupted, I know you have the right to let people enter the clear sky poetry room. But, since you value him, then he should have a way to come in himself and not with your help. Adonis said, although I don't like to talk about the contract Augustine left behind, I still have to say it at this time. Don't forget the terms of the contract. Without his permission, you are not allowed to take down the barrier of the clear sky poetry room. Adonis narrowed her eyes. I'll be watching you from here. I'll be watching you carefully. If you break this bottom line and take the initiative to let them in, then it will be the same as betraying your master, Augustine. Olaus was silent. Indeed, Adonis was right. In the contract Augustine left behind, he could not take down the barrier of the clear sky poetry room. And in the contract, only the Noah bloodline had the right to enter the clear sky poetry room. In other words, only the apprentice and that strange nose could enter the clear sky poetry room. The person that Olaus had his eyes on might not be able to enter. This was also why Adonis was sitting here and watching him carefully. To put it bluntly, she was monitoring him and warning him that breaking the contract was the same as betraying Augustine. Moreover, even if you have the Noah bloodline, if you want to enter the clear sky poetry room, there is still a threshold, and that is the key. Olaus could open the door from the inside, but since Adonis had mentioned the contract and was still monitoring him, she naturally wouldn't let him open the door. In other words, if the group of people outside wanted to come in, they had to meet two conditions: have the key and have the bloodline. This was indeed a little difficult. Olau suddenly felt a little regretful. Perhaps he shouldn't have stopped Adonis. He should have let Adonis rush out, and then he could have opened the door naturally. Even if Adonis was in danger while fighting against Angor and the others, he could still find a way to save her. At least this way, once the door was opened, they would have one less requirement to enter: the key. But now, the door was not open, and Adonis did not plan to go out. She sat on the side and stared at him. Clearly, she wanted to use the contract as a token to restrain him. In the past, Adonis had looked down on the contract, which was why Olau didn't mention it much. He didn't expect that Adonis would remember the contents of the contract clearly and use the contract to tie him down. Olau could not refute this. He could only remain silent. Everything depended on whether the group of people outside could enter the Clear Sky Poetry Room or not. Even if they did not have the key, there was still a way to get in. For example, Phantom Slave once came to the Clear Sky Poetry Room and did not use the door. That being said, Olau still felt that his hopes were not high. Perhaps he would have to break the contract set by Augustine in the end, and the backlash from doing so would not kill him. As Olau thought about this, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Even though there was only a stone door between them, Olau and Adonis could hear the rustling voices outside. "This is the door of the Clear Sky Poetry Room?" Why is it a wall?" A loud male voice came into their ears. "It is indeed a place for rendezvous. They even changed the door into a wall. It makes people think that this is the end. Actually, it is a gentle place inside." Hearing this voice, Olau and Adonis frowned at the same time. It was fine if these words were said in private, but now they were in front of him. Fine, they had not entered yet, so it was not considered in front of him. But to say such slanderous words in public, did they not want to live long enough? Olau looked indignant. He stood up, as if he wanted to go out and beat the other party up. But just as Olau stood up, Adonis looked over, opened her mouth, and said silently, "Don't think of using any method to open the door from the inside. You can't even pretend to be indignant." Olau immediately withered and laughed dryly. "How could I be that kind of person?" "Hee hee." Adonis said indifferently, "Just wait and see if they have the right to come in. If they can really come in, then I will accept it. But if you help them, no matter what method you use, I will not accept it." Olau had no choice but to sit down after hearing Adonis's words. He looked at the door. Both he and Adonis could see what was going on outside. However, due to the barrier, they could not see what was going on inside. Outside, there were already 4 people and a nose. Angor and Black Earl were observing the wall on one side. As for Dorcas and Y, they were bickering as usual. Kale, on the other hand, was holding an image recording stone. He kept changing the position of the stone to record his image against the wall. "Dorcas, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. This is a place left by our ancestors. Do you want to die by calling it a gentle place?" "I want to die, you say? Do you want to fight me?" Dorcas ran to Way's side and put his hand on Way's shoulder. "Wait until you become an official magus, then you can say those words to me." Dorcas groaned. "Oh right, you won't be able to defeat me even if you become a wizard. I'm a bloodline wizard after all. By the time you can catch up to me in a few decades, I'll be a truth-finder wizard. You'll only be able to run after me for the rest of your life." Wise eyes were bloodshot. He really wanted to slap Dorcas. However, he could not move because Dorcas was holding his shoulder. All he could do was glare at Dorcas. "Why are you glaring at me? Also, don't use Black Earl to threaten me. I'm not who I used to be. I have someone to rely on now. If Black Earl wants to threaten me, he will have to ask Mr. Rain for permission first." Why humphed. "Mr. Rain and Mr. Rain are close friends. Do you think Mr. Rain will fight with Mr. Rain because of you? Also, you haven't been acknowledged yet. What happened to your freedom? Now you're talking about someone to rely on. Don't you feel ashamed?" Dorcas had always been a shameless person. However, when Y mentioned freedom, he still felt a little embarrassed. Dorcas did not say anything and let go of Y's hand. Wai walked away with his head held high as if he had just won. Sir, may I know what you're waiting for? Wai quickly put away his arrogant look and asked, Sir, may I know what you're waiting for? Are there more traps and tests waiting for us? They thought the infant spirits were the final test, but they didn't expect to encounter another magic array storm. Fortunately, they had Angor with them, so they passed the test without much trouble and arrived at their destination. But he had been talking to Dorcas for a long time. Why wasn't the door open yet? Wai immediately wondered if there was another test waiting for them. Entering the door as a test, Angor said in a plain tone. There were 2 tests to enter the door. The first was the key. Without a key, they could not enter. Angor did not believe that any alchemist in the southern wizarding region could make the key blueprint Kale had. Even if they could, they would not pass the alchemy omen. The second test was the bloodline. The wise ruler mentioned that only those with Noah's bloodline could enter. Therefore, there were 2 tests to enter the door. However, these 2 tests weren't a problem for them now. Angor had the key. As for Noah's bloodline, Wai and Black Earl were here as well. It was not hard to enter the door. Angor did not open the door because he wanted to admire the wall for a while longer. This wall was Angor's worst nightmare back in the nightmare realm. For the first time in his life, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He even fainted in the end when he approached the wall in the nightmare realm. Even though he gained a lot of benefits after waking up, such as increasing his spiritual power, he would never forget the pain he suffered. In the nightmare realm, he could only look at the wall from a distance of 100 meters. Now that he could observe the wall from such a close distance, Angor decided to take a closer look and memorize all the details. However, after careful observation, Angor confirmed that this wall was different from the one in the nightmare realm. Apart from the fact that the wall in the nightmare realm was a super powerful wave weapon, the dense patterns on the wall were completely different from the ones in the nightmare realm. There were also runes on the wall, but Angor could not understand them. As for the runes on the wall in the nightmare realm, Angor was still confused by them. He did not even know if they were runes or not. Also, the wall in the nightmare realm had some faint light flowing around it. Compared to that, the wall in the nightmare realm was not as bright. Angor was not disappointed. If this wall was really the same as the one in the nightmare realm, he would not even dare to approach it. Besides, this wall had something in common with the one in the nightmare realm. For example, there was a hole in the middle of the wall, which existed in both the nightmare realm and the real world. This hole was the keyhole. If the key in the real world could be opened by a key, could the one in the nightmare realm work as well? Angor's heart was filled with excitement. Angor calmed himself down and spoke in a soft voice, I've observed enough. It's time for the final step. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Obviously, Angor was going to open the door. Before he opened the door, he glanced at Whale and Count Black. Angor took out 2 small, oval-shaped crystals from his bracelet and handed them to each of them. This is an image stone? Black Earl recognized the item right away. It was different from ordinary image recording stones. Such a small and transparent image recording stone was the best of the best. It also had a floating tracking function, which allowed it to record everything around it from all angles. This was much more advanced than Kale's shadow recording stone. If Kale wanted to record the scene behind him, he had to aim the stone behind him. There was no way he could record it automatically, let alone record it from all angles. Yes. Angor smiled. Something from the R&D department must be the best of the best. Indeed, the image stone came from the R&D department. However, Angor did some modifications to it so that it could follow him automatically. At the same time, he added a powerful defensive magic array on the outside, which would protect the core of the stone even if he fell into lava or flew up into the air. This was something Angor prepared for his trip to the Nightmare Realm. He couldn't remember the environment of the Nightmare Realm with his memory alone, so he needed an image stone that could record everything around him and follow him without worrying about it being destroyed. Of course, Angor did not know if the modified image stone could record the images of the Nightmare Realm. Sunders also tried using an image stone before, but nothing happened. Angor once used his hologram tablet to record everything. With that successful experience, Angor modified the photo stone for future exploration. He planned to use it for the Nightmare Realm, but for now, he decided to lend it to Black Earl and Vate. According to the Lord of Wisdom, the Chamber of Poetry only accepts Noah's descendants. I might not be able to continue my journey, so I'll leave the image stone with you two for now. My request is simple. Take a picture of the interior of the chamber and send it to me. He was speaking through the spirit bond since he was right outside the door of Moonlight Poetry Room. Unlike Dorcas, he didn't dare to speak directly. Was he not afraid that the two spirits inside the room would hate him? Since Angor spoke through the spirit bond, Black Earl replied through the same channel, "That's your goal?" Angor nodded. Sort of. I was going to check it out myself, but I don't think I can, so I'll leave it to you two. Vate nodded without hesitation. No problem, sir. Leave it to me. I promise I'll do my job better than Kale. I won't even miss a corner. Angor nodded to Vate with a smile. Thank you. Black Earl didn't know what Angor wanted, but he still replied, since it's what you want, I'll do my best. Angor expressed his gratitude again. After handing over the two photo stones, he looked at the hole in the center of the wall again. When he looked at the lock on the door, Adonis and Olau, who were standing on the other side of the wall, began to worry. What would they do next? He found the lock on the door. Did he have the key? There's no way they would have the key. Absolutely. Adonis's tone was firm as she tried to mentally prepare herself. Olau didn't answer, but he actually agreed with Adonis. Adonis had banished a large number of Noah's descendants in the past. During this process, she already knew that the Noah's descendants had lost the key blueprint. And now, it was very likely that the descendants of Noah did not even know that the Clear Sky Poetry Room needed a key. Even if the Noah clan found the blueprint again, they probably wouldn't recognize that the blueprint represented the key to the Clear Sky Poetry Room. Because the alchemy blueprint didn't refer to any common key. It was a dagger. The dagger was an actual alchemy weapon with great power. Even if it was successfully made, it would be hard to associate it with the key. Therefore, Olau didn't think that the Noah's descendants would have the key to the door. Still, Olau was a little hopeful. In this world, apart from things that were governed by laws, there were also other things that were not controlled by the laws. For example, the universal key was a key that could open all locks. There was also the wild plant kingdom, which was a vine. Anything touched by the vine would become the property of the plant kingdom. Even a locked door could be easily turned into a curtain made of wisteria flowers. Whether the door was locked or not would be meaningless. This kind of external object was, in fact, a mysterious object. The effects of mystery items were often unexpected. Apart from the mystery items Olau had heard of, there were many other mystery items that could also open doors. And they all worked in different ways. Just like Kuroid's lamentations, its effect was that all words with emotions would come true once spoken. However, they all had negative effects. For example, someone could say in an angry tone, "This wall is so annoying. Why can't it just disappear from this world?" After saying those words, the wall would disappear, and the so-called locked door would no longer exist. Unfortunately, this mystery item was currently in Feng's possession. And Feng was far away in his shell world. Also, there was another nightmare creature Angor met before, Fox the Harp Bearer. The harp in Fox's hand was called Lute of Firefox. Once it was plucked, it could trigger the inner desires of all creatures. If Angor had Lute of Firefox, he could use it to control the desires of Adonis or Olau, forcing them to abandon their calm minds and actively open the door from the inside. There were many ways to open the door. Without exception, all of them required some extreme measures. However, Angor still managed to overcome Adonis's obstacles and tame an otherworldly infant spirit, which meant he must have some special tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, this was also the reason why Olau had not given up hope. He hoped that the next moment, someone from the outside, especially Angor, would take out an item to open the door of the chamber. Even if it destroyed the integrity of the Clear Sky Poetry Room, it didn't matter. However, Olau's wish didn't come true. This was because there was nothing out of the ordinary that he had imagined. However, there was something that surprised him even more than the ordinary things that he had imagined. The key to the door of the Chamber of Solitude. Angor took out a beautiful dagger from his bracelet and inserted it into the hole on the wall. There were no special effects or ripples. The wall slowly parted from the middle. Seeing this, everyone immediately put on a vigilant expression. They already knew that there might be a large number of monsters summoned by Adonis from the mirror world in the Chamber of Solitude. It was very likely that once the door was opened, they would be faced with a flood of demons. Therefore, everyone was very cautious, and their defensive techniques were activated to the fullest. However, to their surprise, after the door opened, what welcomed them was not a monster, but a man with dull eyes, and an equally dull Adonis. They looked at each other and remained silent for a while. The man wearing a hat stuttered, "Ah, you're here. You're here? You're Olao?" Count Black asked. The man in the hat seemed to have just come back to his senses. He put away his dazed expression and nodded at the Black Earl. "Yes, I am Olaf." After confirming that the man was Olao, who was friendly to them, Count Black was about to ask if anyone with Noah's bloodline could enter. But before Count Dark could ask, he was interrupted by Adonis's hoarse voice. "Why? Why do you have the key? Why?" Even Olao couldn't believe it. Where did they find the key? Key? Angor checked the dagger in his hand. "You mean this?" "I made it, of course." While speaking, he tossed the dagger to Kale. The dagger belonged to Kale in the first place, so it was only returning to its rightful owner. As for how to open the wall in the Nightmare Realm, it wasn't a problem at all. He just needed to make a new dagger. "How do you know the dagger is the key?" Adonis asked again. She didn't care where they found the blueprint. She only wanted to know how they knew the dagger was the key. All the Noah's descendants who knew about this had become hollow people without any memories. How did they know? Everyone was curious about Adonis's question as well. They all looked at Angor. After all, he was the one who found out the dagger was the key. Adonis saw everyone looking at Angor and realized something. "You again? Why you again?" Angor gave Adonis a puzzled look. "What did I do to you?" Adonis didn't say anything. Instead, she gave Angor a vicious glare. As long as this man was involved, he could easily solve any problem, no matter how ridiculous it was. He could even tame the infant spirits of the other world. Also, he could easily crack the magical array outside. Huh? A magical array? Since Angor could break the magic array outside, it made sense that he could also see the magic array on the dagger. Also, the magic array on the outside and the magic array on the dagger shared a common characteristic. "You're Margaret's student? You learned your magic array from Margaret?" Adonis asked. "Nope." "Adonis, you're lying." "I said I'm not, so I'm not." Adonis asked, "Then where did you get your magic array from?" Angor gave Adonis a puzzled look. "Why should I tell you? Also, you keep asking me questions, and I want to ask you the same thing. Why do you keep stopping us?" Of course, Adonis wouldn't tell him the reason. She gave Angor a vicious glare and kept quiet. Adonis's dislike of Angor had reached a whole new level. On the other hand, Olao was getting more and more satisfied with Angor. So it was him. While Olao was still getting excited, Adonis walked to him and whispered in his ear, "Don't get too excited just yet. The contract isn't over yet. He's not a Noah's descendant, so he can't come in. Don't worry about him." Adonis didn't try to lower her voice, so everyone heard what she said. Combined with Olao's eager look, Adonis's words, and their previous guesses, they were now sure of one thing. Olao wasn't concerned about the two Noah's descendants here. It was Angor. Olao, who had been silent for 10,000 years, came to stop them and even gave them a hint. The wise lord was right, and so was the Dark Earl. The Dark Earl was a bit shaken by Angor's denial, but he couldn't think of anyone else. Wei was too useless, Kale and Dorcas had nothing to do with this, and he was only a clone. Olao wouldn't know who he really was. And even if he did, Olao probably wouldn't care about it. Now, Angor was the only one left. Angor had too many secrets. He also used all kinds of strange tricks on his way here, all of which seemed to be used to deal with the obstacles in the underground waterway. Also, Adonis was paying too much attention to Angor. This was also evidence of the screening. It wasn't surprising that Olao would pay attention to Angor, who had so many secrets. If the Dark Earl was in Olao's position, he would probably pay attention to Angor too. But for Angor's sake, Alao even broke the 10,000-year rule and showed up to stop Adonis. There had to be a deeper reason behind this. While the dark girl was pondering, Angor didn't know what to do. So Alao was really paying attention to him? Angor didn't think there was anything about him that attracted Alao's attention. Was it because of what happened on the arena? His first contact with Alao was at the Void Arena. Back then, Angor noticed Alao's presence first, which was why Alao told him about it. Was it because he had discovered Alao and no one else had? Was that why Alao was paying attention to him? Apart from that, Angor couldn't think of anything special about him. Both the Wise Lord and the Dark Earl believed that Angor had a lot of secrets. But none of them had anything to do with reality. He only came here to see if the key could open the wall, and to see what was behind it. He already completed one of his goals, which was to confirm that the key could open the wall. Now, he only needed to complete the other one, and he would be able to leave. As for the other one, it wouldn't be hard for him to enter the Chamber of Poetry since he already had Noah bloodlines like the Dark Earl and V. Therefore, he was prepared to be a hands-off boss. Now that the door was open, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he became the center of attention again. While Angor was complaining, Adonis spoke again. Come on in, then. I'd like to see who else can come in. The first part of Adonis' words was an invitation, but the second part was a threat. Her hostility toward them didn't lessen at all. No one took her words seriously. Instead, they all looked at Alao. Since Alao had shown them kindness and even helped them stop Adonis, was he still going to remain silent and not say a word now that everyone had reached the final step? Alao did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He said, those with Noah's bloodline have no worries. In other words, the Dark Earl and V were allowed to enter, just as the Wise Lord said. What about those without Noah bloodlines? Dark Earl asked. Those without Noah bloodlines and special circumstances cannot enter the Chamber of Poetry, Adonis said. Just as Alao finished speaking, Adonis added, as one of the gatekeepers of the Clear Sky Poetry Room, I will punish those who do not have the right but still want to trespass. Hearing Adonis's words, Alao turned his head abruptly. You can't do this. You're crossing the line. Adonis said coldly, I'm not crossing the line. This is still within the scope of the contract. I will not touch those who are qualified to enter the Clear Sky Poetry Room, but those who are not qualified, if they dare to enter the Clear Sky Poetry Room, then they must be prepared to be banished to the empty mirror sea. This isn't an exaggeration, it's a rule. Alao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. Because what Adonis said was within the scope of the contract. Why was the Chamber of Poetry built? It was because Augustine wanted to meet Marguerite. Therefore, in a sense, the Chamber of Poetry was a place for young lovers to meet. Both Augustine and Margaret didn't want anyone to disturb them at such a place for a rendezvous. Therefore, there was a penalty clause in the contract for trespassing. Adonis didn't like to talk about contracts before, but now she was even more proficient than Alao. Alao wanted to secretly open a back door, but he couldn't. Everyone looked at Alao again, wanting to see what he had to say. Alao remained silent for a moment and spoke to Dark Earl and V, you may enter. There was no doubt that those with Noah bloodlines could enter without any problems. However, Alao looked at Angor again. You can come in as well. Do you want to take a look? End of chapter. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard Alao's words. Even Adonis was in disbelief. Both Black Earl and Vey were from Noah clan, so it was only natural that they could enter the Chamber of Poetry. But what right did he have to enter the Chamber of Poetry? Adonis asked, you think he can come in? Why? Alao didn't answer Adonis' question. Instead, he gave Angor a hopeful look, as if encouraging him to move forward. Angor was confused as well. Why do you think I can enter? You'll know the answer when you're inside, said Alao. That was as good as not saying anything. What did he mean by, I'll know the answer when I'm inside? If Angor found out that he couldn't enter and Adonis saw him as a trespasser, wouldn't they start a fight? Angor even wondered if Alao was trying to encourage him to fight Adonis head-on. But if that was the case, Alao didn't have to stop Adonis' attack in the hallway. Angor didn't understand, but he knew the best choice was to, no. Angor refused right away. Why? You're here for the Chamber of Poetry, aren't you? I don't know how you, Mr. Alao, came to such a conclusion. But I can tell you clearly that I'm not interested in the Chamber of Poetry. Adonis, you're lying. Angor sighed and looked at Adonis. Miss, do you know me that well? Why don't you open your eyes and see before you make your assumptions? Angor's words were all honest, which meant that one could use word of truth to determine whether he was telling the truth or not. For those who were good at reading people's expressions, they could tell whether Angor was telling the truth even without using word of truth. If you're not interested in the Chamber of Poetry, why did you break through the encirclement and come here? Besides, the old wise lord doesn't trust people that easily. But he chose to trust you. I don't think you're here for no reason. I'm here for a reason, but I'm not interested in the Chamber of Poetry. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Angor didn't want to argue with Adonis anymore. He stepped back and put on a "I'm not going to get involved" look. When Olau told him that he could enter the Chamber of Poetry, Angor was a little tempted. But when he thought about how Olau used words like should, maybe and maybe before telling him that Angor could enter the Chamber of Poems, Angor felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing the situation inside the clear sky poetry room with his own eyes was indeed the best. But it didn't matter if he didn't see it with his own eyes. In any case, Wai and the Black Earl had promised him that they would use the image recording stone to record the interior environment. Naturally, they wouldn't go back on their words. Since he could easily obtain information about the internal environment, why should he take the risk of should, maybe, to break into the clear sky poetry room? There was absolutely no need for that. Also, he had another backup plan hidden in his mind. If something happened to Vale and Black Earl, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. Of course, the probability of that happening was small. Even without a shadow stone, Vale and Earl Black could still recall what happened inside the Chamber of Poetry room by relying on their memories. The shadow stone was only a supporting piece of evidence. But that didn't mean it didn't exist. For example, if the situation inside the Chamber of Poetry room was completely covered by illusions or mirrors, they couldn't see the real situation inside. Angor had no choice but to use his backup plan. The backup plan was simple: use the dream whelk to drag the Chamber of Poetry room into the dream wasteland. After that, he could simply explore the Chamber of Poetry room in the dream wasteland. However, using the dream whelk in front of so many people would definitely attract attention. They might not be able to guess why Angor used the dream whelk, but the seeds of doubt would be planted in their minds. And these seeds of doubt would definitely explode when the dream wasteland appeared. Angor had a plan to deal with it, but it would be best if he didn't have to worry about it. After all, it was still troublesome. What he hated the most was dealing with useless problems. There was no need to complicate things when he could save time and effort. For example, if he could ask Whale and Black Earl to help him, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Angor's "I'm not going" attitude completely stunned Adonis. She always believed that Angor was the biggest variable in this world. But why didn't he take the normal path? Adonis felt a strange sense of emptiness in her heart. Maybe it was because of Olau's sincere words not long ago. I want to find an answer from these people. I also want to see my future, and your future. Regardless of whether Adonis agreed with this statement or not, it did cause her emotions to become a lot more complicated. She didn't like the visitors, but she also felt curious and expectant. She really wanted to know what kind of answer Olau wanted from these people. And Adonis didn't deny that Olau was referring to Angor. But now, Angor was acting like he didn't want to come in, which really caught Adonis off guard. Was Olau not referring to Angor? Was it someone else? Adonis turned to look at Olau, wanting to see what he had to say. Olau was still looking at Angor, as if Angor was the only one who existed in his eyes. He stared at Angor in silence as if he was looking through Angor's eyes. After a long time, he spoke again. Perhaps it's because what I said earlier was too ambiguous that you chose to reject it. Angor looked at Olau, who was giving him an icy look. Angor really wanted to say that it wasn't because of that. He just wanted to save some effort. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Instead, he waited for Olau to continue. There must be a reason for Olau's tone. Sure enough, Olau said in a profound tone, "As long as you answer one of my questions, I will be able to determine if you are qualified to enter the clear sky poetry room." Angor remained silent for a moment. I'm not a Noah, and I don't have Noah's bloodline. I don't have any hollow ones among my ancestors, nor someone who might be pregnant. That's not what I want to ask, said Olau. Just ask whatever you want to know. You paused for so long just to let me guess, and now you're giving me a negative answer. You're wasting my time, aren't you? Angor complained in his mind, but he still pretended to be calm. What do you want to ask, Mr. Olau? Just say it. You've met him, right? Who did you meet? Angor asked without thinking. Who's this he? You know who he is, said Olau. Angor felt like complaining again. But when he looked at Olau's eager eyes, he suddenly thought of someone. You mean Augustine? Olau nodded quickly. Adonis, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful look. Is this why Olau likes Angor so much? Angor wanted to say no out of instinct. But before he could say anything, he swallowed his words back. In reality, he had never seen Augustine's real body, but when he was refining the key, he had met Augustine in the alchemy omen. Still, he didn't know if he could see Augustine in his alchemy omen. Angor considered his words carefully. No, I haven't seen him in real life. Olau would be disappointed if Angor said never. But Angor purposely added real life, which meant. You've seen him in your non-real life? Angor nodded. Sort of. Olau sighed in relief. I knew it. You can come in. What do you mean? Angor was still confused. The others also looked at Olau in confusion, especially Black Earl. The chamber was Noah's ancestral home. Why would Olau let Angor in? Because Angor once saw Augustine, Olau considered for a moment. I was going to tell you after you came in. But since you've already answered my question, it's fine to tell you now. Pausing for a moment, Olau glanced at Adonis. Weren't you curious as to why I paid so much attention to him? You already know the answer, right? Adonis asked, is it because of Augustine? Olau nodded. That's right. Olau looked at Angor again. Yesterday, when you arrived at the stairs of Hanging Prison, I heard something. Somehow, I heard someone reciting a poem. I know the style of the poem very well. It's exactly the same as Master Augustine's. But the person who was reciting the poem didn't sound like Master Augustine's. This is the first time in 10,000 years that I've ever felt something related to Master Augustine. I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't figure out what it meant. Until I saw you in Adonis's reflection. The moment I saw you, I suddenly had an image of the person reciting the poem in my spiritual perception. It was a man with blonde hair. He was reciting Master Augustine's poem with his back to me. I can't see your real face because of the barrier, but I can't see your true face. But I'm guessing you're not a redhead. You have blonde hair, right? Angor didn't deny it. Yes. Olau grinned. I knew it. You're the one I saw in my mind. Angor neither denied nor admitted it. He thought for a moment and asked, may I ask what's at the beginning of the poem? Of course. Olau thought for a moment and recited the poem in the same tone as the poem in his mind. Oh, my dear Margaret, I miss you so much. Even if the forest is full of miasma, even if the city is full of guards, stop. Angor already felt goosebumps all over his body. No, I can't read it anymore. It's too embarrassing. Angor couldn't be more familiar with the poem's tone and content. This was the poem he recited to Augustine in the Alchemy Omen. It was an insult to Augustine's memory. Because of this, he didn't want to look at Augustine's face when reading the poem. Instead, he turned his back to Augustine. Olau also saw Angor's back in his mind. This was no longer a coincidence. It was as if Augustine directly projected the scene in his alchemy omen into Olau's mind. He took a deep breath and looked at Olau. I'm most likely the one you're talking about. So? Olau smiled. Great. You're the one who should be fine. You're the one favored by Master Augustine. You can enter the Chamber of Poetry for sure. Olau happily confirmed Angor's answer. Everyone looked at Olau with complicated expressions. Among them, Angor sensed the most complicated emotions coming from Black Earl and Adonis. But Angor didn't care what they were thinking right now. There was only one thing he wanted to know. So? Angor considered. Like I said, I don't need to enter the Chamber of Poetry. If you want me to enter the Clear Sky Poetry Room, you need a reason, right? Olau didn't know what to say. They were already in the Chamber of Poetry, and they had to go through countless obstacles to get here. Angor just stood outside the door and said he achieved his goal. Olau thought Angor said that on purpose, but Angor didn't say it out loud. But now, seeing that Angor wasn't going to enter the chamber, Olau realized that Angor was telling the truth. Angor really didn't want to enter the chamber. Olau considered and said, I can't give you a clear reason. But you're the first time in 10,000 years that I got an idea related to Master. Maybe it's a sign from Master to me and Adonis. Adonis humphed. Don't drag me into this. It has nothing to do with me. Olau ignored Adonis and looked at Angor again. I don't have a reason now. But maybe you'll find one after you come in. Angor frowned. What do you mean? Olau said, after I saw you at Adonis' place, I wanted to confirm some of my thoughts, so I went to see you once. Speaking of which, you even found out about me that time. Olau was talking about what happened in the arena. Angor had possessed one of the void monsters, and it was the only one who showed any kindness. It was like a shining star in the night sky. How could Angor not notice it? When I saw you, I confirmed my idea again. Because I sensed Master's aura on you. Are you sure? Olau nodded. I couldn't be sure when I looked at you from afar. But now that I'm standing right in front of you, I'm even more certain that Master's aura is on you. Angor frowned. Did Augustine do something else to him? Did Angor do something to him during the alchemy omen? Angor suddenly felt a little uneasy. He did not feel anything wrong with his body during this time, but Olau seemed to be confident about it. Was this real or fake? Maybe Master left his aura on you so that you can come to the Chamber of Poetry. End of chapter. Seeing Angor's hesitant look, Olau continued, maybe Master wants to talk to me and Adonis through you. Olau paused a little. I beg you to come in and take a look. Adonis and I have been waiting for too long. At this point, Olau suddenly stretched out his hand and covered his chest. A dark red aura escaped from his chest. I swear on my life that you will not be harmed in the Chamber of Poetry, Olau said as he looked at Angor. Even if I misunderstood and you can't enter the chamber, I'll make sure you're safe. Adonis whipped her head around. Olau. You. The latter half of Olau's sentence was directed at the contract that Adonis had mentioned earlier. Even if Angor couldn't enter the chamber, Olau would still make sure he was safe. This meant that if Adonis really wanted to attack Angor, Olaf would side with Angor. These two spirits who had been staying together in the Chamber of Poetry for 10,000 years might even become enemies because of this. It could be said that Olau's oath was very sincere. Adonis suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at Olau. Are you so sure that he can bring news of Augustine? I'm not sure, but at least there's hope. Adonis asked, hope? Relying on that unreliable Augustine? Ridiculous. Olau was silent for a long time, so long that Adonis thought he wouldn't answer her. Only then did Olau say in an extremely low voice. Adonis, I can't wait any longer. Hearing Olau's words, Adonis's pupils shrank. She had wanted to argue, but now she held back and asked, what do you mean? Olau opened his mouth and tried to say something. But when he saw Adonis's questioning look, he sighed and shook his head. Nothing. Adonis considered for a moment. Is it the energy imbalance in your body again? If that's what you're worried about, I'll help you. Olau shook his head again. A drop in the bucket. Adonis didn't believe him. She thought Olau was just trying to get Angor to come in. Olau didn't explain, only saying indifferently, there are millions of difficulties in the world, and millions of variables. Even if the same difficulty can be solved with one method, the next time you encounter it, you might not be able to solve it with the same method because variables are everywhere. It's like sailing against the current. External forces can be used as temporary support, but when the current suddenly becomes a huge wave, no matter how strong the force is, in the face of the mighty force of nature, the mighty force of time, it will be like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. So, in order not to be worn down by time, to prevent the end of time from coming too early, I have to make my own decision. This time, can you let me control the future by myself? Adonis was stunned. She really wanted to ask how Allow was doing. But for some reason, she couldn't. In the past, Adonis tested Noah's descendants in the name of love and banished them away time after time. Then, she told Allow with a clear conscience that these people would not become the people who broke the trap of the clear sky poetry room. Allow remained silent while Adonis panicked a little. Don't worry. They can't help you. But I can help you. Time and time again, Adonis used this reason to convince Allow, as well as herself. In the end, even Adonis herself believed in her own words. After 10,000 years, Adonis was strong enough to leave the Chamber of Solitude whenever she wanted. She could even use the mirror domain to leave the underground sewer. However, Allow was still trapped in the Chamber of Solitude. All the exits in the mirror domain refused to let Allow in. Only the entrance to the Chamber of Solitude remained open. Even so, Adonis still believed that she could solve Allow's problem, as long as she had more time. But now, Allow suddenly said that he couldn't wait any longer. At first, Adonis thought that Allow was lying. But after thinking about it, what if he wasn't lying and what he said was true? When Adonis thought of this possibility, she panicked. She couldn't imagine Allow disappearing. She couldn't imagine what her world would be like without Allow. When panic rose from the bottom of her heart, the walls made of self-righteousness collapsed. Behind the walls, Adonis deliberately blocked her rationality. Thus, a strange situation occurred. Amidst the panic, her rationality returned. Her rationality told Adonis, "You did wrong. Allow gave you 10,000 years, and you kidnapped Allow for 10,000 years in the name of love. Do you want to continue kidnapping him?" Allow showed a weak expression for the first time in front of you. He's begging you. This time, he wants to take control of the future himself. Do you still want to destroy his only hope? When Adonis heard the rational question, she couldn't say no when facing Allow again. She didn't even know what to say. She just stared at Allow blankly. On the other side, Allow looked at the suddenly silent Adonis. Looking at the helpless Adonis, he laughed and said in his usual nonchalant tone, "Why are you getting sadder and sadder? Even if it's a drop in the bucket, it'll be many years in the future. I shouldn't say it now. Sigh, I just can't help it. But Adonis, since you're not saying anything, I'll take it as a yes. I believe that what you did for me in the past was from your heart. But this time, I want to take control myself. If I really can't, I can only rely on you, right?" Adonis looked at Allow's smiling face and didn't know what to say. How could she not know that Allow was deliberately using this tone to prevent her from being trapped by the past? Adonis turned her head and snorted. "Up to you. I'll see if the future you want exists." With that, Adonis stepped back and sat down at a long table several meters away. She no longer looked at Angor's group coldly. Instead, she looked at everything that was about to happen as if she was an outsider. Adonis's actions were a form of tacit agreement. When Allow saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Of course, he knew about Adonis's obsession. To Allow, it wasn't easy for Adonis to let go of her obsession at a time like this. Of course, from an outsider's point of view, Adonis was just being pretentious. However, an outsider was still an outsider. Allow and Adonis had been together for 10,000 years, and he understood Adonis' way of doing things. He was also willing to tolerate some of her stubbornness. Now that Adonis had suddenly become more sensible, Allow did not think that Adonis was being pretentious. He only felt that his little daughter had finally grown up. This was the kind of tolerance and understanding between family members. Without Adonis's interference, Allow looked back at Angor. "I'm sorry you had to see this. My promise remains unchanged. Whether you enter or leave the Chamber of Poetry, I'll make sure you're safe. As for the Chamber of Poetry, I can't do much to help you. But I believe you can find a way to leave safely. In other words, you can directly leave the clear sky poetry room." Allow's words were full of sincerity. They already guessed that the Chamber of Poetry wasn't sealed, which meant they could use a plain passageway to leave. Allow confirmed it and even told them that if they used the plainer passageway to leave, he would guarantee their safety. In other words, they didn't have to worry about anything. All of this was for Angor to enter the Chamber of Poetry. Everyone looked at Angor and waited for his answer. After weighing the pros and cons, Angor finally nodded and agreed to Alau's request. The main reason was that Alau mentioned that he had Augustine's aura on him. If entering the Chamber of Poetry could help him get rid of the aura, it would be for the best. However, he didn't forget about Dorcas and Kale even though he decided to follow Whale and Black Earl into the Chamber of Poetry. He hoped that Alau could also guarantee Dorcas and Kale's safety. At the very least, they would have enough time to open a plain passageway and leave if something really happened. Alau considered Angor's request and looked at Adonis as if he wanted to say something. But before Alau could say anything, Adonis cut him off. I said, do whatever you want. Don't ask me. If this person can enter the Chamber of Poetry, the contract will be broken. Letting someone else in will only be a slap to the face of the bastard who made the contract. Adonis's meaning was clear. If Angor could enter the chamber, she would allow Alau to open the back door and let Dorcas and Kale in as well. But if Angor couldn't come in, it would be a different story. Angor only hoped that Alau could guarantee Dorcas and Kale's safety. He didn't expect to get them in as well. Of course, he was overjoyed. Dorcas and Kale were happy as well. Kale was happy that he could see the ruins with his own eyes, while Dorcas was wondering if he could get something good out of it. Black Earl, on the other hand, was having mixed feelings. This was the ancestral home of the Noah clan, but it wasn't the Noah clan who decided whether they could enter or not. It was the two spirits guarding the door. Black Earl didn't say anything about it, but he didn't say anything. If it weren't for Kale's key and Angor's exploration team, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. They might not even know about the ruins. Therefore, they didn't have the right to stop Dorcas and Kale. After making sure everyone had a chance to enter the chamber, it was time to enter. Black Earl and Wai were the first to enter. The moment they entered the door, they could clearly feel a barrier obstructing their progress. The appearance of the barrier not only hindered their progress, but also caused their bloodline to suddenly become active and restless. As the aura of their bloodline spread out, the barrier disappeared without a trace. The Black Earl and Wai calmly entered the Clear Sky Poetry Room. There was no dispute that they could enter the Clear Sky Poetry Room. After all, they were of Noah's bloodline. Next was Angor's turn. Whether or not Angor could enter the chamber was related to Alau's future, Adonis's confidence, and whether Dorcas and Kale could enter the chamber as well. Everyone's attention was now on Angor. Could Angor enter the chamber with the barrier in place? Or was it to say that he would ultimately be excluded from the Clear Sky Poetry Room? Would Alau's dream come to nothing? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Angor walked toward the door of the chamber. Compared to the others, Angor was quite calm. It didn't matter if he could enter or not. Of course, it would be better if he could. Maybe he could get rid of Augustine's aura. But did he really have Augustine's aura on him? Angor was a little doubtful. He walked to the door of Cloud Sky Poetry Room with a carefree attitude. Just like Black Earl and Kale, Angor paused when facing the barrier. However, the Black Earl and Wai had relied on their boiling bloodline to melt the barrier. Angor knew that he didn't have Noah bloodline. Was there any other way to enter the chamber without using his bloodline? Angor didn't notice that the barrier had already disappeared without a trace. By the time he realized what happened, he was already standing inside the chamber. Everyone stared at Angor in shock, especially Alau. I told you. You can do it. You can do it. Alau kept muttering to himself. Black Earl flew to Angor's side and asked in a confused tone, How did you get in? Angor was still in a daze. He shook his head and answered, I don't know. Just when everyone was puzzled and shocked, a caw-caw sound suddenly came from the depths of the Clear Sky Poetry Room. Everyone turned around and saw a silhouette suddenly appear in the darkness. Was there a third person in the chamber? As Angor wondered, the figure finally walked out of the darkness and into the light. It wasn't a real person. Instead, it was an alchemy puppet holding a large number of books in its hands. It looked similar to the alchemy puppet Angor saw in Xianxia's place. Angor thought it was just an ordinary puppet in the chamber. However, he didn't notice that Alau and Adonis were staring at the puppet in shock. They naturally knew that there were puppets in the poetry room. These puppets used to be the poetry room's attendants and received guests when the poetry room was open. However, after Augustine and Margaret left, the puppets were put into storage and never touched again. And now, the alchemy puppets that had been dormant for 10,000 years showed up again. What was going on? End of chapter. The alchemy puppet approached them step by step. At the same time, the pile of books in its hands began to flutter in the air as if they had grown wings. Countless glowing words were released from the books. These words formed a vortex that surrounded the flying books. Xianxia language, the Black Girl whispered when he saw this scene. These characters were all special characters used by the Noah clan, the Xianxia language. From this, it could be inferred that this puppet was most likely from the Noah family. When the alchemy puppet was only 10 meters away from them, Count Black put up his guard. Angor's expression also turned serious. They didn't know what the alchemy puppet was trying to do. If it was a combat puppet, even they would be caught off guard if they weren't prepared beforehand. Don't worry. It's a servant puppet. It used to be a receptionist in the poetry room, Olio explained. Just as Eladio finished speaking, Dorcas' voice came from outside the door. Receptionist? What? Is it here to receive us? Y looked at Dorcas. You're not here yet. It's not like it's here to receive you. Dorcas didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Guess who it's here to receive then? To receive you? I didn't say that. Y snorted and turned his head away, ignoring Dorcas. However, when he turned around, he secretly glanced at Angor, who wasn't far away. Y didn't think the alchemy puppet was here for him. It was more likely that it was here for Mr. Superdimensional. As Y thought about it, the alchemy puppet had arrived in front of them, and it was indeed facing Angor. Even Olio and Adonis didn't look directly at it. It seemed to be focusing on Angor. Angor was also confused. Before he could say anything, the books around the alchemy puppet suddenly returned to its hands. As the book flew back, the word vortex formed by the Xianxia language also returned to the book. However, not all of the words returned to the page. A word was left in each of the vortexes. These glowing words formed a long sentence in the air. The sentence was right in front of Angor's eyes, but he could not understand it. However, it did not matter if he did not understand. Olao and the Black Girl beside him could understand the Xianxia language. Olio spoke in a small voice. This is a welcome speech. It's a special treatment given by Mr. Superdimensional to his honored guest. Honored guest? Angor was puzzled. Since when was he an honored guest? When Olao finished speaking, the Black Girl looked at the row of Xianxia words and chanted softly, "Welcome." The chanter bathed in moonlight. Angor's blank expression froze on his face. That aura Augustine left on him. Olio nodded. Poet Augustine, he said. Poet bathed in moonlight. What a beautiful poem. Just by listening to it, I can imagine you reading a poem. Forgive me for asking, but is this your title? Angor felt like he wanted to throw up, but he couldn't find a way to do so. After a while, he calmed down and said, No, I don't deserve such a title. Angor put a hand on Y's shoulder. By the way, let me introduce him. He's called the Midnight Poet. I think he's more of a poet than I am. Angor brought Y here to change the topic. The title wasn't that big of a deal. It was just that Angor didn't want to talk about the person who gave him the title, and why. The title was not a big deal at all, but now it made him feel awkward. He needed to change the topic. However, he still failed to change the topic. And this failure had nothing to do with anyone else. It was the real person who came out to refute the rumor. No, you're the poet I admire the most. You're the real poet who deserves to be praised by moonlight. It was a young man's voice. At first, Angor didn't realize who it was. He thought it was Olio. But when he listened carefully, he realized that the voice sounded familiar. That passionate and emotional voice was so similar to the voice he heard in the Alchemy Omen. No, it was exactly the same. Angor suddenly realized something and looked up at the source of the voice. It was the alchemy puppet. But this one looked a little different from the previous one. The previous one was a little stiff. Even its welcoming speech was picked out word by word from a book. But now, the alchemy puppet's eyes were made of sapphires. Its eyelids blinked from time to time, which made it look very lively. It was as if the alchemy puppet in front of them was no longer an ordinary one, but a sentient one. It was as if Delaying had taken over the body of the alchemy puppet. However, Delaying had always been a quiet person. Even when he possessed an alchemy puppet, he would still be as cold as usual. The alchemy puppet in front of them, on the other hand, was very different. Not only did it look lively, but it could also express its emotions clearly. While Angor was wondering if this alchemy puppet was the one he saw in the omen, Olio was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. "Master, is it Master?" Olio's voice was trembling. "I knew it. He has Master's scent on him. Master must be here. He'll show up." Hill, on the other side, Adonis, who had been watching the show, couldn't help opening her eyes wide when she heard Olao's words. She looked at the puppet in shock. "Olao, what did you say?" It's Augustine?" However, the alchemy puppet ignored both Olao and Augustine's questions and continued to stare at Angor with its affectionate eyes. "When I think about your poems, I still feel that they are so beautiful. No matter if it's the song Kiss or the stunning When You're Old, they can only be written by someone who lives life into poetry. More importantly, you manage to appreciate both the refined and the popular. I know that my level of poetry is not as high as yours, but the poem you wrote for me condescendingly, using the common language to describe elegance. It's really something. Only a true poet can do this. You are worthy of my reward. You are a poet bathed in moonlight. This is my eternal praise for you." He didn't know how the alchemy puppet got inside, but there was only one other person who could recite Kiss and When You're Old, which he learned from the alchemy omen. Apart from John, there was only one other person who could recite Kiss and When You're Old, which didn't even exist in this world. Apart from John, there was only one other person who could recite Kiss and When You're Old, which he learned from the alchemy omen. Before this, Angor believed that the Augustine in the omen was not the real Augustine. It was just an image created by the world's consciousness. But now, it seemed that Augustine really was the one who appeared in the omen. That was a little scary. Angor only met two people who could invade other people's omens. One was the time thief, and the other was Augustine. The time thief only played an insignificant role in Angor's omen. He did not affect the omen at all. Augustine, on the other hand, was directly involved in Angor's omen. He even became a key figure in determining whether Angor could pass the test. From this perspective, wasn't Augustine stronger than the time thief? At the very least, Augustine was on the same level as the time thief. As for the time thief, it was said that he was a miracle worker. Angor did not dare to think about Augustine's real strength anymore. He did not even dare to complain about the puppet's praise in his mind. Instead, he accepted it with a stiff smile. Even if he was a poet bathed in fire or lava, he would still accept it with a smile, let alone a poet bathed in moonlight. "Thank you, Mr. It's my honor," Angor said politely. He was going to call Augustine Mr., but he remembered that he already called Augustine Mr. in the omen, and Augustine did not object. Angor decided to use the same title. "You're worth it." After saying that, the puppet softly sighed. "I didn't have anything to reward you before, only a praise. But now, since you came to the Clear Sky Poetry Room, I can give you some good gifts." As it spoke, the alchemy puppet turned its head to look around, and finally fixed its gaze on Adonis. "So the little mirror is already born. Is she called Adonis?" This was Adonis' first time facing Augustine. She was only an alchemy puppet, but that did not stop her from speaking for herself. "You're the bastard who wants to control my life?" Just as Adonis finished speaking, Olao promptly ran over and pulled Adonis behind him before saying to the puppet, "Master, Adonis is still young and a bit willful, please don't blame her. It's my fault for not teaching her well enough. Don't worry about it. A girl needs to have a temper." The puppet then looked at Angor. "How about this? I'll give you Adonis as a reward." "No." Adonis screamed. "Who gave you the right to control my life?" However, the puppet did not care about Adonis at all. It looked at Angor as if it would give Adonis away as soon as Angor nodded. Angor felt a little tired as well. He only wanted to see what Moonlight Poetry Room looked like. He was just a bystander. Why did the stage automatically move to his feet? Now it was the real descendants of Noah, Black Count and Whale who were being marginalized. Angor sighed in his mind but still tried to put on a brave front. Nah, I'm not interested in anything here. I'm just here to take a look. The puppet seemed to have understood something. Sure enough, a true poet is like that. If his heart isn't on the road, then his body is already on the road. Angor smiled awkwardly, which meant he admitted it. Next to them, Adonis snorted and cursed. No one knew whether she was cursing at Angor or the alchemy puppet. While the puppet was still thinking, Angor reached out a hand and dragged Whale, who was trying to sneak away. Sir, you may not know him, but you should know that he's your descendant. An excellent one. You're here because you want to meet them, right? He didn't want to face the alchemy puppet alone anymore, so he decided to use Whale as a shield again. Besides, Angor did not think he was important. The main character should be a descendant of Noah. What he needed to do now was to push him to the top while he himself stayed hidden. The alchemy puppet usually didn't respond to other people's questions, but it would answer Angor's. Margaret doesn't want to give birth, and I don't have any descendants, the puppet muttered as if complaining about Margaret's insistence. I mean, Noah's descendants. Augustine was referring to Noah's descendants, but Angor was referring to Noah's descendants. Noah's descendants have nothing to do with me. With that said, Waiyi's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the black girl's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Angor frowned a little. He could understand that 10,000 years would wear away a lot of things, but it was impossible to put them on the scale of 10,000 years. However, he was still surprised by Augustine's straightforward words. Maybe it saw Whale's expression, or maybe it saw Angor's frown, but the alchemy puppet quickly added, there is a branch of Noah's descendants in the origin world that is doing well. The missing part of Adonis' bloodline is also in that branch. They are open and welcoming to all the descendants of Noah. If you want to go further, especially you. The alchemy puppet looked at the nose floating in the air, Black Count. You should go there and check it out. The bloodline connection will save you a lot of trouble. The puppet humphed. Without the bloodline source in the southern wizardry region, even if you succeed, your potential will be exhausted. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Augustine revealed a lot of information, not only about the Noah's descendants, but also about Adonis. It did not matter why Augustine revealed this information, but it was still useful for Black Count and the Noah's descendants. Black Count once considered going to the origin world and asked Laplace a similar question, but he did not get the best answer. Now, the ancestor of Noah's descendants gave him a clear answer. There was still a branch of Noah's bloodline in the origin world. The secret of advancement could be found there. As Black Count pondered, the alchemy puppet looked at Angor again. You really don't want Adonis? Your mind is on the road, and your body is on the road. But it doesn't matter if you have an assistant. Angor refused again. The alchemy puppet sighed in disappointment. I thought you could help her find the missing part of her bloodline one day. But now, it seems you'll have to let these juniors take advantage of you. Just as the alchemy puppet finished speaking, Adonis abruptly stood up. I am the master of my own path. I don't need to rely on anyone. Adonis' continuous provocations finally received a response from the alchemy puppet. It slowly turned its head, its sapphire eyes calmly looking at Adonis. Wrong, no one can truly control their own path. You can't, and neither can I. You always fall asleep for no reason, right? Adonis didn't answer, but Olau nodded. Yes, Adonis often sleeps, but even so, her cultivation speed is much faster than mine. The alchemy puppet glanced at Olau with a complicated expression. We'll talk about your situation later. The alchemy puppet looked at Adonis again. This is caused by the missing part of you. You should know it yourself. Without the complete part, you can never become a mirror wanderer. If you want to get the missing part, you have to rely on Noah's descendants. Otherwise, you won't even be able to go to the origin world. Most importantly, even if you reach the source world, without the help of Noah's descendants, you will never have the chance to enter the branch. Back then, Margaret took the missing part of you to experiment. She wanted to use a magic array to stop the creatures from invading the real world. Now, she succeeded. Noah's bloodline is filled with killing arrays against the creatures from the mirror realm. Once you get close, you will be listed as an enemy. Even if you hide in the mirror realm, they will still be able to locate you. Apart from Noah's descendants, no one can help you. Of course, if you still choose to walk your own path and live in an imperfect form, it's up to you. Adonis pointed at Angor in disbelief. Apart from Noah's descendants, no one can help me? Then why do you think he can? Is he Noah's descendant? Of course, the reciter is not a descendant of Noah, but he is a reciter that I have personally appointed. There is no pass more useful than this award. So, he can help you too. By the way, let me remind you. The alchemy puppet's eyes slowly turned cold. Disrespect to the chanter is disrespect to me. I'll forgive you this time, but there will be no next time. The puppet's cold words and arrogant attitude made Adonis feel an unprecedented humiliation. She wasn't like Olau. Olau had been nurtured by Augustine, so he respected Augustine a lot. As for Adonis, she had never met Augustine. Even if she knew that her birth was related to Augustine, she still regarded him as cold-blooded and ungrateful. Moreover, the contract that Augustine had left behind had shackled the relationship between Olau and her. This made Adonis dislike Augustine even more. Now, Augustine was still using this arrogant attitude, wanting to decide his life with a single word. Adonis' anger almost formed a kind of aura that overflowed from her body. Her chest kept heaving up and down, and her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the alchemy puppet with hatred. Olau's heart skipped a beat when he saw Adonis' state. He understood Adonis too well. This was definitely a sign of anger. It was hard to say what Adonis would do in such a state, but it definitely wouldn't be rational. Olau hurried to Adonis' side and extended his hand to pull her back. Olau's warm hand brought a trace of warmth to Adonis's cold skin. Adonis glanced at Olau and saw him looking at her with a pleading and appeasing expression. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. She really wanted to shatter the puppet. She also believed that she had the ability to do so. But she clearly knew that if she destroyed the puppet, she wouldn't be able to go back. She might feel refreshed for a moment, but the hope that Olau had been waiting for 10,000 years would be completely shattered. She could rely on her crippled body to continue moving back and forth between the mirror domain and reality, free and unrestrained. But Olau would never be able to regain his freedom. Moreover, Olau had said something to her before, "I don't have much time left." Regardless of whether that was true or not, Adonis had to pay attention to it. Adonis cared about Olaf the most, just like how Olaf cared about her. This was the reason why Adonis chose to stay in this small poetry room even though she could leave this place. With that in mind, Adonis closed her eyes and tried to calm her tumbling emotions. She hated that alchemy puppet, but she also knew that she absolutely couldn't touch it. Absolutely couldn't. On the other side, the puppet's sapphire eyes witnessed the silent interaction between Olau and Adonis. The strange atmosphere reminded the puppet of something. It suddenly recited a poem in a soft voice. How many people loved your fleeting shadow? Only one loved your soul with sincerity. The puppet looked at Angor again. What a beautiful poem. It's enough to calm one's mind. Angor didn't know what to say. Angor only wanted to say that the poem wasn't used here. In Angor's opinion, the poem When You're Old was a one-sided analysis of the unchanging love in one's heart. Even if time passed, love would last forever. But was it really love between Adonis and Olau? Angor doubted it. Besides, they had been together for 10,000 years. There was no such thing as when you're old or when you're old. Despite that, Angor maintained a smile on his face and agreed with the idea. You're Augustine. You're the one who decides what you read. The puppet was intoxicated by the atmosphere of the poem and only recovered after a long time. It softly sighed, I wonder when I'll be able to write such a poem. Angor complained in his mind. If you're still as good as before, you'll never be able to write anything like this. Of course, Angor didn't think he could do it. He could come up with beautiful words and fantasies, but it was difficult to express his true feelings with simple words. Especially when it came to this kind of unwavering love. Without experience, everything he wrote would be nothing but empty words. Writing a poem is a matter of perseverance, but it also requires a flash of inspiration. It's the lightning and fire created by the collision of eternity and moment. A poet who can write a famous poem doesn't necessarily have everything worthy of praise. His average poems are still as deep as the sea, and only a few of them are shining brightly. I believe that if you keep it up, you'll find something brilliant in the end. Angor complained in his mind, but he still had to show his respect. The puppet carefully listened to Angor and rubbed its chin. You're right. Lightning and fire created by the collision of eternity and moment. Look at this poet. I'm still not as good as him. Angor didn't know what to say. Was this really Augustine? Why did Angor feel like he just joined his compliments group? Angor considered. Seeing that the puppet was in a good mood, he quickly changed the topic. How did you get here, mister? Angor's question was also something that many people were wondering about. Even Adonis and Olio perked up their ears and waited for the puppet's answer. I followed you, the puppet replied. You want to follow me? You attached yourself to me, mister? The puppet chuckled. You're worried that I'll attach myself to you? Don't worry, I've never done such a thing to a man. You've done such a thing to a woman? Everyone tried to figure it out in their minds. Of course, I've never done such a thing to another woman. I only did it to my dear Margaret. But she still found out in the end. After saying that, the puppet sighed as if it was very vexed. No one dared to comment on Augustine's behavior. They could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. The alchemy puppet asked, Didn't I give you a reward? The poet's title? The puppet nodded and repeated Angor's previous title, The Poet Bathed in Moonlight. This title is my affirmation of your talent. At the same time, it's also an anchor point I left for you. It allows you to enter all Noah's territories without restriction. All Noah's territories? Without restriction? Angor glanced at the Black Earl and thought to himself, Isn't this a bad idea? Maybe the puppet saw Angor's expression, so it quickly added, I mean, all the places where my power is still lingering in. The Noah's territories in the wizarding world don't have any of my power. Therefore, it was impossible for him to enter the Dark Earl's territory without any trouble. Angor sighed in relief. He was worried that Count Black would get angry because of his unrestricted status. However, Angor didn't consider that Augustine's relationship with him was already enough to make the Black Earl pay attention to him. The puppet continued, This anchor point is like a mark. It won't affect you normally. But when you enter a place where my power reaches, it will activate my remaining power. This also explained why Augustine showed up as soon as Angor entered the Chamber of Poetry. Augustine's remaining energy was still inside the chamber, and the anchor point on Angor's body acted as a medium to activate the energy, which allowed Augustine to attach his consciousness to the chamber. This was why Augustine's will was attached to the puppet's body. Angor suddenly asked, Mister, you know I'm going to the Chamber of Poetry, so you gave me this anchor point, right? The alchemy puppet coughed. How could that be? It's because your poem is good that I did that. The puppet's words sounded righteous. While denying it, it was also giving Angor a meaningful look, which meant that Angor was right. Based on this judgment, if one thought further about Augustine's actions, one could basically infer Augustine's thoughts. After all, Olio and Adonis were still in the Chamber of Poetry. As their master, Augustine was probably a little embarrassed to stand them up for 10,000 years, right? When Angor crafted the key to the Chamber of Poetry, Augustine arrived in person through the omen and confirmed that Angor was going to the Chamber of Poetry, so he gave Angor a so-called reward, the title of poet. Augustine only wanted to use Angor to come to the Chamber of Poetry to give Olio and Adonis an explanation. As for why Augustine didn't come himself, Angor didn't know. Maybe Augustine was too lazy, or he forgot about it, or something happened that prevented him from coming. As long as he wanted to find a reason, he could come up with anything. There were too many things that could happen in 10,000 years, and anything could be used as an excuse. Either Augustine was lazy, or he got too excited and forgot about Olio and Adonis. Either way, he didn't want Augustine to hold a grudge against him because he didn't want to know too much about it. Oh, I see. My mistake. What brings you here, mister? Angor smiled. So, what brings you here, sir? The alchemy puppet said, Of course I have something to tell you. Didn't I say that I would give you a reward? What do you want? Just say it. I'll even give you the Chamber of Poetry. Angor shook his head. Like I said, I don't want anything. But since you're here, I might as well solve the problem in the Chamber of Poetry. After all, they've been waiting for you for a long time. Angor guessed that Augustine left an anchor on him because he remembered the two souls in the Chamber of Solitude, so he came to deal with them. But since Augustine didn't want to admit it, Angor decided to help him out. Augustine gave Angor a thoughtful look. As expected of the boy he chose, Angor was smart enough to know what to do. Since Angor gave him a way out, Augustine naturally accepted it. You're right. My alchemy puppet doesn't have much energy left. Let's get this over with. Augustine finally shifted his gaze away from Angor and looked at the excited Olau. Come, follow me to the secret meeting room. The alchemy puppet looked at Angor. You come too. Angor quickly pointed at the others, including Whale, Black Earl, Cal, and Dorcas. Can they come with us? Sure. It's not a big deal anyway. After saying that, the alchemy puppet took a step forward and walked into the darkness. When the puppet was gone, Olau quickly walked up to Angor and thanked him in a serious manner. He thanked Angor for bringing Augustine here, and also for helping Augustine solve the problem in the Chamber of Poetry. You don't have to thank me. Just let my men in. After hearing this, Olau didn't hesitate and quickly opened the door to the Clear Sky Poetry Room, letting Dorcas and Cal in. Following that, Olau acted as a guide and led everyone to the secret meeting room the puppet had mentioned. As they walked, Olio explained the layout of the chamber. Olau wouldn't introduce the Chamber of Poetry for no reason, so Angor was the one who asked for it. Seeing Angor's interest, Olau took out an ancient-style crystal ball as they walked, the kind that required flannelette and a cushion to hold it. Olio touched the crystal ball and handed it to Angor. At this time, a three-dimensional building pattern appeared in the crystal ball. Every room of the Clear Sky Poetry Room was displayed, not even missing a single detail. However, the chamber shown in the crystal ball wasn't the gloomy one filled with mirrors. Instead, it was the magnificent chamber from 10,000 years ago. Since it was a model from 10,000 years ago, Adonis didn't stop Olio from showing it to Angor. The chamber had gone through a lot of changes in the past 10,000 years. Many parts of the chamber were turned into mirrors by Adonis. Even if the enemy knew about the chamber's layout from 10,000 years ago, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to the chamber now. Angor checked the crystal ball carefully and sighed in relief. He had achieved all his goals in coming to the underground sewer. He learned how to make the wall key and the chamber's interior. There was nothing else he wanted now. As for whether there was anything good in the chamber, he didn't care. Nothing would be better than the Nightmare Realm anyway. However, it was up to fate whether he could take out the items from the Nightmare Realm or not. Now that he had achieved his goal and had nothing else to ask for, all his previous enthusiasm went down the drain, and he began to slack off. Then, he began to chat with the others about some strange topics. For example, he talked to Black Earl about why Rain was so obsessed with the crystal ball. Or, he talked to Olio about how he spent the long nights without sleep, and whether there was anything fun to do after 10,000 years, and so on. Just like that, they chatted along the way until they arrived at the secret meeting room. End of chapter. The process of entering the secret meeting room was similar to deciphering. He had to touch the floating switch at the exact spot and enter a dynamically changing password on the password disk that appeared. At this point, the deciphering part was complete. Although there were only 2 deciphering steps in this part, it was quite difficult. The main reason was that the 2 deciphering steps were dynamically changing. If one didn't know the answer and just tried to decipher it by reasoning, one would need to be proficient in magewiths, rituals, and arithmetic. However, deciphering only revealed the location of the secret meeting room. The key to opening the door of the secret meeting room was the corresponding person's energy. Currently, the only ones who could open the secret meeting room were Augustine, Margaret, and Olau. The nature of their energy was recorded by the door of the secret meeting room. Therefore, only they could open the door of the secret meeting room. As for why the steps to enter the secret meeting room were so complicated, the word secret meeting was enough to explain everything. A secret meeting, if expanded, was nothing more than a private rendezvous or a secret date. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know the purpose of building such a secret meeting room in the Clear Sky Poetry Room. It had to be the place where Augustine and Margaret would meet privately. It would be strange if it was so easy for a man and a woman who still wanted to pursue their love to choose a place for a private meeting even though there were so many obstacles. When Olio opened the door of the secret meeting room, bright light swarmed out from inside and drove away the darkness. Walking into the secret meeting room, everyone immediately felt the difference. First of all, the inside of the secret meeting room was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Also, the secret meeting room was different from the cramped space they had imagined. It was extraordinarily large, comparable to the hall where the wise men ruled. The layout of the room was also very strange. Except for a huge portrait on the wall in front of them, the rest of the walls could not be seen with the naked eye. This was because they were all covered by bookshelves, and the bookshelves were piled with countless books. In the middle of the secret meeting room, there was a round table and wooden chairs, as well as a short table and sofa. All the furnishings were outlined with faint golden lines under the bright and beautiful light. The entire secret meeting room was like a devout church where God's miracle had descended. However, there was no hymn in the air of this cathedral, only a faint smell of books. There was no statue of a god that showed mercy to the world, only a huge portrait of a young girl. At this time, the alchemy puppet was standing in front of the portrait, looking at the smiling girl with an intoxicated expression. It wasn't until everyone's footsteps alarmed the alchemy puppet that it reluctantly withdrew its gaze and turned to look at the newcomers. Sit. The puppet walked towards the round table and took the lead to sit down. The others also took their seats. But there was a small interlude. The two seats next to the puppet originally belonged to Olio and Adonis, but Adonis didn't want to sit next to the puppet. Instead, she sat in front of the puppet, looking like she wanted to face it head-on. The alchemy puppet didn't care about Adonis at all. Instead, it invited Angor to sit next to it. Angor was already walking away, but when he heard the puppet's words, he had no choice but to walk back. Angor's goal was achieved. Next, he just wanted to be a spectator. However, the alchemy puppet seemed to have its eyes on him and wouldn't let him go. Under everyone's gazes, Angor took the second seat. Dorcas and Kale sat next to Angor. As for Y and Black Earl, they sat beside Olao. Adonis sat the furthest away. She didn't sit next to anyone, as if she was an isolated party. After sitting down, the alchemy puppet remained silent for a long time, as if it was thinking about where to start. No one urged it. It was a rule that had been formed over 10,000 years and couldn't be broken in a short period of time. It was normal for the puppet to think for a while. But what they hadn't expected was that the first sentence the alchemy puppet said after recovering from its shock wasn't the main topic they had expected. It was, "Did you see Margaret? She's always so beautiful, no matter what." While speaking, the alchemy puppet kept glancing at the giant portrait in the distance and sighing with emotion. Angor wanted to pretend that he didn't exist, but the alchemy puppet kept staring at him with its gem-like eyes. It was as if this round table couldn't go on if he didn't say something. Angor had no choice but to act awkwardly. "Huh? So this portrait is of Miss Margaret? I thought it's some goddess famous for her beauty." "Miss Margaret is beautiful. No wonder you're so full of emotions when you read the poem, sir. It's all about your love for Miss Margaret." Angor spoke in an aria while complaining in his mind. "Yeah, it's all about emotions. But no literary talent. It's like singing at the top of your lungs. There's nothing else to praise." The alchemy puppet was satisfied with Angor's answer. "Speaking of poems, the bookshelves here are all collections I collected from different worlds. Many of them are unique. I'm sure you'll like them." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Is he going to give me all these collections?" The alchemy puppet confirmed Angor's suspicion. "The energy here will run out soon, and we won't be able to protect the collection anymore. I thought about it and decided to give them to you so that the poet can inherit them. Giving them to the poet isn't a waste. It's a new life. Gifting a collection of poems to a poet is also a story worthy of praise." Before Angor could say anything, Adonis suddenly asked, "What do you mean by the energy here will run out soon?" The alchemy puppet didn't want to talk to Adonis. But when it saw Angor spacing out, it glanced at Adonis. "Olao will run out of energy if he leaves." "It's up to him whether he wants to leave or not," Adonis said. "Even if the contract is cancelled, he can still stay here." the alchemy puppet chuckled. Why would he stay here? Once the contract is cancelled, he'll be sucked dry by the Chamber of Poetry if he stays here. It won't take long for his soul to dissipate completely. Do you think Olau is tired of living and can't wait to kill himself? Hearing this, Adonis frowned. Although she did not understand why Olau would be sucked dry by the clear sky poetry room once the contract was removed, she believed that Augustine would not lie to her about this kind of thing. Olau had never told Adonis about these things. This meant that he was hiding it from her. Adonis didn't mind. After spending 10,000 years with Olau, she knew Olau's personality all too well. He only did this to protect her. Olau was a responsible man. He wanted to shoulder all the burdens and responsibilities on his own. He didn't want Adonis to worry about it. But Adonis didn't like this. She didn't want to become a vassal. She wanted to share the burden with Olau. But Olau didn't seem to care about her growth. He didn't tell her about any difficulties. Only when his soul was lacking energy would he ask Adonis for help. As for other matters, he was unwilling to talk about them. Just like this time, Olau finally revealed a bit of his inner thoughts, but he was telling her, "I don't have much time left." This made Adonis both distressed and angry. She was distressed because Olau didn't cherish her, and angry because Olau didn't say anything earlier. He didn't discuss it with her and just shouldered everything by himself. Adonis glared at Olau with bloodshot eyes, wanting to ask him something. However, Olau was confused. He continued to look at Adonis with a gentle gaze. Although his gaze was gentle, it made Adonis very uncomfortable. Olau was still looking at her as if he was looking at a child who had yet to grow up. The silent exchange of glances on the round table and the subtle atmosphere flowed between the two souls. Adonis looked like she wanted to say something, but she remained silent in the end. She lowered her head and didn't look at Olau or the alchemy puppet. At this time, the alchemy puppet told a story with deep meaning. Speaking of Margaret, I have to mention her father, Franklin. Why would Franklin stop me and Margaret from leaving? The difference in class was the main reason, but there was another reason. Franklin hoped that Margaret could be with another man. And that man is Margaret's best friend who grew up with her. They grew up together. No, it should be said that Margaret watched him grow from a child to a young man. She was born 16 years earlier than him. Because she watched him grow up and knew everything about him, Margaret could already imagine what it would be like if she fell in love with him. It would be dull and tasteless. Moreover, when love is strong, some people would think of the other person as a child, and some would think of it as a fire extinguisher. Margaret was the latter. At this point, the alchemy puppet stopped. When he suddenly told such a story, many of the people present revealed a thoughtful expression. They did not understand what he meant. However, Adonis understood Augustine's story. This story was simply alluding to her relationship with Olau. The reason why Olau had always treated her like a child was because Olau had been the one who had raised her since she was young. To Olau, he was a father, and Adonis was his daughter. A father was willing to shoulder all the burdens and cover for his daughter's difficulties. This could be said to be natural. As for his daughter wanting to break through this layer of relationship and not be willing to be a father and daughter, but some other kind of relationship? That wasn't allowed in her father's eyes. This was unfilial and possibly incestuous. Adonis raised her head and looked at the distant Olau. Olau's expression was normal, clearly not understanding the meaning behind Augustine's words. This also meant that Olau had never treated Adonis as an adult. Adonis suddenly had the urge to ask Augustine how she could change Olau's mind. How could she let Olau know that she was no longer a child, but in the end, Adonis didn't ask. Instead, she lowered her head and sank into her own thoughts. Adonis's silence meant that this little interlude had come to an end. The alchemy puppet looked at Angor again. So, reader, are you willing to accept my meager gift? A meager gift? The number of poetry collections here was almost as many as several small libraries in Cloud Library. How was this meager? Next, he looked at the pile of poetry books around him. Accept all of them? He didn't feel too happy about it. Instead, he hesitated a little. His attitude toward poetry was, well, he didn't have any attitude toward it. Just like all literary genres, it could be appreciated, read, praised, or collected if it was to your liking. but that was it. He wasn't a hoarder. He wouldn't go crazy and collect all the poetry collections. Of course, if the poems were useful knowledge, Angor would accept them without hesitation. But poetry collections were just poetry collections. There might be some inspirational sentences, but they were still far from being useful knowledge. Angor took a look at the books and confirmed that they were all real poetry collections. Accepting all of them would be like chewing wax. Tasteless, but a waste to throw them away. Still, if he could really receive so many poetry collections, including unique ones from different worlds, he would still be happy about it. If he couldn't use them, he could give them to John. John was interested in books from different worlds, so he wouldn't mind even if they were poetry collections. Angor was still hesitating because there were too many books. So many that he couldn't even empty his bracelet. If he really wanted to take all of them away, he would need dozens of single-use space capsules, and he didn't have that many space capsules. The puppet noticed Angor's hesitation, so it added, "There are too many poetry collections here. It'll be troublesome to take them all away. How about this? I'll ask Olau to put all of them into the mirror space. That'll make it easier to carry them around. Objects from the material world will cause the mirror space to collapse, right?" Angor asked. For example, when Angor transferred Grey Merchant's memories into the new mirror space, the mirror space was already teetering on the verge of collapsing. Now, Angor was going to put the real thing into the mirror space. Even a stable mirror space could only hold a small amount of objects at most. Any more and it would break down. Angor couldn't think of any mirror space that could support such a huge library. The puppet smiled. "You're right. But don't worry. Olau's got something up his sleeve. Back when Olau and his brother traveled all over the world with me, I gave all of the poetry collections I found to Olau." Angor was surprised. Olau had a brother? No, wait. Could Olau really find a stable space to store so many poetry collections? Angor looked at Olau in confusion, but Olau didn't look back. He was still looking at the puppet. The alchemy puppet continued, "Are you willing to accept these poems now? I'm going to share this wonderful story with my friends when I go back." "That's right," Lin Yiqian said. Since the alchemy puppet had put it that way, he didn't reject it. "Thank you, mister. The poetry collections weren't that valuable anyway." He could use the dream whelk to move them to the dream wasteland and give them to John. The alchemy puppet said, "The collection of poems is not a treasure, but it has a deep meaning for me and Margaret. If the poet is willing to accept them so that they won't rot, I should be the one thanking him." The alchemy puppet stared straight at Angor as it spoke. The puppet didn't show any expression on its face, but Angor somehow sensed something from its words. Maybe it's just some poetry collections. What's so special about them? Angor didn't think too much about it. The puppet was spending too much time on him, and he wasn't the main character of this meeting. Olau and Adonis were the main characters. So, shouldn't they talk about the real problem now? It's better to look away from me right now, okay? I just want to be a bystander. Don't drag me into this, okay? With that thought in mind, Angor waited for the puppet to start the next topic with an expectant look. However, the alchemy puppet didn't do as Angor wished. It turned its head and looked at Olau. "Go, collect all the poetry books here. Before my energy disappears, let's deal with the chanter first." Angor didn't understand. Why did it have to deal with him first? These poems wouldn't run away. Even if the puppet's energy ran out and Augustine left, wouldn't he be able to collect these poems again? Why did it have to be done now? Angor hesitated. Before he could say anything, Olau spoke first. "Master, should I go to the wise lord and find a bigger space storage? This way, the reciter will be able to collect all these poems without my help." The alchemy puppet said, "The wise ruler? He's still here." The puppet's gem-like eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. After a long moment, it sighed. He gained inspiration as an otherworldly being. He was obviously a rare genius, but because of his obsession, he became arrogant. "Oh, hell. You've done me a lot of harm." It was a comment about the wise lord, but it still made Olau a little excited. The others, including Adonis, didn't know what happened back then, but Olau did. Considering Augustine's status, he never dared to call hell by its name. Even when Augustine was searching for poetry collections in the outer world, which was countless worlds away from Hell City, he would always refer to Hell as Lord of Hell City or Lord Hell. This was because although Nero's true strength was not known to outsiders, she was definitely a legendary magus. Augustine, on the other hand, was only an ordinary magus. Legendary wizards, even their enemies, would always refer to them respectfully. It was an unspoken rule that everyone obeyed in silence. Now, Augustine was referring to the wise lord, but he didn't mention Hell's name at all. This meant that Augustine firmly believed that his strength was about the same as Hell's, or even higher than Hell's. This was the only reason why he would call Hell by its name so casually. It was precisely because of this that Olau was filled with excitement, and his eyes were filled with yearning. The alchemy puppet naturally didn't ignore Olau's excitement. It also understood what he meant, but it still shook its head. No need. The wise ruler's things aren't easy to take. Owing him a favor isn't a good thing for you or the chanter. So, it's better if you keep it. However, Olau still had a look of resistance on his face. Even if we don't look for the wise ruler, there should be other ways. I told you to collect it, so don't talk nonsense. The reciter finally agreed, and you want him to go back on his word? Hurry up and go. This was the first time the alchemy puppet had spoken so harshly to Olau. Olaf closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he did not resist. Instead, he stood up and walked to the bookshelf at the side and began to tidy up the poetry collection. Alo kept the poetry book very slowly, as if he was waiting for his master, Augustine, to tell him to stop. However, Augustine didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. Instead, he stared at Olau and watched him collect all the bookshelves into the mirror. This mirror had appeared out of thin air in front of Olio. It was an extremely simple and unadorned bronze mirror. The bookshelves went into the mirror without making any noise. They did not cause any damage to the mirror at all. The mirror was like a bottomless abyss, which sucked in all the bookshelves and poetry books that were several times bigger than itself. The whole process was silent. It was a strange kind of silence. Augustine was like an overseer, inspecting Oleo's actions. Since he didn't say anything, no one dared to speak. However, the atmosphere in the air was very strange. Everyone was confused, but they couldn't use spirit bond to talk in front of a suspected legendary wizard, so they could only exchange glances with each other. However, no matter how they looked at each other, they all looked at Angor in the end. Angor wasn't stupid. He knew what they were thinking. It was obvious that Olau didn't want to help Angor collect the poetry books, which was quite strange. If it was Adonis, they could understand. After all, Adonis was rebellious by nature. However, Olau did help them several times and showed kindness to them, especially to Angor, who was both kind and grateful. Normally speaking, it wouldn't be difficult for Olau to help Angor collect some insignificant poetry books. But the reality was that Olau kept refusing. He even asked to borrow a space storage from the ruler of wisdom. When Angor first talked with Olau in the arena, Olau clearly told Angor not to get close to the ruler of wisdom. They couldn't afford to give the ruler of wisdom what he wanted. But now, Olau even asked to go to the ruler of wisdom to stop Angor from collecting poetry books. If this wasn't strange, then what was? Besides, Augustine insisted on waiting for Olau to finish collecting the poetry books before moving on to the next topic. This didn't make sense either. Therefore, there must be some clues in this. And this something might not be beneficial to Olau, which was why Olau was so against it. But what exactly was this something? Everyone had their own guesses, but they couldn't confirm it yet. Even Adonis, who was standing at the side, revealed a doubtful look. The others did not dare to speak, nor was it appropriate for them to do so. However, Adonis did not have such concerns. She was the first to break the oppressive silence. Olau's mirror. I've never seen it before. What is it? Why am I? Adonis was going to say something like, why am I feeling so pressured, but she changed her mind. I've never seen Olau use it before. The puppet indifferently asked, do you still remember the story I just told you? Adonis didn't say anything, but her expression showed that she agreed. The alchemy puppet said, think about my story. If you don't understand, you can ask Olau when he comes back. The puppet didn't say anything, but Adonis already had a lot of guesses. The puppet's story was hinting at him and Olau. Olau didn't tell Adonis his secret not because he didn't care about her, but because he cared too much about her. If a father didn't care about his daughter, who else would? Because of this, Olau didn't want Adonis to bear too much burden. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would bear all the pressure and burdens by himself. Based on this line of thought, the mirror that Adonis had never seen before might be an unspeakable burden to Olau. Was that why he didn't want to tell Adonis? Olau doesn't want to use the mirror. Why? Adonis asked again. This was exactly what Angor wanted to know. He also pricked up his ears to listen to what the puppet had to say. Because of his ignorance, the puppet said. Ignorance? This answer was out of everyone's expectations. Why? Adonis asked. I don't think Olau is ignorant. The alchemy puppet said, that's because the future you see is too small. Take you for example. You already had a way to leave. If you found Noah's descendant first and decided to help the main body of this Noah's clone break through the legendary barrier, you would definitely go to the origin world. Once you reached the origin world, you would find a way to take back the missing parts and have a better future. But what did you choose? You chose to stay in this dark place that you've been oppressing for so long. Adonis wanted to refute, but the alchemy puppet waved its hand and interrupted her. I don't care what you think, but I want to tell you that the fate of the Noah family is closely related to you. Let's say you chose to leave when you had a way to leave, but you didn't look for Noah's descendant. What do you think will happen in the future? Adonis didn't answer. As far as she was concerned, something that didn't happen was not worth answering. The puppet didn't get angry and continued, under such circumstances, I can still conclude that you will walk towards the Noah family in the future. No matter what method you use, fate will push you towards the Noah family. Adonis sneered. Fate? Actually, I don't really believe in fate. But I think this word is quite appropriate here. The reason is very simple. If you don't want to die, if you still yearn to go further, then you have to get back the missing part of you. You can think that you don't care about the missing part now. But when you suddenly age because of the missing part, will you still not care? Although this was a question, the puppet didn't give Adonis a chance to answer. Instead, it said directly, the rebellious you will probably still answer that you don't care. But, even if you don't care, someone else does. The puppet looked at Olau in the distance with a smile. Adonis's expression changed abruptly. Her originally nonchalant expression was dyed with a hint of gloom. After all, he raised you single-handedly. How can he bear to see you die? But you don't want to have anything to do with the Noah clan, so you can't get back the missing part. What should you do? With my understanding of Olau, he will definitely respect your choice. If you don't want to have anything to do with the Noah clan, he won't force you. As for Olau, although he cares about the Noah clan, he won't be able to get the missing part for you. Thus, he only has one method to save you. What method? Adonis asked. He will turn himself into the missing part of you and make you perfect, the puppet said. He would rather dissipate himself and use his incarnation to make up for your missing ribs. Using his own body to make up for your perfection. Isn't this very romantic? After saying that, the puppet pointed out, you should also be looking forward to him being romantic towards you. When the time comes, you will be able to enjoy this kind of romance. But, this is the only time, so you have to cherish it. When Adonis heard this, the taut strings in her heart snapped one after another. She didn't know if what Augustine said was true or not, but she knew that if what Augustine said really happened, Olau would definitely sacrifice himself for her. It sounded very romantic, but Adonis definitely didn't want to see this kind of romance, because this was a romance that would lead to death, a love that couldn't be turned back. Moreover, this kind of romance and love originated from a father's love for his daughter. This wasn't what Adonis wanted. It wasn't something she wanted to see. So, in order to avoid this kind of situation, I can only cooperate with the Noah clan? That's right, the puppet said. But, whether you are willing to cooperate with the Noah clan or not is your own business. I can't force you to choose. Adonis' eyebrows drooped. Her current mood was the most chaotic ever since she was born. Not only was her mood chaotic, but her thoughts were also in a mess. Could it be that she really had no other choice? If she cooperated with the Noah clan, then what was the point of her previous persistence? Moreover, even if she really cooperated with the Noah clan, would those hollow men that she exiled become a thorn in their cooperation? Could they really trust each other? Just as Adonis felt that her thoughts were about to get tangled up, the alchemy puppet spoke again. Speaking of which, as I said before, your ignorance stems from the fact that the future you see is too insignificant. Do you understand this sentence now? Adonis turned her head. Although she had some thoughts in her mind, her words were still very firm. It's just a collection of various conjectures. Reality isn't a conjecture. The alchemy puppet chuckled. Conjecture? Since that's what you think, then fine, I can make another conjecture for you. I'll make this conjecture into a proposition. How do you make Olau see your growth? Adonis snorted coldly and didn't say anything, but her ears perked up. Because she really wanted to know how to make Olau see her. Why can't Olau see your growth? I won't answer what the answer is, but I'll ask you a few questions. You can think about it yourself. After a pause, the alchemy puppet said, the first question, do you understand him? The second question, do you rely on him? The third question, have you ever left him? I'm talking about leaving this place for a long time. The fourth question, do you think you've changed your image, personality, and behavior? The last question, in his eyes, have you ever seen a change in you? The alchemy puppet said, you don't have to answer these questions. You said that I'm only making conjectures, so now it's your turn to make conjectures. After hearing these 5 questions, Adonis had already sunk into contemplation. These 5 questions were gradual questions that Adonis had never considered. Or rather, she was unwilling to face. Now that Augustine had directly pointed them out, she had no choice but to face these questions head-on. Everyone, including Angor, heard the conversation between the alchemy puppet and Adonis. These questions, as well as the puppet's guesses, all pointed to the same thing, you never grew up. Adonis thought highly of herself. She never thought that she had not grown at all compared to 10,000 years ago. To put it nicely, she never changed her original mind. But if this original mind was flawed from the very beginning, like a frog at the bottom of a well, no matter how nice it sounded, it would not be able to cover up her naivety. Even though Adonis had become stronger, in Olau's eyes, she was still her old self. She had not changed at all. Of course, there must be other reasons for Olau's opinion of Adonis to remain the same. Angor did not know the details of these reasons. Still, he could guess what the alchemy puppet was trying to do. As John said, the onlooker sees the game better than the player. There was only one answer to these questions. Adonis was holding Olau too tightly, so tightly that Olau could only see one side of Adonis' face. And that side was the question, you never grew up. To put it bluntly, these questions and answers were like an endless loop. Angor did not think it would be hard to break this loop. He just needed Adonis to let go of Olau's hand. However, this choice was extremely difficult for Adonis. Angor did not know what Adonis would decide in the end. But, he did not really care. He was more concerned about Olau, who was collecting poems on the other side. Angor did not care about the poems. What he cared about was whether Augustine had other intentions when he asked Olau to do so. Did it have anything to do with Angor? Angor was hoping that Adonis could get an answer from Augustine, but she was the one who got tricked. Angor did not know what to ask. He could only wait for Olau to come back. By then, Augustine should give him an answer, right? On the other side, Olio's movements were very slow at first, as if he was waiting for his master, Augustine, to tell him to stop. However, when he realized that Augustine had no intention of stopping him, Olio could only increase his speed and put the bookshelves into the strange bronze mirror. However, even if Olau sped up, it still took him almost 15 minutes to finish collecting all the poems in the secret meeting room. It was obvious that there were a lot of poems in this place. Without the bookshelves and books, the pure white walls of the secret meeting room were exposed. The room already looked like a devout church, but now, the white walls gave it a sense of holiness and solemnity. Olau silently walked back and stood in front of the puppet before lowering his head. Master, the poetry collection has been tidied up. The puppet nodded. Then sit down. Olau hesitated. Master, sit. The puppet cut him off. I know you have a lot of questions, and I'll answer them for you. Olau remained silent for a moment before sitting down and calmly waiting for the puppet to speak. Angor also looked at the puppet curiously. He wanted to leave himself out of this and become a bystander, but he knew that he could not do that yet. Olau was obviously unwilling to accept Augustine's gift of poems. But it was not because Augustine gave him the poems, but because Augustine wanted him to collect the books. Angor was curious. What was so special about collecting books? Why was Olau so against it? While thinking, Angor glanced at the bronze mirror floating in front of Olau. He did not use alchemy, but his alchemy intuition told him that there was more to the mirror than met the eye. The fact that it could store so many poems meant that there was a lot of space inside. And the mirror did not change at all, which meant it was probably not a normal mirror space. Maybe it was a mirror similar to Lady Mirror's real body, or maybe it was a sorcerer's garden? A mirror garden. The bronze mirror must be Olau's treasure, and Augustine asked Angor to use it to store his poetry collection. Was he planning to give it to Angor as a gift? If that was the case, Angor could understand why Olau was unwilling to accept the gift. After all, no one would be willing to let go of a treasure like this. But if that was the case, it was not a problem. Angor did not like to take someone's treasures by force. Besides, he could make a large space storage himself. He did not have the materials for it yet, and his bracelet still had enough space. Since he could craft a large space storage himself, there was no need for him to steal Olau's bronze mirror. He could simply buy some single-use space capsules from a nearby wizard market or a gray merchant, which would be enough to take the book of poems away. Olau would also keep the bronze mirror. It was killing two birds with one stone. The puppet finally spoke to Olau. You know what I'm trying to say. Yes. But I don't know why you're doing this, master. The alchemy puppet asked, why are you doing this? I've already said this from the very beginning. The alchemy puppet suddenly looked at Angor. Because he is the one I believe to be the poet bathed in moonlight. Angor did not know how to react when he was suddenly called out with this rather embarrassing title. Fortunately, the alchemy puppet didn't seem to want to talk to him. Isn't that enough of a reason? Olau opened his mouth. He wanted to say no, but he did not want to go against his master's opinion. However, he wasn't willing to admit this reason. As far as Olau was concerned, his master was just trying to find a random excuse. Olau's silence made the atmosphere around the table a little tense. Angor considered for a moment and decided to speak up. Since he was being talked about, he should have the right to say something. Although I don't know why Mr. suddenly mentioned the title of chanter of poems, this is just a verbal compliment. I don't think it has the qualifications to make Olaf do anything. Angor's words attracted everyone's attention. Olau stared at Angor with a complicated expression, while the alchemy puppet gave him a meaningful look. Do you know what kind of sacrifice Olau made? The puppet looked at Angor. No. But I think it has something to do with the bronze mirror? The puppet did not give an answer. Instead, it kept looking at Angor with a smile, as if waiting for Angor's opinion. Angor considered. There are many ways to deal with the poems. There's no need to fight over the bronze mirror. The alchemy puppet smiled and said, it's related to this mirror, but it's not just related to this mirror. Angor frowned. What was the meaning of this and that? The alchemy puppet asked, do you know what this mirror is called? He was about to shake his head when he suddenly remembered something. Twin mirror, he blurted out. Angor was thinking about Augustine's twin mirror, but Augustine was right in front of him, and he did not want to use the name directly. Even if it was a mystery item, he did not dare to do so. In the end, he just said twin mirror. The others did not react to Angor's answer, but Olau was looking at Angor with a shocked expression. It seemed Angor was right about the name of the mirror. But the expression in the puppet's eyes didn't change. It was still beaming as it said, I really didn't expect the two mirrors I refined to be able to make the reciter hear about them. Angor was speechless. Did I guess it right? Twin mirror? Twin mirror? Did it mean there were two mirrors? In other words, Augustine's twin mirror, a mystery item that was as famous as Kier's book, actually had two mirrors. One was in the origin world, while the other was in this seemingly ordinary bronze mirror. If that was the case, Angor suddenly regretted his impulsive question. If the other side of the mirror was not as powerful as the other mystery item, it should at least have some special abilities. Even Angor could not help but feel a little greedy. However, he quickly suppressed the urge. That was because his greed was not a desire to possess, but a desire to obtain more. He longed for this mysterious object, also known as the Mirror of Truth, to give him an answer. Could it connect to another universe? If so, could it connect to Earth? Angor never forgot why he chose to become a wizard. At first, he wanted to save John. Later, his ambition grew. He wanted to reach a higher level and pursue the truth. If possible, he even wanted to cross the border of the universe and find a way to send John back to Earth. But Angor wasn't sure if he could keep John alive until then. In the worst-case scenario, Angor hoped that he could at least see John's hometown, even if it was only through a mirror. That was why he wanted the Mirror of Truth. But he also knew that the bronze mirror in front of Olau was different from the Mirror of Truth. Moreover, Augustine had clearly said that he had refined 2 mirrors. The real Mirror of Truth was somewhere far away in the origin world. As for this mirror, it might just be a failed product, or it might just have been refined to be a spatial tool. Angor would not be able to fulfill his desire with this bronze mirror. But the creator of the Mirror of Truth was right in front of him. Why should he give up what was close at hand? Perhaps, as long as he could deal with Augustine, the refiner, he would have a way to come into contact with the Mirror of Truth. When Isabella obtained the right to use the mirror, it meant that it could be lent to outsiders. Angor calmed himself down. Mr. Olau's twin mirror is famous. Many people know about it. I'm not one of them. There are many people in the origin world who know about the mirror. But not here. Besides, even if Olau's bronze mirror is brought to the origin world, no one will think that it's related to the mirror. That's why the poet was able to point it out. Angor was puzzled. How did they end up complementing each other? Instead of complementing each other, it would be better to give something more practical. The alchemy puppet continued, since the poet already guessed that this is one of the mirrors, you should be able to guess Olau's identity as well. Wasn't Olau the owner of the twin mirror? Then he remembered that the alchemy puppet mentioned something about Olau's brother before. Olau, elder brother, twin, bronze mirror, mirror of truth. These keywords made Angor think of a possibility. The bronze mirror is Olau? Before this, the wise sovereign had clearly said that Olio and Adonis were spirits, and that they were very likely spirits born from mirrors. However, that was all the wise sovereign knew. As for where their true bodies were or what they looked like, the wise sovereign had no idea. Now, there was a bronze mirror in front of Olau. Considering all the details, Angor believed that the mirror might be Olau's real body. As for the famous Mirror of Truth in the origin world, could it be the true body of Brother Olau? A mystery spirit was still a spirit after all. The puppet chuckled. As expected of the poet. You got it so quickly. Now he understood why Olau was so against the idea. He thought the alchemy puppet was going to give him the bronze mirror, and Olau didn't want to give it up. But the truth was, the alchemy puppet wasn't going to give him the mirror at all. It was going to throw Olau to him. Angor began to wonder if the alchemy puppet, or Augustine, didn't want to see the 2 poor souls in the chamber of poetry. First, he wanted to give Adonis to Angor. Now, he wanted to give Olau to him. And this time, Augustine didn't tell Angor directly. Instead, he told Angor that he was going to give Olau a book of poems, so Angor would have to take Olau with him if he wanted to bring the book back. Angor felt a little helpless after knowing the truth. No wonder Olau was so resistant. If it were him, he would be even more agitated than Olau. Besides, Augustine didn't even bother to find an excuse. He simply told Angor that Olau was a chanter and left it at that. How could Olau accept it? Even Angor himself didn't accept it, let alone Olau. Angor sighed. Mister, like I said, I don't need anything from this place. I can accept the poems, but I know a wizard outside the sewers. I can ask him for some single-use space capsules to store the poems. In other words, Angor didn't want to let Olau follow him. The puppet chuckled. I know Olau is one of the twin mirrors, but I can't say no. She really is a poet. The situation she sees and the future she thinks about are completely different from Olio and Adonis. The alchemy puppet used this response to belittle Olau and Adani's thoughts once again. Angor smiled bitterly in his mind. It was fine to belittle someone, but why did they have to compare him to someone else? They were just making him hate himself. As expected, Olau and Adonis both glanced at Angor. However, their expressions were different. One was doubtful, while the other was disdainful. There was no doubt that they didn't think Angor was worthy of Augustine's praise. The puppet continued, "Poet, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I know you don't care about the current situation. However, I have my own reasons for asking you to take care of Olau." As these words fell, the expressions of everyone present revealed a look of surprise. The conversation between the alchemy puppet and Angor was only a blur. Since Angor did not remove the veil, they did not understand what was going on. However, the alchemy puppet's words made it clear that it was going to give Olau to Angor. Despite Angor's refusal, everyone was still surprised. They did not understand why the alchemy puppet valued Angor so much. Was it because of the so-called chanter title? Among the crowd, Adonis's reaction was the biggest. She stood up from her chair. She gave the puppet a doubtful look. The puppet glanced at Adonis. "Once Olau's contract is broken, we need to find him a place to stay. So, Adonis, you want to follow Olau too? Of course, it's your choice, and I won't interfere. But are you sure you want to do this?" The puppet's meaningful words made Adonis think of something. Her doubtful expression slowly dimmed, but she didn't say anything as she silently sat down. The puppet looked at Angor again. "Since you already know about the twin mirrors, you should know that the mirror in the origin world is Olau's brother." Angor nodded. He already knew that. The alchemy puppet said, "When I refined these two mirrors, Oladio and his elder brother, Adegu, were actually the same person. Adegu was brought to the origin world by me, and after a round of polishing, the embryo shone with glory. Tens of thousands of stars illuminated the boundless void, and in the end, it became the famous twin-life mirror you speak of. With my current abilities, it won't be a problem for me to create a sharp edge for Olau, this embryo. But even if I succeed, he's still much weaker than his brother." To put it bluntly, Augustine was able to turn Olau's elder brother into the famous mirror of truth. But he couldn't turn Olau into a mystery item on the same level as the mirror of truth. Even if Olau somehow managed to become a mystery item, he was still far from the mirror of truth. Why is that? Is it because of some kind of restriction? Angor didn't want to interrupt, but he was too curious about how to create a mystery item. Now that he was standing in front of a grandmaster who once created a top-level mystery item, he couldn't help but ask. The puppet shook its head. "I know what you're thinking. There are no restrictions on the surface, but there are still some rules in the dark. For example, compatibility. My compatibility with Adegu is much higher than Olio's. Because of this, when the embryo matured, Adegu was able to shine with unprecedented brilliance in my hands. However, the compatibility between Olau and me isn't high. Even if I forcefully nurtured him, he wouldn't be able to reach Adegu's level. But when I created the two mirror embryos, I had a vision. I wanted the two mirrors to reach the same level. I'll keep it a secret for now. But I'm sure we'll meet again in the future, and I'll tell you the answer then." The puppet paused for a moment before continuing. "Because of this vision, I still call Adegu the twin mirror. There are always wizards who like to call it something else, but to me and Adegu, he's the twin mirror. Since they're twins, I can't let Adegu be the only one in the world. Olau must become another mirror that resonates with Adegu from afar. That's how the two of them can become true twins. But with my compatibility with Olaf, I won't be able to nurture him to Adegu's level. Even if I'm lucky and can nurture Olaf to a level similar to Adegu, he'll only be another Adegu, not Olaf. Do you understand what I mean?" Angor considered for a moment. "You're saying that Adegu's path is unique. If Olau tries to follow Adegu's path, he'll only become the second Adegu, not Olau." The puppet chuckled. "That's right. The poet can understand me." This wasn't a matter of understanding or not. Since it had already come to this point, it was easy to guess, right? Angor complained in his mind. "That's why I took Adegu away and left Olau behind. This is because Olau needs to wait for someone who can truly nurture him to the height of the twin mirror." Angor already knew what the puppet was going to say next. That person is you. Sure enough, the alchemy puppet said, and I believe that this person is the poet. I'm honored to receive your praise, but I'm sure I can't reach that level. The puppet waved a hand. You can't reach it now, but that doesn't mean you can't reach it in the future. Angor narrowed his eyes. You're saying you can see my future? While speaking, Angor instantly raised his vigilance to the highest level. Back in the abyss plane, he couldn't avoid Feng no matter where he went. The Aga's secret key he found was also left behind by Feng. Also, the key's final destination was the tidal realm, which he discovered when he was still an apprentice. It was as if Feng had already planned Angor's fate for him. Although Angor learned from Feng that all these coincidences were actually the result of the Book of Kale. Feng didn't know who was chosen by the Book of Kale. In other words, Angor was chosen by the Book of Kale by luck. He didn't know if his theory was valid or not, but he was still afraid of his predestined fate. Now, the puppet's words reminded him of predestined fate. Angor immediately raised his guard. The puppet saw through Angor's thoughts and smiled. You mean the Book of Kale? Angor remained silent. The puppet shook its head. The Book of Kale is kept in the Order Guild, but the Temple of Prophets must decide how to use it. I have a small grudge with the Temple of Prophets. It's not a big deal, but they won't allow me to use the Book of Kale. So, don't worry. I'm not destined to use the Book of Kale. But, if I have the chance, I do want to study the Book of Kale. So you've been arranged by the Book of Kale before? Angor didn't know what to say. Angor didn't admit it, but he still admitted it. The alchemy puppet smiled. If you were really arranged by the Book of Kale, you don't need to care too much. From another point of view, those who can be arranged by the Book of Kale are no small fries. Since it has nothing to do with the Book of Kale, I want to know why you're telling me about the future, mister. I can't even see what's happening in the present, let alone the future. The alchemy puppet replied, well. It's naturally because I saw your potential. The future is uncertain, but there are very few who have the potential to reach that step. Angor couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. Did the puppet think he couldn't tell what it was trying to say? The word potential was a compliment used by those at the top of the hierarchy to oppress those at the bottom of the hierarchy. Perhaps it was too much to describe it as oppressive. After all, a word's nature would change depending on the time and environment it was used in. But in Angor's opinion, the word potential could be used to encourage each other. But when it came from someone at Augustine's level, it was just a perfunctory statement. Angor didn't say anything, but he couldn't hide the disbelief in his eyes. The puppet smiled but didn't explain. Instead, it turned to Alao and asked, you heard the conversation between me and the chanter, do you have any thoughts? Alao remained silent for a moment. I still want to follow you, mister. The alchemy puppet asked, that's your idea? I thought Adonis was the only one who's childish. You haven't grown up either. Alao lowered the brim of his hat to hide the disappointment in his eyes. You don't agree, mister? I can agree, but do you know where I am? You can't even leave the southern wizarding region. How are you going to find me? More importantly, do you really want to give up your future? You can betray my vision, but do you want to betray Adigu? Don't you want to stand on Adigu's level and see what he sees? I don't want to disappoint you, mister. And I don't want to disappoint my brother either. But can the chanter really do what you say, mister? I can't give you a definite answer. But aren't you curious as to why I gave him the title of chanter ? Aren't you curious as to why he came all the way to the Chamber of Poetry and didn't want anything? Aren't you curious why the clone of the gluttonous Flower King, whose true strength is above the legendary level, and the otherworldly infant spirit, whose strength is far greater than yours and Adonis's, were only in awe when facing him? The puppet glanced at Angor again, as if it was telling Angor that the words were meant for him as well. Angor didn't say anything, but his mind was already in turmoil. Did the puppet notice that a fragment of the glutton Flower King's consciousness was attached to an ordinary glutton flower? Also, he mentioned something else. Angor came all the way to Moonlight Poetry Room, and he did not want anything. How could that be justified? Did this mean that the puppet knew why he had come? Did it know that he didn't care about the Chamber of Poetry in the real world, but the one in the Nightmare Realm? While Angor was still wondering, the others were also shocked. A legendary level glutton flower king? Glutton flower kings didn't even have legendary level creatures in Manda Plain. What's with this one? Where did it come from, and why didn't the legendary glutton flower king resist Angor at all? Even Adonis couldn't help but tremble in fear. She had always thought that the baby spirit was the main body and that the glutton flower was just a toy of the baby spirit. Now, Augustine was telling her that the baby spirit was nothing and that the glutton flower was just a clone of a legendary level glutton flower king? Are you kidding me? Did she just lock up a legendary level creature in a mirror space? She was inviting a wolf into her house. The mirror domain wasn't as safe as she thought. Powerful legendary level creatures could easily enter the mirror domain as long as they could locate them. If a legendary level creature really wanted to destroy the mirror space, most of the mirror space in this area would be destroyed. Adonis's heart skipped a beat when she thought about it. Because of this, Adonis was also curious about Angor. She was curious because Alao cared about Angor. Now, Adonis was curious about Angor of her own accord. Just as Augustine had said, why would even the gluttonous flower king and the infant spirit treat him with such reverence? While everyone was bewildered, the puppet kept asking, could it be that you don't want to know why I feel that the chanter has the opportunity to let you walk a completely different path from a Daegu, yet you can still stand on the same level as a Daegu? Alao couldn't answer the first few questions of the puppet's series of questions, and only the last one made him whisper, Master said that chanters have potential. Yes, I did say he has potential. But do you think there are only a few of us with potential? The alchemy puppet's gaze swept across everyone, but apart from pausing for a moment on the Black Earl's clone, it glanced at everyone else. For example, this nose has a lot of potential. But as I said, can it help you reach a Daegu's level? The puppet didn't comment on them, but they still felt wronged. Didn't the puppet say there were plenty of people with potential here? Why did it only mention the Black Earl? The others weren't even given a second look. They felt wronged, but they didn't dare to say anything. Even Dorcas, who always loved freedom, didn't dare to say anything. The alchemy puppet said, thus, potential is potential, but the potential that can help you, I can see it in the chanter. Alao didn't say anything. He had used up all his courage to refute the puppet. The puppet understood Alao very well. Although it refuted, Alao would still do it if it was ordered to do so. However, the puppet hoped that Alao would follow Angor on his own instead of being ordered to do so. However, he did not have much time left in this world, so he could not tell them everything. He could not say that Angor had a light that no one else could see. It was the light of miracles. Besides, no one would believe him anyway. Alao couldn't go wrong by following Angor. Also, Augustine saw the mystery light on Angor's body from his alchemy omen, which meant Angor had reached the mystery level. The seed of a miracle, the potential of a mystery alchemist. Geniuses with such potential were rare even in the origin world. The southern wizarding region, which was isolated from the rest of the wizarding world, actually had such a new star. For the sake of his own vision, Augustine wanted Alao to stay close to Angor. Or rather, he wanted Angor to help him. Giving Angor the title of chanter was an investment in advance. The title seemed useless, but everyone in the Noah clan would accept it. Of course, this branch of the Noah clan in the southern wizarding region was an exception. Augustine could see that Alao didn't want to accept the title. But since he already said so, Alao would surely follow Angor's order. Alao might not want to follow Angor, but it was better to follow Angor first. Now that Alao was dealt with, Augustine still had to deal with Angor's wish. As for getting rid of Angor, it was simple. The alchemy puppet stretched out its hand and picked up the bronze mirror floating in front of Alao. This action clearly caught Alao off guard, and his expression was one of shock. But soon, Alao lowered his head and stopped talking. Then, his body slowly turned transparent and disappeared into the bronze mirror. When Alao and the mirror became one, the alchemy puppet tossed the mirror toward Angor. Angor caught it out of reflex. As soon as he touched the mirror, his body suddenly stiffened. Even his movement of retracting his hand slowed down, as if his arm was being controlled by a robot. It wasn't that there was something wrong with the mirror. No, there was something seriously wrong with it. No, there was nothing wrong with the mirror itself. But there was something wrong with it. Angor's mind was in a mess, and his mind was in knots. However, no matter how confused he was, he still understood Augustine's idea. This was a direct and naked temptation. Angor looked at the alchemy puppet beside him. The puppet was still looking at him with a smile. That smile was like an old fox who put out a bait and waited for the fish to take the bait. To be able to make a puppet's expression so profound, it could be seen that if his real body was here, he would definitely be more shrewd than this puppet. Augustine couldn't hear Angor's inner complaints. No matter how powerful he was only a wisp of his consciousness attached to the alchemy puppet. However, judging from Angor's complicated expression and stiff movements, Augustine knew that Angor had taken the bait. There were only 3 things that could tempt an alchemist: extremely rare materials, an embryo full of potential that could be developed in countless ways, and a trace of mysterious will. And now, the bronze mirror had all 3 of them. The main material used to make the bronze mirror was the same as the twin mirror. The reason why the twin mirror could reach such a high level was because of this material. The source of this material was extremely mysterious. Augustine was sure that there was no other such material in the entire wizarding world. The wizarding world Augustine was talking about was not only the southern wizarding region, but also the east, south, west continent, north, and origin world. In fact, none of the worlds Augustine visited had such a material. Some of them were high-energy worlds similar to the wizarding world. Therefore, the main material alone was the ultimate temptation for an alchemist. Not only did the original embryo, which was personally polished by Augustine, not only did it not destroy the characteristics of the main material, but it also made it easier to accommodate other materials or energy of other attributes, such as runes, enchantments, secret rituals, soul patterns, and even the core of mechanical alchemy. A precious embryo that could be developed according to an alchemist's wishes. These 2 things were already something that every alchemist dreamed of. The most valuable part of the mirror was Olao's body. Olao wasn't the mirror spirit. Just like of the mirror spirit. It was just that Augustine had made the primordial embryo into a mirror, so it became the spirit of the mirror. However, this embryo could continue to be polished. If there was a way to turn it into a door, then Olaf could also become the spirit of the door. It all depended on the will of the refiner. Normal spirits could not change their forms freely like this. Olao could because of the essence of mystery contained in its body. The essence of mystery was a name Augustine came up with. In layman's terms, it was called the mystery seed. As long as he had the mysterious seed, he could become a mysterious spirit. If Angor was the most promising human Augustine had ever seen, then Olao was the most promising spirit he had ever seen. Potential was only an excuse for the future, but it didn't mean it was just empty talk. In Augustine's words, everyone had potential, but Angor was the only one who caught Augustine's attention. It had to be said that Augustine's strategy was too tempting. Angor already sensed something unusual when he held the mirror in his hand. However, Angor was a man who had seen the world before. No matter how unusual it was not enough to make him pause his movement. When he saw chaos source at Boiling Gentleman's place, he could at least maintain his composure on the surface. The reason why he couldn't hold it in this time was because the moment he touched the bronze mirror, his chest suddenly felt slightly warm. And what was on his chest? The alien eye. He had been carrying the alien eye with him all the time, so he immediately sensed the changes happening to it. The alien eye was the culprit who brought John to the wizarding world. It was a mysterious object. Angor believed that it was the projection of something huge in the higher dimension. Normally, no one would notice anything unusual about it. Even legendary wizards like Frost and the Watcher didn't put it in their eyes. But was it really that simple? No, how could an alien eye that fed on plane fusion and world fusion be ordinary? Angor had experienced 2 plane fusions so far, and both of them were destroyed or eaten by the alien eye. Once, the alien eye had even devoured a plane in the Abyss plane, which was an entire world away from the sorcerer world. How could an ordinary object do that? Without a doubt, the alien eye was no ordinary object. But apart from the fusion of the planes, there was nothing else that could cause it to act strangely. But now, this rule had changed. The alien eye only warmed up a little and did not do anything else. However, this was enough for Angor to treat it seriously. Angor did not know how or why the alien eye was triggered, but it was enough to tell him that the mirror was not ordinary. He carefully observed everyone, especially the alchemy puppet. After making sure no one noticed the alien eye, he shifted his attention to the bronze mirror and carefully observed it. A moment later, Angor looked up in confusion. He could vaguely sense that the copper mirror was an excellent prototype, and he could also guess the importance of Alao. However, he could not tell what the material of the copper mirror was. No, he could not even call it a copper mirror now. He could only call it a mirror made of unknown material. It felt like metal to his touch. But to his alchemy eye, it was not metal. It was a completely unknown material. But to what extent, for example, Angor found an unknown material in the southern region. He might not know its name, but with the help of alchemy eye, he could use the server in his mind space to compare the basic information about the material with Angor's knowledge, or big data, to find out the general characteristics of the material. There would be a lot of unknown information floating above the server, but Angor could still roughly determine the effect and possible value of the material. As for this mirror, it really touched the blind spot of Angor's knowledge. Using the alchemy eye, Angor saw the big data in the server continuously surging. In the end, it only showed, or unknown information. The only known information was weight, thickness, the widest part of the mirror, and the longest part of the mirror. This mirror broke Angor's alchemy eye record. Because of all these unknown information, Angor's expression was so blank. What was this mirror made of? Why couldn't he find any information? Angor looked up at Augustine, who seemed to have expected this. Augustine was looking at Angor with a smile that said, "I've been waiting for you to ask." Angor looked at Augustine's expression and really wanted to bite the bullet and not ask. But he felt like there were countless ants crawling on his heart, making him more and more curious. After hesitating for a while, Angor gave up and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Sir, this mirror is—" Augustine interrupted him with a smile. "You want to know what it's made of, right?" Angor tried not to roll his eyes. "You already knew. You just waited for me to ask, didn't you? And now you're interrupting me again? Are you kidding me?" Angor complained in his mind but kept a polite expression. "Yes. I've never seen this material before, so I'm curious." "Augustine, is that so?" "Actually, I don't know what this material is exactly." Angor was speechless. Augustine said, "However, I named it Margaret King." Angor chuckled. He could really guess the nature of the name at a glance. Augustine said, "This name means that it's unique, just like my love for Marguerite." "It's unique." Angor was speechless. "You don't need to explain. It's all bullshit." "Get to the point," Augustine said. "To make it easier, you can call her Mary King." "Mary King? Why don't you call it Mary Sue?" "I won't tell you the specific properties and effects of marigold for now. If you're really interested, you can study it with Alao. You'll find something useful in time." Angor was thinking about how Augustine wanted Angor to accept Alao. Is he starting to work on Olaf again after he's mentally prepared Olaf? But Angor's mood was really different from before. He could refuse Augustine's offer without hesitation. But when the mirror attracted the attention of the alien eye, his determination was shaken. There were only a few things that could attract the alien eye's attention. He really wanted to know what was so special about the mirror that even the alien eye was excited by it. "You can study the rest on your own. But I can tell you about marigold's origin." Augustine paused for a moment. "Do you know about the fertile world?" "Fertile world?" Angor thought for a moment. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. "Supreme Cult," Dark Earl whispered to Angor. Angor looked up. "Sin World? The place where the Supreme Cult is located?" Black Earl's reminder reminded Angor that the fertile world was a vassal world of the southern wizardry region. However, the Supreme Cult changed its name to Sin World after they took over the place. This meant that all sins would be judged in this world, and all sinners would be exiled from this world. This was why it was called the Sin World. According to some rumors, which Muing told Angor when he was traveling to the Abyss Plane on Frost Wing, Muing from Rest Tortoise Academy told him something. The reason why the fertile world changed its name was because the Supreme Cult did something big there. Muing didn't know what exactly it was. She only guessed that it was some kind of grand ceremony. After this great battle, the fertile land of the fertile world began to become barren. The largest continent in the fertile world, Chime continent, used to be filled with dense forests and vast fertile lands. There were abundant water resources, floating mountains, and inverted waterfalls. However, after the event, the fertile lands disappeared, the water sources dried up, the forests shrank, and the land was turned into a desert overnight. In the following years, 70% of the Chime continent was turned into a desert. Chime continent became the supreme cult's main base in the fertile world. Due to the lack of fertile land, the fertile world was renamed Sin World. Of course, Angor didn't know whether Muing was telling the truth or not. Still, turning a fertile world into a desert was something against the will of the world. It wouldn't be a big deal for ordinary people, but for the supreme cult, who carried the banner of the world's consciousness, doing something like this was going against the will of the world. After all, the will of a continent was a part of the world's consciousness. Chime continent also had its own will. Destroying the will of a continent was tantamount to tearing off a piece of flesh from the world's consciousness. Therefore, the supreme cult wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did it, there must be a reason. And they must have done it with the permission of the world's consciousness. There must be something fishy about the name change. But the truth might not be as simple as it seemed. Speaking of which, Augustine pondered for a moment. It's called Sin World now, huh? That sounds more domineering than Fertile World. Is it because of how domineering it is? Angor began to wonder if Augustine's brain worked differently from normal people. Shouldn't a normal person be wondering what happened when the fertile world was turned into a sin world? What the hell is domineering? Augustine continued, so be it, Sin World it is. The reason why I mentioned Sin World is because Mary Kim's origin is related to Sin World. It came from the path of infinity opened by the Sin World. End of chapter. The road of infinity from the Sin World? Angor was ready to complain, but when Augustine mentioned that Mary Kim came from the road of infinity, he was completely stunned. The road of infinity was not the Sin World. It was the second stage of plane fusion. Wizards would not dare to cause any trouble during plane fusion. For example, no one in the southern wizarding region dared to approach the road of infinity, not even the sentinels. There were 3 stages to plane fusion. The first stage was the birth of spatial rifts. Countless spatial rifts would form between 2 worlds that were about to fuse. The fusing world would crush the fusing world, and the fusing world's boundary would be squeezed, causing a large amount of fragments of eternity to be thrown out. This stage was where wizards would fight fiercely for the fragments of eternity because they were the main materials of Sorcerer's Garden. This was why the first stage was also called Garden Advantage. The second stage of plane fusion was the Road of Infinity. In this stage, the world's consciousness would actively consume its origin energy to open a 2-way passage between the 2 worlds, which would act as a link for the fusion. Although it was called a 2-way passage, there were more than just 2 worlds. Because the passage contained the origin energy of the world's consciousness, anyone who stepped on the passage would be able to see countless mysterious secrets. For example, he could sense more distant planes and make the coordinates of the planes on the other side real. He could even find other main worlds in this so-called 2-sided passage with just a hint of aura, turning it into a multi-sided passage. It was precisely because it was accessible in all directions that the planar path was endlessly derived from it. That was why it was called the boundless path. The third stage was the competition for resources after the fusion. It was also called the plunder moment. It was easy to guess what the third stage meant, so I won't describe it for now. Back to the Road of Infinity. The Path of Infinity was a stage that all sorcerers scrambled for. Because of the blessing of the world's origin energy, one could search for unknown planes and start a new journey. This also represented an unimaginable amount of resources. Even if it was not for the coordinates of unknown planes, it was still a rare opportunity to sense the aura of a mysterious plane. Unfortunately, the Road of Infinity was not a place that every wizard could enter. It was full of dangers, and every step could lead to a trap. If one tried to sense a distant world too recklessly, the subconsciousness would punish them. The subconsciousness represented the consciousness of countless worlds, and its punishment was not something that could be easily avoided. Normally, only level 5 wizards were qualified to enter. In other words, mid-legendary wizards were the starting point for exploring the Road of Infinity. If one encountered a fusion of two similar worlds, the origin energy inside the Road of Infinity would be stronger, and the starting point would be a level 6 wizard. Or even higher. Miracle. If one did not reach the standard, death. That was why everyone knew about the benefits of the Path of Infinity, but no one dared to enter. Everything that happened inside was treated as a fairy tale, but now, Augustine was saying that the main material used to create oleo, Marikin, originated from the Endless Road. Not only Angor, but everyone else in the room was shocked by the news. Because this meant that the mythical story had become reality, but after the initial shock, they began to wonder. They did not know how strong Augustine was now, but they were certain that Augustine did not reach the standard to enter the Road of Infinity 10,000 years ago. So how did Augustine get his hands on Mary King? Augustine soon gave them an answer. The moment Mary King appeared, there was a strange phenomenon in the world. Countless miraculous wizards appeared and looked at Mary King with greedy eyes. In order to obtain Mary King, they would do anything. But in the end, it was accidentally obtained by a lucky boy. The alchemy puppet crossed its arms and made a gesture of looking at the sky. Its gem-like eyes were dull and artificial, giving people a feeling that it was immersed in the past. After a long while, the puppet turned around and looked at everyone. That's right. That lucky young man was me. After listening to this story, everyone was silent. Angor glanced at the Black Earl and said with his eyes, "Your ancestors are so talented. It's such a waste if you don't write them." The Black Earl looked away and did not want to say anything. As for the others, they all lowered their heads and tried their best not to laugh out loud. Really, even if it was an exaggeration, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. What did they mean by countless miracle wizards? Did they think that miracle wizards were like chives? Lots and lots of them. Also, if so many powerful wizards were fighting for Mary King, how could it fall into your hands? No one came to you after all these years? Is that even possible? Everyone gave you face, didn't they? Once again, Angor felt like complaining about the Path of Infinity. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, the puppet seemed to be ready to conclude this answer. The facts are like that, there might be some discrepancies. After all, 10,000 years have passed, who could remember the details? Was it just a little bit or 100 million? I see. Haha. Angor chuckled awkwardly to show his support for Augustine. Angor did not want to say anything, but the alchemy puppet was looking at him expectantly with its gem-like eyes, as if it was waiting for Angor's compliment. Angor could only chuckle awkwardly. As Angor chuckled awkwardly, he heard a voice in his mind. Mary King indeed came from the Sin World's boundless road, which I obtained from a trade with a deacon. You don't need to care about what a deacon is. When you grow to a certain stage in the future, you will naturally know what a deacon is. However, the Watchers now are different from the Watchers from 10,000 years ago. Even if you know who they are, you don't need to talk to them about Mary King. Mary King is a foreign object. It probably came from a place so far away that even miraculous wizards can't reach it. It's extremely precious. Currently, only Olio and Adegu have it. Although Mary King is rare, very few people know about it. The only outsiders are the ones here today, and the Watcher who made the deal with me. You don't need to worry about that Watcher trying to harm you. He's now Margaret's follower. However, since it came from the world of sin, the Watcher there might be able to sense it. Even if he did, he would only assume that it's a spirit from the world of sin. Don't worry too much. Without a doubt, the voice came from the alchemy puppet. Maybe the alchemy puppet wanted to keep it a secret? But Angor didn't understand why it didn't talk to him in private right from the start. Did the puppet have a bad taste? Regardless of all that, Angor believed what the old man said in the telepathic message. Augustine thought Angor didn't know about Watchers. But Angor had already met one before, and he knew that Watchers were usually quite powerful. The current Watchers in the south were level 4 wizards. 10,000 years ago, they might have been level 5 or even level 6 wizards. At that time, it made sense for the overseers to enter the Path of Infinity, obtain Marigold, and trade with Augustine. And this sentinel had become Margaret's follower. Well, that made sense. Angor learned from Frost that anyone who came into contact with a mystery alchemist would be willing to become their follower, even if they weren't very strong. As for how precious Mary King was, there was no doubt about it. It was the only thing that could make the server in Angor's mind space red. It also made sense that Mary King needed to keep it a secret. However, Augustine also pointed out that among the outsiders, other than the Watchers, the people present also knew some information about Mary King. Angor wasn't worried that anyone would leak the information. There was no need to mention Olau and Adonis. As descendants of the Noah clan, Black Earl and V would not reveal their ancestors' secrets to outsiders. As for Dorcas, Angor already planned to take him in. Would he dare to tell anyone? The only exception was Kale. However, Angor believed that Kale wouldn't tell anyone about Mary King's secret. Even if Kale did, no one would believe the words of an apprentice anyway. However, Augustine mentioned that the master of the Sin Realm might be able to sense Mary King's secret. Even if they couldn't figure out Alau's real identity, Angor still wanted to avoid them as much as possible. And the master of the Sin Realm was undoubtedly a member of the Supreme Cult. Angor didn't want to deal with them anyway. Apart from the minor flaws, Mary King was an extremely valuable top-level material that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. With Adegu's example as an example, Olau had the potential to become a mystery spirit as well. Angor already found it hard to refuse such an offer. Augustine's words sounded like he was trying to help Angor, but in reality, he was only trying to lure Angor into taking Olau away. What was Angor thinking now? What else could he think? The alien eye was already getting hot, and he wasn't going to let it go. Besides, Augustine also mentioned that Mary King was a foreign object, and it probably came from a place so far away that even miracle wizards couldn't reach it. It sounded like Mary King came from an undiscovered world far away. As for the fact that even miracle wizards couldn't reach it, it was probably just a gimmick to prove how precious Mary King was. But what if Augustine was telling the truth? What if miracle wizards couldn't reach it? Adegu's real body, the mirror of truth, could connect him to the mist spawns that had yet to be discovered. No one knew if the mist spawns were from this universe. So, could it be that Adegu and Olau's true bodies actually came from another universe? Angor wasn't sure if it was true, but he wouldn't let it go even if there was only a small possibility. After all, John was probably from another universe. Studying other universes was very important for Angor's future goal, which was to bring John home. Besides, the alien eye was also hinting him. Angor already had the idea of taking Olau in. He didn't want to accept Olau at first because he thought he would owe Augustine a favor. Besides, he didn't know anything about Olau. More importantly, he didn't think Augustine was that kind. It was very likely that Augustine had entrusted Olau to him for the sake of his own vision, just as he had said. Angor was just a tool to help Augustine realize his vision. In the end, even if Angor did everything he could to train Olau, Olau would still go back to Augustine. But now, Angor still believed that Augustine was doing this for his own vision. Angor didn't reject Olau's offer. Even if he had to help Augustine in the end, he would still get to keep all the research and knowledge he gained. If Olau really came from another universe, then the research he gained from training Olau would be far more valuable than the training. Angor's thoughts changed in a short time. Now that he thought about it, it was mostly because of the alien eye. But Augustine didn't think it was a bad idea. No alchemist would refuse such a precious embryo. Augustine wasn't surprised when Angor said he was willing to accept Olau's offer. The others also had different reactions to Angor's decision. Like the alchemy puppet, most people agreed with Olau's offer. They didn't know how precious the material was, but they knew that Olau's spirit was very valuable. They couldn't see Olau's reaction inside the bronze mirror, but they could guess that the spirit was wearing a complicated expression right now. The only one who didn't react the same way was Adonis. Everyone guessed that with how much Adonis cared for Olau, she would definitely do something extreme, such as getting angry, stopping them, or even flipping the table. But Adonis didn't do that. She just sat there quietly with a complicated expression on her face. There was anger, but also reluctance. Anger wasn't surprising, but reluctance meant that she was ready to say goodbye to Olau. This was contradictory. At least, it didn't match Adonis' attitude toward Olau in the beginning. What happened in between? Or could it be that Augustine's series of questions had enlightened Adonis? Did she decide not to hold on so tightly? While everyone was puzzled, Adonis did not disappoint and said, "Is it really appropriate to entrust Allow to him? No matter how great his potential is, it's just an illusion. We don't even know his name, where he came from, if there's someone behind him, or if there's a conspiracy behind his back. Everything is unknown, and making such a hasty decision is irresponsible to Allow." Everyone thought that Adonis would use her emotions to express her words like before. But surprisingly, Adonis didn't let her emotions get the better of her. Instead, she spoke in a serious manner. And the questions she raised were also serious. It was true that Angor never told Adonis or Allow who he was. From Adonis' point of view, Angor was a complete stranger to her. Allow's view was just an extra filter given by Augustine, but Angor's identity was still unknown. "Time will bury everything, including the conspiracy you mentioned," Augustine spoke in a plain tone. But he still looked at Angor. "I don't care who you are, but since someone asked, would you like to answer?" Angor nodded. Before introducing himself, Angor reached out a finger and tapped on the surface of the bronze mirror. As he did so, Allow came out of the mirror. Since he was going to introduce himself, he couldn't forget about Allow. To show his sincerity, he removed his disguise and showed his face when introducing himself. Bright blonde hair and clear blue eyes. Even without looking at the faint wrinkles on his skin, Angor could feel the strong spirit of a young man. He was completely different from the red-haired young man. Angor looked about the same age, but the lethargy was replaced by vigor like the rising sun, full of vigor. They didn't even need to use a spell to tell that he was still young. Angor looked around and finally stopped at Allow. He began to introduce himself. It was Adonis who introduced herself, and Augustine was the one in charge, but Angor still chose to look at Allow. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. Allow was the only one who would follow Angor in the future. Whether Allow was willing to follow Angor or not, Angor still needed to show his respect. It was a form of respect. Since he wanted Allow to follow him and help him with his research, Angor decided to lower his pride and tell Allow about his background, as well as the skills he knew. Angor emphasized on the skills part, especially the skills part. In the past, he always used Brute Cavern, Angor, where he would expand on it. For example, his title, professor, department, and so on. But this time Angor also mentioned his other identity. Alchemist, member of the R&D department. Allow's eyes widened when he heard this. He clearly knew how important the R&D department was. After making sure Allow knew something about the department, Angor went on to explain how he became a member of the department. Angor told Allow everything, from how he accidentally encountered a mystery item in Dark Castle to what happened in Floating Mech City. Even Count Black and Dorcas, who were always well informed, didn't know about most of the details. Angor looked calm on the surface, but he still felt a little awkward inside. It sounded like he was bragging, which didn't fit his personality at all. However, in order to let Allow know that he could and was willing to create a mystery item, he had to tell Allow all the details. To put it bluntly, he was telling Olaf that it was not a loss to follow him. Of course, he wasn't going to force Allow to stay. If Allow really didn't want to follow him, or if he had a better choice, he would let him go. This was a process of mutual choice, but they also needed to leave a path of retreat for each other. As he said at the end, "Due to my age and lack of experience, I don't have much experience. That's most of my life. I've told you everything I can. Most of the things I didn't tell you are unnecessary. As for the things that can't be said, there are also some. However, most of them have nothing to do with today's matters, so let's not talk about them for now." Allow, on the other hand, fell into deep thought while the others were still in a daze. Allow didn't expect Angor to introduce himself in such a serious manner. Since Angor was being serious, Allow had to give an official response as well, which was outside of Augustine's orders. Therefore, Olaf needed to meditate and confirm his true thoughts. When everyone came back to their senses and saw Allow's contemplative expression, they all fell silent. They gave Allow plenty of time to think. Although they didn't say anything to interrupt Allow, they were still giving him meaningful glances. For example, Adonis, who was doubting Angor's identity, was looking at him with an interesting expression. Originally, Adonis wanted to use this opportunity to criticize Angor so that Augustine and Olau would change their minds. However, she didn't expect Angor's introduction to be so accurate. The whole introduction was echoing Augustine's vision. Olau wanted to see his elder brother Adegu very much. However, he didn't want to see Adegu in such a miserable state. He also didn't want to lose to Adegu. Olau was hoping that Augustine could polish him, but Augustine made it clear that he would only become Adegu's second, not Olau's first. Olau was still in a daze, but Angor's words gave him some hope. From what Adonis knew about Olau, she was sure that Olau wouldn't refuse Angor's offer. There were many questions about Angor, but he never explained them. For example, the origin of alchemy, how did he achieve the balance between alchemy and strength at such a young age, and why did the glutton flower respect him so much? However, these questions only added to Angor's mystery. They wouldn't affect Olau's judgment. Besides, what if these were Angor's destiny? Wizards usually had their own destinies. It was normal that Angor didn't want to talk about them. Besides, Angor already said that what I can't talk about has nothing to do with today's matters. It would be pointless to keep asking. As far as Adonis was concerned, Angor's self-introduction had been building a solid wall of defense ever since he faced Olau. It would be difficult for Adonis to find an opening to attack. That was why Adonis's expression was so complicated and interesting. She felt that she got caught in her own trap. Not only did she fail to stop Angor, but she also became his helper. She blamed herself for it. Apart from Adonis, Augustine's expression was also worth paying attention to. Augustine already said that he didn't care about Angor's background. But after Angor finished his self-introduction, Augustine still nodded repeatedly. Angor's style contained the spirit of a young man, as well as a kind of etiquette that was hard to describe. This etiquette contained openness, freedom, tolerance, respect, self-control, and more. Many of them looked contradictory, but they all fit together perfectly. Nothing seemed out of place. It sounded like nothing, but it was actually a kind of cultivation that needed a place to cultivate and grow. In fact, there were very, very few places in the general plane where such a gift could grow and blossom. This kind of bearing was more like that of an old man who had accumulated years of understanding what was right and what was wrong. But Angor's youthful spirit was so vigorous that it should be contradictory, but it was actually very harmonious. That was why Angor looked so special. Augustine wasn't interested in Angor's ability. He already knew about it, so he didn't really care about Angor's introduction. He was more interested in Angor's way of doing things. To put it bluntly, it was Angor's view of the bigger picture, values, and perceptions. Apart from his lack of experience, Angor's values and perceptions had already surpassed Augustine's expectations. As for Augustine, the more he looked at Angor, the more satisfied he became. He was already looking forward to the day when Olaus and Adegu would truly become the twin mirrors that would illuminate the endless void and illuminate the future. On the other side, Kale and the others were also looking at Angor. However, Kale and Y only looked at Angor with admiration. They knew some general information about Angor, but this was the first time they heard such detailed information from Angor himself. Angor learned about mysteries as an apprentice, dared to confront the cruel Isabella, and even brought the genius witch from Dark Castle back to the source of the southern wizardry region. Such feats were unimaginable to apprentices like them. Angor was a role model for all apprentices. Y was Angor's biggest fan, so he was looking at Angor with even more interest now. Kale, on the other hand, was slowly becoming like Y. Dorcas, on the other hand, was looking at Angor in a different way. Before this, Dorcas felt that Angor tricked him into joining Angor's pirate ship. But now, he realized that even someone as important as Augustine was trying to send Olau to Angor, which made him feel better. Angor was the one who invited him, but Olaus was forced to join Angor, so I'm more important than him. Dorcas didn't consider that Angor was trying to recruit him, but it was because Dorcas couldn't pay back his debt, so he had to sell his body to pay it off. Olau, on the other hand, was forced by Augustine at first, but Angor was the one who took the initiative to help. Therefore, Dorcas was still less important to Angor than Olau. Of course, Angor wouldn't tell Dorcas about this. He would just let Dorcas stay in his own world and hope everything would be fine. As for the Black Earl, what could he tell from his 2 nostrils? Still, Angor could tell that the Black Earl was in a complicated mood. Angor could guess the reason. The legacy site, or rather, the Chamber of Poetry, was the ancestral home of the Noah clan. Even if they couldn't return as masters, Black Earl believed that they should at least be valued. However, the reality was completely different from what he expected. He wasn't surprised that Adonis was targeting them, and he wasn't surprised that Olau was interested in Angor. However, even their ancestor, Augustine, only had his eyes on Angor, which made the Dark Earl feel a little conflicted. He felt both disappointed and helpless. Still, the Black Earl didn't think too much about it. At least he was sure of one thing: his future was not in the demon abyss, but in the origin world. Augustine had also clearly said that only by going to the source world and finding another Noah tribe could the Black Earl's potential be maximized. This was a big piece of news for the Black Earl. Knowing the future was what wizards who stood at the top of the southern wizarding region wanted the most. Take Monkey for example. He didn't know what was going on, so he went around aimlessly and got nothing in the end. Instead, he suffered a great loss. Now that the Black Earl knew what was going on, he had a chance to become a legendary wizard. However, the biggest problem for the Black Earl now was how to get to the origin world. Traveling through the void would take a lot of time. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat, not to mention actually going there. It would take him at least several hundred years to get there. Wasting 100 years wasn't worth it in the Black Earl's opinion. Therefore, if possible, he hoped to use this opportunity to ask Augustine if there was a shortcut to the origin world. But that would have to wait until after Augustine and Angor finished their conversation. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between themselves, which made the silence even more intense. 2 minutes later, Olau broke the silence. This meant that Olau was done with his contemplation. Perhaps he already had an answer in mind. Being valued by Master already shows how capable the hymn reader is. As for the hymn reader's experience, even if we only see a small part of it, we can see the great potential behind it. And all of this is obvious to everyone. I believe that even Adonis must have the same thoughts as me. Olau glanced at Adonis, who looked away and didn't say anything. Olau knew Adonis well enough to know that she didn't say anything. So, I won't waste time with compliments. I'll just tell you what I think. Olau put on a serious expression, just like when Angor introduced himself to him. Compared to the uncertain future the hymn reader described, I still hope to follow Master. Olau looked at the alchemy puppet. If Master is willing. I can't take you away, and you can't find me, the puppet said in a plain tone. My current location is very far away from here, and from the origin world. The puppet didn't give a clear yes or no answer, but it was clear that it couldn't take Olau with him. Olau lowered his head in disappointment. He already knew what Angor was going to say, but he didn't want to give up after waiting for 10,000 years. The alchemy puppet had a heart of stone, but Augustine, who was attached to it, had feelings. Seeing Olau's downcast appearance, Augustine also felt somewhat guilty and uncomfortable. 10,000 years was too long. Although Olau always said that Adonis had an obsession, wasn't he also obsessed with it? Augustine pondered for a moment and said, I can tell you that the place I am going to is a place I have no choice but to go to. That is the starting point of the path of truth that I am pursuing, a corner that not even the light of miracles can illuminate. That place is very dangerous, but also full of opportunities. I'm going alone. I didn't tell any of my friends, I even hid it from my beloved Margaret. The only one who knows where I'm going is your elder brother Adegu. I didn't tell Adegu of my own accord, but Adegu has my aura and can determine my location. As for Adegu, I left him in the origin world. If I don't find the starting point of my pursuit of truth, I might not return for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. After saying that, Olau raised his head and looked at the alchemy puppet. So, is this the reason Master gave me to the hymn reader? The alchemy puppet shook its head. Not entirely. Do you still remember my vision? Olau nodded. Augustine hoped that Adegu and Olau would stand at the peak and be known as the twin mirror. In the pursuit of the truth, I might get lost there, or even lose myself completely there. At that time, the only ones who can wake me up and save me might be you and Adegu. And all of this is based on the realization of my vision. But now, the hymn reader is the only one who can fulfill my vision. This was why Augustine wanted Olau to follow him, not only for Olau's sake, but also for his own sake. Only when Adegu and Olio truly became the twin mirror would there be a way to wake him up from his trance across a great distance. All of this was part of Augustine's preparation for his future. Olau was also stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a reason behind this. If that's the case, I'm willing to follow Mr. Hymn Reader. I didn't want to tell you the reason because I don't want you to follow the hymn reader. In my opinion, the hymn reader isn't your stepping stone. I want him to be your final destination. The alchemy puppet looked at Olau. The hymn reader once said that if you find a better choice, he won't force you to stay. If you keep the reason I've told you and follow the chanter, you'll be fine. Then I can only hope that you find a better choice as soon as possible. Augustine meant that if Olau chose to follow the hymn reader because of him, Olau shouldn't bring trouble to Angor. A better choice also meant that Olau couldn't find a better choice than Angor. Maybe Augustine meant it sincerely, or maybe it was part of his plan. He wanted to beat Olau up for Angor while praising Angor's uniqueness so that Angor wouldn't mistreat Olau. Either way, Angor's heart never wavered. No matter what reason Olau had for following him, he would treat Olau seriously. Olau's secret could very well be his dream, which was to send John home. But if Olau really wanted to follow Angor, Angor would return the favor. If Olau only wanted to save Augustine in the future, Angor wouldn't mind. He would just treat Olau as a tool. Just like Dorcas, Angor only saw Dorcas as a tool for now. What would the future hold? Only the future would tell. Although Olau had been beaten up by Augustine, the determination in his eyes did not waver at all. Compared to Angor, Olau cared more about his master, Augustine. Furthermore, persisting in waiting for 10,000 years would only deepen one's obsession, and would not fade away because of time. Augustine looked at Olau's unwavering eyes and sighed in his heart. He felt both touched and guilty towards Olau. What he felt guilty about was that he didn't choose to take Olau with him back then and let him stay here alone for 10,000 years. Also, his compatibility with Olau was limited, so he couldn't personally bring Olau to the peak. To make up for this, Augustine chose Angor as a new master for Olau after so many years. However, it was difficult to change someone's obsession after 10,000 years. It was even harder for Olau to accept Angor right away. The only good thing was that Olau was willing to listen to Augustine and cooperate with Angor even though he did not want to accept Angor willingly. However, this was not fair to Angor. After all, no one would want to spend so much effort to tailor a new piece of clothing for someone else. Augustine looked at Angor and saw that Angor did not seem to care about Olau's words at all. What do you think? Augustine's voice suddenly rang in Angor's mind. Olau made the right choice. But you're too cruel to Olau, mister. Olau was like a loyal dog who had been guarding his home for 10,000 years, waiting for his master to come, praise, and take him away. But his new master was a total scumbag. Not only did he never think about Olau, but he also used Angor as an excuse to visit him. More importantly, he did not give Olau any praise. Instead, he told the dog that he had found a new master for Olau, and that Olau should follow him wholeheartedly. No matter how Olau thought about it, this was too cruel for him. Augustine chuckled. Interesting. You're not thinking about how to get the most out of this. Instead, you're thinking about empathy. Now I'm curious about where you grew up. What kind of environment could give birth to such a unique and wonderful person? Maybe it's because I have a great teacher who enlightened me. Augustine, enlightened teacher? I believe that. If Olau follows you with such thoughts, will you accept it? Augustine asked in his mind. Why not? Asked Angor in his mind. Augustine thought about it for a moment and agreed. Olau was the only one in the entire wizarding world who had the potential to become an alchemist other than Adegu. Augustine, it's good that you agree. I hope you can use time to influence him. It's best if he forgets about me. Angor was speechless. What the hell are you talking about? You're playing the role of a scumbag perfectly. Miss Margaret, come and take a look at the man you love. He's such a shameless man, Angor complained in his mind, but he did not show it on his face. However, Augustine suddenly said, have you forgotten that I am talking to you in your heart? I can hear whatever you're thinking about. Angor's smile froze on his face. Okay. That's true. He was complaining in his mind, wasn't it? What a mistake. Angor rested his face on his hand and turned his head away from the puppet's sight with a bitter expression. He. How could he forget about this? Angor wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. It would be best if he could never come out again. Even an outsider could see Angor's awkward expression, let alone Augustine, who was still talking to him through their minds. Augustine, so, in your eyes, I'm a scumbag who abandoned Olau. I didn't think about that. He thought Angor had a strong sense of empathy, but he did not expect Angor to not only empathize with Olau's feelings, but he also thought about it from Olau's point of view. Augustine did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, Augustine was not happy about being called a scumbag. But when he thought about how Angor felt for Olau's sake, he felt relieved. At least the new master he found for Olau was not a heartless person, and he would not treat Olau badly. Augustine, I don't mind if you say that in front of me. But if you see Margaret in the future, you'll get yourself killed if you say that in front of her. Angor felt a little awkward. I won't say that. Angor, I won't even see Margaret. Damn it. Why am I thinking that again? Augustine looked at Angor with a half-smile. It's not up to you whether you see Margaret or not. Even without the Book of Kale, you will eventually meet her. After all, you learned alchemy from her, didn't you? What do you know, mister? You have an inseparable connection with the nightmare realm. I'm sure about that, right? Angor remained silent. Augustine continued, many items on your body have traces of alchemy. I didn't see how you did it, but your methods are similar to Margaret's, with some slight differences. But Margaret definitely didn't have a student like you. So, how did you learn Margaret's alchemy? Just make some guesses and you'll know. You learned Margaret's alchemy from the projection of Nether City in the Nightmare Realm, right? The projection of the Nightmare Realm is not the original one, but a projection that carries the special meaning of the Nightmare Realm. That's why your alchemy looks like it's from Margaret, but it's also slightly different. The difference comes from the modified version of the Nightmare Realm's meaning. It's actually a good thing. Margaret always wanted to improve her alchemy, and maybe she can find the answer from you. She won't mistreat you. Last but not least, if you really don't want to see Margaret, I'll give you a piece of advice. Then I'll give you a suggestion. Don't use Margaret's alchemy in the future. Otherwise, you'll definitely meet again. There was a reason for Augustine's confidence. Augustine didn't know what Angor's future would be, but he was sure that Angor would go to the origin world. As long as he went to the source world and used Margaret's alchemy to refine items and leak them out, Margaret would definitely find out about it. She would also notice the difference in Angor's alchemy, which was why she would come looking for Angor. There was no way Angor could avoid that. Unless Angor didn't use Margaret's alchemy skills, or didn't leak any alchemy items while staying in the origin world. But was that even possible? Without power, one couldn't do anything in the origin world. And Angor's alchemy skills were the best stepping stone. In Augustine's opinion, Angor and Margaret were destined to run into each other. Angor was surprised by Augustine's knowledge of the Nightmare Realm, and he also began to think about Augustine's words. He didn't believe in fate, but he did use Margaret's alchemy. Even if it was an improved version of the Nightmare Realm, he still owed Margaret a favor. Maybe he really had to meet Margaret. But even if they did meet, it would be in the future. For now, he was more concerned about what Augustine told him about the Nightmare Realm. You know a lot about the Nightmare Realm, mister? Have you been to the Nether City in the Nightmare Realm? The Nightmare Realm is a mysterious place even in the origin world, so I don't know as much about it as you do. But I've been to the Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. I know why you're here. Is it because of the Nightmare Realm's Nether City? Angor decided not to hide it anymore. Augustine already pointed out that his alchemy was an improved version of the Nightmare Realm's alchemy, and Olau already knew Angor's purpose. He considered for a moment and nodded. That's right. What do you think of the Nightmare Realm's Nether City, mister? Not much. I can't get in. Augustine's voice sounded calm, but for some reason, Angor could hear the frustration in his voice. The key in the real world can't open the Nightmare Realm's chamber? Angor was confused. Augustine shook his head. I don't know about that. When I first became a legendary, I accidentally went to Narrow City in the Nightmare Realm. I wanted to check out the moonlight poetry room, but I was stopped by a bunch of glutton flowers. When I finally got a little closer, I was hit by an unknown spiritual attack. Even though I put up a spirit barrier, I couldn't defend myself against it. It's probably a special ability of the nightmare realm. It didn't feel strong, but it directly attacked my spirit. Before I lost consciousness, I returned to the real world. Angor listened in silence while thinking about what Augustine told him. Augustine was already a legendary wizard when he went to the nightmare realm. Maybe he was even stronger now? He went to a faraway place in search of the truth. Maybe he was already at the peak of legendary? Or maybe he was already a miracle. Also, Augustine couldn't withstand the spirit attack from the wall when he was a legend. Angor was a little surprised. Logically speaking, it should have had the effect of directly obliterating mortals since it could cause a mental attack on the legendary stage. But when Angor was still a mortal, the spirit attack was hard to endure, but it didn't kill him in the end. So, the mental impact produced by the wall was also dependent on the person? The stronger the impact on the strong, the weaker the impact on the weak, on the contrary? Angor didn't know yet. He had to go and check it out. After that, I went to the nightmare realm several times. But none of them were good. Or should I say, very bad, Augustine said. The rules there are too strange. It's not a place for normal people. I wanted to go to Nether City to check it out, but I didn't go there after that. Augustine sounded a little disappointed. You have a close relationship with the nightmare realm. You should know how to get there, right? Angor nodded. Yes. Augustine sighed. If I wasn't in a faraway place, I'd like to go with you. No matter what, it's still my territory. Why can't I enter? Mister, you keep talking about a faraway place. May I know where this faraway place is? Augustine thought Angor was trying to change the topic and didn't want to talk about the nightmare realm. Augustine thought about it and wondered if he had accidentally touched on Angor's secret. Either way, Augustine didn't want to give Angor a hard time, so he went along with the topic. In fact, Angor wasn't trying to change the topic. Since Augustine couldn't do anything about the wall, it was pointless to keep asking Augustine. Angor decided to ask Augustine something he was more interested in. Was Augustine going to the faraway end of the universe? Or was he planning to break through the limit of the universe? Augustine, a very, very far away place. The space here is very chaotic, and everything is grotesque and variegated. It's both real and not real at the same time. Is it in another dimension? Angor recalled the time when Wolf took him to another dimension, which was also filled with strange and disordered space. That was why he came up with such a theory. You think about dimensions too? That sounds like my old friends. Augustine, I don't care where you learned about the dimension. What I want to tell you is that the dimension isn't something you need to understand now. The current records are all wrong. On the contrary, the guesses of the Order Guild are correct. The dimension is a huge pit that all researchers can fall into. It's the same in the Source world, and it's the same in the Sorcerer world. With your current strength, studying dimensions will only waste the time you need to advance. If you can't even advance to legend, then you'll be wasting your potential. Since you already know about dimensions, I can tell you something. The place I'm going to is related to dimensions, but not completely. You don't need to know where I am right now. If you can use the glory of Twin Mirror, you can find me. The glory of the Twin Mirror. If I want to borrow your Mirror of Truth to do some research, I wonder if you'll let me, sir? Augustine said, if it's for Olaf, Adegu will agree. But if you do that, you'll definitely meet Margaret. Are you prepared to meet her? Miss Margaret is easy to talk to, isn't she? Augustine smiled and said in a meaningful tone, that's not necessarily true. The woman I like is very special. Then I'll take Xianxia to Miss Margaret. You can take Xianxia with you? Augustine was surprised. Angor didn't answer. Augustine did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he pondered and said, if you can really make Xianxia and Margaret meet, then Margaret's test for you will probably be cancelled, and she will treat you as her family. Test? You inherited her alchemy skills. Knowing her personality, I'm sure she'll want to test you. Of course, if you have another way, such as taking Xianxia to see her like you said, the test will be gone if she's happy. Augustine was about to say something else when he suddenly paused. Oh no, I'm running out of energy. I haven't finished talking to Olio and Adonis yet. Let's talk later. If we have a chance to meet again, it won't be too late to talk about these things. Oh, one last thing. The nightmare realm is also a hot topic in the origin world. Try not to expose your connection to the nightmare realm. But it's not a problem to talk about it. Sometimes, the nightmare realm will open a tunnel in the origin world. Many legendary wizards and even miracle wizards have gone there. So, even if you go there alone, you need to hide your identity as much as possible. Otherwise, if people find out that you have other ways to enter the nightmare realm, you'll be in big trouble. But even legendary wizards have to obey the rules of the nightmare realm. They can't tell whether you're a human or a nightmare realm creature. So, if you run into someone powerful, you won't be exposed as long as you're good at acting. Angor's conversation with Augustine ended abruptly. The alchemy puppet looked at Olao again. Another few minutes of silence followed. The others looked at each other. Augustine and Olao were communicating by looking at each other. It was obvious that Augustine was doing Angor's and Olao's work. In fact, Augustine and Angor were just chatting, while Augustine's conversation with Olao was meant to tell Olao about Angor's attitude. Olao only had one choice now, which was to follow Angor. Augustine didn't need to do anything. All he needed to do was to tell Angor what Angor thought about him and Olao. This allowed Olao to know more about Angor. Augustine's method was quite effective. When Olao heard Angor calling Augustine a scumbag, he gave Angor a complicated look. But at the same time, he agreed with Angor's words. Soon, the conversation between Augustine and Olio ended. Olao considered for a moment and looked at Angor again. I promised my master, Augustine, that I'll follow Mr. Angor from now on and help him with all his work and research, said Angor. Olao still referred to Augustine as master while Angor was Mr. It was clear that Olao still preferred Augustine. But Angor didn't really care about that. As long as Olao was willing to cooperate with his research, everything else could be discussed later. But I have a request, Mr. Angor, said Olao. Angor nodded. What is it? Olao looked at Adonis who was standing beside him. When Olao mentioned that he would follow Angor, Adonis closed her eyes with a cold expression, as if she didn't want anyone to know what she was thinking. Because of this, Adonis did not notice Olao's gaze on her. However, when Olao made his request, Adonis opened her eyes abruptly. I want Adonis to follow me, Olao said, that's my only request. You want me to cooperate with this brat's research? Adonis asked. So you want me to help this brat with his research? Ha, you're too naive. Don't be fooled by Augustine and forget that you also have a free personality. Olaf shook his head. No, I just want you to follow me. I want Adonis to follow me. But she's a free woman. You can't bind her or ask her to do anything. Adonis was stunned and turned her head away. You. What's the point of doing this? Olao said, I just want to give Adonis a home like before. Olao said solemnly. Adonis' eyes gradually lost focus. Her mouth trembled. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Olao said again, as long as I'm here, as long as Adonis is here, home will always be there. It was a very simple speech, but it made Adonis' nose twitch. Tears welled up in her eyes for no reason, and for the first time in 10,000 years, her vision became slightly blurry. Adonis knew how weak she looked right now. She closed her eyes and tried her best to hide the expression that didn't belong to her at all. Using all her strength, Adonis finally calmed her emotions down. Adonis avoided Olao's serious and simple gaze. You're saying that you want to leave with this kid, and you want me to follow you? Olao nodded and looked at Adonis with a hopeful look. After 10,000 years together, this wasn't just companionship anymore. It was a bond. He didn't want to separate from Adonis. Besides, Olao knew Adonis' personality. She had never interacted with humans before. If she stayed alone, she might not be able to adapt to the human world. Adonis' way of expressing her discomfort was simple and crude: destruction. Endless destruction. Olao hoped that Adonis would stay with him so that she wouldn't get into trouble. No, said Adonis. Olao's hopeful look froze. Why? We are obviously the closest family. Don't you want this family anymore? Olao looked like a disappointed dog. Anyone who saw him would feel sorry for him. Adonis felt the same way. However, she still tried to control her emotions. She knew that Olao's family was just a family. It wasn't what she wanted. She didn't just want a family. She wanted something more, and Olao couldn't give her that right now. I have my own choice. I won't stay with you anymore. Adonis turned her head away and used all her strength to speak in a normal tone. Olao quickly added, even if you don't like this family, if you stay with me, you'll at least have a chance to meet Miss Margaret. She still has a part of you. Adonis said, there's a chance? What are the chances? Adonis glanced at Angor. What chance is he talking about right now? Olaf, I mean the future. Adonis asked, the future? If you want me to believe in the future, he has to at least reach the top of the southern wizarding region first. Otherwise, how am I supposed to trust him? Olaf said, Adonis said, that's enough. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have my own thoughts. I'll choose to go to the Noah clan. At this point, Adonis glanced at the Dark Earl. Do you agree? The Black Earl didn't expect Adonis to suddenly turn to him. After all, Adonis had once exiled so many of Noah's ancestors. Logically speaking, Adonis should hate the Noah family very much. Although the Black Earl was surprised, he thought for a moment and nodded. Of course. Adonis asked, you were hesitating just now because I exiled a lot of Noah clan people? The Dark Earl remained silent. Adonis sneered, I did banish a lot of Noah clan's people in the past, but I didn't kill them. Besides, do you think I don't know what the One-Eye clan did? They secretly settled the exiled Noah clansmen. Without my permission, they couldn't have done it. That's why I gave them a way out. But since you care about this, I can make it up to you. I can help you to a certain extent when you need it. Not only was the Dark Earl surprised by Adonis's words, but Olao was as well. He thought Adonis didn't want to follow him because she wanted to be completely free. But now, she chose to follow Noah's descendants? Even if she didn't hate the Noah clan, she wouldn't get close to them at least. She was willing to let go of her grudge and follow the Noah clan. It was as if she had become a different person. It was normal that Olao didn't understand, because he didn't know that when he went to collect the poetry collection, Augustine had verbally attacked Adonis, which made her realize and understand some things. If she wanted Olao to treat her seriously and not see her as a daughter, she had to change. This kind of change had to be a complete change, and Olao could not participate in the process of change. There was only one thing Olaf wanted to do, and that was to witness the result of Adonis's change. Therefore, Adonis wouldn't follow Olao no matter what. At least, she wouldn't stay with him forever like she did for the past 10,000 years. In order to completely change Olao's impression of her, Adonis knew she had to undergo a transformation. And this transformation was to make up for the missing part of herself. According to Augustine, only Angor or the Noah clan could do such a thing. Since Olao chose to follow Angor, Adonis had no choice but to follow the current Noah clan, which was the Black Earl. The Black Earl was a little tempted after hearing Adonis's words. If Adonis could help the Noah clan, even if it was just a limited amount, it would be greatly beneficial to the clan. After all, Adonis was a true magic array grandmaster. Besides, Adonis's mirror army was also very useful. If she followed the Noah clan, the miraculous creatures inside the mirror army would follow her. The Black Earl was quite interested in them. More importantly, if Adonis followed the Noah clan, the clan's radiation could enter a new world, the mirror realm. This was definitely an important signal. Perhaps it was the key to whether the Noah clan could become a super clan in the south. Developing a new world and gaining a strategic advantage in the new world were the top priorities of all adept organizations and clans. One of the entrances to Khazadar world was currently controlled by several wizard clans, which allowed them to unite into a formidable force that could hardly be shaken. If the Noah clan controlled the entrance to the mirror realm, they would be much more powerful than the other wizard clans. Of course, this was only from the perspective of wizard clans. They were not the only ones who could use the entrance. Since Olao chose to follow Angor, Brood Cavern also had access to the mirror realm. However, Brood Cavern was a wizard organization, which was different from wizard clans. Besides, even without Alao, Angor could find a way to control the mirror realm on his own. However, no matter what, this was definitely an important opportunity for the Noah family. The exploration of the mirror domain and the setting up of the magic array were two obvious benefits. How could the Black Girl refuse Adonis's offer? That's all in the past. I don't mind, and I don't care. Black Girl continued, but if Adonis is willing to join the Noah clan, I welcome her with open arms. It's an honor. Although Count Black used the term join the Noah clan, which made Adonis slightly displeased, she pondered for a moment and did not refute. It was up to her to decide whether to join or not. If the Black Girl insisted on forcing her to swear to join the Noah clan, she would turn around and leave. At most, she would continue to follow Alao. If the oath did not restrict her, then it would depend on her mood. As for what other people said, she was too lazy to care. I have a request to follow the Noah clan, Adonis said. Adonis said, your strength has been acknowledged by someone. Without a doubt, your next step will be to go to the origin world. I want you to take me with you when you go there, and help me find the missing part. Black Girl could guess this even if Adonis didn't mention it. This must be the reason why Adonis was willing to follow the Noah clan. Therefore, the Black Girl was not displeased. He nodded and said, yes, but I am not sure if I can help you obtain the missing part. Just do your best, Adonis said. Black Earl, okay. Adonis and the Dark Earl reached an agreement on the table. Meanwhile, Alao looked at Adonis quietly with a puzzled and confused expression. Adonis also noticed Alao's gaze, but she tried her best not to look at him. After reaching an agreement, Adonis heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. She turned to look at Alao. I told you, I have a place to go. You don't have to worry about me. Olia lowered his head in disappointment. You going to the Noah clan is also a good place. But I'm not going to change my mind. Wherever I go, it's your home. You're always welcome. At least Black Girl's Noah clan was still in the southern wizarding region. Angor would stay there for a while, so he could meet Adonis sooner or later. Even if they couldn't meet in the real world, they could still meet in the mirror. Alao had a good plan. But since Adonis already decided to change, she didn't want to see Alao in the middle of it. So, it was hard to say when they would meet again. A round of applause entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw the puppet sitting in the main seat applauding. While applauding, the puppet sighed. Olio and Adonis have their own paths, I'm relieved. Adonis sneered. Someone who could forget about Olaf here for 10,000 years can still say such a thing. I can only say that your skin is really thick. The alchemy puppet paused for a moment and pretended not to hear Adonis' taunt. It said to itself, my energy is about to run out. I'll pause from time to time. I might not be able to hear some of your words. In other words, I can't hear anything I don't want to hear. Adonis took a deep breath and told herself to calm down. Don't get mad. No one said anything about the puppet's shameless words. But in their hearts, they were a little absent-minded. So Augustine was actually such a person, Angor couldn't help but look at Dorcas. The puppet's shamelessness was similar to Dorcas. I'm running out of energy, so it's time to help Alao. Dorcas looked at Angor, and the puppet continued, my energy is running out. Before that, I'd like to say goodbye. I hope I can see you again at the end of the truth. After saying that, the puppet stood up, its gem-like eyes emitting a faint golden light, like a blob of golden ink. And that blob of golden ink was like a living creature that kept spreading. As it spread, countless runes of the contract could be seen flickering within it. At the same time, runes of the contract also spread out from Alao's body. When these runes appeared, they were somewhat sluggish and carried a heavy aura of lethargy. But when these runes sensed the spreading golden ink in the air, they seemed to have been enlightened and suddenly quivered. The lethargy transformed into small wings that flew towards the golden ink with the contract runes and fused with it. This fusion was actually dispelling the contract shackles on Alao's body. On the other side, some runes also spread out from Adonis' body, but they were a lot fewer than Alao's. Moreover, most of these runes had cracks on them. Even if they didn't fuse with the golden ink, it wouldn't take long for them to dissipate. But even so, the puppet still separated a part of the golden ink, preparing to fuse with the runes on Adani's body. But Adonis coldly snorted and put the runes back into her body. She refused the golden ink. Olau was currently removing the contract shackles and didn't see this scene. But the puppet looked over with a questioning gaze. Adonis indifferently said, "More than half of my contract has been erased by time. The rest can be removed by myself, you don't need to spend money." Hearing Adonis' words, the puppet didn't react, but the others guessed that Adonis wasn't willing to accept the puppet's golden ink because she didn't want to owe Augustine a favor. After all, Adonis had shown her dissatisfaction with Augustine from the start. But in everyone's eyes, this was a bit too foolish. Because this wasn't a matter of owing him a favor, but rather, it was Augustine making it up to them. The Clear Sky Poetry Room's contract had been set up by Augustine, so it was only natural for him to remove the contract. Moreover, he was 10,000 years too late. Not only did they not owe him a favor, but Augustine even owed them an explanation. Therefore, everyone felt that Adonis's actions were a little petty and not very wise. Earl Black was even prepared to dissuade Adonis. After all, Adonis had clearly stated that she would follow the Noah tribe in the future. Even if it was for the good of his tribe, he still hoped that Adonis would quickly terminate the contract. Even if he could solve it with his own strength, he would still need a certain amount of time. Augustine, on the other hand, could break the contract immediately. Why would he waste time fighting? However, before the Dark Earl could speak, Adonis said to the alchemy puppet calmly, "I terminated the contract on my own accord, not because I have an opinion about you. As for your opinion, I will personally look for you in the future and get it back from you. So, don't waste it on me. Save that bit of energy for now. At least it will allow you to last a little longer in this world. You haven't explained everything that you need to explain. Moreover, I think that the descendant of the Noah clan wants to talk to you. Don't tell me you're unwilling to face this descendant?" Hearing Adonis' words, the Dark Earl was startled. He originally thought that Adonis was just being petty. He didn't expect that the reason Adonis rejected the gold ink was to let Augustine's consciousness stay a little longer. And all of this was to give Augustine time to face the descendant of the Noah clan, which was the Dark Earl himself. After Adonis finished speaking, she sat down and closed her eyes, not saying another word. Augustine looked at the Dark Earl and said, "Since this is Adonis' request, I can give you some time to ask your questions." Although he said to give the Dark Earl time, it wasn't now because Augustine was still dealing with Olau's contract. The ball of gold ink in the air was constantly absorbing the contract runes flying out of Olau's body. As the contract runes were absorbed by the ball of gold ink, the total number of runes on both the ball of gold ink and Olau's body gradually decreased. When the last bit of runes on Olau's body was absorbed by the ball of gold ink, Olau's entire body began to emit a faint light. Bathed in the light, Olau's appearance began to change. His already tall body began to grow again. The hair that was covered by the hat was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, it had surpassed the length of Adonis' hair. The biggest change was Olau's skin. His originally sickly pale skin first became transparent. Then, a large amount of silver light burst out from within the transparent body, and the transparent skin was replaced by a bright silver color. The bright silver color was very similar to the color of the mirror. At this moment, Olau was like a human-shaped self-propelled mirror. After evolving into a self-propelled mirror, Olau's body seemed to be unable to withstand the sudden surge of energy. He suddenly turned into a ray of white light and was sucked into the bronze mirror on the table. After Olau disappeared, Augustine slowly withdrew the ball of gold ink in front of him. After the gold ink entered the body, the stiff alchemy puppet adapted for a moment and regained its previous vitality. However, Angor could clearly sense that the puppet's aura was weaker than before. "You can put the mirror away now. Olau has been bound by the contract for too long. Now that he's reborn, he needs some time to get used to his new body. Once he gets used to his new body, he'll grow much stronger in the future." Angor nodded and picked up the mirror. As he was about to put it back into his bracelet, he suddenly thought of a question. "Does this mirror have a name?" "A formal name. You can give it to yourself in the future. Any formal name for it now is just a joke." In Augustine's eyes, the copper mirror was only an embryo, and it was clearly inappropriate to give it a formal name just because it was an embryo. For example, if one named the mirror Frostmourne now, and the future direction of the mirror would be Happy Flame instead, it would be a joke. Therefore, Olau was the current name of the mirror. As for the formal name, he would decide when the embryo matured. Angor nodded and put away the mirror without saying anything else. At this moment, the alchemy puppet turned to look at the Dark Earl. As a matter of fact, Black Earl's branch of Noah's descendants was the real main branch. As for the Noah bloodline in the source world, it was actually the bloodline left behind by a Noah traveler that Margaret had discovered in the source world. This bloodline was not very pure. In the beginning, even the basic Noah's power was extremely weak. For the sake of their friendship, Margaret took the impure Noah's descendant as her apprentice. As the apprentice grew, a Noah branch was slowly formed. As an alchemist, Margaret constantly used magic arrays to purify the apprentice's bloodline. Now, the impure bloodline became pure, and it even had the potential to become stronger. Seeing this, Augustine left some of Noah's origin power in the Noah branch in the origin world. With the addition of the origin power, the Noah branch in the origin world was finally recognized and became stronger. In the sorcerer's world where strength was king, they had turned over a new leaf. They had transformed from the Noah tribe to the current Noah tribe. The main branch of Noah's bloodline, on the other hand, declined because of the great damage done to Nether City and the weakening of the southern region. The fact that Black Earl managed to reach the top of level 3 under such circumstances was already very impressive. Even among the Noah branch in the origin world, Black Earl was considered a middle-level wizard. Moreover, Augustine could see that the Black Earl had great potential, and he had taken an extremely tricky path. It wasn't that no one had taken this path before. However, all of them had too many avatars and independent consciousnesses, which led to all kinds of hidden dangers. Now, it seemed that Black Earl was doing a good job of controlling these dangers. Once Black Earl went to the Noah branch in the origin world and bathed in the origin power, he would have a chance to become a legendary wizard. By then, Black Earl would be able to find his own path without relying on the Noah branch in the origin world. Apart from Angor, Augustine had the most confidence in Black Count. This was why Augustine didn't say anything when Adonis chose Black Earl. Even though Augustine didn't think highly of Adonis, she was much more important to Margaret than Olau. After all, Margaret also participated in the creation of Adonis, unlike Olau, who was made by Augustine alone. Therefore, Augustine didn't treat Adonis well all along the way. In fact, he valued Adonis just as much as Olau. Acquiescing to Adonis's choice meant that he trusted and valued Black Earl. But that was all. Augustine wasn't someone who cared about his own family. He was always dissatisfied with Margaret's decision to help the Noah branch in the origin world. He always felt that the Noah branch in the origin world took up too much of his time with Margaret. Although the Noah branch in the origin world was under Augustine's name, Augustine didn't really like it. He didn't mind using the branch as a living sign, but he didn't want to protect it personally. Unless the Noah branch in the origin world gave birth to a new star like Angor. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. Augustine didn't even care about the Noah branch in the origin world, let alone the Noah branch in the southern wizardry region. Therefore, he didn't plan to talk to Black Earl. However, now that Adonis had allowed him to converse with the Black Earl at the cost of not consuming any energy, Augustine was not against it. He didn't care about the Noah branch, but compared to outsiders, he still felt closer to Noah's descendants. "What do you want to say?" The alchemy puppet looked at Black Earl and asked in a plain tone. "Black Earl, Mr. Augustine, a prophet once said that my future is in the abyss of evil gods. Do you agree?" The alchemy puppet, there is no such thing as a definite future. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. However, I can be sure that if you want a better future, you can go to the origin world and find another branch of the Noah branch. As for the abyss of evil gods, the alchemy puppet chuckled but didn't comment further. Instead, it said, "If you think your future is there, you can go to the origin world and take a look there. Don't always think that you have to choose one of the two choices, or one more. The Time Thief's influence doesn't spread across the wizardry world yet. Do you want to follow the Time Thief's path and become his disciple? As long as you don't have to make a choice right away, you can look at it one by one. There will always be a correct answer. Sometimes, the wrong choice isn't an absolute mistake. Maybe it will give you a different way of thinking. The alchemy puppet's words were meant for Black Earl, but it was also beneficial for everyone else. Black Earl, mister, you told me to go to the origin world. But the teleportation between the southern wizardry region and the origin world has been cut off. It will take too long to get there. I hope you can show me the way. The alchemy puppet, you're asking such a trivial thing? Don't tell me you're going to ask me where the Noah clan is in the origin world and how to get there after asking this question? Black Earl. He really did have such thoughts. The origin world was bigger than the 4 wizardry worlds combined. It also had a shocking number of subsidiary worlds. These subsidiary worlds were comparable to the 4 wizardry worlds. It could be seen how huge the origin world was. In such a huge world, it wouldn't be easy for Black Earl to find the stronghold of a wizardry clan. Unless, the Noah clan was famous in the origin world. But the origin world was full of talents. Black Earl doubted that the Noah clan was so famous in the origin world that he didn't need to look for them. He just needed to ask for directions and he would be able to find them. However, since the alchemy puppet had complained in advance, Black Earl was too embarrassed to ask for the Noah clan's exact location. But the question of how to get to the origin world was something Black Earl had to ask. The alchemy puppet, it's such a short distance. You can fly there. Even if you're weak, it's not a big deal to waste some time. It might not be a big problem for Augustine, but for Black Earl, he didn't want to waste hundreds of years in the void. Moreover, the void wasn't absolutely safe. When the void was peaceful, it was really peaceful. But once there was a problem, it would definitely be a big problem. Hence, this question still had to be asked. The alchemy puppet saw that Black Earl was still stubbornly pointing his nose at it and had no intention of retracting the question. It then said reluctantly, with your current situation, there are 4 ways to get to the origin world. First, fly there. Although it's a bit of a waste of time, there are many wonders in the void that are worth admiring. Flying there while admiring them won't waste much time. Black Earl. Forget admiring the wonders in the void, the best choice would be to run away as soon as they saw it. Second, every phase plane in the abyss world has a certain number of phase gates. The southern region wizard world corresponds to the barren plane. Perhaps it has the least number of phase gates, but there are still at least 10 phase gates. Through the phase gates, you can go to other phase planes. Through other phase planes, you can reach the other 3 wizard worlds other than the southern region. Then, you can teleport to the origin world. Black Earl, I know about the phase gates, but the phase gates in the barren plane are all controlled by the abyssal demon gods. The alchemy puppet thought for a moment, is that so? Why do I remember that the first phase gate created by the abyss demon I was in the barren plane? Moreover, this phase gate was given to the abyssal natives. Black Earl revealed a puzzled expression. There was such a thing? The abyssal natives and humans had a better relationship than demons. If the abyssal natives really had a phase gate, then they could consider using it. But, did they really have one? The Moonfrost Union was still the leader of the abyss world. If Mr. Monkey knew about the existence of a phase gate, he might not have risked his life to challenge the descendant of a demon god. While Black Earl and the alchemy puppet were still wondering, Angor slowly lowered his head and teased Dankros as if nothing had happened. In fact, he was just trying to hide his anxiety. According to Augustine, the first phase gate created by the abyss demon I was given to the king of the abyssal natives, Kansamovich. The name of this phase gate was Skeleton. It was currently in Yuantan continent, under Wardell's control. If Angor wanted to, he could ask Wardell to do something for Black Earl. But, now was not the time to expose Yuantan continent. But that day was not far away. Considering the relationship between Black Earl and Rain, Angor could still use the phase gate if he wanted. But he could not tell Black Earl yet. Do you know where the phase gate used to be, mister? Black Earl quickly asked. I don't know, Augustine gave a simple answer. He didn't need to use a phase gate to travel to the origin world. Teleportation portals existed 10,000 years ago, and after becoming a legend, he had more ways to travel to other worlds. The phase gate in the abyss plane was created by the demon Eye of Abyss, so it might be dangerous. Therefore, he wouldn't use a phase gate as his first choice. Besides, even if he wanted to use the phase gate he gave to the natives, he would have to come to the south first. He never came back after leaving the Abyss Plane, so he didn't need to use a phase gate. When the black girl heard this answer, although he had expected it, he still revealed a disappointed expression. Augustine said, "If you really want to find this phase door, it's not like there's no way. There are many supernatural beings in the Abyss Plane who are willing to trade information with humans. If you pay enough, even a demon god can lend you a phase gate." The black girl was silent for a moment before he nodded. "I understand." Black girl was thinking about something else. He didn't want to talk about trading information. If the barren plane had such a source of information, Monkey would know about it as well. As for borrowing a path from a demon god, it could only be said that different people had different opinions. A demon god might be willing to lend him a path, but Black Girl didn't dare to use it. Augustine was powerful and had sharp eyes. If the demon god did something, he would be able to see through it. Even if he couldn't, he could still save himself if something went wrong during the teleportation. Black Girl, on the other hand, had to lower his head in front of a demon god. Borrow a path? Forget it. On the other hand, Angor had the same thought as Count Black. But when he thought about trading information, he remembered Balalaika, who ran a tavern in the old days. Third, there are some special worlds that cover countless planes. If you find a suitable guide, you can go to the origin world. Augustine paused. But it's going to be difficult for you. If Adonis completed the missing part and became a mirror traveler, and if Adonis had been to the source world and recorded the coordinates of the source world, then Adonis could become the guide from the mirror realm to the source world. But the reality was that Adonis still needed to rely on the Black Earl to find the missing part. To her, the mirror wanderer was still an unreachable dream. Apart from Adonis, Augustine also believed that Angor was qualified to become a Nightmare Realm guide. He had never heard of a guide from the Nightmare Realm, but Angor had a special connection with the Nightmare Realm. Maybe he could become the first one. However, this was only Augustine's conjecture. It was unlikely to be realized in a short period of time. Therefore, Augustine did not have much hope that Black Earl would take this path to the origin world. Fourthly, there are many merchant groups in the void. They have their own ways and can quickly cross various worlds. If you're lucky enough to encounter them, you can trade with them. Generally speaking, these merchant groups are very contractual. As long as you can form a contract with them, going to the origin world isn't difficult. However, it was difficult to find the void caravan. Augustine continued, there are only a few ways to get you to the origin world quickly. It's up to you which one you choose. Black Earl mumbled something to express his opinion. However, Black Earl was still confused. Augustine had already listed all 4 methods, but it was as if he did not hear them at all. Augustine made it sound like Black Earl had the right to choose. However, Black Earl could not think of any of the 4 methods that could lead to a breakthrough. To put it bluntly, it was all nonsense. But Augustine was still his senior, and Black Earl did not dare to disobey. He could only keep his frustration to himself. Augustine also felt that he was in the wrong. He did say something, but it was as if he did not say anything. Come to think of it, none of these methods were suitable for Black Earl. After a moment of silence, Augustine spoke again, do you have any other questions? Augustine wanted to give Angor some time to talk, but since he knew he was in the wrong, he decided to give Black Earl a chance to ask more questions. Of course, Augustine would be more satisfied if Black Earl gave up on asking questions himself. However, the Black Earl was not very tactful. Since Augustine asked, the Black Earl naturally revealed all the doubts in his heart. His questions were complicated, such as, what happened in Nether City back then? Was there a hidden conspiracy in Nether City? Who is Nether City? Will he come back? How many of the lords are still alive, apart from Nether City? Black Earl also wanted to know about the Noah clan. He also asked about the Voidwalkers whose memories were erased by the Sea of Mirrors if there was a way to regain their memories, as well as the origin of the Noah clan. Of course, Black Earl was more concerned about himself. He also told Augustine about all the problems he encountered in his training, as well as many unsolvable bottlenecks. It could be said that the Black Earl had made up his mind to use this opportunity to clear the doubts in his heart. Augustine scolded, these are all ridiculous questions. Can't you find the answers to these questions yourself? Are you a baby in swaddling clothes? Why do you have to ask these questions? However, he still said everything that he could. Black Girl actually wanted to talk to Augustine about many of the questions in private since they were related to the secrets of the Noah clan. However, Augustine did not give Black Girl the chance to do so. In front of everyone, Augustine picked the questions that he could and answered them one by one. As for the other questions, Augustine answered most of them. Only the incident in Nether City back then was a little secretive. However, compared to the wise ruler who did not say a word, Augustine gave a vague answer. It has something to do with the origin worshippers and the will of the world. However, Augustine did not tell them what the connection was. He only gave them a strange warning: the world's consciousness, and the more general consciousness do not have any subjective consciousness. However, do not think that you can challenge it, deceive it, or even take advantage of it just because it has no subjective consciousness. That will only bring about a calamity to you. Especially when you think that you have glimpsed the rules of the will and want to take the initiative to interfere. This kind of disaster will come even faster. Augustine did not continue. He only said calmly, "That's what Nether did." He thought that he had glimpsed the algorithm of the rules, but it was actually just an insignificant projection. On this question, Augustine was very vague, but at least he gave everyone some space to imagine. The incident in Nether City was not just a man-made disaster. It was very likely that it was a natural disaster. After that, Augustine also answered other questions. However, he did not talk about most of the questions in depth, nor did he talk about the process. He only gave a conclusion. For example, Augustine's answer to the question, "Will Nether return?" was, yes. However, whether Nether will still be the Nether from back then is another matter. The result was given, but Augustine did not mention the reason. Soon, Augustine finished answering all of Black Girl's questions. Originally, many of the Black Girl's questions were related to secrets and the truth of history. However, after the Black Girl's answers, everyone still felt very confused. It was as if they saw the truth behind the fog, but also as if it was just an illusion. Or rather, they were confused by the question of, is the truth really the truth? Of course, not all questions were like this. For example, when it came to the Black Girl's strength, although Augustine also directly gave a conclusion, the Black Girl would always reveal a look of sudden realization. As for the others, they were in the same situation as before. Their eyes were filled with confusion. This also meant that Augustine's answers were not nonsense. However, they did not have the same perspective as Augustine, which was why they felt lonely listening to his answers. And once his answer involved the domain that you understood, then you would be able to be in a state of enlightenment like the Black Girl. Black Girl was about to thank Augustine for answering his questions, but to his surprise, Augustine ignored him and looked at Angor directly. Angor's first reaction was surprise, followed by confusion and gratitude. Without a doubt, Augustine was talking to Angor through telepathy. Black Girl felt a little sad. He wanted to talk to Noah's ancestor in private, but he was ignored. Angor, on the other hand, showed a different attitude. Black Girl began to wonder who was the real descendant of Noah. Of course, Black Girl was more curious about Angor's charm. Why did Augustine treat him so differently? Everyone was wondering the same thing. However, they did not have an answer yet. Because, the last wisp of energy lingering within the puppet dissipated. This meant that Augustine's consciousness had left as well. Cracks began to appear in the puppet's gem-like eyes, and its body began to creak. In the end, the puppet became a pile of primitive machinery. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Augustine had left. In the first place, Augustine's departure was destined, so no one had any regrets. However, when they looked up and met each other's eyes, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Olau was now sleeping inside Angor's bracelet. Only Angor's group and Adonis were left here. Earlier, Adonis stated that she wanted to join the Noah clan. However, it was only a verbal statement. There was no contract to bind her. It was not impossible for Adonis to change her mind now. And now, they were still in Clear Sky Poetry Room, still in Adonis's territory. Without Olau's restriction, it would be difficult to deal with Adonis. When everyone thought of this, their hearts sank slightly. Now, they needed to see if Adonis would keep her promise. Dorcas stood up and stretched. Since we've pretty much finished what we came here for, shouldn't we be leaving? Cal and Wade nodded in agreement, as if it was indeed time to leave. Dorcas had said that he was leaving, but he was actually testing Adonis. As expected, Adonis did not let them down. She turned around and looked at Angor. "Give me Allah's body." Her commanding tone was not pleasant to hear. Through this sentence, Adonis showed that she was in control of the situation. Everyone looked at Angor worriedly, wondering how he would respond. But before Angor could say anything, Black Girl spoke first. "Adonis, are you going back on your word about joining the Noah clan?" Adonis humphed. "I'm talking to him." "What does that have to do with the Noah clan?" "That's because Noah family and Brute Cavern are allies." "Of course, his business has something to do with Noah clan." The Black Girl was just making things up about being allies. It was true that he was close to Rain, but it was also true that many people in Brute Cavern did not like him. Besides, Mr. Monkey and other wizard organizations would not be happy to see two near-legendary wizards forming an alliance. Considering these wizard politics, the Noah clan and Brute Cavern were not allies. In other words, the Noah clan did not have any allies at all. This was one of the reasons why the Noah clan was not restricted by the major wizard organizations. Since they did not have any allies, anyone could become their ally. With the Dark Earl's strength, other Magus organizations and families had no reason to offend the Dark Earl. This was why the Noah clan was able to do well in many places. In the field of wizard politics, the Noah clan could be used as a textbook example of absolute neutrality. They did not form an alliance, but that did not stop him from lying through his teeth. Everyone knew that Angor was close to Rain. Adonis, on the other hand, did not know about the conflicts between wizard organizations. Even if she knew about the Noah clan, she would only assume that the Noah clan was working with Brute Cavern in secret, even if they did not show up on the surface. That was what Adonis thought. She gave Black Girl a meaningful look and did not refute his words. Instead, she took a step back. "I did say that I'll join the Noah clan, but I did not say when. For now, I have nothing to do with the Noah clan." The Dark Earl only needed to use a little of his eloquence to rebuke Adonis until she had nothing to say. Count Black was about to say something like that, but Angor suddenly cleared his throat and stopped him from doing so. Everyone looked at Angor. Angor smiled at Adonis and took out a bronze mirror from his bracelet. "You want this?" "Give it to me," Adonis ordered without any hesitation. Adonis was prepared to confront Angor, but Angor didn't seem to mind her commanding tone at all. He tossed the mirror to her. "Take it if you want." Adonis didn't expect Angor to give her the mirror so easily. She was still in a daze when the mirror was flying toward her. She only regained her senses when the mirror was about to fall to the ground. She quickly caught it in her hands. After Adonis caught the bronze mirror firmly, her panicked expression finally calmed down. Next, she looked at Angor angrily. She wanted to ask him how he could just throw the mirror to her like that. But she suddenly remembered that she was the one who asked Angor to give the mirror to her. She quickly changed her words. "Is this how you treat Alao?" Both Angor and the others looked at Adonis in confusion. "I told you to give it to me, and you gave it to me. And you just tossed it to me like that. Is this how you treasure Alao?" After hearing Adonis's strange words, everyone was even more confused. Was Adonis trying to say that Angor's following her order meant that he didn't cherish Alao's life? If that was the case, why did she still ask Angor for the mirror? And why was she acting so arrogant? Even the act of giving Alao to Adonis could be interpreted as disrespect by Adonis. Could it be that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to catch such a casual throw? Even if an ordinary person might make a mistake, would a transcendent like you make a mistake? That was impossible. So, what was with that logic of yours? So, you're saying that I need to show my resistance, fight you, and hand Alao over to you in the end? Seeing Angor's doubtful look, Adonis didn't know what to say. According to her script, something like this was going to happen. Angor continued, "As for why I'm giving Alao to you? Isn't that what you want? Besides, will you hurt Alao? No, you won't. So why can't I give it to you?" Adonis finally found some logic in her mind. She thought back to her angry questions, which were full of random emotions. In fact, Adani always had these kinds of emotions. However, no matter what she did before, Olau always tolerated her. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her logic. Now, everyone was looking at her in confusion. After listening to Angwar's self-consistent explanation, Adonis finally realized that there was something wrong with the way she thought about things. Was it because of the missing part, or was her emotions messing up her thinking? Even though Adonis had come to her senses, she did not intend to admit her mistake. Instead, she continued to criticize. Augustine let Olaf follow you. You gave up on him so easily? So, you're not going to give me back Olau? Angwar asked. So? I'm giving you Olau because I know you won't hurt him. Olau told me that you're his closest family member. Angwar's lips twitched a little as he tried to say something, but before she could say anything, Angwar continued, I'm giving you Olau because I know you won't hurt him. I'm giving him to you because I trust you. If Olau is awake, you can call him to you, and he'll do as you say. So, why do you think I'm giving up on Olau so easily? Adani didn't think there was anything wrong with Angwar's explanation. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she was being unreasonable. No, wait. How could she follow Angwar's logic? Adonis tried her best to find her own thoughts. Angwar spoke again, you haven't answered my question. You asked me to give you the mirror, so you don't want to give it back? Adani remained silent. So what if I do, and so what if I don't? Adonis asked Angwar to give her the mirror for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to start a fight. She didn't like Augustine, and she hated Angwar even more because Augustine valued Angwar. Second, she wanted to take a look at the mirror. She wanted to see Olau's true self that Olau never showed to her. As for whether she would return the mirror to Angwar or not, Adani never thought about it. According to her script, she would fight with Angwar until Angwar was captured by her, escaped, or lost consciousness. After that, she wouldn't have to worry about returning the mirror. But now, her plan did not go according to plan, which gave her no reason to deal with Angwar. This was why she had to deal with this problem. It's best if you don't. But if you don't want to, I won't force you. Why? Adani was going to flip the table and start a fight when Angwar showed a little dissatisfaction. But this time Angwar just went along with her words. Angwar sighed. He really believed that something was wrong with Adonis's brain. Wasn't it obvious? Angwar felt helpless, but he still explained patiently, like I said, Olau is free to do whatever he wants. But whether he's in your hands or mine, he'll wake up sooner or later. Whether he chooses to stay with you or leave you to follow me, it's his own choice. Of course, that's on the premise that I trust Olio, so I also trust you. Because I trust you, I believe that even if Olau chooses to follow me, you won't force him to stay. Of course, Angwar didn't really trust Adani. But he still needed to put himself on the moral high ground. Wasn't that a basic thing to do? When the time came, he would be on the right side no matter what Adani did to him. The reason why he wanted to treat Zhonli as his private property was actually to show off to Olau. Olau was still asleep, but that didn't mean he didn't know what was going on outside. Laplace had once said that everything reflected by the mirror could become memories. As long as the mirror creature didn't take those memories away, they would eventually flow into the empty mirror sea and be washed away by the tide. Would Olau allow the memories reflected in Olau's copper mirror to flow into the empty mirror sea? Of course not. Even if Olau was still asleep, he would still know what was going on when he woke up. Angwar only needed to show that he was on the right side of things, and that was enough. And when he said I believe in Olaf, so I believe in Adonis, it was also meant for Olaf to hear. Of course, if Olau wanted to see something similar to Adani's script where Angwar refused to give up the mirror, Olau would have nothing to say. Angwar had nothing to say about that. As expected of someone who had been with Adonis for 10,000 years. It was hard for them to remain untainted by the filth. But from what Angwar knew about Olau, the man was more reasonable and wouldn't like Adani's script. Meanwhile, Adani didn't know how to respond to Angwar's righteous words. She felt suffocated in her heart. She wanted to vent her anger, but she couldn't do it in front of Angwar, who had the moral high ground. The Black Earl also saw the scene. He already knew what Angwar was thinking, but he didn't expect Angor to use such a method to embarrass Adani. It worked, but Count Black was worried that Adani wouldn't be able to hold back her anger. What if Adani faked became real? That wouldn't be good. With that in mind, Count Black decided to speak up to ease the tension between them. But how? Of course, he had to choose a topic that both of them were interested in. It would be best if the topic was related to the bronze mirror. Angor, you and Mr. Noah kept talking about making the bronze mirror a real twin mirror. What do you mean by that? Count Black asked after some consideration. Actually, this was also a question that Black Earl wanted to ask himself. Angor seemed to know a lot of things, which was why Count Black and Augustine could easily understand what he was talking about. However, the others, including Count Black, had no idea what Count Black meant. They could only listen in confusion. Since Count Black decided to ease the tension, he might as well ask something he was curious about as well. He believed that Angor would know what he meant. Of course, Angor knew what Count Black was trying to do. Count Black was trying to find a topic that would attract Adani's attention so that she wouldn't lose control of her anger. However, Count Dark's method was obviously for personal gain. Now, it was up to Angor whether he would accept it or not. Of course, Angor agreed to it. Regarding the matter of the twin mirror, the discussion between him and Augustine had already allowed everyone to vaguely guess some of it. Furthermore, even if he kept it a secret now, when the Black Earl went to the Origin World in the future, he would eventually find out. After all, Augustine's twin mirror was very famous in the Origin World. When that time came, all Count Black needed to do was to connect the dots and find out about Olio's secret. The twin mirror. Well, it's related to a secret I heard before. It came from Lady Isabel of Dark Castle. Angor could have told the story from the present. But since he needed to distract Adani, he decided to start from when he met Lady Isabel several years ago. Angor's storytelling ability was average. However, Angor's illusions were quite powerful. With the help of his illusions, he could easily immerse himself in the story. It was as if Adani was experiencing it herself. In the beginning, Adonis did not want to enter the holographic illusion. However, as the story went on, the more it captured people's hearts, and Adonis gradually let down her guard. Didn't Angor say that he trusted Olio, which meant he trusted her? That was true, wasn't it? Could she think of it in a different way? Since Olio trusted Angor, she should trust Angor too. Olao. Adonis touched the bronze mirror. Even though it was cold to the touch, in her illusion, it was as if she was touching Olao's burning body. Adonis shook her head and threw away the thoughts in her mind. She wanted to know more about Olio. Not only did she want to know about the mirror, but she also wanted to know what Augustine and Angor talked about. Maybe she could trust Angor this time. Besides, Adani wasn't afraid of Angor's illusions. In other words, Adani was the least afraid of controlling abilities. She could enter the mirror domain whenever she wanted, and such abilities would be useless to her. In Adani's opinion, illusions were more like controlling abilities. With that in mind, Adani gave up on resisting and allowed herself to enter the illusion. Now, Angor had more room to manipulate the illusion. Angor's illusions had a hidden ability that allowed him to manipulate emotions. This ability, combined with nightmare illusions, gave birth to his talent, superperception. Without realizing it, he began to meddle with Adonis's emotions. He didn't mean to forcefully change Adani's emotions. Instead, he quietly immersed her in the illusion so that her negative emotions would gradually fade away. To put it simply, he was trying to make the illusion more attractive. In John's words, he was trying to make the holographic movie more emotional, and the actors' performances more touching. In other words, he was trying to make artistic modifications based on facts. Since Angor could sense emotions, he had a unique advantage in this aspect. As expected, as Angor continued to tell the story, he could feel Adani slowly lowering her guard and growing more curious. When Angor solved one of the mysteries, Adani finally understood what was going on. But when another one came, it kept her in suspense. Angor used both words and illusions to tell Adani all the questions Black Earl asked. There were also some explanations of mystical items and mystical items related to the twin mirror. For example, the Book of Kale, which was as famous as the twin mirror. He kept going on and on without straying too far from the main topic, which attracted everyone's attention. In the end, with Augustine's vision and Angor's humble explanation, the truth about the twin mirror finally came to an end. The whole process was a little exaggerated, but most of it was true. Adonis finally understood the cause and effect of many things. For example, why did Augustine give Allow to Angor? Angor was an alchemist who had touched upon the mystery level. There might be other reasons, but considering Augustine's status, he wouldn't choose Angor for no reason. With Angor's help, Allow had a chance to reach the same level as his elder brother, Adegu. But if it was someone else, it would be a different story. With this in mind, Adani looked down at the bronze mirror in her hand and fell into deep thought. When the story was over, the air turned cold again, and silence returned. But compared to before, Adani seemed to have calmed down a lot. Because of this, Count Black did not ask any more questions to ease his mood. Also, the twin mirror mentioned by Angor made Count Black think about the Noah clan in the origin world, so he didn't have time to think about other things. In the past, Black Earl had never thought that the Noah clan would have a place in the origin world. Even when Augustine told him that a branch of the Noah clan had taken root in the origin world, Count Black did not think it would be that powerful. He knew that the Noah bloodline was not that outstanding. It was hard to make a name for oneself in the origin world without relying on the bloodline. Count Black never thought that the Noah clan was not weak in the origin world. In fact, the Noah clan was full of mysteries to the supernaturals in the origin world. And all of this was due to two things, the twin mirror and the magic array. The twin mirror, in terms of practicality and versatility, stood at the pinnacle of mystery items. It represented the Noah clan's strength. The magic array came from Margaret. Her powerful magic array and her ability to innovate new magic arrays were the source of the Noah clan's confidence. Moreover, in order to protect the Noah's origin left behind by Augustine, Margaret had set up an extremely mysterious magic array for the Noah family. Because of this magic array, the Noah clan's ancestral ground became untraceable, and the entrance could change at any time. It was impossible to find the entrance of the Noah clan's ancestral ground. With a strong foundation, confidence, and an untraceable ancestral ground, it would be difficult for outsiders to attack it. This was how the Noah clan became famous in the origin world. Although the Noah clan was not the strongest clan in the origin world, they were still in existence that outsiders would not dare to provoke. Moreover, from a certain point of view, with Augustine, Margaret, and the twin life mirror, the Noah family wasn't any weaker than Gerdard's Phantom City. If they were in the southern region, they would be a colossus that could take over the entire region. However, Count Black only dared to think about the Noah clan, which was both familiar and strange at the same time. It was still impossible to treat them as family. The Noah clan in the source world definitely knew that they came from the southern region. However, after so many years, they did not come to the southern region and did not bring any good news to the Noah clan in the southern region. Perhaps they were like Augustine. They only cared about themselves and did not care about the origin of the Noah clan. In their eyes, the main branch and the subsidiary branches were not important. If not for Margaret and Augustine, it was hard to say if they would have kept the Noah family name. All these details were enough for the Black Earl to see the whole picture. He yearned for the Noah clan in the origin world, but this yearning came from the desire to advance. He did not think much about the resonance of his bloodline. The glory belonged to them, and it had nothing to do with the Noah family of the southern region. With this understanding, the Black Earl calmed down a lot. His respect for Angor had reached new heights again. In the past, he valued Angor because of his alchemy skills and Rain and Sunder's support. But now, Angor had Allow. If he could make Allow a real twin mirror like Augustine said, Angor would be able to defeat the entire Noah clan in the origin world all by himself. Whether it was the twin mirror or the magic array, Angor had a chance to reach the peak of the Noah clan's power. Therefore, instead of relying on the Noah clan, the Black Earl would rather invest in Angor. This was a real potential asset. As for whether Adonis would return Allow to Angor, the Black Earl had no doubt about it. No matter what Adonis thought, Allow would return to Angor in the end. This was Augustine's order to Allow, and it was Allow's own will. Adonis could not force Allow to stay. Therefore, the Black Earl was not worried about this. The only thing he was worried about was whether Adonis would go crazy again and think that Allow would belong to her as long as she killed Angor. If that happened, the Black Earl would have to step up and stop it. Even if this clone had to die, the Black Earl would protect Angor with everything he had. In the past, it was for Angor's potential. Now, it was for his own future. With this in mind, the Black Earl focused his attention on Angor and Adonis. As for Adonis, she fell into deep thought after leaving Angor's illusion. While he was immersed in his unknown thoughts, he caressed the bronze mirror from top to bottom. Angor curled his lips. Thank goodness Olau was in the shape of a bronze mirror. If he was in his human form, the scene would be unimaginable. But then again, Adonis already knew that the bronze mirror was Olau's real body. If she kept touching the mirror like this, it meant that her relationship with Olau was exposed. Adonis definitely not only had feelings for Olau as a family member, but also feelings of admiration that were hidden deep in her heart. This point had been pointed out by Augustine a long time ago. Olau might know what Adonis was thinking, or he might have spent too much time with her. But in other people's eyes, Adonis's love for Olau was hard to hide. Olau was still asleep, but when he woke up, he would definitely know that Adonis was touching him all over. What would Olau's reaction be then? Angor really wanted to know the answer to this question. What would happen if Olau woke up while Adonis was touching him? Unfortunately, his wish did not come true. Because soon, Adonis let go of her hand and carefully placed the bronze mirror in a brocade box that she had prepared beforehand. She looked at the mirror one last time and closed the box. She pushed it to Angor with a little push. From beginning to end, Adonis did not say a word. Even when Angor picked up the box, rubbed it for a while, and put it away in his bracelet, Adonis did not say a word. She just watched him in silence. Angor could see Adonis's attitude from this. She still did not like Angor and did not want to talk to him. But she had already accepted that Olau belonged to Angor. As for Angor, he already knew that Adonis would give Olau to him in the end. However, he wasn't sure if he should go through with Olau before that. But now, it seemed that Adonis chose to do it peacefully. Maybe this was the effect of the artistic embellishment he did in the illusion. Of course, it was not the artistic embellishment that worked the most. It was the series of questions Augustine asked Adonis. Those questions made Adonis realize that as long as she stayed by Olau's side, Olau would never change his view of her. It would be even more impossible to improve their relationship further. So, from that moment on, Adonis had already chosen to let go of him. After that, Olau asked Adonis to follow Angor, but Adonis refused every time. It was easy to see what kind of choice Adonis had. However, would the separation really make Olau view Adonis in a new light? Well, it was still a question. While Angor was thinking about this, Adonis was also wondering how likely it was to change Olau's mind after the separation was. Her conclusion was similar to Angor's, which was also a question. There was a chance, but the specific percentage was still unknown. But even so, Adonis still chose this step. She knew that if she chose not to separate from Olau, there was no chance of that happening at all. Although she didn't know what the probability was, she would try her best to increase it. For example, she had already made up her mind that she would not see Olau for a long time. Only when she did not want to see him would she be able to think about him. In order to completely change her life, she had to find the missing part first, which was a long-term plan. Before that, she did not plan to see Olau again. For example, the box that she had specially prepared for Olau. Or rather, the box she prepared for Angor. Yes, the box looked like it was meant to contain Olau's body. But in fact, once Olau woke up, he would put away his own body and would not need the box. In fact, she gave the box to Angor. Angor held the box in his hand for a long time before putting it away in his bracelet. It was because he noticed something special about the box. Luminous mirror box, Adonis spoke in a soft voice, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's the name of the box. Nice name, Angor said. And it's quite well crafted. Adonis did not react to Angor's compliment. It can store the memories in the sea of mirrors, and it can also retrieve the recent images from the mirrors connected to the mirror domain. The luminous mirror box was a peak-level mid-tier alchemy item. It was not a high-tier alchemy item, but that did not affect its value. According to its classification, it belonged to the category of special support items. Any support alchemy item, even a low-tier one, was worth quite a lot. Not to mention that this was a special support item. Its effect did not live up to its name at all. It was good to store the memories in the sea of mirrors that were not eroded by the tide, but Angor had no use for it. The most important thing was its second effect, which was that it could extract images of recent events from the mirror surface connected to the mirror domain. As long as it was a mirror, the item could be retrieved. In other words, as long as the surface of a small pond was stable and connected to the mirror domain, the item could retrieve the recent images reflected by the pond. This was a very useful information-gathering tool, and it was very stealthy. As long as it was used in the right way, even Sir Mon-Chi would not be able to resist its detection ability. It would be difficult for him to detect it. Therefore, even if it was only a mid-tier item, it was still very useful. Angor could tell how valuable the luminous mirror box was just by looking at the surprised looks on everyone's faces and Dorcas's almost drooling expression. "Lady Adonis, you're not giving it to me, right?" Angor was trying to get something for free. After all, giving it to Alao was the same as giving it to him. Unfortunately, Adonis did not give Angor the chance. "It's for you. So you want me to do something in return, Lady Adonis?" "Smart," Adonis praised without showing any expression. Angor already knew what Adonis wanted him to do, but he still pretended to be puzzled. "What do you want me to do, Lady Adonis?" Adonis did not answer directly this time. Instead, she slowly turned the prism necklace around her neck. As she turned around, some words appeared on the surface of the necklace. Angor noticed that he was the only one who could see the words. Everyone else saw Adonis' movement, but they all looked puzzled. There was only one sentence written on the necklace. "When I part ways with Alao, I don't want our relationship to fade because we haven't seen each other for a long time. Do you understand?" It was not a long or complicated sentence, but the meaning was quite subtle. It was just as Angor thought. To put it bluntly, she hoped that Angor could often mention her name to Alao and put in a few good words for him. It would be best if he could indirectly change Alao's opinion of her. It was a simple task. Angor sighed because he never thought that he would have to listen to someone's words one day. "I know what you mean." Angor considered a little. "Sure." Adonis sighed in relief. She was worried that Angor would not accept the gift because of her rudeness. Fortunately, Angor accepted it. As expected, no human would refuse benefits. Angor suddenly spoke again, "Do as much as you can get." "I wonder if you've heard of this saying before, Lady Adonis?" Of course, Adonis had never heard of it before, but it was not difficult to understand. "What are you trying to say?" "What I mean is, if I can do more, and do it better without leaving any traces behind, would you be willing to do more for me, Madame Adonis?" Adonis snickered. "That's just a theory. Why should I believe you?" "Yes, it is. But I think the flashlight box already represents your trust in me, Lady Adonis." Adonis asked, "Trust? You think that's trust?" Angor shrugged. "Fine. You can think of it as a bribe. But are you sure you don't want to hear what I want, Lady Adonis? Maybe what I want won't affect you that much, Lady Adonis? Maybe it's just a simple sentence?" Adonis remained silent for a moment. "What do you want?" On the other side. Half an hour ago. The sage had been observing Angor's group through the core node of the magic array. However, he could only see the general direction of the group and the intensity of the energy fluctuations. He had no idea what was going on. At first, the sage was worried that Adonis would go after Angor herself. But after Olio showed up, that was no longer a possibility. Still, the sage didn't think Adonis would give up so easily. She must have other tricks up her sleeve. The sage was observing the magic array to make sure that Adonis's tricks were not beyond what Angor's group could handle. If Adonis's plan failed, the sage would take control of the magic array and create an escape route for Angor's group. This was the sage's promise to Angor's group, as well as a backup plan for himself. Brute Cavern and Noah Clan. One was a top wizard organization, while the other was one of the strongest wizard clans in the southern wizarding region. Maybe he could find a way to save Nether City from them. The sage didn't want to rely on outsiders, but what if the goddess was right and Nether City was not coming back? the sage didn't want to think about it because he still had hope. But he did not have much time left. He had to face the reality sooner or later. Just like how he hoped Angor could become a variable and break the chess pieces in the underground sewer, he had to prepare for the worst, to face the result he did not want to think about. Therefore, this time, Angor's move could either mess up the chamber and become a variable, or it could not change anything and force Angor to save someone in the end. Either way, Angor did not lose anything. These were all his preparations for the future. The wise ruler lowered his eyebrows, no longer thinking about these trivial and vexing matters. Instead, he focused his attention on the magic array. Suddenly, the sage's eyes narrowed. From the energy display of the magic array, he saw a strange energy fluctuation appearing in the strolling corridor. Angor's group hadn't reached the corridor yet. Without a doubt, the strange energy fluctuation was Adonis's new trap. So she still won't give up. The Sovereign of Wisdom twirled a strand of hair around his ear, mumbling to himself. In his heart, however, he was pondering the source of these strange ripples. It was a very strange energy fluctuation. It didn't give off a familiar feeling, and it didn't give off the feeling of nothingness that the mirror domain creatures had. This one was more like a living monster. However, since when did such a powerful monster appear in the underground sewers? In the senses of the wise lord, this abnormal energy fluctuation was still in a dormant state, yet it could already affect the surrounding magic arrays. This was enough to prove that if there was a life form inside, it had to be at least adept level. As for the rank of an official magus, that was only the starting point of this unknown life form. As for how powerful it was, the wise ruler had no way of determining it. He would have to wait until it encountered Angor's group and fought them. However, judging from the current situation, Angor and the others were in for a tough fight. In fact, Angor's team might even lose the battle. If Angor's team really lost, he would have to do something. The wise overseer didn't need to do anything yet. He simply watched as Angor's group slowly approached the corridor. Angor's group slowed down and stopped for a while, which meant they also noticed the strange energy fluctuation. "What will you do?" the wise ruler muttered to himself. In the wise ruler's opinion, Angor didn't have much of a choice. There were only two possibilities, which was to go for it directly or outsmart it. As for outsmarting it, it wasn't going to work now. When enemies met on a narrow path, only the brave would emerge victorious. Therefore, the wise ruler assumed that Angor would go for it directly. However, who would he let face this abnormal fluctuation in the process of directly taking it? 2 apprentices were out of the question. Besides, he would need a wizard to take care of the apprentices, as well as the necessary materials for the plain passageway and be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. The answer was obvious. Either Black Count or Angor himself would be the one to go for it directly. Or both of them. Angor's group quickly made up their minds. The wise ruler's prediction was correct. Angor and Black Count would go together while leaving Dorcas behind. Sensing that they were getting closer and closer to the source of the energy fluctuation, the wise ruler became more vigilant. If Angor's group was really in danger, the wise ruler would have to choose the right moment to intervene. Moving too fast or too slow was not the right thing to do. Therefore, the wise ruler needed to observe the energy fluctuation and analyze it so that he could figure out what was going on. But what the Sovereign of Wisdom hadn't expected was that his high level of vigilance hadn't been of any use. Not only did the strange ripple not increase, but it even weakened when they were standing on the same spot as the source of the strange ripple. Did this mean they didn't fight? Instead, they just passed by each other on a narrow path. Because of the strange energy fluctuation, the wise ruler automatically retracted the energy he released, while the remaining energy was gathered at the edge of the room, allowing Angor and Black Count to pass by. Dorcas and the 2 apprentices also followed them. The battle that the wise sovereign had expected never happened. When Angor's group entered the Chamber of Poetry, the energy fluctuation also disappeared when the wise ruler couldn't sense them anymore. The wise ruler was still puzzled. What was that energy fluctuation? Why didn't they fight? Was it really a trap set up by Adonis, or did he make a mistake from the start? Was the energy fluctuation just a bluff? The wise ruler, who was known for his wisdom, was now scratching his head with a puzzled look. Maybe I should ask Airbao? The Sovereign of Wisdom truly couldn't imagine what had happened in the strolling corridor. Besides, Angor's group was already inside the Chamber of Poetry, which was independent of the magic array. If Angor's group didn't come out on their own, the wise ruler wouldn't know what was going on inside. In other words, he had nothing to do now. He had to wait for Angor's group to show up so that he could use his remaining energy. Since he had some free time, the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't waste any time. He summoned the one-eyed twin treasures, hoping to use them to analyze what this abnormal fluctuation was. However, Erbao's explanation didn't help the wise ruler at all. Erbao did give him some useful information. There was a tunnel in the mirror domain, and it was created by Adonis herself. This meant that the strange energy fluctuation was indeed a trap set up by Adonis. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a demon summoned from the mirror realm. The wise ruler didn't sense any familiar aura from the mirror domain, but maybe there was a monster that could hide its aura. It didn't matter whether it was a monster from the mirror domain or not. More importantly, why didn't Adonis' monster attack Angor's group? The wise ruler thought that he made a mistake, and that there was no monster at all, only a bluff. However, in reality, his judgment was correct. However, it was precisely because his judgment was correct that he was even more confused. Why did they not fight when they met on a narrow path? Time ticked by, and the wise ruler's thoughts became more and more confused. After an unknown period of time, the wise god suddenly frowned and looked up at Erbao. "You leave first." Erbao seemed to have sensed something as well. Without saying anything, he disappeared from where he stood. After Erbao left, the wise ruler stood up and walked out of the secret chamber where the core node of the magic array was located. As the wise ruler left the secret chamber, his expression changed from one of confusion to one of relaxation. While walking outside, he stretched his body and yawned. The corners of his eyes were wet as if he had just woken up. When the wise sovereign rubbed his misty eyes and arrived at the main hall, his gaze immediately fell upon the mirror above the distant fireplace. The image in the mirror was already covered up, revealing the image of a cold-looking woman whose blonde hair covered half of her face. "Your Highness Goddess, what brings you here?" It was none other than Adonis. The wise ruler yawned and walked to the fireplace. When he came to the fireplace and felt the warmth of the fire, the wise ruler rubbed his hands together as if trying to get rid of the drowsiness caused by his interrupted sleep. "Goddess, shouldn't you be receiving the long-lost guests from Moonlight Poetry Chamber right now? Or has the reception been completed and the guests have been thrown into the empty mirror ocean?" The wise ruler sat on the carpet in front of the fireplace and muttered, "If you really did throw them into the sea of mirrors, why are you looking for me? Go to Phantom Slave." "Humph. Do you really want to know if I threw them into the sea of mirrors or not? Or do you want to use this opportunity to find out about their current situation?" Adonis said coldly. The wise ruler didn't deny it. He smiled. "You're a smart one, Goddess. You guessed my intention right away." The wise ruler shrugged. "They're the first outsider to enter Moonlight Poetry Chamber after so many years. It's understandable that I'm concerned about them. What do you think will happen?" Adonis asked. The wise sovereign lowered his head, a faint light flickering in his eyes. "If the goddess doesn't say anything, how would I know what the outcome would be?" Despite his words, the wise ruler already knew what was going on. It didn't take him long to analyze someone's personality. Besides, he and Adonis had been living together in the underground waterway for tens of thousands of years. He knew Adonis too well. Since Adonis asked such a question, the wise ruler already knew that they were fine. At the very least, Adonis didn't throw them into the sea of mirrors. The wise ruler was quite surprised to hear this. However, he wasn't surprised about Angor's safety. He was surprised by something else. The wise ruler already knew that Angor's group would be fine when they entered Moonlight Poetry Chamber. The reason was simple. Angor was a cautious person who would open a plain passageway at the slightest provocation. It was almost impossible to keep him here. While walking slowly in the hallway, there were still magic arrays restricting them, so it wasn't easy to open a plain passageway. However, Moonlight Poetry Chamber was different. Since Moonlight Poetry Chamber was connected to the mirror realm, Adonis couldn't restrict the use of spatial energy in the chamber. This meant that Angor could open a plain passageway whenever he wanted. In this case, Angor's safety was guaranteed. Therefore, the wise ruler wasn't surprised to hear that Angor's group was safe. What surprised him was the fact that Adonis mentioned that Angor's group was still in Moonlight Poetry Chamber. If Angor used a plain passageway, the wise ruler wouldn't be surprised at all. But Angor didn't use a plain passageway, and yet he was already safe. This was very interesting. Didn't this mean one thing? The variable had come to fruition, and if that was the case, did it mean that Moonlight Poetry Chamber was about to undergo a drastic change? The wise god forcibly restrained his uncontrollable thoughts and continued to act drowsy. He raised his head and asked, "Your Holiness, are you willing to dispel my doubts?" Adonis humphed. "Why should I answer a traitor's question?" "Traitor? I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Your Majesty. I've never been a traitor. I just changed my mind from being conservative to being a revolutionary." "What did you change? And what did you want to change?" The wise ruler only smiled without answering. Adonis didn't get angry. "Why did you suddenly want to change?" The wise ruler didn't stay silent this time. "Time is running out. My wish hasn't changed. But if possible, I want to live longer." Hearing those familiar words, Adonis suddenly thought of Olao. His change was also because he didn't have much time left. Adonis said softly, "You can leave at any time. Instead of staying in a dead city, it's better to go to a bigger world and see if there's hope." "Yeah, leaving this place will solve a lot of problems, right?" the wise ruler asked. "So why don't you leave, Your Majesty?" Adonis remained silent for a moment. "I have my own reasons." "It's none of your business." The wise ruler chuckled. "Because of Olao?" Adonis coldly glanced at him, her eyes shooting daggers at the wise sovereign. The wise ruler only smiled without saying anything. "Don't think you're a wise man just because you call yourself one." The wise ruler continued, "Hell gave me this position before, and I had no reason to resist. But now, I only use wise as my name. It's just a name without any meaning. It's just like how you, Your Majesty, are." Hearing the wise ruler emphasize the word goddess, Adonis' expression changed slightly. How could she not know what the wise ruler meant? He was saying that they were all the same. They had spun a cocoon around themselves and couldn't break free. Adonis clenched her fists within her sleeves, but soon, she seemed to think of something and relaxed them. Her expression returned to normal. "Goddess, you can call me that if you want, but it's fine if you don't want to. That's all in the past." Since she was going to leave this place, so what if she threw away the past? The wise ruler was stunned. "What does Your Majesty mean?" Adonis said, "Nothing. Let's get back to the main topic. I came here to borrow something from you." The wise ruler was still thinking about Adonis' words. Faced with Adonis' sudden change in topic, he subconsciously replied, "What is it?" "Sweet dreams." End of chapter 2852. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.